Welcome Rabbit Cultivation channel, like this video guys, for more amazing parts. Chapter 1. Winter day, 9 o'clock in the morning. Hangzhou. In a Class A office building in Binjiang district, people kept greeting each other after a man wearing black framed glasses and always with a gentle smile on his face walked in. Manager Lu, good morning. Morning. Old Lu, why didn't you come to the New Year's Eve dinner yesterday? You don't know how lively it was. I was busy yesterday. I'll definitely do it next time. Manager Lu, good morning. Manager Lulu, I bought an extra cup of coffee this morning, and one extra serving of black tea 1000 layer that I bought yesterday at Woolen Square. Yuan walked into the elevator hall. Blushed cheeks. With her long eyelashes trembling, a young girl who had just joined the company walked up to him and nervously handed him a paper bag containing coffee and cake. Not far behind the girl, her two female best friends were watching closely. Thanks. Yuan looked at the girl's face, and all the reactions on her face were clearly in his eyes. He glanced at her best friend behind her, and showed a standard smile on his face. After taking the paper bag, he said gently, well, I'll treat you to lunch at noon. The girl in professional attire first showed joy on her face, and then her fair cheeks became even redder. She said nervously, ah. Then. Okay. Thank you, Manager Lu. Let's go. The elevator is here, let's go up together. Yuan said with a smile. After that, he walked towards the elevator, and the young employee Nai Xiao followed him like a quail. Her two female besties raised their fists vigorously and followed excitedly. Manager Lu is the most popular middle-level leader in their company. He always has a smile on his face, is very patient with everyone, and has a high level of business skills. Most importantly, he is still single and is recognized by all the female colleagues in the company as the best partner candidate. Just as the door was about to close, it was suddenly opened again, and a young man with messy hair and dark circles under his eyes, who looked like he hadn't slept all night, walked in. The man stood by the elevator with his head down. Yuan glanced at him and noticed his tightly clenched fists and trembling body. Like he discovered something. A smile appeared on his face behind the black-framed glasses. The elevator reached the 15th floor, and Yuan walked into his own office in the R&D department. The company he worked for, Skyworth Technology, was a medium-sized internet company in Hangzhou. He was the company's director of program development. Walk to the desk. Yuan glanced at the paper bag in his hand, which had a smiley face painted on it. He raised it expressionlessly, loosened his fingers, and, poof! The bag of coffee and cake fell into the trash can. He hung his coat aside, wore a white shirt, stood in front of the window, and looked out at the winter scene with a calm gaze. Thoughts floating. Since he was very young, he gave everyone the impression of being gentle and warm. Everyone liked to make friends with him, and he was able to give everyone emotional value. But in fact, only he himself knew that beneath his always smiling appearance, he was actually extremely indifferent and even cold-blooded. In his eyes, the world was terrible, like a pool of stagnant water that would never change, or like a cage that bound everyone tightly. He longed for passion and hoped for everything to be more interesting. Day after day, Yuan could only endure this mediocre world. But fortunately, all that changed a week ago. Through the window glass, behind the black-framed glasses, Yuan's gentle expression disappeared in an instant, replaced by excitement and intense madness. Snap! In the dim fire stairwell, the faint light of the lighter illuminated the young man's painful face. He was the young man Yuan noticed in the morning. His full name was Huang Wenbin. He was an employee in the company's finance department. He was 26 years old and had married his girlfriend whom he had been dating since college half a year ago. Huang Wenbin lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. The strong nicotine quickly filled his lungs. He didn't smoke often, so he immediately started coughing violently. Cough. 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 The coughing was so severe that tears were about to flow. He didn't stop. He continued to smoke, and his movements were very loud, as if he was taking revenge on something. The fire of the cigarette butt lit up in the dimness. The cigarette butt burned quickly, and then he coughed more violently. Why? Huang Wenbin sat on the steps, holding his head with both hands, howling in pain. His bloodshot eyes were filled with the scenes he had seen last night. It was a picture of his newlywed wife Li Wenwen, whom he had been with since college, and Dai Wenai Yuan, the head of the finance department and vice president of Skyworth Technology, entangled nakedly. No wonder. No wonder I'm often asked to work overtime unexpectedly. Huang Wenbin suddenly realized. Yesterday was New Year's Eve, and he was supposed to rest, but he had a task at noon and hurried out. I guess this was to make room for him to make room for Mr. Dai. Sometimes, just before getting off work, he would suddenly be asked to work on some projects that were not so urgent. This was probably because Mr. Dai went to his house, right? Huang Wenbin's eyes were red and his body was shaking violently. He was born in a small fifth-tier city in Anhui province. His parents made a living by setting up a fried meatball stall in the vegetable market. He was able to walk to Hangzhou and buy a house in this city where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. He had already spent all the savings that the old couple had saved up for a lifetime. He himself did not dare to stop for a moment, and tried hard to stand on tiptoe and then earn money to repay the loan conscientiously. Hangzhou is the dream that this young man from this small city finally realized through the efforts of 2 generations of his family. But now, it seemed as if everything was shattered. Crunch! The fire escape door not far away was suddenly opened. Huang Wenbin subconsciously wiped away his tears. He looked up. Manager Lu. Oops! Why is there so much smoke? Lu Yuan fanned the smoke in front of him and spoke in a gentle tone. He closed the door and walked in front of Huang Wenbin, who was sitting, and looked down at the young man who was on the verge of emotional collapse. Lu, Manager Lu. Huang Wenbin stood up in a panic, lowered his head, and subconsciously wanted to apologize. But before he could say anything, he saw Manager Lu's right hand with an ancient golden ring on it fall on his shoulder. A gentle tone with a hint of majesty sounded in my ears. Can you tell me what happened? I don't know why. This scandal should have been hidden, but Huang Wenbin inexplicably had no thought or intention of rejecting or concealing it. He told everything with a piety and humility that he was not even aware of. So that's how it is. Lu Yuan nodded. Lu Yuan thought about it, and a compassionate smile appeared on his face. He reached his hand into his arms. When he pulled his hand out again, a mask as thin as a wing, emitting colorful light, appeared in his palm. The light from the mask was mysterious and dreamy, reflecting in the dim and silent fire stairwell. Huang Wenbin looked at the mask. At this moment, he found that he seemed to have a desire in his heart, an intense desire to possess this mask. His breathing became rapid and he kept swallowing his saliva. For some reason, the awe he felt for Manager Lu made him suppress this impulse. Marquardt's mask. Put it on. You can become anyone, with your face, height, or even fingerprints. I think it can help you. Lu Yuan saw Huang Wenbin's inner desire, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised behind his black-framed glasses. He gently handed the mask to Huang Wenbin. After saying that, he walked away calmly, but just halfway through, he stopped again, looked at the young man behind him and said gently, "Oh, I forgot to remind you. Be sure to control your desire when using it, otherwise it will lead you into the abyss." The door to the fire stairwell was closed again. The dark staircase. The decadent young man stared at the mask in his hand that was emitting a glass-colored light. What Manager Lu had just said was simply a fantasy, like an urban legend that only appeared in novels. But strangely, He didn't doubt it. Gulp. He swallowed hard, carefully lifted up the feather-thin mask and slowly put it on his face. The image of Vice President Yuan emerged in his mind. The next second, he felt a sharp pain, and the mask was penetrating into his skin like mercury. When I raised my head again, another completely different middle-aged face appeared in this stairwell. Huang Wenbin took out his mobile phone and turned on the front camera. When a strange yet familiar face appeared on the screen, his pupils contracted instantly. The hand loosened. The phone fell heavily on the steps. He stumbled backwards and bumped into the wall. Call. 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 He panted heavily for a long time, and as if he was thinking of something, a twisted and morbid excitement appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Chapter 2. Desire score plus 100. Yuan had just left the stairwell and walked into the elevator when a message popped up in front of him that made his eyes focus. He pushed up his glasses. He pressed the floor button calmly, and when the elevator door slowly closed, he clicked on the panel that only he could see. Name, Yuan. Number of souls, none. Desire points, 100 points. Pandora has been made. 3-001 Marquardt's mask. 0-001 Taboo ring. Pandora seeds. Tier 3 seed, 2. Yuan scanned it carefully and noticed that the desire points column had indeed increased by 100 points. A smile appeared on his face. He had obtained this system a week ago. As long as he continued to absorb desires and collect souls, he would be able to exchange them for Pandora seeds through the system, and thus create one item after another with magical powers but accompanied by negative effects. This kind of item was called Pandora. Pandora is divided into 4 levels, the highest level is 0 and the lowest level is 3. Among them, Pandora, which starts with level 0, has the terrifying ability to destroy countries and influence the direction of civilization. Even in the system that Yuan owns, the number of 0-level Pandoras is limited. A maximum of 33 0-level Pandora seeds can be exchanged, corresponding to 33 0-level Pandoras. Marquardt's mask has been delivered. Next, we still need to find a way to continue looking for items that can hold 3rd-tier seeds. Yuan thought. When the system was first obtained, the newcomer gift package contained 3 3rd-level seeds and 1 supreme 0-level seed. Yuan used 2 of them and had 2 left. He planned to make it into a prop as soon as possible and scatter the 3 3-level Pandoras into this materialistic world. An ambition had already grown in Yuan's heart without him realizing it. He wanted to see what kind of brilliant scene would emerge when countless magical items were continuously thrown into this stagnant and boring world. The revenge of ordinary people? An ambitious person takes the top position. What kind of conflict will occur between the old forces that control the world's original wealth and resources and the new forces that have obtained Pandora? What kind of changes will occur in the world's pattern and order? Yuan wanted to take a look. This will be a new world, and he will be the god who drives and overlooks this world. Bite. The elevator reached the 15th floor. Yuan came back to his senses. He controlled his breathing, which had become a little rapid. After taking a deep breath, he patted his clothes, smiled and walked out of the elevator. Meanwhile, on the other side, a dark fire stairwell. Call. Change back. The young employee Huang Wenbin reached out his hand to his face and gently took off the mask. The light from the mobile phone screen illuminated his excited face. He paced back and forth on the spot, and soon, there was only one thought left in his mind. Open the door. Walk out of the fire stairwell. He lowered his head slightly and walked towards the office of Yuan, the head of the finance department and vice president of Skyworth Technology. He was the most junior employee in the finance department, and it was reasonable that the department head should be in charge of him. But one day, he was suddenly selected by Vice President Dai as an assistant or something. At that time, he thought he was valued and went home to celebrate with his wife. It's really ridiculous when you think about it. Boom boom boom. Boom boom. Huang Wenbin stood outside Vice President Dai Wenyuan's office, feeling a little nervous and excited. He swallowed and knocked on the door. Enter. Wenbin, what's wrong? Huang Wenbin walked in. A middle-aged successful man with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses was sitting behind the table. He glanced at the young man, a knowing smile appeared on his face, and then he asked gently. Boss Dai. I feel a little unwell and would like to take half a day off to go to the hospital. Huang Wenbin lowered his head and said, when he came home yesterday and found his wife and Vice President Dai in bed, he didn't know what to do. He wanted to kick the door open and beat up the couple, but he was afraid of losing his job and not being able to pay the mortgage. He was afraid of losing everything. This was his parents' life's work. So, he felt so cowardly that he ran away from home silently and pretended nothing had happened. So that's how it is. You look a little bit under the weather. Well, don't stay here for a long time. I'll give you a day off. Go now. Dai Wenyuan stretched out his hand and knocked on the table. After looking at the timid young staff, he raised the corners of his mouth and said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Dai. Huang Wenbin responded with his head down. He took 2 steps back, turned around and left the office. Soon. Left the company. Standing in the square of the company building, the bright morning sunshine sprinkled on Huang Wenbin unreservedly. He faced the sunshine, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened them suddenly. He first walked to a nearby shopping mall, and when he came out of the bathroom, he looked like a completely different person, a handsome middle-aged man who was just a little fat. Riverside, Sunshine Coast. After taking a taxi, Huang Wenbin reported in a deep voice. When the voice came out of his mouth, he noticed that even his voice had changed. He clenched his fists tightly and his body was shaking slightly. Binjiang Sunshine Coast is one of the most luxurious houses in Hangzhou, with a unit price of over 100,000 yuan per square meter, and the smallest unit is a large flat of 378 square meters. A single unit costs at least 30 to 40 million yuan. The taxi has arrived. Huang Wenbin walked towards the main gate of the community nervously. He had been to this community before to pick up documents for Mr. Dai. When he stood at the pedestrian entrance of the community, the facial recognition system in front of the door scanned him and the door opened immediately. Huang Wenbin breathed a sigh of relief and was about to quicken his pace when a respectful voice suddenly came from not far away. Boss Dai. Why are you back alone at this time? The property manager, a middle-aged man in formal attire, had a warm smile on his face. Nothing, nothing. No, ahem. I need to come back to pick up an important document. Huang Wenbin's heart beat to his throat. He was a little flustered at first, but soon he pretended to be calm and responded. He pretended to be Vice President Dai, said nothing more, and walked towards home. Although the property manager felt that there was something strange, he did not intend to investigate further. Call. Call. Huang Wenbin entered the building, first checked behind him, then took several deep breaths. He adjusted his mind and walked into the elevator. On the 17th floor, I successfully entered the house through the facial recognition lock. It has European-style decoration, 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, and 3 coat racks, and it has the best first-line river view. There is no one in the room. Huang Wenbin entered the room, took a quick look, then went straight into the shower room, took off his clothes, turned on the shower, hid his changed clothes, and found a set of Dai Wenyuan's formal clothes from the cloakroom and put them on. Just as I sat down on the sofa in the living room, I heard the door open behind me. Hey! Honey, why are you back? A loose oatmeal-colored sweater, paired with a knitted wrap skirt, and thick flesh-colored stockings wrapped around her round calves. The gentle and dignified woman was taking off her tweed coat while looking at her husband in front of the sofa. Although this woman is 40 years old, she is well maintained. Her skin is fair and rosy, her figure is soft and graceful without a trace of fat, and she has an elegant temperament that young girls do not have. She is like ripe fruit wine, exuding the most wonderful fragrance. Gulp. Huang Wenbin sat up straight, looking at the elegant woman, his palms sweating. His heart was beating fast, and he felt his adrenaline was being secreted crazily. This is a feeling that drives him crazy. He put on the face of the president, and the president's wife was calling her husband. Chapter 3. Husband. Are you feeling unwell? Riverside, Sunshine Coast. Zhang Meijing, 40, looked at her husband and asked with some concern. She walked to Huang Wenbin, leaned down, and put her slightly cool palm on her husband's forehead. No fever. Why are you sweating so much? Zhang Meijing's beautiful eyes moved, and she asked with concern, are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Call. As the beautiful woman in front of him got closer, a faint fragrance wafted in his nose. The beast in Huang Wenbin's heart seemed to be awakened. He swallowed his saliva, unable to restrain himself any longer. He just reached out and pulled, and with a cry, Zhang Meijing opened her eyes wide and fell into the man's arms. The beautiful woman was a little flustered at first, but when she met her husband's gaze, she was actually happy. As she entered middle age, she and her husband had been together less and less. The last time was probably half a year ago. A long time passed. In the master bedroom, on the large bed in classical European style, Zhang Meijing half closed her eyes and lazily leaned in her husband's arms, her fingertips gently stroking her husband's chest. Why are you so awesome today? I'm in a bit of pain. There was a sense of satisfaction in Zhang Meijing's voice, like a cat's. Not for a long time. Huang Wenbin put his arm around the beautiful woman's shoulders, his eyes swept across the bedroom, and after hearing these words, he said in a muffled voice. Ah! That's right. Zhang Meijing suddenly sat up and leaned over to the bedside table to look for something. As she did so, the straps of her purple suspender nightgown slipped off her shoulders. Here. Her cheeks were still rosy as she handed over a thin cigarette. Huang Wenbin was stunned, but he quickly took the cigarette and put it to his lips. Zhang Meijing approached and lit it for her husband herself. Huang Wenbin exhaled a puff of smoke. He leaned against the bed, with the soft fragrance in his arms, looking at this luxury house that he could never afford in his lifetime, his eyes swallowed by the greed that kept pouring in. At first, his heart was filled with revenge, but now, greed has surpassed anger and the desire for revenge. Why? Why can't I have a life like this? Desire score plus 100. Desire score plus 100. Desire score plus 100. Skyworth Technology. Yuan, who was looking at a project in the office, suddenly stopped and looked at the pop-up messages in surprise. In just a short while, the points had increased by 1,000 points. What is this doing? Yuan pushed his glasses, leaned back in his chair, turned the chair, looked out the floor-to-ceiling window behind him, chuckled and whispered. Pandora, as its name suggests, Pandora's box will constantly arouse the inner desires of the user. If the user's willpower is not strong, he will soon be destroyed. Huang Wenbin. Where is your life going? Yuan tapped the armrest with his fingertips, curiosity emerging in his eyes. He thought about it, first looking through the panel connected to Marquardt's mask, and glimpsed the scene the latter was experiencing, with a slight smile on his face. He further clicked on the secondary page of Mask of Marquardt. On this page, Yuan saw a transparent five-pointed star. A hint of black appeared in one corner of the transparent five-pointed star. Regardless of the rank, every Pandora has the potential of 3 stars, which is equivalent to the growth rate. At the beginning of birth, there is only the rank, but no growth rate. Later, it needs to continuously infuse desires and even souls to grow to the limit of the rank and possess true power. For example, this mask of Marquardt, when its growth rate increases, can even give the user physical fitness and learning ability far beyond that of ordinary people. Tisk. Yuan continued to observe for a while, then shook his head. He saw the beast through Huang Wenbin's eyes, a desire that was about to break free from its restraints. Huang Wenbin obviously lacked control over this desire. Perhaps the results will come out soon. Whispered. After closing the page, Yuan looked at the computer again, and his slender 10 fingers tapped on the keyboard and started working. The morning passed in a flash. Noon, 11:30. Call. As soon as the elevator door opened, the young female employee Nai Xiao hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd and looked at herself in the mirror in the elevator hall. Her long hair was tied up, her round face was rosy, she was wearing a striped business suit with a white shirt on her upper body, and a half-length hip skirt on her lower body. The exposed part of her calf was wrapped in black pantyhose, and she was wearing a pair of exquisite leather shoes on her feet. Nai Xiao straightened her clothes, took a deep breath, and walked towards the R&D team, waiting obediently outside the large office. From time to time, colleagues from the R&D team would come out after get-off work and look at this young female colleague with curiosity and gossip. It was at this moment. A plain figure appeared in the distance. Nai Xiao's eyes lit up, and her face was full of joy. She said happily. "Lu, Manager Lu. Have you been waiting for a long time?" Yuan walked up to her with a smile, lowered his head and looked at the girl. Feeling his gaze, the young girl's cheeks became redder, her eyelashes trembled, and the smile on her face became even deeper. She said gently, "Why don't you come in and find me? I'm afraid it will affect your work." Nai Xiao's voice was very soft. "I'll come out earlier next time. Let's go eat. Is there anything you want to eat? I know there's a new restaurant nearby that's pretty good." After Yuan finished speaking, he walked towards the elevator hall. Nai Xiao hurriedly followed, walking on the right side of Manager Lu with her head slightly lowered, her little head still thinking over and over again about Manager Lu's last words, "Next time? Come out earlier." Wow! Manager Lu is so considerate. Also, does this mean that Manager Lu will have lunch with me next time? As she thought about this, her eyes lit up and she was extremely happy. After hearing the question, she paused and quickly responded. "No need to go out, just stay in the cafeteria. The company's cafeteria is on the 11th floor. Located near the floor-to-ceiling windows." Yuan smiled as he looked at the young girl in the midday sun. He saw every little thought of the young girl and found it interesting. Before he gained the ability, he was gentle on the outside but cold on the inside, and didn't care about most of the things in this world. But after he gained the ability, Yuan's attitude towards the world became more lively. "Eat slowly." Yuan noticed a grain of rice on Nai Xiao's cheek, and he couldn't help but stretch out his hand. His warm fingertips touched the girl's fair face, and he pinched off the rice and put it on the paper. The girl's eyes widened, her face suddenly flushed, and her head looked like it was steaming out of a cartoon. She didn't come to her senses until she finished lunch and returned to the HR office, where her girlfriends surrounded her. In the evening, 5:45. It was getting dark. The young man, in a state completely different from that in the morning, rushed into the office building. He walked to the lounge area in the lobby and sat down on a sofa where he could see the elevator hall. His emotions were very strange, sometimes excited and sometimes nervous. He kept looking towards the elevator entrance, and was the first to look when someone walked out. When another wave of people walked out, he seemed to see someone and stood up suddenly. "You guys go first. I have something to do." Yuan glanced at the rest area and said to the two colleagues beside him with a smile. "A little rain. Be safe on the road, and send me a message when you get home." Seeing Nai Xiao still standing behind him obediently, Yuan couldn't help but speak gently. After the little girl left, looking back every few steps, he walked towards the young man not far away with a smile on his face. He walked up to the young man. He sat on the sofa by himself. Land. Manager Lu. The young man swallowed and looked at Lu Yuan in awe. He stood in front of Lu Yuan with his body trembling slightly. He didn't know what to do with his hands and greeted him nervously. Chapter 4. Sit down and talk. The lounge on the first floor of the office building. In front of the sofa. Lu Yuan leaned back with his legs crossed. He gently played with the ancient ring on his right fingertips and said with a smile. Call. Good. Huang Wenbin looked at manager Lu, and scenes kept appearing in front of his eyes in the morning when he had his outburst at Mr. Lu's home in the guise of President Dai. The incredible mask and the extraordinary abilities that only appeared in novels. All of this made manager Lu suddenly mysterious in his eyes. He gasped and responded quickly. He dared to sit only halfway, his hands grasping his thighs nervously, his upper body stretched straight. After experiencing the scene in the morning, his inner desire was released. He wants to do more. He wants to have more. Before the devil pushed him to do these things, the last bit of reason in Huang Wenbin's heart made him find Director Lu, wanting to get further information, or in other words, get a promise to continue using Marquardt's mask. It seems that you are quite satisfied with the mask I gave you. Lu Yuan observed the young man with a smile on his face. He was the first to break the silence and spoke gently. Manager Lu. Hearing this, Huang Wenbin raised his head and looked into Lu Yuan's eyes, which were black and white and seemed to be able to see straight into his heart. His heart began to beat rapidly. He had a hunch that what he had done during the day must have been known by manager Lu. His face flushed and his voice suddenly rose. I appreciate the props you gave me. If it weren't for you, I will have to feel aggrieved for the rest of my life. I will never be able to complete such a revenge in my life. You may not know that my hometown is a small city in Huizhou, and my parents make fried dumplings in the vegetable market. It was not easy for them to help me buy a house in Hangzhou, but, that BCH ruined everything. Huang Wenbin was very excited, his body was shaking violently, and he kept expressing his gratitude. His eyes turned red. Now. It was the peak time for getting off work, and office workers kept coming out of the elevator and leaving the office building and heading into the night city of Hangzhou. I don't know if it was because the two of them were sitting in a remote location, the first floor of the building was tall enough, or some other reason. In short, no one of the office workers paid too much attention to this place. Desire score plus 100. Desire score plus 100. Lu Yuan had a gentle look on his face, with a faint smile on his face from beginning to end. He looked at the young man in front of him and at the prompts that kept popping up. He raised his right hand. Huang Wenbin immediately stopped talking. Don't worry. The mask is given to you, and it will belong to you until you die. Lu Yuan said gently. Huang Wenbin's words just now were just expressing gratitude, describing the difficulties his parents had gone through, and the betrayal of that woman. On the surface, there is no mention of the ownership of the mask, but in fact, the purpose behind every word he says is Pandora, the mask of Marquardt. Call. Call. Thank you, Manager Lu. Huang Wenbin clenched his fists tightly, his heart began to beat heavily, and he was about to be swallowed up by crazy joy. He panted rapidly, his eyes were wide open, and even the corners of his eyes were about to burst. He grinned and said excitedly. I won't care what you do. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad in the secular sense. Now that I've given it to you, it has nothing to do with me anymore. Lu Yuan said this and prepared to get up. He was tall and broad-shouldered. Standing in front of Huang Wenbin, he had to lower his head to look at the young man who had also stood up. Behind his black-framed glasses, he glanced at the young man with a calm gaze and then looked away. He put his hands in his coat pockets, walked to the floor-to-ceiling glass, looked at the neon-lit city in the distance, and said, "Only. I need to tell you this. It's called Marquardt's mask, and it's also called Pandora." Yuan turned around and looked at the young man again. Coincidentally, the latter was standing in the shadow where the two lights intersected, and the shadow enveloped him. Pause. He continued, "The closer you are to the abyss, the closer the devil is to you. Don't let desire escape your control. This is your only weapon to fight the devil. All right. Let's stop here today." Yuan patted his clothes, walked out of the lounge and walked out of the Skyworth building. "Pandora," Huang Wenbin whispered. He felt a slight sense of vigilance in his heart, but then he was immediately filled with the joy of being able to completely control the mask of Marquardt. Ding-a-ling! Ding-a-ling! At this moment, the mobile phone in his arms interrupted Huang Wenbin's thoughts. He came back to his senses and took out his phone. In the caller ID column, the word wife was particularly clear. He didn't answer the call directly, but just stared at the screen. His eyes kept changing, and his hand holding the phone was exerting force, and veins on his arm were bulging. Call. Huang Wenbin's clenched hands suddenly began to relax before his emotions exploded. He took a deep breath. Press to connect. Hello. Honey, are you off work yet? What do you want to eat tonight? How about I make your favorite garlic pork ribs? And how about some long beans and eggplant? A gentle voice came through the receiver. Good. Huang Wenbin responded. Hey. Hubby? What happened? You don't seem to be in a good mood. Husband. Husband. Be happy, don't be unhappy. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to have noticed something and spoke in a sweet tone to try to make her husband happy. Huang Wenbin perfunctorily replied in silence as he also walked out of the building. As usual, he walked to the nearest bus stop and squeezed onto the crowded bus. No location. Just stand in the back carriage. His eyes were looking at the traffic outside the window and the neon city that was receding. Huang Wenbin returned to the community and walked to the door of his house calmly. The electronic lock with facial recognition automatically opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, footsteps were heard from inside the house. Honey, you're back. Wait a little longer, this is the last dish. Wash your hands first. I've peeled an apple for you. Have a bite first. Tie your long hair back. The woman in a beige sweater and an apron stuck her head out with a spatula in her right hand. She looked at Huang Wenbin and said gently. She suddenly opened her eyes wide and stuck out her tongue. No more talking, there are still vegetables in the pot. After saying that, the woman rushed into the kitchen in a panic. Huang Wenbin looked at all this. The more heartwarming the scenes before him were, the angrier he became, extremely angry. But the strange thing was that the angrier he was, the calmer his face became. Closed the door. Changed into slippers. Go to the kitchen. He looked at his wife in the kitchen, suddenly opened his hands, and his powerful right hand suddenly pinched his wife's neck. Chapter 5. At night, 7:15. Hangzhou. This is a small home with an area of only 90 square meters. The decoration is not luxurious, but every detail of the arrangement shows that the owner wants to live a good life. It is very warm. The cloud-shaped lights were on, and the words Fu, blessing, that had just been pasted during the Huxia New Year were still on the windows and bedroom doors. Boom! A crisp sound exploded. In the kitchen, the young man's eyes were red, and his right hand was like a powerful vice, tightly grasping the woman's neck, pressing back with great force. The gentle young woman subconsciously grabbed her husband's right hand with both hands, and staggered back at the same time. Her back hit the stove where the food was still cooking, and the iron pan overturned, and the hot oil from the small stir-fry poured onto the table and the deep blue flame, making a sizzling sound. Some of the scalding hot food and oil spilled onto the woman's back. The scorching heat burned Li Wenwen so much that she wanted to scream, but her neck was strangled tightly. Asphyxia. Fear. It began to loom over her heart. In her struggle, her eyes met her husband's gaze, like a wild animal that had lost its mind. At this moment, she realized that Huang Wenbin really wanted to kill her. Why? Li Wenwen grabbed Huang Wenbin's arms with her fingernails and tried to kick her husband away with her legs, but the strength disparity between men and women was too great. She opened and closed her lips, making sounds with difficulty. Why? Ha! You ask me why? Huang Wenbin growled. Why didn't you ask me why when you sent me out? While I'm working overtime, what are you doing, BCH? It's you. You ruined it all. Huang Wenbin roared. He also stretched out his left hand. The woman's struggle became more intense at first, and then gradually became quieter. At the last moment, Li Wenwen gave up struggling but looked at her husband with a complicated look, apology, regret, and regret. The light in his eyes completely dimmed. I don't know how much time passed. Huang Wenbin let go of his hand, and the gentle woman in an apron and a sweater fell to the ground without any support, her hair disheveled. Call! 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 Heavy noises were heard in the quiet kitchen. Huang Wenbin stood there stupidly. He hugged his head with his hands and ran his fingers through his hair. He looked at his wife on the ground. At this moment, the beautiful memories of the past kept appearing before his eyes. He knelt weakly in front of his wife's body, his lips trembling and tears rolling down uncontrollably. 10 minutes later. Click! Huang Wenbin stood up and reached out to turn off the gas stove that was still burning. He seemed to have regained his composure. He glanced at his wife's body, turned around and walked out of the kitchen. Hello? Dad? Mom? I'm sorry, you should just treat me as if I'm not your son. By the way, I will find a way to get you some money for your retirement. Don't tell anyone about this money, and don't give it to anyone. Huang Wenbin first called his parents in his hometown, said only this sentence, and hung up while the two elders were asking questions in panic. After walking around the house, Huang Wenbin quickly left the house carrying a bag. Into the night. Desire score plus 100. Desire score plus 100. At the same time, Lu Yuan, who was squatting in front of a stall in the Hangzhou mid-levels flea market, was attracted by a pop-up message. Through Pandora's connection, he saw a warm little home and a kitchen full of smoke, and then, he witnessed the woman's death with his own eyes. Boss likes this doll. You have a very good eye. I got this from a wealthy family. The vendor in front of the stall saw that Lu Yuan's eyes were fixed on a Western-style doll, and thought that a big customer had come, so he rubbed his hands and spoke enthusiastically. $5,000, take it away. No. Thanks. Lu Yuan came back to his senses and turned off the system. He pushed up his black-framed glasses, met the vendor's enthusiastic gaze, and responded gently. Then he stood up and walked to the next stall. From far behind him, he could hear the vendor calling out. 2005. 2000. 500. Boss, please don't leave. If you really like me, just treat it as making a friend. Take the $50. 30 can't be any lower. You name the amount, and I'll sell it to you for the money. At this time, the mid-levels flea market is very lively. The middle pedestrian path has a long strip of vendor stalls, and there are shops on both sides. Lu Yuan walked while searching for a container that could hold the seeds. According to his explorations over the past week, objects that can carry seeds often have an unusual past. For example, they may have been infected with the most passionate emotions, desires, and obsessions of their former owners. Or, their very existence is a symbol of a status, and they have been influenced by long-term worship. Lu Yuan walked into an antique shop. It was not really an antique shop, but a higher-level second-hand shop, where the items were more valuable than those sold in the stalls outside. A faint red light flashed in a cabinet on the right side. Yuan did not walk over directly, but casually glanced at the door, and finally walked to the cabinet and finally saw the object shrouded in red light. A third-level carrier. Yuan watched. This is an extremely delicate Western ancient Roman-style silver hairpin, which is 9 inches long. On the top of the hairpin is a somewhat strange carving. Blood. Yuan saw a hint of dark red at the tip of the hairpin. Boss, how much is this hairpin? Which one? Wait a minute, I'll put on some glasses. At the counter, an old man with thinning hair lowered his head to look for his reading glasses. He walked over and looked in the direction Yuan pointed. Here, give me 2,000 yuan. Okay, help me pack it up. Yuan said. He agreed so readily that the old man, who had already prepared his words, was stunned. He first showed a look of joy on his face, and then he felt a little regretful for saying no. But he didn't say anything more. He quickly opened the door, took out the hairpin, put it in a mahogany box and handed it to Yuan. After receiving a carrier, Yuan hurriedly visited the remaining shops in the flea market. Not finding any more surprises, he took a taxi and went home. Meow. As soon as I opened the door, a black cat without a single color on its body, which had been squatting in front of the door, meowed. Old White, are you good at home today? Yuan reached out and petted the cat. He refilled Lao Bai's cat food and water, and walked into the study room with the hairpins he bought. Behind him, the black cat Lao Bai looked at his master's back with his dark eyes, and actually followed him. Why are you here? Okay, let's witness it together. As soon as Yuan sat down, the black cat jumped into his arms, whispered with a faint smile on its gentle face. Touch the system with your mind. Next second. A mysterious and dazzling seed emitting an eerie light appeared out of nowhere in the study, and it floated in front of Yuan and Lao Bai. When seeing the seed, the black cat in Yuan's arms became obviously agitated, wagging its long tail. It even wanted to break away from Yuan's arms and jump onto the table. Old White. Don't worry. Yuan comforted Lao Bai. He took out a hairpin and brought it close to the seed. The mysterious seed on his fingertips was like a drop of water that kept dissolving into the hairpin. Bite. You have received Pandora No 3-002. Please name Pandora No 3-002. 3-002. Its former owner had stabbed it into the hearts of many young girls, and bright red blood flowed out through the tube inside the hairpin. The user stabs 3-002 into the target's heart. It can drain every drop of the target's blood and extract a drop of life essence. Using the life essence can rejuvenate the host and make them stay young forever. Yuan read the text carefully. I was surprised by the ability of this Pandora. After a moment, he thought and said, Lilith's blood needle, let's name it Lilith's blood needle. Bite. Naming successful. Pandora No 3-002, Lilith's blood needle. The study room returned to its former tranquility. Yuan looked at the silver hairpin that had completely changed its appearance, while his hand was still slowly stroking the lying black cat. He lowered his head. Look at his own Lao Bai. In his eyes, Lao Bai was also shrouded in red light, and its strangeness and brilliance far exceeded the light when he met the hairpin, like a red moon. And this kind of light represents that the black cat at home has the potential to carry the highest zero-level seed. Chapter 6. Boom boom boom. Just at this moment, a knock on the door interrupted Yuan's thoughts. He glanced outside the study, put the hairpins in front of him into the wooden box, and put the box into the drawer. He patted Old White, who was nestled on his thigh, and the fat black cat lazily jumped to the floor. Mr. Lu. Call. Thank God you're home. Outside the door. The young woman holding a little girl of about 4 or 5 years old showed joy on her face when she saw Liu Yuan. The woman was obviously wearing makeup, wearing delicate earrings and red lips. She was wearing a white striped cardigan and a black stepmother skirt that wrapped around her mature and graceful pear-shaped figure. Shen Hongru met Liu Yuan's gaze and said somewhat embarrassedly, "What's the matter?" A gentle smile appeared on Liu Yuan's face. The house he lived in was also located in Binjiang district, not far from the company, and was a mid to high-end apartment. The person in front of him was his neighbor, a single mother, a company executive, 33 years old, 3 years older than him. "It's our Yuan." As soon as she came back from kindergarten, she started clamoring to play with Xiaobai. No matter how much we persuade her, she won't listen. Shen Hongru's eyelashes trembled and she spoke quickly. After she finished speaking, she quietly pinched the little finger of her daughter. The clever girl stuck out her tongue and nodded her head vigorously, "Yes, yes, it's Yuan. Uncle Liu. I miss Xiaobai so much. Wow. Noob." Yuan saw the black cat walking out from behind the door, her eyes lit up and she said happily, taking off her little shoes and running into the house right past Liu Yuan without even putting on slippers. "Miss Shen, come in too," Liu Yuan said with a smile. He saw Shen Hongru's pretty face flushed, and she looked a little guilty when she met his gaze, but he didn't care and gently moved aside. "Has Mr. Liu eaten yet?" "Not yet." "That's perfect. I cooked a little more food and brought it to Mr. Liu as a thank you." Shen Hongru lifted the bag in her hand, and when she saw that Liu Yuan did not refuse, she showed a hint of charm on her face. She put the bag in her hand on the shoe cabinet, bent down and took off her high heels, revealing her jade feet wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. She put on slippers and walked to the dining table familiarly. Liu Yuan glanced at the living room, where old Bai was lying on the floor with the little girl, and walked to the dining table. The phone in his pocket kept vibrating, and he saw Nai Xiao who carefully sent 3 or 4 messages on WeChat, first saying "I'm home," and then some words of sharing. Liu Yuan casually scanned them and put away his phone, without any intention of replying. "That's right. Miss Shen, I have a pretty good bottle of red wine here. Would you like to have a drink with me?" Liu Yuan seemed to remember something, turned and walked to the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of red wine, looked at Shen Hongru, shook the bottle, and said with a smile, "It's rare for Mr. Liu to invite me, I can't spoil his fun." Shen Hongru was slightly stunned, then took off the hairband on her wrist, tied up her scattered long hair, and said gracefully. A hint of joy welled up in her heart. Before, although Mr. Liu was very gentle in his dealings with others, when she wanted to get closer to him, she always encountered a distance between them. This time, Mr. Liu did not reject her again. At the same moment, in the night, Huang Wenbin was sitting in the back seat of a taxi. He lowered his head slightly, his heart still beating fast, and he felt a burning pain in his forearms through his sleeves on both sides. Arrive. The taxi stopped at the side of the road, and the middle-aged driver pressed the meter, 70 yuan. Sweep it over. Huang Wenbin gestured at his cell phone and said in a muffled voice. It was early March, and the nights in Hangzhou were still a little chilly. Huang Wenbin shivered subconsciously when he opened the car door. He put his hands in his pockets, looked around, and then started walking. He first deliberately bought some things at 2 nearby convenience stores, showing his face on different surveillance cameras. He carried the bags and headed into the nearby urban village. After entering a small hotel and paying the bill, Huang Wenbin kept looking around as he walked toward the room on the second floor. He happened to catch a glimpse of a middle-aged, portly man in one of the rooms whose door was not closed. Call. 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 A dim and yellow small hotel. Huang Wenbin sat on the bed, his hands tightly clasped around his legs, his breathing was dull and rapid. He was nervous and scared, and before long, he reached into his arms, and the mask, which was as thin as a wing and emitted colorful light in the dim room, was gently covered over his facial features. An incredible scene happened silently in this tiny place. The translucent mask penetrated into Huang Wenbin's skin like mercury. Next second, the features on his face began to change, his body shape began to change, and soon, the middle-aged man whom he had just glimpsed appeared in front of the bed. Huang Wenbin kept touching his face and reaching for his stomach. He wanted to run to the bathroom, staggering and almost falling to the ground. He rushed into the bathroom, stood in front of the mirror holding the sink, and looked at the strange face in the mirror. Although he had experienced it before, it still felt incredible when he experienced it again. Quiet room. In the bathroom mirror, the middle-aged man's expression kept changing from excitement to madness and distortion. He quickly changed into clothes, opened the window of the room facing another self-built building, walked to the door, listened for a moment, opened the door, and left calmly. "Hello. Boss Dai. It's me, Huang Wenbin." Huang Wenbin walked into a roadside telephone booth. Nowadays, the few remaining telephone booths in Hangzhou serve more of a public welfare function, and calls within the city can be made free of charge during a limited time. Press a string of numbers heavily. Beep. While waiting for the call to be answered, Huang Wenbin glanced at the phone booth and quickly confirmed that there was no surveillance in this phone booth. At the same time, the call was connected. The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth rose. His greasy facial features strangely changed into that of a young man. This was Huang Wenbin's original appearance. When he heard the word "Hu," Huang Wenbin chuckled. "Husband. Who is it?" Sunshine Coast, large flat luxury house. Zhang Meijing, a beautiful woman wearing a silk pajamas, a facial mask on her face, and lying on the sofa applying essential oil on her beautiful legs, was just about to praise her husband for his bravery during the day when she saw her husband Dai Wenai Yuan, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV on the other side, suddenly had a gloomy face after receiving a phone call. She couldn't help but ask out loud. "Nothing. There's a problem at the company and I need to go over there temporarily to handle it." Dai Wenai Yuan pushed his gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, thought for a moment, stood up, and said as he walked out of the house. He put on a coat and continued. "Don't worry, he should be back soon." 3 minutes later, the black Mercedes S-Class drove out of the garage and plunged into the night of Hangzhou. Chapter 7. Uncle. Shuimu King Hua Yuan, Building 4, 602, is this the place? The elevator door opened. The young policeman came out and walked to the door while talking to the reporter on the other end of the phone. "Right. It's Shuimu King Hua Yuan, room 602. "Thank you, comrade, thank you. I called my son but no one answered. I called my daughter-in-law but no one answered either. Something must have happened." Huizhou Province, Zucan City. In the old house, 50-year-old Huang Jinbao sat on the sofa, holding his mobile phone restlessly. His wife Yu Qin clenched her hands and kept silently chanting Amitabha bless you or something like that. After their son made that call, the old couple panicked and immediately called and sent messages to inquire but received no response. They immediately called their daughter-in-law, but the phone just kept ringing but no one answered. The old couple panicked and called the police. Boom! 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 The sound of the police knocking on the door came through the receiver in an old house in Zucan, 500 kilometers away. "It's fine. It's fine." Huang Jinbao was comforting his wife and also comforting himself. "Uncle." No one opened the door. The young policeman looked at the door and said. Just then, the resident next door opened the door after hearing the noise, and after seeing the policeman, he told them about the roaring sound he had vaguely heard not long ago. The young policeman and the old couple on the other end of the phone felt a sudden pang in their hearts. After getting the old couple's consent, the policeman took 2 steps back and began to bang on the door. Bang! 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 The door was broken. The young policeman rushed into the house, his eyes swept through the living room and bedroom, and then walked to the kitchen. He saw the woman lying on the kitchen floor at a glance. The policeman's heartbeat began to accelerate. He held the phone that was still talking, and carefully approached and touched the woman's breath with his fingertips. Dead, dead. Combining what the old couple said when they reported the case and the neighbor's description just now, it is not difficult to guess that the murderer in this case is their son. Call. 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 The young policeman tightly gripped his cell phone, his breathing became heavy, and for some reason he was suddenly unable to speak. Comrade. Comrade. Have you seen my son and daughter-in-law? Are they okay? Huang Jinbeo's voice came from the phone, and one could clearly hear the uneasiness and fear in his voice. Ms. Shen. Don't call me Ms. Shen, call me Hung Gru. Ms. Shen and Ms. Shen sound strange. Riverside District, apartment. On the sofa, the little girl with pigtails had been coaxed to sleep by Lao Bai at some point, covered with a thin blanket. The black cat was lying lazily on the other side, its long black tail swinging comfortably. Dining room. Single mother Shen Hung Gru took off her cardigan at some point, wearing only a black stepmother skirt. She had already drunk most of the bottle of red wine she had just opened. Shen Hung Gru's warm and fair skin was as red as agate, and a trace of confusion appeared in her eyes. When she heard Liu Yuan calling her, she immediately said, "Good. Sister Hung Gru." Liu Yuan smiled and responded. He picked up the red wine beside him, shook the bottle, and poured it in while saying gently, "Sister Hung Gru, don't call me Mr. Liu anymore. Just call me Liu Yuan. There's only a little bit left, let's drink it all in one gulp." After a crisp clink of glasses, the meal was over. Shen Hung Gru seemed a little drunk. After Liu Yuan cleaned up the table, he saw that she was still sitting at the table, with her chin propped up by her hand, as if she had fallen asleep. Who knew that when Liu Yuan was about to pet Shen Hung Gru, the latter raised her head with a dazed look and suddenly wrapped her arms around Liu Yuan's neck. The red lips opened and closed. The aroma of red wine hits you in the face. She stared at Liu Yuan's mouth, stood on tiptoe, raised her head, and leaned in. Liu Yuan naturally did not refuse. Feeling the delicate tip of his tongue, he held the woman's waist with his left hand, and his right hand slid into the hem of her skirt with familiarity. Desire score plus 100. Desire score plus 100. The cool moonlight shone through the French windows of the apartment and onto the floor. Liu Yuan no longer paid attention to the messages that kept popping up, and just immersed himself in enjoying the mature beauty in front of him. In the night, Dai Yuan drove to an apartment building near the company. He also had a house here and would come here to rest occasionally. Huang Wenbin, his assistant, naturally knew this place. Grass. What kind of bug dares to threaten me? After stopping the car, Dai Yuan did not get out directly. Instead, a ferocious look appeared on his gentle face with gold-rimmed glasses, and he reached out and hit the steering wheel hard. After a while, he got out of the car with a dark face. Go up to the 26th floor. The long corridor was empty. Dai Yuan walked towards his apartment. Halfway through, a shadow came out of the fire escape stairwell and followed him. "You, what are you doing? Playing tricks?" When he arrived at the door, Dai Yuan took out the key to open the door and only then did he notice Huang Wenbin. He was startled and glared at him and cursed. After saying that, he walked into the house impatiently. "Go ahead. How much do you want?" Dai Yuan turned on the light, took out a cigarette, and chattered without turning his head, "Damn it, you two are setting a trap for me, right? You deliberately let your wife seduce me." Behind him, Huang Wenbin closed the door, and his black and white eyes stared at the vice president of Skyworth Technology, who was facing away from him. While the latter was still talking, he took the opportunity to step forward and took his hand out of his pocket. It was a nylon rope as thick as a thumb. Without any hesitation, Huang Wenbin put the belt around Dai Wenyuan's neck, pressed his back against Dai Wenyuan's back, and with his hands and feet, he suddenly lifted Dai Wenyuan up. Woo! Before Dai Wenyuan could react, his eyes widened. The feeling of suffocation made him feel scared, and his legs kicked frantically. His hands kept beating behind him. Seeing that the person behind him had no intention of stopping, he tried to grab the rope around his neck with both hands. Struggle. The last struggle. His face gradually turned pale, his strength began to disappear, and his eyeballs rolled upwards. When Dai Wenyuan was about to die, Huang Wenbin loosened the rope, turned his head and looked at the vice president whose face was pressed to the ground with a last glimmer of light in his eyes. Ha! Ha ha! Huang Wenbin laughed with some craziness. The moment he squatted in front of Dai Wenyuan, the features on his face began to change until he completely turned into the latter's appearance. After. I am you. Your wife is my wife, your son is my son, your money, is my money. Huang Wenbin looked into Dai Wenyuan's eyes and said. Dai Wenyuan's pupils dilated weakly, and then his entire consciousness fell into the abyss in eternal darkness. Chapter 8. The next day. It's 9 in the morning and the weather is fine. Liu Yuan, wearing a woolen coat and carrying a briefcase, walked into the company building while reading a police report. At about 9 p.m. on March 10, our bureau received a report from the public, that resident Li Wenwen, female, 26 years old, had died. Upon investigation, her husband Huang Wenbin, male, 26 years old, was a major suspect in the crime. Currently, Huang Wenbin is out of contact. As soon as he finished reading the message, Liu Yuan saw a police car parked outside the building and 2 policemen also walked into the company. Manager Liu. Manager Liu. It was at this moment. Nai Xiaoyu, a young employee who had been waiting on the first floor, ran over happily carrying a small backpack and a KFC breakfast in her hand. Xiaoyu. Morning. Liu Yuan looked away, a gentle smile appeared on his face, he looked into Nai Xiaoyu's eyes that seemed to be able to speak, and smiled. Morning, Manager Liu. Nai Xiaoyu was immediately embarrassed by Manager Liu's look, her cheeks flushed, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. The young girl had a completely different style from the mature woman last night. Ah! By the way, Manager Liu, I bought too much breakfast again. Can you help me eat this? Nai Xiaoyu seemed to remember something, and suddenly raised her head and stuffed the paper bag in her hand into Liu Yuan's hand. The two walked towards the elevator hall together. Not long after walking, Nai Xiaoyu asked again, Manager Liu, were you looking at those 2 policemen just now? I'm telling you. It seems that a colleague of ours took his wife. Now the police are here to inquire about the situation. So that's how it is. Liu Yuan nodded calmly. I walked into my office and threw the paper bag containing my KFC breakfast into the trash can just like I did yesterday. Sit at the table. He opened a black leather notebook and wrote on the latest page. 3-001, Marquardt's mask. Completion, 0 stars. Ability. 1. Wearing a mask can change into the appearance of any person you have ever seen, including facial features, body shape, and voice. 2. As the degree of completion increases, the wearer's learning ability and physical fitness will be improved. Negative effects. 1. Amplify the negative emotions in your heart until you completely become a slave to desire. 2. After being a ghost for a long time, you will eventually become a ghost. One day, when you wake up and take off the mask on your face, you will find that the facial features that belonged to you originally began to disappear. Liu Yuan flipped through the records, took out the pen cap, and added some words on it. For example, he wrote 15% after the 0 stars in the completion column. Turn to the next page. The first line of this page is a line of text, Marquardt's mask, user information page. The front part records the specific item information, while the back part contains the corresponding observation records of each user. After all, no Pandora will have only one owner. Yuan is the observer of these masters. Huang Wenbin, the first owner of Marquardt's mask. A long time passed. Closing the thick black leather notebook, Yuan stretched comfortably. He stood up, poured a cup of hot water into the thermos, and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window holding the cup. The sun was shining brightly today, bringing some warmth to his body. Next, Yuan drank a sip of hot water and looked at the city in the distance. A meaningful smile suddenly appeared on his face. What needs to be observed is the reaction caused when a prop with incredible abilities appears in the materialistic world for the first time and is discovered by the authorities. Huang Wenbin was Yuan's experiment. After observing the first experimenter's reaction to greed and desire, Yuan had already given up on him. The only thing left for him was the official feedback he would get after being caught by the police. That's right. Yuan didn't think Huang Wenbin could really escape the police, even if the latter had Marquardt's mask. Tisk. Yuan's eyes were filled with suppressed excitement that made people's hearts palpitate. This world is finally going to become interesting. At the same time, Skyworth Technology, 32nd floor. Huang Wenbin, wearing the skin of the vice president, was scanning the spacious and luxurious office inch by inch with greedy eyes. Comfortable wool carpets, expensive custom sofas, a huge desk, and a carefully arranged art cabinet behind the desk. Huang Wenbin took 2 steps and then quickened his pace. His fingertips slid across the tables and chairs. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window that took up an entire wall and had an excellent view. He looked into the distance, as if he had the entire city under his feet. It all belongs to me now. Huang Wenbin's face flushed. He walked to the desk, lay down in the boss chair, and closed his eyes comfortably. Boom boom boom. Boom boom. There was a sudden knock on the door. Huang Wenbin's body trembled, and his whole body tensed up instantly. His heart beat very fast, and he looked towards the door. After a while, he controlled his expression and replied in a deep voice. Enter. A female secretary wearing a professional suit, a tight skirt, black stockings, and high heels walked in. Huang Wenbin's gaze moved down along the secretary's face, her bulging career, her round buttocks, and a pair of long legs in stockings. He knew this secretary, whose full name was Guo Tongtong. She graduated from Jiangsu and Zhejiang University and was the school's most beautiful girl. He had had few contacts with her in the past, but every time he felt ashamed of himself by her coldness and pride. Boss Dai. Secretary Guo walked to the desk, bowed his head, and said respectfully, "There are police officers downstairs who want to see you." What? Huang Wenbin's body softened and he subconsciously became panicked. It seems that something happened to Huang Wenbin from our company, and the police came to inquire about the relevant circumstances. Secretary Guo looked at President Dai strangely, and responded without asking any further questions. So soon? Huang Wenbin's heart was beating very fast. But then he realized that he was now Dai Yuan, the vice president of Skyworth Technology. He quickly straightened his face, coughed lightly, looked at Guo Tongtong and said, "Just say I'm not in the company." No. Go ahead. Huang Wenbin continued. After that, Secretary Guo bowed his head slightly, turned around and walked out of the office. Huang Wenbin's eyes followed Secretary Guo's twisting buttocks. I don't know, is there any relationship between President Dai and Secretary Guo? Huang Wenbin opened his palms as if he was caressing someone from a distance. He swallowed and thought greedily. All right. If your company has any news about Huang Wenbin, please feel free to contact us. This is my phone number. At the company's front desk, the young policeman saluted and said in a deep voice. Chapter 9. Night. It's getting dark. Lu, Manager Lu. A new internet-famous hot pot restaurant has opened in Woolen Square. Do you want to go eat there together? In the square in front of Skyworth Building, Nai Xiaohu said to Lu Yuan with her head down, her cheeks flushed. Oh? Which one? Lu Yuan said with a smile. Shan Huan, I wanted to eat here when I went to Jianyi before, but the queue was too long. Seeing that Manager Lu did not refuse, Nai Xiaohu was delighted, raised her head, met his gaze, and said quickly. When she saw Manager Lu's smiling eyes, she lowered her head again, and her voice gradually became lower, I didn't get to eat it. Not today. I have something else to do. Let's go some other time. I'll treat you to a meal. Lu Yuan glanced at the time and said gently. All right. Nai Xiaohu felt a little disappointed, but she still agreed obediently. She followed Manager Lu and left at the crossroads, looking back every few steps. Lu Yuan was still standing in front of the black and white zebra crossing. His gentle gaze moved away from the young girl's back and looked into the distance at the city lit up by neon lights. It was at this moment. The black Mercedes drove out of the company's garage. When it was about to reach the zebra crossing, Lu Yuan seemed to have noticed something. He turned his head suddenly and met the awe-filled gaze in front of the driver's seat. Seeing the latter's panic and attempts to pull over, Lu Yuan chuckled and waved his hand casually. The traffic light in the other direction came on. Lu Yuan, carrying his briefcase, stepped onto the zebra crossing with the office workers on both sides. Call. 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 Just this one look, Huang Wenbin, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in the gentlemanly manner in the Mercedes, was sweating all over his back. He panted heavily, and after a while, he whispered in doubt, who is he? The bustling city before him with its hustle and bustle began to feel unfamiliar to him. The materialistic worldview he once established had already collapsed completely. Whoever he is. He is the benefactor who changed my destiny. He stepped on the accelerator again and started the car. On the other side, Lu Yuan also took the subway, and when he appeared again, he arrived at the first affiliated hospital of Jiangsu and Zhejiang University. The air is filled with resentment. Lu Yuan stood outside the main entrance across the street, looking at the hospital buildings calmly from behind his black-framed glasses. He seemed to sense something and muttered to himself. After saying that, he walked forward. The reason he came here this time was to see if he could find a suitable host for Lilith's blood needle, and the hospital was undoubtedly the most suitable place as it would generate the greatest desire to live. Walked through the outpatient building and headed towards the inpatient department. From the mild ward to the severe ward. Lu Yuan's eyes swept across the figures in front of the hospital beds. Some were young, some were old, some had accepted their fate, but most of them were unwilling to give up on their lives. If it's at this moment, whoever can give them a new life, even if it means selling their souls to the devil, I think they will flock to it, right? Lu Yuan whispered. He pushed his glasses up, and a smile flashed across his calm face. In a way, he was a devil who wanted people's souls. Lu Yuan stood at the windowsill and looked at another inpatient building. In that building, he sensed a deep sense of unwillingness, far beyond that of the terminally ill patients he had met before. Which building is this? Special Needs Ward, High-ranking cadre ward. Vite. The elevator opened and Lu Yuan walked out again. Sir, visiting hours have passed. If you need anything, please make an appointment to come back tomorrow. Nurse's station. The young nurse looked at Lu Yuan and said. Lu Yuan glanced at the nurse, then looked to the other end of the corridor. He played with the ring on his right hand, turned around, and asked in a gentle voice. Who lives in the innermost ward with the bodyguard guarding the door? The young nurse met Lu Yuan's gaze. For some reason, her heart suddenly began to beat heavily. She subconsciously lowered her head, as if she was facing an ancient king. Then, Mr. Shen lives in that ward. Mr. Shen. Shen Nanchi, Mr. Shen. The young nurse said quickly. Shen Nanchi. Lu Yuan nodded and repeated in a low voice. He was not unfamiliar with this name, or rather, people in Hangzhou and even Jiangsu and Zhejiang were not unfamiliar with it. A famous and prominent family in Hangzhou. Although they are not extremely wealthy, or even extremely rich, they have accumulated fame through several generations. The head of this generation, Mr. Shen Nanchi, is a well-known philanthropist who has done countless charitable deeds throughout his life. Mr. Shen. Philanthropist. Tisk. Lu Yuan thought of something and chuckled. He strode towards the ward. The long corridor was very quiet, and Lu Yuan's footsteps were unusually clear. The black-clad bodyguard outside the ward deep in the corridor had already fixed his eyes on Lu Yuan. Open the door. Lu Yuan stood in front of the door and spoke in a neither loud nor low voice. It was not a discussion, but an order. Yes. The bodyguard in black lowered his head, opened the door respectfully and stepped aside. Drop. 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 A ward for high-ranking officials with a reception room and a nursing room. On the hospital bed, with tubes inserted all over his body and wearing an oxygen mask, a shriveled old man opened his cloudy eyes. The room was very quiet, with only the sounds of equipment. The old man looked at the ceiling. He could clearly feel the little remaining vitality in his frail body slipping away madly. He is about to die. He still wants to live. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and Shen Nanchi thought it was his old butler, old friend Shen Shan, who had been with him all his life. However, when that figure came up to him, doubts emerged in his eyes. Who are you? Shen Nanchi asked with a hoarse voice and difficulty. Lu Yuan looked down at the old man with a smile on his face. He reached into his arms and took out something again, which was a wooden box the size of a glasses case. Snap! After opening the box, a mysterious silver hairpin emitting a faint red light appeared in front of the two people in the ward. It's called Lilith's blood needle. Use it. It can extend your life and reverse the traces of time. A light red, like flowing blood, fell on Lu Yuan's face. He shifted his gaze and looked at Shen Nanchi, and gentle words sounded in his ears. Lu Yuan chuckled, closed the box, and pressed the wooden box next to Shen Nanchi's shriveled hand. I'll wait for you to come find me. I remember. I'm in Skyworth building. That's all. Lu Yuan stopped talking and left the ward slowly. The ward returned to silence. On the bed, the old man with tubes inserted into his body and an oxygen mask on his face had his chest heaving and gasping for breath. His eyes widened, and his entire mood was affected by the words of the mysterious figure just now. At this moment, light like blood flowed out from the cracks in the wooden box layer by layer. The blood-red light seemed to be attracted by Shen Nanchi's surging desire and flowed upward along his shriveled fingers. An incredible connection was established between Pandora and the old man. Hey! Call! Call! Shen Nanchi was breathing heavily. He was still too weak to move, but his eyes were staring at the ceiling in disbelief. Desire began to grow in his old eyes. Chapter 10. That's weird. It's as if Huang Wenbin disappeared out of thin air. I've read his profile. He's 26 years old, graduated from Jiangsu and Zhejiang University of Finance and Economics, and has no demonstrated counter-reconnaissance skills in his past. At night, 7:30. Hangzhou Criminal Police Brigade. The policemen stood around a whiteboard, staring at the analysis of the case in wonder. When they first came across this case, none of the detectives present took it seriously. The chain of evidence was very complete and clear, and it was just a simple revenge murder case. As per convention, the next step would be to arrest the criminal, but who would have thought that problems arose here, an ordinary office worker disappeared without leaving any trace. The cavalry is coming. Old Lu. The cavalry is coming. At this moment, the office door of the first group of the criminal police brigade was pushed open. First, a young criminal policeman rushed in quickly, and then an unkempt middle-aged man with an unshaven beard walked in with another middle-aged man. The popularity of this wife-killing case on the internet was pushed up by some feminist marketing accounts. Now the popularity on the internet is getting higher and higher. The higher UPs are asking us to arrest the suspect as quickly as possible. The middle-aged man in the officer's uniform clapped his hands, swept his eyes across the crowd, and said in a deep voice, "I have specially invited Detective Lao Ma from our city police criminal police team to come here. Old Ma, I'll leave it to you next." After saying that, the man walked out of the office. Lao Ma, whose full name is Ma Anbang, is well known throughout the Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai areas for his reputation as a detective. One could even spend 3 days and 3 nights telling stories about his various cases that he solved. "Stop talking nonsense." Ma Anbang glanced at the captain who wanted to say something, raised his hand, and said in a deep voice. He walked to the whiteboard and glanced at the analysis of the case. Then, he continued, "Where are the surveillance cameras for the relevant parts?" "Cavalry. Here." It includes the surveillance footage of Huang Wenbin appearing in the community before the incident, as well as the surveillance footage of him following him all the way to the village in the city after he left. The young detective said quickly. Ma Anbang walked to the computer, staring at the screen intently, and he reached out to press the fast-forward button from time to time. "Who of you can report the case?" He looked at the screen and said again. I watched the surveillance footage and listened to the information at the same time, and soon finished watching the entire surveillance content. Bang! The pause button was pressed and the picture stopped at the open window in the small hotel. "We speculate that Huang Wenbin must have jumped out from here and escaped through the gap in the loophole," the young detective said. "No." Ma Anbang stared at the screen. While thinking, he took out a metal lighter with his right hand. His thumb pushed open the brim of his hat from time to time. No flame came out, only a series of crisp ding sounds. After a moment, he shook his head. He didn't leave from here. Reaching out to pull back the surveillance video, the scene stopped at the moment when Huang Wenbin woke up in the convenience store. Here, he deliberately wanted to appear in the surveillance. Continue. The scene was replayed to the scene where Huang Wenbin went upstairs in the small hotel. In the scene, a fat, greasy middle-aged man at the front desk of the small hotel walked out from upstairs and left the hotel. Ma Anbang looked at the screen and frowned subconsciously. Pull back monitoring. The middle-aged man walked out again. "Who is this?" Ma Anbang asked. He continued, "Bring up the surveillance footage of him entering and leaving the hotel." He stepped aside, and the young detective began to look for additional surveillance footage. After a while, the video of the middle-aged man entering the hotel appeared. When he saw the middle-aged man approaching, Ma Anbang's eagle-like eyes suddenly opened, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. "Cavalry. What did you find?" The young detective spoke up. Ma Anbang shook his head and did not respond. Without professional training, everyone's walking gait, pace, and length, such as walking with their feet turned inward or limping, and walking posture, such as chest held high or hunched back. Such behavioral habits will not be easily changed. When he first saw the middle-aged man, he covered his face, which was clearly Huang Wenbin's behavior. When he saw the middle-aged man for the second time, his walking habits became completely different. Interesting. Interesting. For the first time, a smile appeared on Ma Anbang's tired face. At the same time, on the other side, the first affiliated hospital of Jiangsu and Zhejiang University. "Master." Lazy Eye said someone came in. He said he didn't know why, but the person asked him to open the door, and he subconsciously opened the door, as if he couldn't refuse him. An old man with silver hair but vigorous spirit walked into the ward. The first thing he saw was the wooden box in Mr. Shen's hand, then he leaned forward and whispered in the old man's ear. "The mountain. I want to be discharged from the hospital." On the bed, Shen Nanchi opened and closed his lips and spoke with difficulty. The old butler Shen Shan was about to say something subconsciously, but when he met the master's gaze, he stopped talking and only asked respectfully, "I'll arrange it right away. Besides, Master, please tell me. Come closer." Shen Nanchi's tone changed only slightly, but Shen Shan, who had followed the master all his life, suddenly realized something and his expression suddenly became serious. Without saying much, he just moved his ear closer to Shen Nanchi's mouth. "I see. I will personally lead people to do it." Shen Shan was puzzled, but he didn't ask any more questions. He just nodded and responded. On the bed, the old man waved his dry hands, and the old housekeeper Shen Shan stood up, bowed slightly, and walked out of the ward quickly. In any family with a long history, there are always some people behind its glamorous appearance who are responsible for handling matters that are inconvenient to handle according to the rules. Shen Shan was adopted by the Shen family when he was young, and followed Shen Nanchi. He was a housekeeper and a glove. Yuan had just returned to his apartment and happened to meet single mother Shen Hengru and her little daughter in the elevator. Shen Hengru's cheeks flushed, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and shouted, "Uncle Lu, Uncle Lu." The little girl Yuan didn't know what was wrong with her. When she saw Yuan, she hid behind her mother in fear. After a while, she poked her head out and said something in a low voice. Yuan and Shen Hengru looked at each other, then paused. After comforting the little girl for a while, they saw Yuan's big eyes suddenly filled with tears and she burst into tears. She pursed her lips and hugged her mother's thighs tightly. "Mom. Yes, I'm sorry, I was so scared that I didn't dare to protect Mom." These words made Yuan and Shen Hengru even more confused. After a while, the little girl continued sobbing. I woke up on the sofa yesterday and saw Uncle Lu pinching Mom's neck. Mom looked so pitiful, but I was so scared that I could only close my eyes and pretend to sleep." Chapter 11. The apartment's elevator was still rising steadily. The childish words instantly made single mother Shen Hengru's cheeks blush. She glanced at Yuan awkwardly, and saw that the latter still looked calm and composed. Yuan is good. Yuan is good." The little girl cried so sadly that Shen Hengru quickly squatted down, hugged her daughter in her arms, and kept comforting her. "Uncle is not beating Mom, he is playing games with Mom. So, it's not that Yuan didn't protect her mother. Yuan is the best." Shen Hengru tried to comfort her for a long time before the little girl finally raised her head with tears in her eyes. She first glanced at Uncle Lu carefully, then looked at her mother and said in a baby voice, "Really? You believe in Mom? Yuan is such a filial girl." Yuan also squatted down, reached out and patted Yuan on the head. A gentle smile appeared on his face, and he praised, "Yuan is not timid." The little girl hugged her mother and timidly raised her head to look at Yuan. After meeting the latter's gaze, she looked at her mother again as if she finally believed it and burst into laughter. When they reached the 16th floor, Shen Hengru took her daughter back to the house, and Yuan also pushed the door and walked into the room. Pandora. A tool with supernatural powers. Yuan poured himself a cup of tea and sat on the recliner in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, looking at the city shrouded in neon lights outside the window with a gentle gaze. What impact will the emergence of such props have on civilization and the changes in order? This is an extremely interesting social proposition. Had a hot tea. Behind the black-framed glasses, the corners of his mouth raised. Whether it was Huang Wenbin or Mr. Shen, their use of Pandora would definitely leave traces. The appearance of Pandora would surely be noticed by the authorities soon. Yuan never underestimated the modern and scientific state machinery, its power and its response speed. The night is getting darker. Hangzhou, Zixi. A black business car drove into the villa area. In the garage of one of the villas, the car door was opened and an elderly man in a black Zhongshan suit got out of the car first. Behind him, two young men with crew cuts dragged down a sack neatly. The person inside the sack was struggling constantly. Send him to the basement. Shen Shan glanced at the sack and said in a deep voice. Zhenjiang. Shan Yat. I'll keep what happened today to myself. Shen Shan called out one of them, his eyes became sharp, and said. After seeing the latter nodded without hesitation, he handed over a bank card with satisfaction. Here is 500,000, take it and divide it. After saying that, he walked into the house and saw Shen Nanshan in the master bedroom on the second floor of the villa. He bowed and hurried to the latter's bedside, speaking in a low voice. Soon, Shen Shan left in a hurry. About an hour and a half later, the medical staff who had been serving Mr. Shen had already left. Shen Shan pushed the old man in the wheelchair and took the elevator to the second underground floor. Woo! Woo! The second underground floor of the villa is a wine cellar, with cabinets on both sides filled with bottles of red wine. In the middle of the wine cabinet, there was a blindfolded, yellow-haired gangster tied tightly to a chair with ropes. He had no idea what was going to happen and just struggled frantically, whimpering constantly. In the quiet wine cellar, there were the sounds of footsteps and wheels rolling over the floor. Cough! Cough! In the wheelchair, Mr. Shen's face was as pale as paper and he began to cough dully. There was a needle inserted into his vein, and Shen Shan was holding the bottle of infusion medicine. Who is he? Shen Nanshi glanced at the yellow-haired gangster and asked. Dross. He was addicted to gambling and spent all the family money. He was like a vampire and was about to drain his mother dry. In order to make money, he tricked two underage girls into prostitution to give him money. Shen Shan reported in a calm tone. Woo! Woo! The yellow-haired thug became more and more frightened and struggled hard. Shanzi! Shen Nanshi panted, looked at the gangster and shouted. Master! Tell me, using the life of this scum in exchange for my own life, wouldn't that be more meaningful to society and everything? Shen Shan didn't quite understand, but he still bent over and responded, of course. The money the master spends every year on aiding education, poverty alleviation, and medical treatment is a merit that scum like this will never be able to catch up with in 10 lifetimes. One more year of life, sir, is one more year of good deeds. Hey! 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 Shen Nanshi's face, as white as paper, turned red when he heard this. He panted rapidly. After a while, he continued, Go! Take off his shirt. Yes. Shen Shan didn't ask any more questions, he just hung up the 4-bottle and walked over. The yellow-haired thug was still struggling, Shen Shan just slapped him, and then, with his right hand, he pinched somewhere behind him, and the thug was completely powerless and collapsed on the chair. Shen Nanshi watched Shen Shan take off the gangster's shirt. He struggled to open the mahogany box he had been holding and took out the silver hairpin that seemed mysterious and dazzling in his eyes. Shanzi! Help! Help me over there! Old Master Shen walked tremblingly in front of the gangster. The young gangster seemed to realize something. He wanted to struggle but had no strength. Mr. Shen grabbed Lilith's blood needle with his backhand. He became emotional. He suddenly broke free from Shen Shan's support, staggered 2 steps to the yellow-haired gangster, and then fell on him. At the same time, the tip of the hairpin pierced the yellow-haired gangster's heart accurately and straightly. Phew! Shen Shan hurriedly supported the old man. At this moment, in this quiet wine cellar, a strange and horrifying scene suddenly appeared. The tied-up yellow-haired gangster shrank visibly, and every inch of blood in his body was flowing rapidly. The black cloth tied in front of the gangster's eyes fell off. The gangster looked at Shen Nanqi and Shen Shan in despair and fear without saying a word. This adult male, who was over 1.7 meters tall, became a mummy. Instead, there was a strange hairpin in old man Shen Nanqi's hand, and the refined life essence rolled out from the other end of the hairpin. It was in the wine cellar, emitting the most charming glow, floating mysteriously in front of the two old men. Gulp! This drop of essence seemed to have infinite attraction, and even Shen Shan swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Mr. Shen hurriedly wanted to touch it with his hand, but was afraid of destroying it. Then, with his mouth open, he came close to her, and the essence of life was delivered into his mouth like the art of breathing. Chapter 12. Hangzhou, the second basement floor of Zixi Villa. Wine cellar. The corpse, without a drop of blood in its body, died in extreme fear and despair. His body was still tied up, with only a thin layer of skin left to maintain his human form. The weight of the head fell off along with the skin. In front of this horrifying corpse, the elderly man was half kneeling, his arms supporting the left and right armrests of the chair. Call! 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 The old man gasped. He closed his eyes and felt the changes in his body. It was an indescribable wonderful feeling. Shen Nanqi swore that this was the most wonderful moment in his 90 years, just like a new bud sprouting from a withered branch, just like a drop of water from the dry land for countless years. He was enjoying it. He wanted to cry, and he cheered. However, when every cell in Shen Nanqi's body was trembling, craving for that drop of life essence, in an instant, all the beauty came to an abrupt end. I want it so badly. I want it so badly. Old Master Shen suddenly opened his eyes were filled with desire, it was an extremely terrifying look. In the wine cellar, the butler Shen Shan, who was about to step forward to support his master when he saw him fall, was shocked by what happened next. First, the mysterious hair needle pierced his heart, then the gangster was quickly drained of blood, and then, the essence of that drop of blood. Also, Shen Shan obviously noticed that the old man's spirit seemed to be returning to life, even his pale skin had a hint of redness, and what was even more miraculous was that a strand of black hair actually appeared among his dry white hair. Old Master Shen opened his eyes, suddenly raised his head and looked at Shen Shan. With just this one look, the butler who had followed the master all his life instantly got goosebumps all over his body and subconsciously took a step back. Shanzi! Mr. Shen's hoarse voice sounded. He pushed himself up with his hands and actually stood up in front of Shen Shan. You know, the old man had been paralyzed in bed a year ago. Like a baby who has just learned to walk, the old man walked back and forth for a few steps, his still old face flashing with excitement. Perhaps he was tired, he raised his hand. Help me. Yes. Shen Shan quickly went over to support him. Help me go back and rest. Also, I need a full body checkup tomorrow. Shen Nanqi said in a deep voice. He sat back in his wheelchair and was about to leave when he seemed to remember something. He glanced at the skin and bone corpse calmly and said. It's dealt with. Do it cleanly. Yes. Oh, there's one more thing, Shanzi, you do it yourself. Help me find someone in Skyworth building. Desire score plus 100. Desire score plus 100. Desire score plus 100. Quiet apartment. Study. Yuan looked at the reminders that were refreshing frantically. In just a short while, the increase in desire points even exceeded the total number currently provided by Huang Wenbin. Is this what a man of wealth and status desires for longevity? Yuan's fingertips tapped the wooden armrest rhythmically, a smile appeared on his gentle face, and he whispered. Just. He also glimpsed everything that happened in the wine cellar through Pandora's connection, and was amazed when he saw Lilith's blood needle quickly suck out every drop of blood from an adult male. Shen Nanqi's control over his own desires is far greater than Xiao Wang's. Recalling the change in Shen Nanqi's eyes just now, Lu Yuan opened the black-skinned notebook and first added the records of 3-002 Lilith's blood needle-related abilities, and then updated Shen Nanshi's part on the user information page. Perhaps we can take in this Mr. Shen. I also need a steward. This steward must have sufficient social status, wealth, and wisdom. Taking all factors into consideration, Shen Nanshi is a good candidate. If he doesn't lose control, of course. Ever since he got the system, Lu Yuan has been thinking about one thing, that is, when one Pandora after another spreads to all parts of the world. What kind of collision will occur when the materialistic world welcomes the props of magical realism? Will the users who obtain Pandora be content with their original status? When Pandora is strong enough, or even a zero-level Pandora is used, will the ambitious people go to war with the original rulers of this world? The collision between the two is bound to lead to chaos, and then from chaos to a new order and balance. Lu Yuan is behind the scenes. He also planned to create an organization called the Forbidden Object/Pandora Management Committee to recruit some truly excellent Pandora users who could maintain rationality to the greatest extent. Through this committee, the development of Pandora could be appropriately guided. The next day. Sunny weather, first affiliated hospital of Jiangsu and Zhejiang University. How is that possible? The old man's health data has at least returned to the level of this time last year. Did the old man receive any further treatment after he was discharged from the hospital? Mr. Shen's attending physician, expert Professor Zhao Rinai Yuan, flipped through the report page by page, his eyes suddenly widened, and he spoke in disbelief. He looked at Shen Nanshi in the distance and quickly asked Shen Shan beside him. We invited an old Huxia doctor from Beijing. Shen Shan responded. Director Zhao wanted to ask something else, but Shen Shan said something, piled up all the reports, nodded slightly, and prepared to leave. In the long corridor of the hospital, Shen Shan pushed the wheelchair and whispered in Mr. Shen's ear what the doctor had just said. A year ago. Shen Nanshi nodded. Besides. Master, I have found the person you asked me to find. He works in the R&D department of Skyworth Technology. He has a very good reputation in the company. Apart from that, he seems to be an ordinary office worker. Shen Shan handed over a folder and continued. Shen Nanshi opened it and saw a photo of Lu Yuan when he first joined the company on the first page. His emotions fluctuated wildly. Not long after, the master and servant entered the elevator. It didn't attract anyone's attention. Don't worry. Well, wait until this gentleman gets off work, and then you and I will go to meet him. Shen Nanshi closed the folder, thought carefully, and then spoke again. Got it, do you need to prepare anything? Not for now. Shen Shan was a man of few words. He would not ask any questions unless his master told him. However, considering the events of the past 2 days, he still had some guesses in his mind. The hospital elevator stopped at the garage level. When it was about to leave, Shen Nanshi suddenly said. Shanzi. You said, there really are such godlike and devil-like characters in this world. Chapter 13. At the same time. VIP room of Hangzhou Bank, Binjiang District, Hangzhou. Boss Dai, the money you requested has been counted. Please take a look. Manager Zhang from the bank smiled warmly, walked up to Huang Wenbin, bowed and said. Please put all the money in the suitcase for me. Huang Wenbin took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. He had never received such treatment before. As soon as he entered the bank, he was led into the VIP room, and 2 money detectors counted out 2 million cash in front of him. The female bank employee was pouring tea for herself, and the account manager was accompanying her. He kicked the suitcase beside his leg and said in a deep voice. Not long. Huang Wenbin pulled the suitcase out of the bank. When he was about to put the suitcase into the trunk, he raised his hand, then paused. He changed his position and put the suitcase horizontally into the car. It's so enjoyable. Sit in the driver's seat. A blush appeared on Huang Wenbin's face. He slapped the steering wheel hard and said happily. This sum of money was left by him for his parents. If he could solve the problem of money first, he would feel less guilty. He only felt guilty towards his parents. After a busy morning, Huang Wenbin returned to the company after lunch break. Boom boom boom. Come in. Huang Wenbin was leaning back in his boss chair. Behind him was a floor-to-ceiling window that took up an entire wall. Under the bright sunshine outside the window, the skyscrapers looked sparkling. He was enjoying it all, and when there was a knock on the door, he responded with a slightly higher voice. She wore an off-white round-neck sweater on the upper body and a khaki hip skirt on the lower body, and flesh-colored stockings wrapped around a pair of slender calves. Secretary Guo walked up to him in high heels, bent over and said, "Boss Dai. Here are the documents from this morning. Please have a look." Secretary Guo said respectfully. Huang Wenbin stared at Secretary Guo intently, his breathing becoming rapid. He didn't know whether that damn Dai Wen Yuan had any connection with Secretary Guo, but it didn't matter. It was better if there wasn't any. Cough. "Xiao Guo, I have a box of tea in my cupboard. Can you help me make some?" Huang Wenbin coughed lightly and said in a deep voice. "Yes." Secretary Guo had a standard smile on her delicate face. She walked gracefully to Huang Wenbin's right-hand side, tiptoed slightly, and took out a box of tea. Huang Wenbin swallowed his saliva and stared at the buttocks outlined by the skirt without blinking. Accompanied by a fragrant breeze, Secretary Guo stood beside him. "She is making tea." Huang Wenbin's heart was beating fast. He was still a little uncomfortable with his current identity. Under this human skin, he was essentially still an ordinary office worker. The right hand opened and then closed again. Gritted his teeth. His right hand suddenly touched the buttocks, and the moment he felt the warmth, Secretary Guo's body trembled subconsciously, and then he dodged. Dai Wen Yuan has never touched it. Huang Wenbin made the judgment. This thought flashed through his mind, and he felt a little disappointed at first, but then he became even more excited. Since the old dog hadn't touched it, wouldn't he be able to enjoy the first broth? His eyes were red, his breathing became hotter and heavier, and his rationality was taken over by the growing desire. At this moment, he was more like a beast. "Xiao Guo. You became my secretary right after you graduated from college, right?" Huang Wenbin tried hard to control his rationality. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes were full of greed. He spoke in a gentle tone. How is your life usually? Is your salary enough to cover your expenses? Girls of your age must treat yourselves better and never skimp on maintenance. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Dai." Guo Tongtong took half a step back. "Xiao Guo, you know, my relationship with my wife is not good. I fell in love with you the first time I saw you." Huang Wenbin stretched out his hand again. Secretary Guo wanted to dodge, but he uncontrollably used some strength, grabbed the latter's wrist and pulled him into his arms. "Ah!" Secretary Guo tried to break free. "Xiao Guo. You deserve a better life. I will give you an extra 100,000 yuan a month." "No. I will give you 150,000 yuan a month. I will rent you a flat and buy you a car." Huang Wenbin kept making promises. He described a fairytale princess world to Guo Tongtong. He clearly felt that after each of his words, Secretary Guo's movements in trying to break free from his arms became smaller and smaller. This reaction made Huang Wenbin even more wanton, his face became redder and his actions became more violent. Desire score plus 100. Desire score plus 100. Desire score plus 100. Boss? Is there something wrong with my program? No, I haven't. I was a little distracted. Skyworth Building, 15th floor, R&D Department Group 1. Yuan was looking at an employee's computer in the public office. He was surrounded by employees on both sides. His colleagues were watching carefully and holding a notebook to record their experiences at any time. When Yuan was stunned, the young man who was staring at the program suddenly became nervous. Call. The young clerk breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. So sexy. Yuan pushed his glasses on his nose and smiled. He continued to watch the scene in Yuan's office and gradually noticed the differences. It seems a little crazy. Negative effects. It magnified and pushed forward the emotions Huang Wenbin already had. It looks like the end will come sooner than I thought. Thoughts flow. He stopped paying attention and looked back at the work of his staff. To be honest, Yuan quite liked his job. Afternoon, 4 o'clock. Not long after get off work, a middle-aged man with dark circles under his eyes and unkempt appearance walked into the lobby on the first floor of Skyworth building. The man was wearing a grey leather jacket and was playing with a metal lighter in his right hand. He went to the company's front desk and showed his ID. About 20 minutes later, the female secretary, who walked with a limp, hurried out. After glancing at the front desk, she looked at Ma Anbang, the superb detective of the Hangzhou police force. Feel sorry. Our President Dai is not in the company, please go back. Guo Tongtong said in a deep voice. After saying that, she turned around and limped away. Ma Anbang stared at Guo Tongtong's back. In just one glance, he captured a lot of subtle expressions on the face of this young secretary. Bite. 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 He put his thumb on the brim of the lighter and thought subconsciously. A relationship that was established not long ago. Rude. Avoid seeing me. Ma Anbang glanced around and then walked towards the rest area in the lobby on the first floor. The position where he sat was very clever, allowing him to accurately watch every person who walked out, but at the same time would not attract the attention of anyone, not even the surveillance cameras. Time passes by every second. It's not time to get off work yet. The elevator opens. President Dai Yuan came out, followed closely by his secretary Guo Tongtong. The two of them walked out of the building, one in front and one behind. In the corner of the reception area, Ma Anbang stood up at some point, his weathered expression full of disbelief, his eyes wide open, staring at Dai Yuan's back without blinking. His body was shaking. His eyes were full of confusion and doubt. Chapter 14. Hello. How can I help you? Gentle words suddenly rang in my ears. Ma Anbang shuddered, and finally came back to his senses. His heart beat very fast, and his breathing became rapid. This old policeman who had experienced countless ups and downs and worked in criminal investigation for a lifetime was also shocked by the scene just now. He was sure that it was definitely not the so-called disguise, and no human skin mask could achieve this level. Fine. Ma Anbang looked at the man who asked him, shook his head and responded. That's good. I saw you shaking just now and thought something happened. Yuan had a smile on his face. Behind the black-framed glasses, he was looking closely at the policeman, who might be the first official in the world to discover Pandora. This is an existence that can be recorded in history. Perhaps, in some future records, there will be such a record. Hangzhou Criminal Police Ma Anbang discovered the existence of the forbidden object / Pandora for the first time, which marked the beginning of the struggle between the human order and the Pandora order. Did you find anything? Yuan asked again. He followed Ma Anbang's gaze and looked towards the gate of the building, the direction Huang Wenbin left. Nothing. When these words were heard, veteran detective Ma Anbang raised his eyelids and subconsciously looked at Yuan. He felt that this seemingly gentle employee had very keen insight. Feel sorry. I'm leaving first. Ma Anbang said this and ran out in a hurry. He had just walked halfway when he reached for his clothes and pockets and ran back, picking up the lighter that he had dropped due to shock on the carpet of the sofa. Yuan smiled and stepped aside, his eyes following the old policeman as he walked out of the building. When you reach the door. Ma Anbang stopped as if he sensed something, and turned his head without even understanding it. His eyes happened to meet the office worker from a distance. After just one glance, he quickly left. At the same time, the old butler Shen Shan walked into the Skyworth building in a low-key manner. After glancing around, he walked straight towards Liu Yuan. Mr. Liu. Shen Shan walked up to Liu Yuan and greeted him respectfully. Who are you? Liu Yuan glanced at Shen Shan, sat down on the sofa, leaned back, crossed his legs, and responded casually. My master is Shen Nanchi, and he asked me to come and meet Mr. Liu. Shen Shan continued. While talking, he was also observing the young man imperceptibly, recalling the master's words and the scenes he had seen in the past few days in his mind. Why didn't he come? Liu Yuan asked in a calm tone. Please forgive me, Mr. Liu. Just these plain words instantly made Shen Shan's back cold, and the hairs on his body stood up. He bent his waist even lower and explained quickly, the master said that Mr. Liu lives in seclusion in the city and is worried that his sudden appearance will affect Mr. Liu's life. If it won't bother Mr. Liu, come over now. That's thoughtful. Liu Yuan nodded, expressing his appreciation for this point of view. Shen Shan immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and he quickly added, my master is waiting outside, if you don't mind, please move over. Let's go. Liu Yuan stood up, patted his unwrinkled clothes, and spoke gently. He walked out, and the old butler Shen Shan did not approach him, but followed him not far away. He only noticed how popular Mr. Shen was in the company. Every few steps he took, he would meet a colleague who greeted him with a smile, and even the middle-aged security guard in front of the door greeted him like a friend. On another secondary road to the right of Skyworth building, a black Rolls-Royce is parked quietly. Shen Shan ran and opened the car door early in the morning. Mr. Liu. When Liu Yuan got into the car, Shen Nanchi, a well-known philanthropist in Hangzhou, bowed his head respectfully and said, Shen Nanchi sends you his most sincere greetings. Mr. Liu, please forgive Nanchi for not going to greet you in person. No problem. Liu Yuan waved his hand. After he got into the car, he looked at it with interest with a smile on his face. To be honest, even though he was a middle-level manager in a medium-sized company, it was the first time for him to sit in a luxury car of this level. Luxury cars worth tens of millions are undoubtedly only available to those at the top of society. If ordinary people earn 100,000 yuan a year, they would be able to buy this car if they don't eat or drink for 100 years. Tisk. Even though Liu Yuan didn't have such a strong desire for low-level material desires, he still couldn't help but sigh. It looks like you've already used Pandora. Are you satisfied with the results? Liu Yuan turned his head and met Shen Nanchi's gaze. After looking at him for a while, he smiled and said, Pandora. Shen Nanchi whispered. He soon realized that this should be a further nickname for Lilith's blood needle. Just this one name quickly made him think a lot. In addition to the blood needle in his hand, how many Pandoras are there in this world? Also, Pandora, is she related to that legend? Opening Pandora's box unleashed countless disasters. Thank you Mr. Liu for allowing me to continue my life. Shen Nanchi didn't dare to guess further and said quickly. Don't thank me. Liu Yuan shook his head. We're going to stay in this car. He glanced at the neon lights outside the window and said again. Injury. Injury. Mr. Liu, I have already prepared the meal. I wonder if I am qualified to ask Mr. Liu to move over. When Shen Nanchi heard this, he was immediately delighted. He slapped his forehead and spoke repeatedly. After seeing Mr. Liu nod, the black Rolls-Royce started to move slowly, and the car drove smoothly through the downtown area. The car drove to Zihu district and stopped in front of an ancient village next to Lingyan Temple. Mr. Liu, we're here. Shen Nanchi said respectfully. Lu Yuan looked out the window. The bamboo courtyard was quiet and private. He had been in Hangzhou for some years and knew that there was a 5-star hotel, Aman, next to Lingyan Temple. But this was the first time he knew that there was a restaurant nearby. The car door was opened. Mr. Lu. The old housekeeper Shen Shan bowed and made a gesture of invitation. On the other side, Shen Nanshi was also helped down by the driver and sat in a wheelchair. The two walked one after the other to the quaint restaurant not far away. The restaurant was not big and consisted of several ancient houses. Every layout was carefully designed with traditional Oriental aesthetics, exuding a Zen flavor. I don't know if it suits Mr. Lu's taste. This Gaixiang Shanfang is a private restaurant not open to the public. Member reservations are required on weekdays. The main dishes are seasonal Jiangnan mountain dishes, which are prepared by chefs who have inherited the tradition for generations. Shen Nanshi introduced. In a traditional building with a small courtyard with a small bridge, flowing water, rocks, trees, and mountains, Lu Yuan and Shen Nanshi sat opposite each other. Chapter 15. Xiaolu. Cavalry. Go and help me adjust the surveillance right now. I want to know where Dai Wenai Yuan, the vice president of Skyworth Technology, went after he left the company. Quick! Wait a minute, help me check his previous information. Send it to my phone immediately after you find it. Ma Anbang left the building, took out his cell phone and made a call, then got into a grey Passat. After hanging up the phone, he stepped on the accelerator and drove into the night at rush hour. At a traffic light, the screen of his mobile phone lit up. He took a look, turned the steering wheel and drove straight to another intersection. Buzz. The phone vibrated. Cavalry. I've sent you the information and location. What clues have you found? How is it related to Dai Wenai Yuan? Do you need our help? Ma Anbang drove with one hand and pressed the answer button. Cough. I need to investigate something. Don't touch Dai Wenai Yuan without permission. By the way, you must keep an eye on Huang Wenbin's parents and pay close attention to everyone who comes into contact with the old couple. Ma Anbang said in a deep voice. The main road was so congested during the rush hour that Ma Anbang kept turning his head left and right to observe the traffic conditions, and at an intersection he stepped on the accelerator and drove into a small road. Mr. Lu. After meeting you yesterday, I realized that there is such a magical side to this world. Under the moon-like light, on both sides of the mahogany table, Shen Nanshi poured tea for Lu Yuan. Behind the ancient screen not too far away, a woman in a green cheongsam played the zither. The sound of a piano echoed in the room like the sound of flowing water. Shen Nanshi spoke, breaking the silence. In the days to come, more and more people will discover it and learn about it. Lu Yuan picked up the teacup and took a sip. He naturally saw the temptation from the old man in front of him, and he did not hide it, but said with a smile. The words, neither too loud nor too soft, made Mr. Shen's eyelids jump suddenly. In an instant, all kinds of speculations flashed through my mind. As expected, there was more than one object with ghostly powers. Mr. Lu. What did you mean by that, Pandora? Shen Nanshi asked again. Mr. Shen, now that you have used the hair needle, I wonder if you can feel any difference in yourself. Lu Yuan said with a smile. Different? Shen Nanshi frowned slightly. He carefully felt his body. Besides getting rid of the weak feeling he had not long ago, and his heart beating even stronger, what else? He kept recalling, and after a long time, he suddenly reacted and stared into Lu Yuan's eyes without blinking. Mr. Lu, to be honest, I seem to be craving for blood. Although the magnitude is not drastic. But I need to control the violence growing in my heart. That's it. Lu Yuan stood up and walked to the front of the courtyard, admiring the scene of the small bridge, flowing water, and quiet zen in front of him. You opened Pandora's, which is equivalent to being watched by the abyss. Only by controlling yourself can you enjoy the power. Shen Nanshi walked behind Liu Yuan with a cane and listened carefully to what he said. Master. Mr. Liu. The old housekeeper Shen Shan walked into the room and said respectfully, the dishes are ready. Go ahead. Liu Yuan took a look and said with a smile, I'm just hungry. Various exquisite dishes were served one after another. The old man and the young man stopped talking about Pandora and started chatting casually. The beautiful sound of the Guhan accompanies my ears. Waiting for the dinner to end. Liu Yuan and Shen Nanshi walked to the sofa to rest. Not long after, the Cheongsam woman who was vaguely visible behind the screen left quietly. Old man Shen Nanshi suddenly stood up and walked in front of Liu Yuan. Shen Nanshi, I am willing to follow Mr. Liu. Old man Shen Nanshi threw away his crutches and bent down deeply. A hoarse voice sounded. In the room, Shen Shan, the old butler in a black Zhongshan suit, stood by the door, watching the scene. Oh! Liu Yuan sat in front of the sofa. The smile on his face deepened. Behind the black-framed glasses, his black and white eyes focused, and the ring on the index finger of his right hand turned gently. In an instant. In the eyes of Shen Nanshi and Shen Shan, in their perception of all dimensions, the young man in front of them had changed. He became like His Majesty or a god sitting high on the throne overlooking all living beings, with majesty and supreme dignity like the abyss pouring out. Plop! Plop! The two old men bent their knees and knelt on the ground one after another. The majesty came and went quickly. The next second, Liu Yuan had a gentle smile on his face. He looked down at Shen Nanshi and said, It just so happens that I need a housekeeper. Until the day you lose control, you will take over this position temporarily. Thank you for your appreciation, Master. Shen Nanshi knelt on the ground, his back already drenched in sweat. He pursed his lips, supported himself on the floor with both hands, knocked his forehead on the ground, and spoke loudly. Owner. It's quite strange. Just call me Mr. Liu. Bite. Boom. Leaving the room, Liu Yuan and Shen Nanshi walked out of Gaixiang Villa together. In the front hall, suddenly a bronze bell rang in the night. Liu Yuan just glanced at it casually and then paused. Not far away, on the side of the wall, is a row of chime bells, a musical instrument commonly used in the ancient Zhao state. It is divided into 3 layers, from top to bottom, with bronze bells of different sizes. And on one of the bronze bells, which was about the size of a palm, a familiar light flashed. Mr. Liu. Old Master Shen Nanshi noticed Liu Yuan's expression and asked in a low voice. Nanshi. The 3rd bronze bell in the first row from left to right, please help me get it. Liu Yuan retracted his gaze, with a faint smile on his face, and said, This is the advantage of hiring a person with a relatively high social status as a housekeeper. If it were him, relying solely on his social status, he would have difficulty even entering this restaurant, let alone asking the boss for something. I see. Shen Nanshi took a look and then said respectfully, Mr. Liu, please wait in the car first. I will get it for you right away. The old butler Shen Shan accompanied Liu Yuan into the black Rolls-Royce outside the yard, and Shen Nanshi walked towards the front hall with a cane. Mr. Shen. Our boss learned that you were coming tonight, and asked me to entertain you well. A woman wearing a black cheongsam and a white fur coat came up to him with a smile on her face. She was in her early 30s, and her manners were generous and elegant. She impressed people with just a few words. I was going to visit you in person, but I didn't do it until I learned that you were entertaining guests. The woman said with a smile. Ms. Wang, thank Boss He for his concern for me. Shen Nanshi responded. The owner behind this Gaixiang mountain house is also a well-known family in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and can be regarded as a famous family. Mr. Shen, is there anything else? Miss Wang had sharp eyes and she noticed at the glance that the old man wanted to ask for something. This set of chimes is the work of Boss He, right? Mr. Shen has a keen eye. Miss Wang smiled sweetly and replied, "This is what our boss found in Yunnan province. It dates back to the Sui and Tang dynasties. Several of the clocks are damaged, so our boss replaced them later. Miss Wang, please ask Mr. He for one of them for me. It's the third bronze bell from left to right in the first row." Shen Nanshi understood a thing or two without leaving a trace, and then he said in a deep voice without beating around the bush. After a pause, he met Miss Wang's gaze and said seriously, Shen Nanshi, oh boss, he a favor. I see. Miss Wang blinked her eyes, noticed Mr. Shen's seriousness, and stopped smiling. She nodded slightly and responded. Chapter 16. At night, it was past 9. Zixi, the second underground floor of the villa. Master. This time it was a woman who got divorced after receiving a betrothal gift of 388,000 yuan and spent a lot of money in nightclubs. This matter was known to many people in the Sky Bar. Shen Shan pushed Shen Nanshi to the blindfolded woman. He bent down slightly and spoke in a low voice. Shen Nanshi responded. He sat in a wheelchair, looking at the young girl not far away, his eyes flickering with desire, not like he was looking at a living being, but at cattle or sheep, no, a treasure that could prolong his life. His old body was trembling. He pushed himself up with both hands. He walked slowly but quickly to the girl and raised his hand. The blood needle in his hand emitted a strange light. Amidst the waves of whimpering sounds of fear, he stabbed Lilith with the blood needle without hesitation. The blood needle fell on the girl's skin just like a needle piercing into the water, without any hindrance, and went straight into the heart. Blood vessels first appeared behind the girl's fair skin, and it was obvious that blood was flowing rapidly in the blood vessels. Soon, the girl's skin began to lose its luster and become dull. Shen Nanshi stood in front of a shrunken corpse and put the drop of dazzling essence into his mouth. He closed his eyes and felt the beauty of his body regaining vitality. Invest another 10 million in our charity foundation, which will be mainly used to help students and alleviate poverty. Shen Nanshi opened his eyes and looked at the mummy. He could clearly feel that at least at this moment, his body was more vital, his spirit was extremely excited, and there was a trace of uncontrolled surge. After a while, Shen Nanshi said, "Yes." Shen Shan bowed and responded, "From now on, every time we finish, we will donate 5 million to the charity foundation." Shen Nanshi said again. After saying this, the old man found that he didn't know if it was an illusion, but his control over his body seemed to have returned to its original level. In fact, whether it was the level of demand on the prey or the compensation to the society after killing the prey, these two behaviors were a kind of redemption that was very consistent with Shen Nanshi's own. At least, it allowed him to convince himself to reduce the guilt in his heart. This happens to be a way to get rid of the situation as much as possible. Desire score plus 100. Desire score plus 100. What kind of temptation would it be to be able to restore vitality to an aging body as if reversing time? Apartment. Living room. Yuan sat in a rocking chair in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, with the comfortable black cat crawling in his arms. Looking at the prompts that were refreshing frantically on the panel, Yuan, through Pandora's connection, witnessed the disappearance of another life with his own eyes. Behind his black-framed glasses, his eyes did not fluctuate at all. He just smiled faintly and said with emotion. He patted Old White's butt. Meow. The black cat stretched lazily, called out to Yuan in dissatisfaction, then jumped out of his arms and walked towards the sofa with a cat-like step. Ding! Ding! Yuan walked to the study and took out a palm-sized bronze bell from a wooden box. After shaking it gently, the bell made a clear and pleasant sound. This bronze bell probably dates back to the Tang dynasty. It is not one of the bells in that set. I don't know what kind of ability it will be this time. Yuan said to himself. After saying that, he did not hesitate, opened the panel, and extracted the last third-tier seed. After using up the last seed from the novice gift pack, he would have to purchase it himself with souls and desire points next time. It should be soon. Yuan chuckled and put the seeds in his hand into the ancient bronze bell. Magical changes took place in the house again. After a short while, a completely changed bronze bell appeared before his eyes. Bite. You have received Pandora No 3-003. Please name Pandora No 3-003. 3-003. Its former owner was a famous wizard during the Tang dynasty. After the owner died, this bronze bell was taken to the cemetery. Within 7 days of the deceased's death, the user can shake 3-003 at the place where the deceased died last, and the soul that is about to dissipate will be gathered again. Yuan played with the bell in his hand. It felt very comfortable to the touch, like a piece of fine jade. Moreover, after putting the seeds in it, the entire material seemed to have changed. Scan the text carefully. Yuan suddenly stopped shaking the bell. To be honest, ghosts and the like were one of his few weaknesses in the past. This weakness could probably be traced back to Yuan's childhood. Cough. Yuan coughed lightly, and his right hand holding the bell shook, and he quickly covered it with his left hand. These two hands put it back into the box. Let's call it the Wizard's Soul Bell. Bite. Naming successful. Pandora No 3-003, Wizard Soul Bell. Time passes by every second. The night is getting darker. Riverside. Outside the large flat and sunshine coast, in the shadows on the roadside, Ma Anbang was eating a piece of bread while staring at the surveillance video on his mobile phone. He was so absorbed in watching that he flattened the bread in his hand and stuffed it into his mouth in 2 bites, then hurriedly leaned over to pick up a pile of documents on the passenger seat. The current Dai Yuan is definitely not Dai Yuan, it's Huang Wenbin. Ma Anbang whispered. He uttered some inexplicable and confusing words. Even the bank's facial recognition and fingerprint recognition can match, and the body shape must be the same as the original. What on earth is going on? Ma Anbang looked trembling. He has not yet reported his judgment to his superiors. He really doesn't know what to say. Moreover, even if he reports it, how can he make his superiors believe it? It is said that Huang Wenbin's soul took over Dai Yuan's body? It is said that Huang Wenbin has changed into Dai Yuan? This is a bit too ridiculous. But eliminate all the impossibilities, and then the final answer, no matter how absurd, is the truth. In the night, Ma Anbang's hair stood up. According to his judgment, he was more inclined to believe that Huang Wenbin had the ability to transform for some reason, rather than taking over another's body. Because when the latter left the small hotel in the village for the first time as a middle-aged man, the original middle-aged man was in the room. Ma Anbang lowered the car window, put his arm on the door, lit a cigarette, and the flame flickered. Wait until the cigarette is finished. Ma Anbang was ready to call his superiors. He didn't dare to arrest Huang Wenbin at will. What if Huang Wenbin escaped? With his ability to change, or if he updated his anti-tracking skills, the destructive harm would be immeasurable. Chapter 17. Early morning. It was still dark, just past 5. Sunshine Coast, flat. In the European-style master bedroom, Huang Wenbin, who was sleeping soundly, frowned unconsciously. He clenched his hands into fists, and the muscles of his whole body were tense. Sven's face twisted. Husband. Husband. Are you okay? Zhang Meijing, who was wearing a red ice silk nightgown, woke up. She turned on the bedside lamp and sat up. With just one movement, the nightgown slipped off her shoulders, revealing most of her erotic scene. She looked at her husband, patted his arm and whispered. Her husband's body tensed even more. After a moment, his eyes opened suddenly, revealing a ferocity that Zhang Meijing had never seen before. Zhang Meijing's heart skipped a beat and she subconsciously dodged backwards. Call. 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 Huang Wenbin sat up suddenly, and his first reaction was to touch his eyes, nose, and mouth with his hands. After confirming that they were still there, he breathed a long sigh of relief. He hugged his head with both hands and gasped heavily. He had a horrible dream. He dreamed that he kept changing into one person's face after another, enjoying everything with different identities. Until one time, after he took off his mask, he found that he had no face, and all his facial features turned into short lines of different lengths. What are you looking at? Huang Wenbin noticed Zhang Meijing's gaze, and his heart was suddenly ignited by an unknown anger. He turned his head abruptly and spoke in a hoarse voice. Nothing, nothing. Honey, did you have a nightmare? Zhang Meijing's two plump and slender legs were slightly bent, and her toes painted with red nail polish were curled up. She responded with some fear. Ah! Huang Wenbin grabbed Zhang Meijing's arm roughly like a wild beast and pressed her under his body with a scream. After a while, Huang Wenbin's eyes regained clarity, and a feeling of unbridled joy surged into his heart. I'm going to work. He glanced at Zhang Meijing lying on the bed, stood up and said in a deep voice. Huang Wenbin walked into the bathroom wearing slippers and stood in front of the mirror. Looking at the strange yet familiar face in the mirror, he was expressionless at first, and then a sick and twisted smile appeared on his face. You idiot! You play with my wife, so I'll play with your wife too. I'll also spend your money and beat your kids. You idiot! He cursed under his breath. Wearing an expensive suit and gold-rimmed glasses, Huang Wenbin glanced at his watch, smiled and walked out of the house. Woo! When she heard the door close, the 40-year-old beautiful middle-aged woman in the bedroom huddled beside the bed and finally dared to cry out. Her fair skin was blue and purple, and there was a clear handprint on her neck. What happened? Why does he seem like a completely different person? Zhang Meijing's eyes were full of confusion. At first, she was surprised that her husband's strength had suddenly improved and he began to become obsessed with her body again, but who knew that he would soon become violent and rough? Mr. Dai, good morning. Huang Wenbin was driving a black Mercedes S-Class. As soon as the car drove out of the garage, the property manager who happened to be guarding the gate and scolding a security guard recognized the car from a distance. As if changing his face, the middle-aged property manager suddenly had a warm smile on his face. The first thing to do is to raise the railing as soon as possible. Then, he trotted to the front of the car and greeted with a nod and a bow. Huang Wenbin enjoyed this feeling. He responded with a straight face, and then, as if he remembered something, he said, wait a moment. Boss Dai, what do you want? Huang Wenbin leaned over to the passenger seat, took out a pack of soft Zonghua cigarettes, and threw it over, take it and smoke it. The middle-aged property manager's eyes lit up, and the smile on his face became even more intense. He kept saying, thank you, Mr. Dai. Thank you, Mr. Dai. Mr. Dai, you are so polite. Boss Dai. Boss Dai. The car drove a long way. Huang Wenbin saw the property manager still bent over through the rear-view mirror, and smiled softly. He looked away and stepped on the accelerator. What he didn't notice was that in another direction, a black Passat was following closely. All right. This is the end of the meeting. Please adjourn. Soon, it was afternoon. Just before getting off work, Skyworth Technology, Yuan walked out of the conference room holding a folder, and walked in the corridor near the French window. As if he noticed something, he suddenly stopped. Behind the black-framed glasses, his calm eyes gazed out the window. It looks like quite a big deal. Yuan smiled. He first returned to the office, and after about 40 minutes, he called 2 colleagues to accompany him downstairs to get the afternoon tea he ordered. Wow! Thank you, boss. As expected of the boss, you are so generous. How about a cup of coffee and a small cake for each person? Thank you, Boss. Two young colleagues took the snacks from the delivery boy and praised them in an exaggerated manner. Yuan smiled and pushed up his glasses, his eyes swept across the lobby of the building without leaving a trace. In a corner in one direction, he saw Ma Anbang again. Coincidentally, the latter also looked over. Yuan nodded to him from a distance. Without looking at him anymore, he also walked into the elevator carrying 2 bags of takeout. Not far away, in the corner of the rest area. Old Ma. I'm risking my life this time. If things don't go as you say, we'll both be finished. Our Hangzhou Special Forces and Sharp Blade Commandos are on standby. Now, the entire Skyworth building is under our surveillance. If the news gets out, people will think it's a terrorist attack. Lin Kuoyue, the middle-aged director in casual clothes, was sitting next to Ma Anbang. He was also under a lot of pressure and kept talking. Old Ma. What are you looking at? When Lin Kuoyue looked up, he saw Ma Anbang looking in a certain direction and nodded. He followed his gaze and saw the back of a gentle man. You know him? I'm telling you, don't let him affect our actions. No. Ma Anbang retracted his gaze and shook his head. He subconsciously played with the lighter in his hand and responded, I've met him before. I think he's interesting. Time passes by every second. 5:30. Employees from various departments of Skyworth Technology are leaving get off work one after another, and only a few are ready to work overtime. In President Dai Wenyuan's office, Huang Wenbin was making his final efforts facing the floor-to-ceiling window. He worked hard while watching the last rays of sunset outside the window. When the sky became completely dark, outside the building, the street lights in the city lit up and the neon lights were reflected in the eyes. Huang Wenbin took a breath and grinned. You should get off work first. Secretary Guo Tongtong pursed her lips and responded. Chapter 18. Xiao Nai. Yo. Sister-in-law is here to wait for the boss to get off work again. The boss just had a project that needed to be revised, so he might have to work overtime. By the way, why don't you go into the boss office and wait? Skyworth Building, 15th floor. As soon as Nai Xiao got off work and packed up her things, she ran to the R&D office. At this time, employees came out in 2s and 3s one after another. They immediately noticed the young colleague who was waiting outside the door every day after get off work, with a kind smile on her face. Everyone would joke with her, and some even called her sister-in-law directly. Ah! It's okay, I'll just wait. Nai Xiao kept shaking her head and said obediently. However, when all the colleagues had left, Nai Xiao took a sneaky look at the long corridor, and the next second, holding the door frame, she poked her head into the room. She looked towards Yuan's supervisor's office and her eyes moved around quietly. I walked into the office feeling a little excited and a little nervous. Call. Nai Xiao stood in front of the door and took a deep breath. Boom boom boom. Boom boom. Enter. After asking a question, Nai Xiao pushed the door open and walked in. At the same time, Secretary Guo Tongtong simply packed up and left Dai Wenyuan's office. Snap! The moment the door closed. Sitting in the boss chair, facing the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Huang Wenbin's facial features changed rapidly, and his slightly fat body quickly became thinner. In just a moment, Huang Wenbin restored his original face. Now, he only dared to act like his old self when no one was around. Tisk! The chair turns. Huang Wenbin glanced at the trash can at his feet, the torn black stockings, and even a T-shaped pantyhose. In other words, Secretary Guo. It's so enjoyable. This is what it means to live a carefree life. Huang Wenbin's face flushed red and he raised his fist vigorously. He paced around the office like a lion patrolling his territory. The first team is in place. Team 2 is in place. Team 3 is in place. Let's get started. Be careful and minimize the impact. After an order was given, 3 groups of plainclothes police officers walked into the elevator at the same time and pressed the button for the 32nd floor. Ma Anbang was sitting in the lounge area on the first floor of the building. After giving the order, he put down the intercom. He sat up straight, scanning every inch of the area with his sharp eyes without blinking. Old Ma. This Dai Wen Yuan has some background. If something goes wrong. I don't know what happened, but all the surveillance suddenly went out of control. There was no preparation at all. Otherwise, it would be much easier if we just occupied the monitoring room. Lin Kuo-yui also muttered. Until this moment, he still felt that Lao Ma's description was too fantastic. That's strange. Why is the company's garage so slow today? It took me 15 minutes to leave the company. Yes, that's what I think. There are 3 security guards at the security booth. I don't think I've seen them before. The way they look at me is like looking at a criminal. I'm so FGPD. These damn property managers are doing nothing all day long. In Skyworth Technology, in the company's large chat group, a few employees started complaining. 15th floor. Liu Yuan happened to notice the message in the group, pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, chuckled, and left Huang Wenbin a glimmer of hope. At the same time, on the 35th floor of the building, Huang Wenbin also happened to see these messages. He shuddered inexplicably, and his heart was suddenly filled with a huge fear. He seemed to have noticed something. He suddenly pushed the door open and walked out. He quickly ran to the elevator hall and looked at the 3 elevators that were going up at the same time. Call. 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 In Huang Wenbin's eyes, the 3 elevators gradually approaching the 35th floor were like 3 large nets gradually covering him. He turned around suddenly. He rushed into the fire stairwell like crazy and ran out on the next floor. Boss Dai. Huang Wenbin broke into an office where someone was still there. Hearing the noise, he saw a short middle-aged woman in her 40s who shouted in confusion. No. Nothing. I have something to ask you. Beads of sweat appeared on Huang Wenbin's forehead. He took a deep breath and tried hard to control his fear. He said as he walked towards the woman. Boss Dai, please sit down first. I'll pour you a cup of tea. The middle-aged woman stood up and said. Good. Thanks. Huang Wenbin responded while looking around the office. He noticed a vase not far away. When Manager Ma turned his back to him to get some water, he quickly walked towards the vase, held the vase, walked behind Manager Ma, and lifted the vase high. The moment the middle-aged female manager turned around, he hit her hard. Bang! Blood instantly flowed from the middle-aged female manager's head, with shock in her eyes. The next second, she was hit hard again, and her vision went black immediately. Call. Huang Wenbin swallowed. As he squatted down to uncover the female supervisor's clothes, the features on his face and even the skeleton outline of his entire body changed strangely. Change clothes quickly. Huang Wenbin quickly left the office again. Report. No one's in the office. The first team of police broke into Dai Wen Yuan's office. Lock down the entire building. Now. You are only allowed to enter the entire building but not leave. Upon hearing this, Ma Anbang stood up suddenly, frowned, and immediately issued a series of orders. Following his orders, the police from all sides took quick action. All the elevators in the building suddenly could no longer stop at the garage, and everyone in the building could only reach the first floor. At the same time, fire alarms sounded on every floor. Beep. 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 The red alarm light flashes. Manager Lu. In the office on the 15th floor, Nai Xiaowu immediately stood up and said in panic. Fine. Let's go out too. Liu Yuan glanced outside the door, without any panic, turned off the computer, and said gently. After that, he and Nai Xiaowu evacuated the office together. Manager Lu, it seems that we can't use the elevator during a fire. Nai Xiaohu said when she saw Liu Yuan was still heading towards the elevator hall. It's okay, trust me. Liu Yuan glanced at Nai Xiaohu. The red light of the fire alarm shone on the girl's little face. He reached out and took the latter's left hand and said. After saying that, he walked towards the elevator hall. Nai Xiaohu opened her eyes wide, and her cheeks suddenly turned red. In her little head, she and manager Liu were experiencing a crisis together, and all kinds of romantic fantasies replaced her fear. The elevator hall was indeed still operating normally. I got in the elevator and arrived at the first floor smoothly. Chapter 19. How did they find me? That shouldn't be the case. I shouldn't have left any mistakes. Illusion. Could it be my illusion that no one is actually coming to arrest me? Am I overreacting? Skyworth Building. Huang Wenbin, disguised as a middle-aged woman, pushed the door and walked out of the office, then headed towards the elevator hall. He walked quickly, with random thoughts running through his mind. Standing in front of the elevator and pressing the elevator button, just as he convinced himself, his body gradually relaxed. Beep! A shrill alarm suddenly rang in his ears. Huang Wenbin raised his head abruptly, and the red warning light on the ceiling reflected on his face. He turned and ran towards the fire escape not far away. Call! 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 His heart beat fast and his breathing became more and more rapid. He took 2 steps in the stairwell and stumbled because he rushed too fast. He subconsciously supported himself with his hands and fell to the ground. Before he could feel the pain, the fire escape upstairs was pushed open and someone walked in. Report, coordinates, fire stairwell on the 35th floor. You start investigating upwards. Receive. Huang Wenbin was lying on the ground in an extremely ugly posture. He had just finished listening to the report from upstairs when he discovered that someone on some floor downstairs was also conducting a carpet search. His eyes were wide open, and his whole body was shaking like a sieve, with fear and madness constantly interweaving on his face. He used his hands and feet to push open the fire door of the nearest fire stairwell. Many employees on this floor were scattered in panic. Huang Wenbin lowered his head and mingled among the crowd. He also walked into the elevator and stood near the corner, staring at the changing floor numbers one by one. Huang Wenbin clenched his right hand. Bite! The elevator reached the first floor. All I saw was that the first floor of the building was filled with almost all the people in the office building who had not yet gotten off work. The property manager was holding a loudspeaker and constantly reassuring the crowd, explaining that there was no fire, but that the Municipal Bureau, Skyworth Technology, and the building's property were jointly conducting an anti-terrorism exercise. In order to ensure the authenticity of the exercise, strict confidentiality was maintained before the incident. It turned out to be an anti-terrorism exercise. The dark crowd suddenly started discussing heatedly. Among the crowd, Nai Xiaohu breathed a sigh of relief, then became excited and spoke repeatedly. She quietly tugged at Liu Yuan's hand and said, Manager Liu, look over there, there are special forces soldiers armed with live ammunition. Isn't this counter-terrorism too realistic? So exciting. Yes. Liu Yuan looked gentle, and nodded with a smile. He was also looking around. The anti-explosion police wearing special service uniforms and armed with live ammunition stood in 2 rows on both sides of the door, leaving only a 1-person wide passage. Moreover, in the square in front of the building, anti-explosion vehicles with flashing lights were parked. Everyone, listen to me. In order to ensure the authenticity of the exercise, we have left a spy who has stolen state secrets in the crowd. So now, please line up and leave from the main entrance in an orderly manner. Also, only 1 person can go out at a time. Thank you for your cooperation. The middle-aged director Lin Kuoyue stood up, took the loudspeaker and spoke loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the office workers present all expressed their cooperation and soon formed a long line in front of the door, preparing to leave the hall. Let's go too. Yuan glanced at the crowd of employees and immediately saw Huang Wenbin, who was wearing a woman's skin, in the elevator hall in the distance. He smiled and said to Nai Xiaoyu. Nai Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. She followed Manager Lu and joined the line. By the way, Manager Lu. Nai Xiaoyu thought of something, raised her head, and looked at Yuan expectantly with bright eyes. Tomorrow is Saturday, are you free? I know a particularly delicious Thai restaurant. Okay. Yuan thought about it and said gently, that's great, I'll treat you. Seeing that Manager Lu did not refuse, Nai Xiaoyu responded happily, and her whole body was visibly excited. Not long after, two people walked out of the building. They couldn't see it clearly in the lobby just now, but when they came out, they could clearly see the special vehicle that looked like a giant beast. The huge searchlight shone in front of the door. As soon as Yuan and Nai Xiaoyu walked out, they squinted their eyes because they felt a little glaring. After getting used to it, the two walked to the side. Yuan wanted to see the next result, and Nai Xiaoyu naturally wanted to stay with Director Lu for a while. Is there anyone else upstairs? Middle-aged Director Lin Kuoyue put down the loudspeaker and walked to the rest area. Ma Anbang didn't look at him, but stared at every person who walked out with his burning eyes without blinking, and asked. The various teams are currently conducting a thorough investigation. If he is in the building, he will not be able to escape. Lin Kuoyue responded. He should be coming out soon. Ma Anbang continued while playing with his lighter. Not far away, in the crowd, Huang Wenbin clenched his fists tightly, his palms were sweaty, and his nerves were tense to the extreme. He knew that he didn't have much time left. As long as the police found the Director Ma who was attacked by him in the office, or if Director Ma woke up, he would be exposed. He didn't have much time left just now, and he had no way to kill Director Ma and hide her body. Calm down. Calm down. FK it, calm down. Don't show your fear. Huang Wenbin wanted to slap himself hard, but he didn't dare. He took deep breaths and followed the crowd to line up. The team keeps moving forward. Before long, it was almost his turn. On both sides of the door were special agents wearing special combat uniforms. Everyone who walked out of the door would be scanned, like a security check. At this moment, Huang Wenbin rarely showed a big heart. When he was on the verge of reaching the limit of stress, he calmed down instead. The blood rushed to his head and a blush appeared on his face. In front of the door, the two Secret Service agents turned their gazes toward him. Huang Wenbin opened his hands and the left side of his face twitched slightly subconsciously. This was a physiological habit of his, one he had since he was a child and would occur whenever he was nervous. In the hall, there was a long distance between the queue and the door, which meant that each person would walk a distance alone before leaving the house. Ma Anbang frowned and held his breath. He stood up at some point and stared at the back of the middle-aged woman not far away without blinking. Compared with Dai Wen Yuan, the person who showed up this time with familiar body habits was actually a woman, and the height difference between them was a full 20 centimeters. However, when the woman who was dressed a little old-fashioned turned around, at a certain moment, the right half of her cheek twitched, and the familiar upward curve appeared at the corner of her left eye. Eliminate all impossibilities, and then the final answer, no matter how absurd, is the truth. Ma Anbang's heart was beating heavily. Before he could react, his whole body rushed out. The next second, the gun at his waist was grasped. At the same time, raised it high. The black muzzle of the gun was pointed at the middle-aged woman's back. In an instant, the whole hall fell silent. Director Lin Kuoyue's scalp tingled. Rationally, he didn't believe that this woman was Huang Wenbin, but he still gritted his teeth and followed her, also raising his pistol. Chapter 20. What the hell? Is this acting so realistic? A real gun? This must be a real gun, and it looks like it's loaded. Is there really a bullet in the gun? Isn't this Director Ma from the business department? She's playing a spy? Exciting, so exciting. And Director Ma's acting is too realistic, isn't it? How can that old woman, Manager Ma, be so good at acting? Look at the fear on her face. In the night. In Skyworth Building, the employees who had not yet left the lobby, as well as the employees in the front square, saw this scene. They suddenly became excited, and all kinds of discussions continued to be heard. Manager Lu. Spy. Nai Xiao stood on tiptoe, her little face flushed, and excitedly tugged at Lu Yuan's arm. Lu Yuan nodded, looked at something not far away with some regret, and sighed. The game is over. It was at this moment, for some unknown reason, the smile on Lu Yuan's face remained unchanged, but behind the black-framed glasses, his black and white pupils shrank in an instant and then turned cold. The simple ring on the index finger flashed a faint light. Move the time forward 1 minute. Call. 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 In front of the building, Huang Wenbin, who was dressed as a woman, stopped and raised his hands little by little. He breathed heavily, and his eyes trembled with fear, struggle, and despair. Don't move. Ma Anbang still held the gun, his eyes fixed on the woman's back, and he approached little by little. When he reached the side of the woman, he met her eyes and suddenly shouted without warning. Huang Wenbin. The woman in the suit trembled suddenly. Neither acknowledgement nor denial. But this was enough to confirm for an old fox like Ma Anbang. At the same time, Director Lin Kuoyue, who was also holding a gun not far away, heard a report in his earphone. He looked at the woman not far away, and a trace of astonishment and disbelief flashed across his face. He walked to Ma Anbang. Old Ma. You're right. Team 2 found a fainted woman on the 34th floor. Fortunately, her life is not in danger. Ma Anbang nodded. He waved his hand and asked his men to come forward and control Huang Wenbin. At this moment, Huang Wenbin, who was in despair and like a trapped beast, accidentally caught a glimpse of the mysterious Mr. Lu in the crowd. He was like a life-saving straw and was about to shout "Save me," but who would have thought that as soon as he met that gaze, in an instant, it was as if he had seen the Supreme Majesty, the most honorable God. My mind suddenly went blank and I gave up all resistance. In the eyes of others, after Manager Ma was discovered, he cooperated with the special police and was taken into the police car. Let's go. Lu Yuan retracted his gaze and looked at Nai Xiao, who was still looking out, and said with a smile. Seeing that the little girl still had some reluctance on her face, he said again. I'll take you to the subway. Nai Xiao nodded vigorously. The little girl walked happily in front. She seemed to be in a good mood and couldn't help but let go of the ladylike appearance she usually pretended to be. She walked on the edge of the curb, with her hands outstretched, carefully maintaining her balance. Lu Yuan was wearing a grey coat, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding a briefcase. From behind his black-framed glasses, he looked at the innocent and lively girl with a smile. The other side. After the police car escorting Huang Wenbin arrived at the municipal bureau, Huang Wenbin, who still looked like a middle-aged woman, was immediately sent to the interrogation room. A small interrogation room. There was only a metal table in the middle, and Huang Wenbin's hands were handcuffed to the chair. The escorting police officer left the room after checking the handcuffs were secure. Is he really Huang Wenbin? How is this possible? In the monitoring room, Director Lin Kuoyue looked at the woman in the surveillance video and said in disbelief. The scene before him was beyond the materialistic worldview he had built up over the past 50 years. Didn't you just see the real Ma Huiling with your own eyes? Ma Anbang glanced at Lin Kuoyue and said, no matter what it is, seeing is believing. That's all. He was about to walk outside the monitoring room. I will go to interrogate him personally, Please arrange an assistant for me. Good. Ma Anbang walked down the long corridor and met a young policeman outside the interrogation room. The policeman saluted him immediately. Cavalry. Ma Anbang nodded. He stood in front of the door and was about to push it open to walk in, but then he stopped and looked at the young policeman behind him, reminding him, remember the confidentiality regulations. Don't worry, Team Ma. Director Lin has already reminded me. I understand. The young policeman responded. The door of the interrogation room was suddenly opened, and Ma Anbang and the young policeman sat opposite Huang Wenbin. Some dazzling searchlights were lit just above the metal table. Huang Wenbin. Tell me about it. Ma Anbang observed the woman in front of him and had a strange feeling in his heart. He clearly saw a woman, but underneath this appearance there was actually a man. He spoke with force and at the right time. Huang Wenbin, who had been lowering his head, raised his head. A terrifying smile appeared on his face, and the corners of his mouth rose high. Say what? The voice is also female. Say what? He asked again, his voice suddenly sharp and piercing, and a man's voice seemed to overlap with the female voice. He became excited and tried to stand up, and the handcuffed arms were pulled out of the flesh. At the same time, in the interrogation room, the expression and posture on Huang Wenbin's face became even more weird, as if he was on the verge of losing his mind. His facial features began to change, and his body bones began to change. The next second, the person who appeared in front of Ma Anbang was no longer Director Ma from the business department, but the gentle and wealthy Dai Wenai Yuan. The next second, Huang Wenbin changed from Dai Wenai Yuan to the criminal policeman Ma Anbang sitting in front of him. He became the young policeman next door. He transformed madly into one person after another. Say what? What do you want me to say? The veins on his forehead were bulging and he kept roaring. Huang Wenbin was on the verge of losing control, but suddenly a trace of clarity appeared in his eyes. He calmed down, stared straight at Ma Anbang, and a smile appeared on his face. When his facial features wanted to change into someone else's appearance again, it was as if he had touched a taboo. Ah! He suddenly hugged his head tightly and let out a painful wail, bg his head against the table, even tears of blood flowing from his eyes. Quick! Come over! Hold him, don't let him get killed! Ma Anbang had no time to be shocked. He stood up quickly and grabbed Huang Wenbin's shoulders tightly. Who would have thought that at this moment Huang Wenbin's body actually showed strength far beyond that of an ordinary person? It was not until another young policeman ran over and hugged his other arm that he was finally able to control the situation. At this time, Huang Wenbin's entire forehead was covered in blood. Huang Wenbin gradually stopped struggling. He panted and his eyes regained their spirit. Cough! Cough! He coughed and said in a hoarse voice, I'm dying. What the hell is wrong with you? What is going on? Ma Anbang said hurriedly. Let me go. Call. I'll say what I can. Huang Wenbin continued to speak. He raised his handcuffed right hand and showed a bitter smile on his miserable face. At this moment when he was about to die, he seemed to have finally gotten rid of the control of desire. Can you untie my right hand? I want to die as I really am. Ma Anbang hesitated for a moment, then he said, okay. He took out the key and unlocked the handcuffs on one hand. Huang Wenbin stretched out his right hand towards his face, and his fingertips gently touched the bridge of his nose. A mysterious light flashed, and the next second, the mask emitting colorful light fell off. Ma Anbang did not look at the mask. His pupils contracted violently when he saw Huang Wenbin's face. That was not a normal person's face. It was as if the original facial features had been erased with an eraser, and then lines were drawn with a pencil to represent the nose, eyes, and mouth. Ah! 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 Huang Wenbin saw that Ma Anbang's reaction seemed to be aware of something. He reached out to touch his cheek, and when he felt the sensation at his fingertips, he let out a cry that was more desperate than despair and more terrifying than fear. Chapter 21. The interrogation room fell into dead silence. Dead, dead. Cavalry. The young policeman gently pushed Huang Wenbin, and the latter fell to the ground without support. The policeman turned pale and turned to look at Ma Anbang. At the same time, the colorful mask lying quietly on the interrogation table suddenly emitted a more dazzling light and then disappeared into the room. Ma Anbang had pounced over as soon as the mask changed, but he missed. He looked at the blank table and kept searching up and down in the house, trying to find the mysterious mask. Director Lin. The door of the house was pushed open and the middle-aged Director Lin Kuoyue hurried in. The young policeman shouted quickly. I have already reported it. All personnel involved in the operation tonight have been asked to hand in all communications equipment and are not allowed to leave until the investigation is completed. Lin Kuoyue closed the door, glanced at the young policeman, and then said to Ma Anbang. Recalling everything he had just seen, the police chief, who had been involved in countless major cases and had experienced wind and rain, was now shaking in his hands. Before the Goan people arrive, Xia Rui, Lao Ma, and I, the three of us are not allowed to leave this room. Yes. The young policeman said seriously. It should be. Ma Anbang said, and sat down on the chair on the other side. He habitually reached into his arms, trying to take out a cigarette, but when he found nothing, he remembered that he had quit smoking for a while. He played with the patinated lighter in his hand, and his thumb touched the brim of his hat again and again. Old Ma, thank goodness you found him, otherwise I don't know how big a mess he would have caused. Pandora. Marquardt's mask. How can there be something like this in this world that only appears in movies and novels? And, where did that mask go? The night is getting darker. A series of cars drove into the Hangzhou City Police Station, and people in black suits hurried in. The leaders of the National Security Bureau met with Lin Kuoyue and Ma Anbang. After personally watching a series of surveillance and the whole story of the case, a helicopter landed at the Municipal Bureau and quickly took off and disappeared into the night. White Soul +1. Tisk. It's over. An apartment in Binjiang District, Hangzhou. Lu Yuan, who was sitting in the study, laughed out loud. Through Pandora's connection, he saw the entire process of Huang Wenbin losing his rationality, his facial features disappearing, and finally regaining his rationality and revealing the information about Pandora and Marquardt's mask. Open the system panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Number of souls, 1, White Soul. Desire points, 5,800 points. Pandora has been made. 3-001 Marquardt's mask. 3-002 Lilith's blood needle. 3-003 Wizard Soul Bell. 0-001 Taboo Ring. Pandora Seed, 0. Lu Yuan looked at the page related to the number of souls in the panel, noticed the white quality at the end, and shook his head. It can only be exchanged for inferior souls of the third-level seeds. Being infected by Pandora, sinking in desire, the deeper the soul is infected by desire, the more it can still control its reason. This kind of soul is of the highest quality. For example, if you want to exchange for the 33 0-level seeds, not only does it need to be completely corroded and dyed into black soul, but it also needs to bloom new flowers in the extreme black and bloom with colorful light. Colorful black. God knows what kind of person can reach this quality. Lu Yuan complained. No more hesitation, closed the panel. His fingertips tapped the tabletop rhythmically, and Lu Yuan went through the process in detail. He thought for a moment, then smiled gently and said, although the soul quality is not good, this is still an excellent Pandora observation experiment. I have more than enough information. He opened a thick notebook and recorded various findings in words, such as the final negative effect of Marquardt's mask. 1. After losing control, you will completely lose your original appearance. 2. The intensification of desire. After recording the prop page, Yuan turned to the user information page, writing in vigorous and powerful handwriting. On this page, Yuan fully recorded Huang Wenbin's state before he obtained the prop, as well as the psychological and behavioral changes after he obtained the prop. In the end, he ended with the time of death accurate to the second. Now, the most efficient and organized authorities in the world have discovered Pandora. What will happen? Yuan closed his notebook. He stretched, stood up and walked out of the study, standing outside the French window overlooking the neon-lit city. Behind his black-framed glasses, his smile became brighter. Although Huang Wenbin is as short-lived as a meteor, he will definitely be a figure that will be highlighted in future history. It found a new host so soon. Yuan's eyes suddenly raised, with a playful look in his eyes. In Pandora's program, after the previous host died, he would disappear in a very short time and automatically find a nearby host with the strongest greed. Of course, Yuan could also choose to take back the props and actively find a master for it, just depending on whether it was necessary. Hello. Your takeaway has arrived. I've left it at your door. A residential area in Hangzhou. Lu Yang, a rider in a yellow uniform, hung up the phone, put the package on the mat at the door, and took a step back to take a photo. It was quite cold in the early March night. The air exhaled by Lu Yang as he rode his electric scooter created a layer of white mist in front of his eyes. The scooter traveled through the streets and alleys of the city. At a certain moment, he looked up at this bustling city with thousands of lights, and suddenly he felt a sense of loneliness in his heart. His parents are farmers, and their ancestors were farmers for 3 generations. He thought he would be better off, so he was admitted to a second-tier university from that remote county town. But who knew that after graduating from university, he could only work as a delivery boy? After being busy all night, Lu Yang turned off the order platform, picked up a plate of fried rice and prepared to go back to his rental house to rest. After parking the electric bike, Lu Yang suddenly raised his head and looked puzzledly at a dim alley not far away. Something seemed to be attracting him there. Lu Yang walked over subconsciously and turned on the flashlight on his mobile phone to illuminate the darkness in front of him. When he reached the end of the alley, a mask emitting colorful light was lying quietly in the darkness. What? What a beautiful mask! Lu Yang muttered. He bent down and reached out to pick it up. When his fingertips touched the mask, a light like ripples appeared, and mysterious information appeared in the mind of the delivery boy out of thin air. Chapter 22. The next day, Saturday morning. Ding dong! Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Yuan stood up and opened the door, and saw it was the delivery guy from Sam's Club. He took a look at the 2 large boxes, and saw a lot of stuff, including black tiger shrimps, meat, eggs, milk, fruits and vegetables that could fill the refrigerator. There were also kitchen paper towels, wet wipes, storage tools, and even 2 pairs of new slippers. We're here so soon. The door next door opened, and single mother Shen Hengru leaned out and said with a smile. After saying that, she also came out, looking at Yuan with a smile, and said with her red lips, I noticed these 2 days that your refrigerator is empty, and many things in your house are missing, so I just bought them for you. Let's go. Come in, I'll help you clean up. Shen Hengru said this and pushed Yuan. She walked into the house with familiarity, first took out the women's slippers she had bought, put them on, then ran straight to the double-door refrigerator in the living room with her things, stood on tiptoe, and put things away one by one. Yuan was still standing by the door, looking at the single mother with gentle eyes behind his black-framed glasses, and he was very good at showing off his physical charm. A thin off-white sweater paired with a pair of high-waisted tight jeans outlines her plump buttocks and fleshy long legs. Long wavy hair, exquisite makeup, sexy red lips, everything about her is completely different from that of a young girl. Yuan. What are you still standing there for? Come and help. Shen Hongru turned around and spoke in a coquettish voice. Thanks to the hard work of this single mother, Lu Yuan's apartment seemed to have become more lively in just a short while. Even the black cat Lao Bai tilted his head and looked at his new toy curiously. If it were an ordinary man, seeing this scene, he would definitely be touched by Shen Hongru's feelings and feel that he had met a good woman. But in Lu Yuan's eyes, he just pushed his glasses, and his expression became a little colder behind his gentle appearance. With his insight, naturally, he could see Shen Hongru's little thoughts. This was the single mother wanting to take things a step further with him. Perhaps, in her eyes, she had had a relationship with him, so naturally she wanted to have a name. As for Lu Yuan, he just wanted a friend to vent his needs. Call. It's just lack of exercise. Shen Hongru's cheeks were flushed, and sweat kept sliding down her cheeks to her collarbone. She reached out and pulled her sweater, covering up the bulging cleavage on her chest. She sat down on the sofa and stretched herself. Where's Yuan? Lu Yuan brought a glass of water and said gently. Yuan went to an English cram school. Tutoring so early? Of course not. I want Yuan to transfer to the kindergarten that is affiliated with Suejun Primary School. This way, it will be easier for her to attend Suejun Primary School. But the requirements there are very high. I have used many connections but it still seems difficult. Shen Hongru sighed and continued. Suejun is the best primary school in Hangzhou. Although she is a senior executive of the company, she still can't do much in this regard. Don't put too much pressure on Yuan. Lu Yuan handed over the water. Sitting beside him, he added, send me Yuan's information. I know a friend who might be able to help. Real? Shen Hongru opened her eyes wide, staring at Lu Yuan, her eyelashes trembling. Without hesitation, she immediately sent the information she had prepared to Lu Yuan. But Lu Yuan just walked aside, made a phone call, and hung up without saying a word. About 5 minutes, no, only 3 minutes, Shen Hongru received a call from the principal of Suejun Primary School. Thank you. Thank you. Shen Hongru held the phone in her hand and said repeatedly. She turned her head and looked at the neighbor in front of her, her eyes were full of astonishment and strangeness. The principal of the best elementary school in Hangzhou, such an identity is definitely not accessible to ordinary people like them. Not to mention, just a phone call made the other parties so enthusiastic. Sister Hongru. Lu Yuan stared at his single mother and called out to her gently. Ah! Nothing, nothing. Lu Yuan, thank you so much. Shen Hongru felt her heart tremble when she was called out, and she said quickly. Just as she was thinking wildly, feeling secretly happy, eager, and greedy, and thinking that she was very lucky, the next second, cold water was poured down, instantly sobering her up. Sister Hongru. Lu Yuan called out again, his tone seemingly unchanged, but it seemed to be filled with a sense of distance. When Shen Hongru met the latter's gaze, she was inexplicably afraid. But when she continued to look at the pair of black and white eyes, she found that it seemed as if it was her illusion a second ago. Shen Hongru knew in her heart that this was definitely not her illusion. Shen Hongru is not just an ordinary unemployed single mother, she is also a company executive. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is a shrewd person. After she had a relationship with Lu Yuan, she also wanted to find someone to rely on. But she understood better what Lu Yuan meant at this moment. Mr. Lu. Sister Hongru? Didn't I tell you to call me Lu Yuan? A smile flashed across Lu Yuan's eyes. He admired the single mother's reaction speed, but spoke gently. Sister Hongru, come closer. Shen Hongru no longer had the queen-like hostess attitude she had just now, and she moved her butt obediently like a primary school student. Her chin was raised. Just by touching her red lips with her fingertips, this single mother understood. This is also the reason why women in their 30s are better than young girls. If you pet her butt, she will understand and respond immediately. It was a little after 4 in the afternoon and it was getting dark. Manager Lu. Manager Lu. As soon as Lu Yuan stepped onto the escalator at the subway exit, Nai Xiaohu, who was waiting in front of the escalator, waved happily. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Lu Yuan got out of the elevator and looked at Nai Xiaohu, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This girl's dress was very different from the company's workplace style. She looked more like a student in a Japanese comic, wearing a white shirt, a plaid pleated skirt, black stockings with white socks wrapped around her slender legs, and a cocky slim windbreaker on the outside. No, I just arrived too. Noticing Manager Lu's gaze, Nai Xiaohu blushed and said shyly. Ah. Manager Lu, let's go quickly. I just noticed that the Thai restaurant has started queuing up for numbers. Nai Xiaohu seemed to remember something, grabbed Lu Yuan's wrist and was about to run out. Lu Yuan smiled and started jogging. Fortunately, we are the first batch. Manager Lu. Wait here for a moment. I'll go buy 2 cups of milk tea. What flavor do you want? After arriving outside the restaurant and taking a number, there was still some time before the store opened. Nai Xiaohu saw the milk tea shop across the street and said. I can do anything. Lu Yuan said, and as soon as he finished speaking, the young girl made a gesture, stuffed the queue list into Lu Yuan's hand, and ran to the other side with full energy. Lu Yuan watched the girl run to the zebra crossing, looked left and right at the vehicles crossing the road, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He had different attitudes towards different women. When facing a lively and youthful girl like Nai Xiaohu who had beautiful fantasies about love, he had enough patience to enjoy the beauty of youth. When the heat is just right, enjoy it in one bite. Chapter 23. Desire score plus 100. Star Cinema at Woolen Square. Lu Yuan, who was waiting for the movie to start in the hall, paused, chuckled, and took a look at the scene happening somewhere in Hangzhou through Pandora's connection. Is this what happens in every man's crotch when he gets the mask and releases his inner ambition for the first time? Lu Yuan took a look and chuckled. After confirming the ability of the Marquardt mask, this person also entered a house in the appearance of the other person's husband. As his ambition was released step by step, he might also follow Huang Wenbin's path. However, Huang Wenbin's luck was really bad. The enthusiasm for killing his wife was too high, and he met Ma Anbang again. As for this one, it is hard to say. But one thing is that once he starts killing people, the probability of being discovered will increase exponentially, and that is when the challenge begins. It's hard for him to say. But this one is probably a good candidate. Lu Yuan turned off the system, raised his head, and looked at a young man standing in front of the ticket gate not far away. The latter should be young, about 20 years old, with a dull look in his eyes, and he seemed to have a faint sense of death. He was an introverted and honest person, but Lu Yuan could clearly sense that the young man was suppressing a madness like a volcano. Manager Lu. Manager Lu. Check the tickets. Nai Xiaohu glanced at the time and tugged at Lu Yuan's arm. Let's go. Lu Yuan responded with a smile on his face. He held a bucket of popcorn in his arms and walked towards the ticket gate with Nai Xiaohu. Room 3. Turn right into the door and go to the 3rd room. The young man who was noticed by Lu Yuan yawned, tore off the ticket stub, and said. During this process, he accidentally caught a glimpse of Lu Yuan's meaningful gaze, and his delicate eyebrows wrinkled subconsciously, feeling that something was wrong. Lu Yuan and the other man walked away. At the ticket counter, another girl in the cinema looked at the young man and asked. Yang Yushan, will you still work part-time after work? Why are you working so hard as a college student? No money. Yang Yushan didn't even want to say another word. He was an orphan, a sophomore at a second-tier university in Hangzhou. He skipped unimportant classes to work part-time, and had more than one job. After the ticket checking is over, he still has to work as a waiter in a bar until the early morning. Time flies. 3 o'clock in the morning. Yes. There are no cars at this hour, how are you going to get back? The bar closed, Yang Yushan changed into a new set of clothes, slung his bag across his shoulder, and was about to leave. Another intern who was mixing drinks in the bar patted the latter on the shoulder and asked with a smile. Find a KFC, sleep for a while, and go back to school when it's daybreak. Yang Yushan shrugged. Why don't you just go to my dormitory and get some sleep so you don't have to run back and forth? No. Thanks. Okay then. I'll be leaving first. The intern waved his hand and saw an electric bike disappear from sight. Yang Yushan yawned again, put his hands in his pockets, and walked into a nearby KFC. He didn't order anything, but sat down in an empty corner. Although he yawned continuously, he was ready to play with his phone for a while before going to sleep. Ding dong! After a while, the door of KFC was pushed open again. Yang Yushan put down his phone and prepared to go to bed. When he glanced at the door casually, his eyes paused and he recognized the man who walked in. It was the guest in the cinema that night. He was tall and wore a grey sweater and a long black coat. His gestures had the temperament of a handsome uncle in the movie. Only, Yang Yushan felt something was wrong. He noticed that the other person seemed to be walking towards him. Is anyone here? Yuan walked closer, looked at Yang Yushan, and asked gently with a faint smile on his face. No. Yang Yushan shook his head. When he met the latter's gaze, he felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness, as if he had been seen through. When he saw the other party was about to sit down, he said, Then, there are empty seats over there. Never mind. It's all right. Please sit down. Yang Yushan didn't want to cause trouble, so he picked up his bag and sat down on the other side. I haven't let you go yet. Yuan said slowly, and at the same time, his thumb casually touched the ring on his index finger, and a mysterious and distant light shone. The previous second, he was wondering if this man was mentally ill, but the next second, the sophomore student suddenly stopped in his tracks. His heart beat heavily several times, and he felt as if the surroundings had suddenly become quiet, extremely quiet without any sound at all. He turned his head and looked at the man next to him. The latter seemed to be sitting casually in front of him, but also seemed to be very far away from him, as if he was sitting on a high throne. Under the latter's gaze, Yang Yushan found that his legs seemed to have taken root and he could not move at all. Sit. Yuan said gently. After hearing this, Yang Yushan sat down before he realized it. At this moment, he heard a slight noise again. It was the sound of the equipment in the KFC store and the customers watching short videos at another table. Yang Yushan widened his eyes and looked at the man in front of him. He didn't know what was going on, and he didn't even know if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. May I have your name? Yuan asked with a smile. Yang Yushan. Student. Well, I'm a sophomore at the University of Science and Technology. In the dim KFC space, two people asked and answered each other. In just a short time, Yuan had a clear understanding of the young man in front of him. So that's how it is. Yuan nodded. He pretended to think about it, then chuckled, reached into his arms, and took out a palm-sized wooden box under the latter's gaze. He pressed it under his fingertips and pushed it in front of Yang Yushan. He looked into the latter's eyes and smiled brighter. I smell the unwillingness in your soul. So, this is my gift to you. It's called the Wizard Soul Bell. Remember, be its master, never be its slave. After saying that, Yuan did not wait for Yang Yushan's response, he stood up and disappeared into the KFC store just as he came in. At the same time, the surveillance camera in the store that was recording the scene returned to normal. Wizard Soul Bell. When Liu Yuan's back completely disappeared, Yang Yushan breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at the box in front of him. He swallowed and carefully opened the box. Immersed in the years, the ancient and mysterious bronze bell appears before our eyes. From the first moment he saw the bell, Yang Yushan's breathing became rapid. It was a desire from his soul. His fingertips stretched out and fell on the bell. In an instant, as if a contract had been concluded, the abilities of the wizard's soul bell appeared in his mind out of nowhere. Chapter 24. The time of Zhou passed by in a flash. On Monday, it started to drizzle. Mr. Liu. In a black Rolls-Royce, Shen Nanqi, whose mental state had completely changed, greeted respectfully. What happened on Saturday is all thanks to you. Liu Yuan nodded, and then he looked at the old man next to him. The latter was able to get rid of the wheelchair and even walk alone without crutches. His silver hair turned into half grey and half white. The most important thing was his spirit. When he first met Shen Nanqi, there was a sense of death in the latter's eyes, but now it was completely gone. Nanqi. Mr. Liu. Shen Nanqi lowered his head. When you indulge your desires, the abyss draws closer to you. Liu Yuan said meaningfully. Even without Pandora's connection, it can be seen that in the past 2 days, this well-known philanthropist in Hangzhou is still recovering his youth at the rate of 1 life per day. Now, his real age is 90, but his physiological age has returned to 86. Thank you Mr. Liu for the reminder. Shen Nanqi's eyelids jumped and he responded quickly. One more thing. Last Friday, a Pandora user was captured by the Hangzhou police. The authorities should really start to pay attention to Pandora. Liu Yuan said another sentence in a flat tone. After he finished speaking, he pushed open the car door, opened a black long-handled umbrella, and walked into the rain. In the car, Mr. Liu's words immediately made Mr. Shen serious. He is not an ordinary person. With his identity, he is naturally aware of the operation of the entire huge system, and he also knows how great the storm will be when such supernatural props appear. Shanzi. Master. In the co-pilot seat, Shen Shan responded. Just stop for a while. Oh, and help me find a makeup artist. Shen Nanqi watched Mr. Liu's back as he left. When his figure completely disappeared, he turned his head, looked towards the front of the car, and said in a deep voice. Yes. The car started its engine and drove through the misty city of Hangzhou during the morning rush hour. Manager Liu. Manager Liu. The other side. Liu Yuan walked into the building wearing a black coat and holding an umbrella. Standing in front of the building's door, he shook the umbrella and was about to turn around and walk in. In the square not far away, Nai Xiaohu trotted over happily. She was wearing boots, and every time she stepped, drops of rain splashed. Run slower. Liu Yuan said gently, and when the latter stood in front of him, he reached out his hand to lift a strand of hair that had fallen to the latter's forehead and tucked it behind her ear. Nai Xiaohu's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were bright. She laughed out loud and then picked up the breakfast in her hand. Manager Liu, I bought extra breakfast. Today is soy milk and pan-fried buns. Thank you. I wonder if I would have the honor to invite Miss Nai to have lunch with me at noon. Yes, brothers, yes. Nai Xiaohu said playfully. On the 15th floor, Liu Yuan walked into his office and stood in front of his desk. Behind his black-framed glasses, his eyes were as calm and deep as the deep ocean. He loosened his fingers and the breakfast bag instantly fell freely into the trash can. Liu Yuan didn't even look at it, took off his coat and stood in front of the window. Now, all 3 Pandoras have been distributed, and in the future, more and more props will be circulated. In this world, they will first become urban legends, and when there are enough of them, they will begin to change the original order. At the official level, we will also gradually respawn starting from this week. The game has officially begun. The smile on Liu Yuan's face became brighter and brighter. Captain Ma. You can leave now, but please do not leave Hangzhou before receiving official notification. We may need your cooperation at any time. Hangzhou, National Security Bureau. The middle-aged man looked at Ma Anbang, stretched out his right hand and said with a smile. Don't worry. I understand. Ma Anbang shook the latter's hand and responded. After last Friday, their group also began to be investigated and questioned. As the first discoverer of Pandora, Ma Anbang was the top priority. Without saying anything more, Ma Anbang said goodbye and turned to walk out of the building. This is a building hidden in the downtown area. There is a busy street outside the door. Directly across the road is a bustling vegetable market and various breakfast shops. Old Ma. Old Ma. Director Lin Kuoyue was standing in front of a tarpaulin of a shop not far away, holding a bowl of noodles in his hand, slurping and looking out the door. After seeing Ma Anbang, he quickly swallowed the food in his mouth, wiped his mouth randomly and shouted. Here, breakfast. He handed over the breakfast he bought and continued, let's go back together. Neither of them talked about Pandora anymore, and they drove to the municipal bureau in silence. In the car, Director Lin was driving and Ma Anbang was sitting in the passenger seat. He was playing with the lighter in his hand, his weathered eyes looking out the window casually. When driving into the municipal bureau compound, Ma Anbang caught a glimpse of a woman passing by. His experience as an experienced criminal investigator allowed him to get a general idea of the woman at a glance. He was not very old, probably less than 50 years old, but his appearance and spirit were much older than his age. His clothes were very simple, and the collar and corners of his clothes were all washed white, indicating that his family conditions were very ordinary. His expression was like that of a frightened bird, and full of worry. The car drove away. Ma Anbang also withdrew his gaze. Lao Ma, do you want to go back and rest, or go to the team? Go back to the team. That's fine. Call me if you need anything. I'm leaving now. Lin Kuoyue had a lot of things to do, so he waved his hand and hurried towards the building. Before Ma Anbang walked back to the team, he met the woman again. After revealing her identity, the middle-aged woman's eyes were red, as if she had seen a life-saving straw, and she said, Captain Ma. Please, you have to save my child. Something must have happened to him. He hasn't been home for 4 days and no one answered the phone. Although my son is not very well behaved, he would not be out of contact for so long and would not stay home for so long. Something must have happened to him. The woman held up her phone. What's his name? Ma Anbang took a look at the photo and saw a yellow-haired young man. With his sharp eyesight, he could tell at a glance that he was not a good person. Lin Pizan. His name is Lin Pizan. Okay, I got it. Leave me your phone number and I'll send you a message if I have any news. Ma Anbang responded. He didn't say anything more, and when he saw a young colleague waiting on the other side of the hall, he walked over. Do you know that woman just now? Her son is a scumbag. He has been in our police station several times. Because of what? Gambling, and then there's organized prostitution. Ma Anbang nodded and said nothing more. He returned to the team and quickly got into other work until it was almost time to get off work. Outside the police station office, a man in a black suit suddenly appeared and knocked on the door. Ma Anbang. There is a meeting you need to attend in half an hour. The man in the black suit looked at Ma Anbang and said in a deep voice. 2 black cars drove out of the city bureau and headed into the city of neon lights. The rain was still falling, and it was getting heavier. Raindrops as big as beans shattered on the glass. Ma Anbang looked out the window silently. Although nothing was said, he could sense that this should be a high-level meeting of unprecedented scale. Chapter 25. Ah! It's still raining. So annoying. Skyworth Building. Yuan walked out of the door, his gentle eyes first glanced at the city in the rain in the distance, and then he glanced around seemingly casually. Noticing something, the smile on his face grew even wider. Starting in the morning, different new people appeared in different places throughout the building. These people tried to use Huang Wenbin and Dai Wenyuan as the starting point to conduct a carpet investigation inch by inch, a saturation investigation mode. This is the dumbest way, but also the most effective way, and it is a means that only the state apparatus can carry out. At this time, Nai Xiaohu also walked to Yuan's side. She stretched lazily, looked at the raindrops as big as beans with disgust, and continued. In the morning when I was going to work, it was raining, but it was on the way to meet Manager Lu. In the evening when I was leaving get off work, it was raining, but it was on the way to leave Manager Lu. The mood was naturally different between the two. All right. Let's go. Then, Manager Lu, I'll take your umbrella. Nai Xiaohu took Yuan's arm and hid under the black umbrella. At the same time, Hangzhou, National Security Bureau. Horse Team, we meet again. Chen Weirong, the director of the Hangzhou National Security Bureau, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, walked up to Ma Anbang, stretched out his right hand, shook it, and said with a smile. Director Chen. Ma Anbang responded. He glanced around and said, Isn't our Director Lin here? Director Lin, no, you were only invited to attend the meeting. Chen Weirong responded. As he spoke, he glanced at the time and said, It's getting late, let's go to the meeting room first. He made a gesture of invitation, and soon, the two walked side by side, first taking the elevator, then walking through 2 corridors after coming out, and then taking the elevator again. After exiting the elevator, at the end of the corridor, outside the door of a conference room, 2 soldiers stood on either side. Chen Weirong stepped forward, handed over his cell phone, spread his hands, confirmed that he had no recording or eavesdropping equipment, and let him in. Ma Anbang took a look and handed over his phone. Opened his hands. Drop. Feel sorry. Lighter, I forgot. Ma Anbang saw the soldier's eyes change in an instant, and he reacted, quickly took out his lighter and handed it over. He checked very carefully, even taking off his shoes and scanning them carefully. After a while, he also entered the house. The conference room is not large, with only 2 tables side by side and a display screen in front of the tables. Don't be nervous. The sky won't fall. Chen Weirong, director of the Hangzhou National Security Bureau, stood still like a mountain, with a faint smile on his ordinary face, as if Pandora's appearance was no big deal. He glanced at Ma Anbang beside him and smiled. I was just thinking about something. Ma Anbang responded. That's right. Ma Anbang paused, looked up at the display screen in front of him, and said slowly, Who will attend the meeting later? The specifications are very high. Chen Weirong's smile faded a little after hearing this. He looked at me with a slightly focused gaze and said in a deep voice, Ministry of State Security, Ministry of Police, the leaders of the 2 departments, the think tank, the expert group, A&D. He pointed to the sky. Ma Anbang nodded, indicating that he understood. He was not surprised that this incident could reach the ears of the gods so quickly. Although a single incident was just a small matter for these bigwigs, the mystical elements involved and the meaning behind it could be said to be at the top. Time passed by minute, and it was 6:20 in Yanjing City time. The screen suddenly lit up. 13 video frames appeared on the huge screen, the top one was a separate perspective, and the remaining 12 were distributed in 3 columns and 4 rows. In one of the videos, Ma Anbang saw himself. He looked at the others and his breathing became faster. All right. Good evening, everyone. In the video at the top, a gentle and dignified middle-aged man appeared. He knocked on the table and spoke slowly. Ma Anbang, right? After saying a few simple words, the middle-aged man looked at Ma Anbang's screen and said, "Now let me tell you the whole story." Good. Although separated by a screen, at this moment, Ma Anbang's heart still beat nervously, as if he could directly feel the gazes of the important figures. He responded and stood up subconsciously. "Sit down and talk." Yes. On the evening of March 10, a murder occurred in this city. After investigation, it was found that Huang Wenbin, a 26-year-old male from Zhukan, Anhui Province, premeditatedly murdered his wife, Li Wenwen, a 26-year-old female. Ma Anbang succinctly and clearly described the cause of the incident, the complete chain of evidence, his own suspicions and discoveries, and even part of his inner psychology. After the conversation ended, the corresponding video footage was played. 13 eyes clearly saw that in the interrogation room, Huang Wenbin's facial features and body shape quickly changed into the video image of another person. After careful technical confirmation, we can judge that the video material is authentic and there is no trace of modification or disguise. Another middle-aged man said. All parties quickly restored the process through words, and soon, the authenticity of the existence of the magical forbidden object, Pandora, was confirmed at the official level. Even with the presence of all parties, they got a clear understanding of Marquardt's props in a very short time, and listed all kinds of abilities one by one. Ma Anbang sat in front of the screen, amazed at the pace of the entire top-level meeting. He listened carefully and a guess emerged in his mind. This speculation has not appeared yet in the process of deduction by all parties. Captain Ma Anbang, do you have anything to add? At this time, on the monitor, in the highest video frame, the middle-aged man suddenly said, "Yes." Ma Anbang subconsciously wanted to play with the lighter, but just as his hand was about to reach his trouser pocket, he reacted, met the gazes on the screen, and spoke quickly. "Please go ahead. I don't know if my inference is correct. I think so. There should be a mysterious existence. I call him taboo. He may be someone like Huang Wenbin who possesses Pandora. He cannot be mentioned or mentioned." Ma Anbang swallowed and then slowly expressed his own guess. As expected, when these words were spoken, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone in front of the video, even the one at the top fixed his gaze. The atmosphere in the entire conference room seemed to be frozen. Chapter 26. Miao. Binjiang District, mid to high-end apartments. The black-haired cat was lying in front of the sofa, its slender tail swaying lazily. Its round eyes looked at its owner standing in front of the French window. It suddenly stood up, shuddered, then jumped off the sofa, walked to its owner's feet, and rubbed its head against Lu Yuan's trouser leg. "Old White. What's wrong?" Lu Yuan asked gently, bending down and holding it in his arms, and his right hand with the ring slowly brushed the cat's head. "Hey!" He suddenly felt something and looked up at the night outside the window. "Who's talking about me?" Lu Yuan whispered, thinking about it, and then smiled brightly. There are only 33 zero-level Pandoras at most, and each of them is a terrifying existence involving the rules at the peak. Although the forbidden ring on his hand has not even filled 1% of the first star, it still possesses unspeakable power. When he reached the peak, Lu Yuan, wearing the ring, was like a god, impossible to spy on, impossible to describe. Whenever he was mentioned, there would be a response. At this moment, although he could not achieve such great power, he could still control 1/1000th of the authority. When Ma Anbang stated that taboo. In the vast darkness of night, in the heavily guarded offices across Zhao State, all high-ranking officials fell silent at the same time. Only a moment passed. Everyone. In the video frame, a middle-aged man raised his hand. When he saw a bunch of eyes looking at him, he coughed and said in a deep voice. "I don't know if it was an illusion, but after Ma Anbang mentioned the taboo, for a moment I felt like I was being watched by a being in the darkness. My hair stood up faintly. Me too. I thought I was the only one. Yes, I feel the same way. After a brief pause, senior officials from all over Zhao State spoke one after another behind the video frame. Call. 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 Hangzhou, National Security Bureau. Ma Anbang controlled his increasingly rapid and dull breathing, and he looked at the big guys standing at the top of the pyramid. Just be patient, everyone. The person at the top of the video frame remained calm. Seeing this, he just reached out and knocked on the table and said, Captain Ma Anbang, please tell me why you made such a judgment. Yes. I made 2 discoveries during my interactions with Huang Wenbin. The first was when I arrested him. Ma Anbang agreed and quickly called up the surveillance footage, which showed Huang Wenbin's identity being discovered and desperately trying to ask for help. He paused the video and said, Please look. At that time he was looking up at the sky and he was about to shout something, but the next second, the light in his eyes dimmed and he looked like a walking corpse. Also, during the interrogation, Huang Wenbin quickly changed into one person after another. At the end, he must have wanted to become someone, but it was as if he encountered a taboo and lost control in an instant. He continued to call up the second surveillance video. In the video, Huang Wenbin was BG his head against the table frantically, with his forehead covered in blood. Okay. I see. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, thoughtfully. Next, various topics continued to be discussed in the meeting. Time passed by minute. As the night deepened, the giants from all sides stopped talking and everyone looked at the number 1 video frame. Now, I made the following arrangements. First, let's temporarily assume that this forbidden creature exists. Its code name is S. Second, regarding the establishment of the Pandora Special Investigation Team. The Special Investigation Team will be composed of suitable personnel from the National Security Bureau, the Public Security System, and the military, and will be temporarily under the charge of the National Security Bureau. Special circumstances require special handling. When the Pandora Investigation Team conducts an investigation, personnel from all departments and systems must cooperate with its investigation. It has the highest priority. The tallest middle-aged man in the video frame continued. When he said this, all the giants present understood at the first moment the power of this investigation team, especially this sentence of highest priority. Third, temporarily designate the Hangzhou Pandora Investigation Team as the headquarters of the Pandora Special Investigation Team. Fourth, we are launching a nationwide survey of Pandora in provinces, cities, and counties. Our top priority right now is to determine the existence of Pandora. Policies in all aspects are being advanced rapidly. Not very long. The middle-aged man stopped talking and glanced at the people in front of the screen with a dignified gaze. After a brief pause, he continued, Do you have anything else to say? Captain Ma Anbang. No one had anything to add, and when the middle-aged man looked at Ma Anbang and hesitated to speak, he asked. I want to join the Pandora Special Investigation Team. Ma Anbang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. He clenched his fists and said again, I want to catch S with my own hands. I will never allow such a creature that wantonly plays with human nature and desire to exist. On what basis can he guide an ordinary person into a beast of desire? And on what basis can he wantonly plunder the lives of ordinary people? Ma Anbang's eyes were bloodshot and his tone became excited. At this moment, he even forgot to maintain proper etiquette in the eyes of the giants in front of him. His words trailed off. No one spoke anymore. Good. Captain Ma Anbang, I will temporarily appoint you as the deputy leader of the Hangzhou Pandora Special Investigation Team. I hope that one day in the future you will be able to catch S yourself. In the first video frame, the middle-aged man who holds the highest power looked at Ma Anbang deeply and spoke gently. Soon, the monitor at the front of the conference room went black. The meeting is over. Captain Ma, congratulations. At the Hangzhou National Security Bureau, Director Chen Weirong looked at the man next to him, the former captain of the criminal investigation team, Ma Anbang, a well-known detective throughout Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. He stood up, a smile appeared on his face, and he stretched out his right hand while speaking. The position of deputy head of Hangzhou City's Pandora Special Investigation Team can be said to be a step up. Although it is nominally under the National Security Bureau, anyone with a discerning eye knows that it is just a figurehead. In the future, if more Pandoras are discovered, the investigation team will sooner or later become independent. Congratulations! Ma Anbang said. He has never been a power seeker, otherwise, with his experience in solving cases over the years, he would have been in a higher position long ago. I hope to work together with Director Chen to bring Pandora under control as soon as possible. Ma Anbang held Chen Weirong's right hand and said in a deep voice. When Ma Anbang hurriedly left the National Security Bureau, Yang Yushan, a sophomore student, left the school on a rainy night and sat at the back of a night bus. The light from his cell phone screen fell on his face. He was searching for criminal cases, car accidents, suicides in Hangzhou. Chapter 27. Oh! No way, what a coincidence! Calculating the time, today seems to be exactly within 7 days. Tisk, interesting, really interesting, could this be the cause and effect of fate? Binjiang District, mid to high-end apartments. Yuan was sitting in the study, flipping through a book. He paused, pressed the pages to his hand, and through Pandora's connection, he glimpsed into the distance. He chuckled. It was a dim bus, and the light from the mobile phone screen fell on the young man's face. On the evening of March 10, a murder occurred in this city. After investigation, it was found that Huang Wenbin, a 26-year-old male from Zukan, Anhui Province, premeditatedly murdered his wife, Li Wenwen, a 26-year-old female. There are windows at the back of the bus. Yang Yushan, a sophomore, scanned the blue background white letter notice. When he searched for the words recent criminal cases in Hangzhou, this was the word that appeared most frequently. 10 days. It's the 17th now, which just meets the requirements. Yang Yushan whispered. This news is the hottest incident in Hangzhou recently, but the report does not include the specific community and address. He searched further, scanning the pages of messages. Forum. TikTok. And Weibo. Yang Yushan was very patient and continued to piece together the most accurate information. He first identified the community, then found the community's owner group in a forum, pretended to be the owner, and sent a message. Has this guy been caught? The housing prices in our neighborhood have been affected. Let's just shoot him as soon as possible. It seems there is no news. Yes, it's too crazy. I heard that they just got married not long ago. That's not the case. I have a friend in the police station who said it seemed like the woman was the first to cheat. This owner group was a large one with many people, and soon someone started chatting over tea. Yang Yushan chatted for a few words, and then sent another message. If you ask me, the people living next door to this one are the worst off. It's scary. If it were me, I'd be thinking of moving away. FK. On the day of the accident, I moved to my mom's place with my wife and kids. Yang Yushan's eyes fixed, and he quickly clicked on the spokesperson's profile picture, a look of joy on his face. The latter's nickname happened to be the building, unit, and floor. After determining the community, as well as a specific building and household, Yang Yushan got off at the nearest bus stop, took a taxi, and arrived at the destination. A week had passed since the incident. There were no police or reporters stationed near Huang Wenbin's home anymore, and Yang Yushan tried to remain calm. He was wearing a grey hoodie with the hood on his head, his hands in his pockets, music playing in his headphones, pretending to be a college student. No, there was no need to pretend. Call. The elevator opened. Yang Yushan walked out of the dim corridor and the sensor lights lit up. These are the most common units with 2 households per floor, 1601 and 1602. The security door of Unit 1602 is sealed. There was no light coming through the peephole of another neighbor, so he should be the group member who was temporarily staying with his mother with his family. Timely. The sensor light dimmed. The corridor suddenly became dark. I don't know if it was psychological factors or something else, but Yang Yushan felt a little cold and subconsciously wanted to make some noise to turn on the light, but then he stopped out of guilt. Hurry up! What if another 7 days pass? I don't know if it will work through the wall. Yang Yushan took out the box that Yuan had given him with the help of his cell phone. He was a little nervous and kept mumbling something. Suddenly, he felt like a psychopath. Come to think of it, why am I standing here? How could you believe such an outrageous thing? Are there really such magical props in this world? Crazy. I'm really crazy. As he spoke, Yang Yushan had already grasped the ancient bronze bell. He stood in front of the door, and after a brief pause, he rang the bell. Bite. Ghost. At the same time, in the apartment, Yuan looked through Pandora and stared closely at the corridor in the distance. See Yang Yushan ring the bell. He pushed up his glasses. Old White. Old White. Yuan looked around, then looked outside the door and shouted. After a while, the lazy black cat came over and was held in Yuan's arms. Feeling a little more relaxed. Ghosts are one of the few things that Yuan is afraid of. It is a fear that came from his childhood, and even though he has grown to this level, it is difficult to completely get rid of it. When Yuan's right hand lightly scratched Lao Bai's chin and the black cat pressed its head comfortably and made a purring sound, something strange happened in the dark corridor in the distance. Bite. The bell rang, and that day, a layer of cold wind suddenly echoed in the kitchen where the murder happened, and it seemed that there were shrill cries coming from far away. What the hell? Yang Yushan held a bell in his hand. He didn't know what was happening, but his body's most primitive instinct seemed to be afraid of something. The hair on his body stood up in an instant and goosebumps appeared one after another. Just see. The seal in front of the security door slowly fell down, and the door handle turned out of thin air, as if someone was pushing the door open from behind. The door opened suddenly. Thumping. 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 Yang Yushan's eyes widened, his heart beating violently. He gritted his teeth and walked into the house carefully. As soon as he entered the room, the door was closed again, and even the seal was put back in place. Woo-woo. Outside the window, the rain stopped at some point, the dark clouds dispersed, and the bright moonlight shone into the house. The crying sounds inside the house became clearer. Yang Yushan stood in front of the kitchen. Bite. He rang the bell again. With this sound, the blood stains on the range hood, the gas stove, and the floor. The dark red blood stains suddenly seemed to turn bright red, and the cold wind became more intense. The crying sound became clearer. Follow closely. I saw an illusory shadow slowly condensing above the blood. Call. 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 In the dim kitchen, the woman between entity and non-entity appeared clearly in front of Yang Yushan. Yang Yushan was panting and his heart was pounding. Li Wenwen leaned against the cupboard and sobbed. Not long after, she raised her head and looked at Yang Yushan with pitiful eyes. Did you save me? When meeting the gaze of the female ghost, Yang Yushan subconsciously took a half step back. Hearing this question, he swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, Yes, yes. Li Wenwen nodded and started sobbing again. She still looked the same as before she died, with her long hair standing up, a beige sweater and an apron around her body. Her whole temperament was that of a good wife and mother. Why are you crying? I was crying for my husband. He asked me to accompany the company's vice president, but who would have thought that Yuan would not deliver the promotion he had promised him. My husband was outwardly aggressive but inwardly weak, and he took out his anger on me. Li Wenwen said with tears in her eyes. So this is the truth. Yang Yushan recalled the discussions in the forum and subconsciously believed what Li Wenwen said, but then he became a little skeptical. It's all nonsense. On the other side, Yuan, who was watching this scene, sat in front of the boss chair. He stroked Lao Bai slowly, and said with a chuckle after hearing this. Chapter 28. The next day. On March 18, the weather was very clear and cloudless. The temperature has gradually remained in a very comfortable range, which is a very suitable season for going out in spring. Uncle Lu. Where's Xiao Bai? Yuan went out to work. Just as he closed the door next door was pushed open and a little girl with 2 pigtails ran out skipping. The little girl shook her head and her eyes suddenly lit up when she saw Yuan. She ran up to him happily, raised her head and said crisply. After their last acquaintance, she was no longer afraid of Yuan. Xiao Bai is at home. Oh. The little girl nodded, then her eyes lit up and she asked, Can I take a look at Xiao Bai? Wan, don't disturb uncle, he has to go to work. Elegant words were spoken. Single mother Shen Hengru came out carrying a small school bag. She first looked at Yuan, nodded with a smile, then walked closer in high heels and said. Shen Hengru held the little girl's hand and walked towards the elevator with Yuan. Thank you very much, too. Walk into the elevator. Shen Hengru whispered, on Saturday, the principal of the kindergarten affiliated with Suejun Primary School also called me. Everything has been arranged. I can send Wan to that kindergarten today. That's good. Yuan nodded gently. He glanced at Shen Hengru. This single mother dressed well as always. She wore a simple black straight skirt with a khaki suit jacket. Her whole temperament was both cool and sexy. She is 1.72 meters tall, and at this moment, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yuan, they look a perfect match. Then I'll go first. Wan, say goodbye to Uncle Lu. Goodbye Uncle Lu. The elevator reached the first floor, and Yuan nodded calmly and walked out first. When the elevator door slowly closed, single mother Shen Hengru looked at Yuan's back with a complicated expression. At the beginning, she really wanted Yuan to be Wan's father. She had learned about him carefully and even asked a friend to find a Skyworth employee to inquire about Yuan's evaluation in the company. She knew that Yuan had good character and good work, and was really a trustworthy person. Who would have thought that the latter actually had such great power and was a big shot who played with the world? Call. After all, I am someone else's woman, the only difference is the status. The elevator arrived at the garage. Shen Hengru let out a breath and comforted herself. Arrived at the office. As usual, he indifferently threw his breakfast into the trash can, sat down with his back against the window, and prepared to open his black leather notebook. Hey! Yuan paused. He carefully looked at the book that recorded Pandora's props and user information pages. He was sure that before this, it was definitely an ordinary book. But at this moment, in Yuan's eyes, the latter actually lit up with a faint light. This light was very weak, barely enough to carry a third-level seed. This light seems to be able to grow. Yuan pushed his glasses, thoughtfully. He guessed that the birth and growth of this light might be related to Pandora and the user recorded in it. Perhaps. One day in the future, the potential carried by this notebook will be able to be promoted to a supreme zero-level seed carrier. If so, what kind of Pandora will it be? Yuan did not intend to use the third-level seed to destroy the potential of the notebook, so he left it for the future. Open your notebook. I'm going to add the following information about 3-003's abilities that I learned from observing him last night. 3-003, Wizard Soul Bell. Completion, 0 stars. Ability 1. It can condense the ghosts of people who have died less than 7 days ago. The more unjustly and unwillingly the person died before death, the more complete and mature the intelligence of the ghost will be, and the more powerful its potential will be. 2. In the 0-star blessing of the Wizard Soul Bell, the ghost only has the ability to simply interfere with reality, such as gently pushing people into the traffic on the side of the road where the traffic is moving at high speed. For example, when the fear in the human heart is amplified, it creates a further illusion, for example, short-term possession. I don't know if there will be any changes when the completion of the Wizard Soul Bell is upgraded to 1 star, 2 stars, or 3 stars. 3. Regarding the number of condensed ghosts, this may be related to the carrying capacity of the host's soul. Negative effects. The summoned ghosts often speak nonsense and lies. Perhaps one day when using the soul bell, the user will be completely immersed in the lies of the ghost. Yuan stopped writing. After reading it carefully, he turned to the next page and recorded the information of Yang Yushan, the first host of the Wizard Soul Bell. After writing about Yang Yushan, he recorded the information and evaluation of Lu Yang, the new host of Marquardt's prop call. It's more tiring than writing a work report. After a while, Yuan stretched and said with a smile, I hope that at least one of these two people can control his rationality and avoid being captured by the official organization. Yuan tapped the table with his fingers. The Pandora Management Committee under his command should recruit its first member. No, to be precise, it should be the second one. Shen Nanshi from the Shen family is the first one. The management committee needs a base, a place to hold meetings, or a place for members to gather together. Let Shen Nanshi find one later. Besides, regarding ordinary human elites, that is, ordinary human elites who are not Pandora hosts, do we need to recruit them? Let's put them on the reserve list for now. Yuan tried to deduce the future after Pandora continued to appear. And at the same time, under the blue sky, in Hangzhou, at a dock on the lower reaches of the Qiantang River, a police car quickly blocked the dock after a fisherman fished out a snakeskin bag. Captain Lu. Captain Lu, a criminal policeman from the Municipal Bureau, who was also the first criminal police captain Lu Weigang to take over the case of Huang Wenbin murdering his wife, got out of the car. The young policeman saluted and then shouted hesitantly. What? What's wrong? Lu Weigang glanced at the latter and asked as he walked towards the corpse in the distance. Very strange. The young policeman took a step closer and lowered his voice. After a preliminary examination, the deceased should not have been dead for long, but all the blood in his body has been drained. Not even a drop left. The young policeman's tone emphasized on a drop. How is that possible? Lu Weigang frowned and raised his voice. This was simply impossible to do. At least, as the captain of the criminal police, he couldn't think of any means to drain all the blood from a person's body. He walked to the snakeskin bag, put on gloves, took a look, and his pupils contracted instantly. There was a piece of iron in the snakeskin bag. The snakeskin bag should have sunk to the bottom of the river. Perhaps it was just a coincidence that it was fished out by the fisherman. The young policeman said in a deep voice. Lu Weigang had just finished the inspection. He squatted on the ground and smoked a cigarette. He thought about it again and again, but still felt that something was wrong, so he walked aside and called Ma Anbang. He had experienced the Huang Wenbin incident in its entirety, and vaguely knew something about it. He also accepted the confidentiality regulations of the National Security Bureau. Chapter 29. Hey! Who is this? Chen shooting. In Skyworth building, Yuan had just finished a work meeting and was walking in the corridor near the floor-to-ceiling windows. He paused, looked at the city outside the window, and at the same time, clicked on the panel. Gazing into the distance through Pandora's connection. Look away. Sent a message to Shen Nanshi. Help me investigate a woman named Chen Shooting, who is about 35 years old and has a 5-year-old son named Kai Hokyu. Chen Shooting. Mr. Lu, I should know the person you are talking about. I will send you her information right away. May I ask what I can do for you? After the last message, the corresponding file package was sent. Yuan put one hand in his pocket, opened the document package, and walked back to the department. This kid. So proactive and ambitious. When he walked to his office, Yuan had just finished reading the information. Surprise appeared in his eyes, and he smiled and sighed. It doesn't seem like something a sophomore student can do. Chen Shooting's father is Chen Guanrong, and this Chen Guanrong is a remarkable person, a well-deserved godfather of Hangzhou's underground. The businesses under his name almost cover most of Hangzhou's nightclubs, Yunding Tiangong nightclub, Hangzhou's most high-end business venues. There are also mid to high-end foot bath and washing shops throughout Hangzhou. In recent years, Chen Guanrong has also entered the real estate industry. In Chen Nanshi's file package, Chen Guanrong also had a lot of shady businesses, even an underground casino. The total assets of the entire Chen family exceeded 10 billion. Tisk. You know what, starting with Chen Guanrong's widowed daughter is a really good starting point. Yuan sat at his desk, the smile on his face becoming even brighter. He continued to look into the distance through Pandora. Hangzhou, Lakeside Yintai. A cool and elegant woman walked out of the mall holding the hand of a chubby boy. The woman had big wavy hair, red lips, and a pair of sunglasses that covered most of her face. She was wearing a mid-length windbreaker, and her steps were full of vigor and vigor. Hello. Chen Shooting had just walked to the middle of the square when she impatiently answered the ringing phone. In her arms, the chubby boy turned his head left and right, jumping left and right from time to time. Hey! Butterfly, butterfly! The little boy's eyes suddenly fixed on a certain direction in the sky, and his chubby little hands kept pointing. Seeing that the butterfly in the sky was about to fly away, he suddenly became anxious. He suddenly broke away from his mother's hand and ran to the side of the road. The little boy was a very well-behaved boy. After running a few steps, he stopped and turned hesitantly to look at his mother who was still on the phone. Who knows? Just as he hesitated, the butterfly turned around and flew back, circling in front of his eyes. When he raised his hand to catch it, the butterfly flew away again. Vol! Vol! Chen Shooting hung up the phone and shouted. She felt that her hands were empty, so she quickly turned around to look for it. When she saw it not far away, her eyes suddenly widened, and her cold expression disappeared immediately. She became terrified and screamed, Vol! I saw a chubby little boy standing on the busy roadside. He raised his chubby little hand as if trying to grab something. Then he stumbled and fell forward. At the same time, a car was speeding in the other direction. This scene made Chen Shooting's face turn pale instantly. Crunch! The harsh sound of brakes rang out in this busy downtown area. Passers-by everywhere looked in the direction of the sound. Call! 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 Yang Yushan, a college student, prepared to exert force in advance, casually scattered the stack of flyers in his hand on the roadside, and at the critical moment, he hugged the little boy into his arms and fell on the non-motorized vehicle lane. He felt a burning pain in his back and his breathing became rapid. However, when he saw the boy in his arms, his face flashed with excitement. When he was working in a bar in Hangzhou, he had heard of Chen Shooting and had seen her from afar. Yang Yushan was crazy about her cool aura, mature and sexy charm, and the power and wealth behind her. In the past, the huge gap between the two made Yang Yushan, who was just an ordinary student, hide his hopes deep in his heart, but when the wizard soul bell appeared, this ambition could no longer be restrained. Thanks. Yang Yushan said in a low voice. In the eyes of others, the scene just now was just a playful little boy tripped and fell on the road in front of the traffic. But in his eyes, it was a translucent woman standing behind the boy, with desire on her face, and when she saw the car speeding towards her, she pushed the boy hard. Ball! Chen Shooting ran over, hugged the little boy in her arms, and shouted in panic. Yang Yushan stepped aside, suppressing his excitement. He looked at Chen Shooting from such a close distance for the first time. She was so flustered that even her high heels fell off. She ran over barefoot, stepping on her jade feet wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. Ball! Mom told you not to run around alone, how come you forgot? After confirming that her son was not injured, Chen Shooting's face turned serious in panic. She raised her hand and slapped the boy on the butt, scolding him. Mother! There are butterflies! There are butterflies! Kaihokyu said aggrievedly. Butterfly! There are no butterflies! Chen Shooting glanced at the sky and said, if you run around again next time, I'll teach you a lesson. Sir, thanks to you for saving our ball. Speaking of. Chen Shooting stood up holding her son's hand, she looked at Yang Yushan with gratitude and said. It's nothing, anyone would do that. Yang Yushan scratched his head and responded. As he spoke, he looked down at the flyers scattered on the road and picked them up one by one. This was a disguise for his identity, a part-time college student. May I have your name? Yang Yushan. Students. I'm studying at a science and technology university. I don't have classes in the morning, so I came out to earn some money. Chen Shooting held her son's hand and squatted down to help Yang Yushan pick up the flyers. Soon, all the flyers scattered on the ground were picked up. Your arms are all scraped. Chen Shooting noticed Yang Yushan's wrist and said quickly, come on, I'll take you to the hospital. No. It's okay. Besides, I still have to send out the orders. Yang Yushan said honestly. At this time, a black Bentley stopped not far away, and the driver in a black suit hurriedly came up. Chen Shooting handed the list in Yang Yushan's hand to the driver and asked him to finish distributing it. Then, she held her son with one hand and grabbed Yang Yushan's arm with the other hand. Walk. Sister will take you to the hospital. Let him send out the bill. The black Bentley travels through the city of Hangzhou. Do you want to call your parents? I don't have parents. I usually work 3 jobs, as a waiter at KFC, as a waiter at a bar, and if I have time, I hand out flyers. In the car, Kaihokyu sat in the passenger seat and Chen Shooting was driving herself. She asked a question and Yang Yushan answered honestly. In just a few words, she got to know this boy clearly and her heart softened all of a sudden. She was a woman of temperament. Besides, her son had been rescued by someone. Given the speed the car was going just now, even the god of death could not have saved him. Successful. Chen Shooting was driving the car, looking at the rear-view mirror, and said seriously, from now on, I am your real sister. You are my real brother. Call me sister. Sister. Chen Shooting laughed when she heard it. She looked up at the rear-view mirror again and saw her son playing with toys in the back seat. Suddenly, she saw a woman sitting there, staring at her son. She was startled, and when she looked again, there was nothing there, so she thought it was just her illusion. Sister. In the co-pilot seat, Yang Yushan raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Chapter 30. If you and Manager Lu continue like this, when will you be able to get on base? That is. Xiao Yu, what kind of hot commodity is Manager Lu? If you don't take the initiative to promote it, it may be snatched away at any time. Morning, 11 o'clock. It was almost time for lunch break, and the 2 best friends acted as strategists, inquiring about the relationship progress between Nai Xiaoyu and Manager Lu. The 2 of them talked back and forth, making Nai Xiaoyu's face blush. When she heard that Manager Lu would be snatched away, her heart suddenly shook and she became anxious. Then what should I do? Nai Xiao asked with her eyelashes trembling. So, aren't you going to have dinner with Manager Lu later? Just ask him out and say that we are going to drag you to the bar. Just ask if he can go with you. When we get to the bar, Fei and I will be your wingman. You should drink more. If you don't get drunk, how will Manager Lu stand a chance? Cai Menki said this in a rather heroic tone. Nai Xiao was listening to her best friend's description beside her, with a shy but somewhat expectant look on her face. Well, okay then. What's wrong? At noon, at a window seat in the company cafeteria, Yuan asked gently. He noticed several times that Nai Xiao seemed to be hesitant to talk, so he asked at the right time. It was Cai Menki and the others. Oh, they were my best friends, 2 colleagues from the HR department. They wanted to go to the bar over at Woolen Square in the evening, and they dragged me along. Nai Xiao lowered her head and said with a red face, I want Manager Lu to accompany me. Okay. Yuan said. Coincidentally, Yang Yushin would also go to the Woolen Square bar with Chen shooting in the evening, saying that the sister wanted to go and thank her brother's former colleague. It's interesting, I wonder if I'll run into it. Real. Nai Xiao raised her head with joy and said happily, Thank you, Director Lu. At the same time, Hangzhou City Police Department. Cavalry. When Lu Weigang saw Ma Anbang approaching, he hurried over and shouted. What did Dr. Qin say? Ma Anbang had dark circles under his eyes and his hair was getting messy. He hadn't slept since the meeting last night. The establishment of the Hangzhou Pandora Special Investigation Team, various meetings and procedures, all of this was going on at a very fast pace. The results weren't out when I asked just now. Ma Anbang yawned. Just as the 2 men walked to the forensic studio, the door opened and a middle-aged man in a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses walked out with a frown. After seeing the 2 people, he took off his mask and said incredulously, the estimated time of death was 6 days ago, around March 11th. March 11th? Ma Anbang asked back subconsciously. He was very sensitive to the time around here. Right. What's wrong? Nothing. The cause of death should be blood loss, but what is most incredible to me is that there is not even a drop of blood left in the organs under the skin of the deceased. The gentle forensic Dr. Qin emphasized his words and said emphatically. Forensic Dr. Qin. Ma Anbang met the latter's gaze, noticed the other hidden words in the latter's words, and asked. Forensic Dr. Qin scratched his head and said in confusion, at least I can't think of any means to cause such a consequence. I even think that this tragedy was caused by a vampire. When he heard this sentence, Ma Anbang's eyelids jumped suddenly. He walked into Qin's office and saw the horrifying mummy. Although there was no evidence, Ma Anbang's intuition told him that the second Pandora had appeared. First determine the identity of the deceased. At the same time, monitor all surveillance cameras along the entire Qiantang River within a week, no, within half a month. Detain any suspicious individuals. I will involve other people in the investigation. Ma Anbang's eyes were still fixed on the corpse, while he kept talking to Captain Lu beside him. The words were heavy and powerful. Hangzhou, the nationally famous temple, Lingyan Temple. Inner courtyard. Shen Shan, the old housekeeper in a black Mao suit, looked unhappy after receiving a call. He hurriedly walked through the ancient corridor and entered the courtyard. He walked to the pavilion, bowed and said, Master. In the pavilion, Master Shen Nanshi was sitting opposite a monk in robes, with a cup of fragrant tea brewing in front of them. Shen Nanshi glanced at the butler and nodded. The old butler Shen Shan bowed and walked aside. Thank you Master Daequan for chanting for me today. Shen Nanshi looked at the monk in front of him and said with a smile. No problem. It is also Daequan's honor to be able to sit and discuss Taoism with Brother Nanshi. This monk's Dharma name is Daequan, and he is the abbot of Lingyan Temple. He has a very high status in the entire Jiangsu and Zhejiang Pope circle. The Shen family is a famous family in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and Shen Nanshi has enjoyed a good reputation throughout his life, which is why he has an extremely good personal relationship with Master Daequan. Then I will take my leave now. Shen Nanshi stood up and said. With Master Daequan watching him, Shen Nanshi walked out of the courtyard, passed through the ancient corridor and left Lingyan Temple. Until the latter completely disappeared, the master who was still sitting cross-legged in the courtyard frowned. Brother Nanshi's mood has changed, and. Be careful with your words. Be careful with your words. The old monk shook his head, closed his eyes, and began to recite the Buddhist scriptures again. What's up? After getting into the car, Shen Nanshi said in a deep voice. A consumable has been found. Shen Shan whispered. As soon as the words came out, Shen Nanshi sat up, and in an instant, the air in the entire Rolls-Royce seemed to solidify. Tell me about it. Shen Nanshi said. After using the blood needles in succession, he could feel that his mind was constantly under the impact of chaos and madness. He accidentally discovered that listening to Buddhist scriptures could help digest some of the hostility, so he often came to Lingyan Temple in the past 2 days. These days, I will personally watch and sink the consumables into the depths of Jianjiang River. Who knows? Shen Shan did not hide anything and described everything in detail. I see. Shen Nanshi nodded and said in a deep voice, Mr. Liu said that one of Pandora's hosts was captured by the police last Friday. According to my understanding of the authorities, there must be undercurrents beneath the calm surface of Hangzhou. Let those who have been involved in the incident leave Hangzhou first and stay out of the spotlight. I see. Shen Shan responded. Keep an eye on this matter. Also, review it again to see if there are any clues left. Shen Nanshi continued in a serious tone. Once the matter was exposed, not only would he lose his head, but the entire Shen family would suffer a devastating disaster. I understand. Go and make arrangements as soon as you get to the next intersection, and report to me immediately if anything happens. Shen Nanshi's tone suddenly became louder. The black Rolls-Royce started its engine smoothly, drove out of the Lingyan Temple area, and drove into the bustling urban area under the blue sky. Chapter 31. Cavalry. The deceased has been identified. His name is Lin Pizan, male, 20 years old. His genes happen to be recorded in our database. Hangzhou Police Department. Lu Weigang rushed into the office and said. Lin Pizan. Ma Anbang's eyelids twitched. He took the folder and quickly flipped through the pages. At this time, Lu Weigang continued to report, this is a gangster. We often caught him for gambling and prostitution. There was also one time for organizing prostitution. I understand. You should first lead people to investigate the deceased's social relationships, and focus on investigating the events and people that the deceased encountered before his death. Good. Go quickly. As soon as Lu Weigang left, Ma Anbang took out his cell phone, found the woman he met that time, and dialed her number. Hello. Lin Pizan's mother, right? I'm the police officer who met you at the entrance of the municipal bureau on Monday morning. My name is Ma Anbang. I remember. Captain Ma, is there any news about our Xingsan? On the phone, the woman's tone was hopeful and she responded quickly. Ma Anbang's eyelids twitched. After a brief pause, he said calmly, at 10:20 this morning, a fisherman fished out a snakeskin bag in the middle of Jianjiang River. In the bag, it has been confirmed that it is your son. Wu. From the other side of the phone, there was a cry from someone who was clearly covering his mouth tightly, suppressing his emotions. Mother Lin Pizan, I would like to ask you if anything unusual happened before you last saw Lin Pizan? Also, what areas does Lin Pizan usually hang out in? Does he have any friends who hang out with him often? The woman wiped her tears and talked a lot, including 3 or 5 of Lin's friends. She seemed to remember something and said. In fact, Xingxin's friends are all good people, they just went astray temporarily. That guy called Wang Jinbo, he's also a very good sketcher, he only needs to glance at someone and he can draw it like a photo even after a long time. Ma Anbang's eyes fixed and he memorized the name. Shan Yat. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, under the bright sunshine, a young man with short hair quickly got into a black business car. Bar. Also, Lin Paisan's family and anyone who had contact with him are being investigated by the police. The young man lowered his voice. You haven't been discovered. Shen Shan sat with his eyes closed and asked. Don't worry, Master Shan. I'm paying attention to the investigation. I've been going around to confirm it. Master Shan, I feel something is wrong. There are obviously two groups of people investigating this time. One group is open, and the other is secret. They don't even let go of a fly. This is the first time I've seen such a scene. The young man looked serious, paused, and continued. Shan Yat. At this moment, the driver in the driving seat answered the phone and turned around suddenly. Before boarding the ship, Luan revealed a message saying that he had passed by a man named Wang Jinbo before knocking Lin Paisan unconscious. His profile was glimpsed by the other side. He said the light was dim and it was just a quick glance, so it shouldn't be a problem, so he didn't say anything. I thought about it just before I got on the boat, and I felt a little uneasy. The sound of this sentence fell. Shen Shan's eyes suddenly opened, and in an instant, a terrifying pressure remained in the hearts of the two people in the car. I don't care whether I should or not. Find him. Shut him up forever, whether he remembers it or not. Shen Shan said in a deep voice. He only knew that Wang Jinbo had become the only flaw in the Shen family that might reveal some clues. Yes. The cavalry. We are still looking for the Wang Jinbo you mentioned. Some of his friends said they haven't seen him for 3 or 4 days. Keep looking. If he's alive, I must find him. If he's dead, I must find his body. Shan Yat. Wang Jinbo disappeared 3 days ago. Try to find. Master Shan, it seems the police are also searching for Wang Jinbo. Shan Yat. Master Shan. I got a piece of news. Wang Jinbo has a unique skill of quick sketching. He can sketch anyone he sees. He has slept with many young girls with this skill. All kinds of news were heard from all directions. When another message came. Boom. It was like the sound of a huge bell. Shen Shan's old pupils contracted, the hairs on his body stood up, and his arms were shaking. Shen Shan did not hesitate, returned to the Shen family's villa, and walked quickly to the garden behind the house. Not far away, under the bright sunshine, the old man was holding a pair of large scissors and trimming the green plants in the garden one by one. Master! Shen Shan walked up to him and called out. He took a deep breath and quickly explained Wang Jinbo's whole story. When the last sentence was spoken, Shen Nanchi shook the scissors in his hand, and the branch of the small tree was completely cut off. Shen Nanchi put down the scissors and looked at the old butler who lowered his head. That's when. Ding-a-ling. The phone in Shen Shan's arms rang, and the call was connected. After hearing the news, Shen Shan's grey eyebrows trembled. He hung up the phone and met Shen Nanchi's gaze. Master! The person has been found. Wang Jinbo ran to Lin Shui alone and gambled in a small place there. He is now being held in the detention center. You mean to let our people rush into the detention center and kill the people? Shen Nanchi narrowed his eyes and spoke word by word. How did you find it? Don't worry, sir. There are no clues left. One of my men got the information by coincidence through the grey circle. The police are also looking for Wang Jinbo. It's hard to say when they will find him. We don't have much time left. Shen Shan lowered his head and said. Wang Jinbo was detained in Lin Shui Detention Center, which was a dark place for Ma Anbang and others in the municipal bureau. And for Shen Nanshi, it was even more troublesome. The detention center was too subtle. Even the Shen family did not dare to send people to break in and kill people. No matter what they did, they would leave clues that could lead to the Shen family. The air seemed to freeze. The person was in the detention center. For the police, it was only a matter of time before they found him. But for the Shen family, they were tied up, as if they were waiting to die. Change the car. Take me to Skyworth building. Shen Nanshi had a suffocating feeling as if a storm was about to come and he was about to be chased, but he had finally managed to stay alive, and could even live for a long time, so how could he be willing to be caught? His eyes narrowed, and he thought of the godlike Mr. Lu, and he spoke quickly as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Yes. Shen Shan bent down and said. Soon, a black car hurriedly drove out of the villa. Oh. It's a tricky matter indeed. In the office. Yuan had sensed it the moment Shen Nanshi mentioned it, and learned the whole story through Pandora's connection. He tapped the table with his fingertips and chuckled to himself. Tisk. What should I do? Chapter 32. In the afternoon, 5:30. Evening. Neon lights in Hangzhou lit up, and Skyworth Technology also went off work one after another. Manager Lu. Nai Xiao said obediently. Manager Lu. Manager Lu. The two girlfriends also said that they were a little embarrassed and looked at Yuan with some excitement. You know, Manager Lu is very popular in Skyworth. Yuan nodded gently. He paused, glanced at the rest area not far away, and said, You guys go get a number first. I have a friend over there who wants to chat with me. After that, Yuan smiled and patted the little girl on the head in front of Nai Xiao's two best friends. The girl's cheeks turned red, and when she caught a glimpse of the look in her best friend's eyes, her heart suddenly filled with joy. Yeah, Manager Lu, go get busy. Nai Xiao said obediently. Yuan walked to the side gently. He could easily see what the little girl was thinking. She just wanted to satisfy her simple emotional needs. When he walked 2 steps away, the 3 little girls behind him let out excited cries, and Yuan chuckled. Mr. Lu. No need to stand. In the rest area, only Mr. Shen Nanshi was waiting like a storm was about to come. When he saw Mr. Lu coming, he was about to stand up, but as soon as he moved, his shoulder was pushed back by Mr. Lu. Please, Mr. Lu, save my Shen family's life. Shen Nanshi looked at Yuan in awe, but he didn't have much time left, so he lowered his head and said. You disappoint me. Yuan leaned back, and his gestures were like a completely different person from when he was facing Nai Xiao and the other two. He spoke calmly, even more useless than I thought. Never mind. I'll give you a chance. Yuan tapped the armrest with his fingers and chuckled. Seeing hope on the latter's old face, he said, I won't do it myself, but I can tell you that there is someone who is also the host of Pandora. However, you can only respect their personal wishes and not threaten them. Please rest assured, Mr. Lu. In just 2 minutes, Yuan picked up his briefcase again and left the company at a leisurely pace, like an office worker who had just got off work. Yuan viewed Shen Nanshi as an old dog that he had raised and still had some use for. Appropriate actions would also help him to work for him. As for Lu Yang, to be honest, Yuan didn't care about the impact on him. If he died, it would be good, as he would have one more soul. If he could bring out his potential, it would be even better, as he would have more fun. Call. Shen Nanshi watched Mr. Lu leave, and when the latter's figure completely disappeared, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he noticed that his back was already wet with sweat. He looked around and saw that no one noticed him, so he stood up and left quietly. Master. Shen Nanshi hurriedly got into the black business car approaching the building, and the old butler Shen Shan spoke impatiently. Drive. Let's go to a residential area in Zihu district, Sky Garden. Shen Nanshi ignored him and said in a deep voice. The car drove into the busy road, constantly shuttling between cars. Shen Nanshi stared at the neon lights outside the window that were constantly receding. After a while, he said. Mr. Lu pointed out a way out. Shen Shan's face showed joy when he heard this. At the same time, the Hangzhou police and Ma Anbang's investigation team were also stepping up their investigation into Lin Paisan's social circle and increasing their focus on Wang Jinbo. The story of Wang Jinbo's path on the internet and in reality over the past week was quickly pieced together. Sky Garden is a mid to high-end residential complex in Zihu district. Lu Yang had been there before when he was delivering food. Now, in the underground garage, after a black Mercedes left, a man with an ordinary look and no memorable features raised his head in front of the driver's seat of a car diagonally opposite, with the corners of his mouth curled up. He just sat there, and the next second, in the dim light, the ordinary-looking man's facial features began to change little by little, and even his height grew out of thin air. After changing into a white shirt and suit pants, Lu Yang got out of the car. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! Lu Yang stood in front of a door on the 13th floor and rang the door. After a while, a woman with a good figure and a virtuous appearance opened the door. She looked at the man in front of the door, and doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes. Husband! Didn't you go to work? Did you forget to get something? Cough. Nothing, I forgot. I can go there 2 hours later today. Lu Yang coughed lightly and said in a deep voice. So that's how it is. Caigrong nodded and stepped aside. She didn't know that the moment she turned around, her husband began to scan her body with greedy eyes. When Lu Yang first got the mask, he longed to stand at the top of the pyramid, but when he first turned away the customers whom he had remembered since he had seen them for the first time as a delivery man in a different identity, he sank. He even thought that this was good enough and there was no need to take greater risks. This is also one of the reasons why Lu Yuan chose to tell his identity to Shen Nanshi. Of course, the final choice is still up to Lu Yang himself. Call. Just closed the door. Lu Yang took a step forward and leaned his body against Caigrong, who was wearing her nightgown. What's wrong? Didn't you just come here yesterday? Caigrong scolded, the child hasn't been fed yet. The child and I are on each side. Lu Yang exhaled a breath of hot air, leaned close to the woman's ear, bit her ear gently, and whispered. Caigrong opened her eyes wide, and her fair skin suddenly turned red. She was a little surprised that her husband, who had always been old-fashioned, had suddenly changed. Afterwards. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! The doorbell rang again, and Caigrong, who was lying contentedly in her husband's arms on the big bed, propped herself up. Husband! Go and see who's here. Lu Yang was about to refuse, as he was worried that he might not recognize the person outside the door, which would increase the possibility of complications. However, when he saw the naked woman in his arms, he had no choice but to nod. He put on a coat, walked into the living room, tried to remain calm, went through various reactions in his mind, and then opened the door. Behind the door was an old man who looked extraordinary at first glance. Lu Yang met the latter's gaze, intending to wait for the latter to speak so as to quickly determine the other party's relationship with himself. However, the next second, when the latter's words rang out, Lu Yang's heart began to beat violently, and all the hairs on his body stood up. Mr. Lu. Shen Nanshi looked at the man in front of him. He didn't care that he looked different from what he had investigated. He just bowed slightly and said something. Husband. Husband? Who's here? Inside the house, there was the voice of wife calling. Chapter 33. Call. 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 Sky Garden, 13th floor. The moment Mr. Lu uttered this sentence, Liu Yang's inner fear reached its peak instantly. There was too much information hidden behind this sentence. Why? How did he know that I was Mr. Liu? I just showed up here an hour ago, how could he find me so accurately? Could it be that? Ever since I got this mask, I have been spied on by unknown forces, and everything I have is being manipulated by those people. Don't worry, Mr. Liu. I have no ill intentions, Mr. Liu. Why don't we move over and talk in detail? Shen Nanqi noticed the change on Liu Yang's face at a glance. Without further explanation, he spoke again gently. Husband. Fine. I have to go to work. Liu Yang controlled his shaking hands, took a deep breath, and responded to the woman in the bedroom. He met Shen Nanqi's gaze and nodded slightly. Liu Yang returned to the house, put on his clothes, kissed Caigrong, and walked out of the house as calmly as possible. He walked into the elevator with the old man, went to the garage, and got into a black business car. You, who are you? Liu Yang asked anxiously. I am also Pandora's master. Shen Nanqi said gently. Pandora. Marquardt's mask. Liu Yang seemed to be thinking about something, and then whispered. From the information he got from touching the mask, he only knew the specific name, and didn't know another name. How did you know me? Is it your Pandora's ability? Liu Yang asked immediately. Of course not. Shen Nanqi shook his head and stared at the man in front of him. Many subtle movements on his face and body were revealing him. If it wasn't for a man like Mr. Liu, he could easily control it, but now, he didn't dare to hide anything. Respect and fear appeared on his old face. He pointed to the sky and said. Some supreme gentleman informed me of this. Supreme. Liu Yang swallowed his saliva. Can I see him? I can't make the decision. If the gentleman wants, you will appear before him. So, what do you want to talk to me about? Liu Yang reacted, focused, and looked at Shen Nanqi. Since the other party was just a host of Pandora, then he should not be too afraid of the other party. Shen Nanqi did not hide anything and told everyone that he needed to kill someone. Finally, he raised a finger and said slowly. After the matter is done, I will give you 100 million. And my Shen family will also owe Mr. Liu a favor. 100 million. Liu Yang was speechless. He was just an ordinary rider 3 or 4 days ago, and this amount of money was what he could earn even if he didn't eat or drink for 1,000 years. His heart was beating rapidly. Cavalry. We asked a thug who was last seen with Wang Jinbo. He said that on the day when Lin Paizan got into trouble, Wang Jinbo seemed to have met a suspicious person. Hangzhou Police Department. Liu Weigang rushed in and said. The gangster even joked and asked Wang Jinbo to draw the man, but he got sidetracked by other things. Was he silenced? It's hard to say. Ma Anbang frowned as he flipped through pages of information. He had a pen in his hand and kept circling the times and places. My eyelids suddenly twitched. Go check whether there are any recent crackdowns on pornography, drugs, or organized crime in the surrounding counties and cities. Our investigation has always been focused on the fact that Wang Jinbo was silenced. So, is there a possibility that he will be framed later? Look at his experience over the past year. Similar situations have occurred 3 times before. This is why no one has noticed him after he went missing for several days. Monbang Expressway. If it is different counties and cities, then the information between different systems is very likely not updated together, and there will be a short vacuum. I see. Liu Weigang said quickly. Time passed by minute, and the sky became darker and darker. Late at night. 22:30. Hangzhou, Woolen Square, Bar. The intense DJ sound rings in my ears. The red, blue, and green spotlights flashed wildly. Young figures twisted their bodies wantonly in the bar hall. Ms. Chen. Why are you here? Oh. It's an honor for our Queen Bar to have you, Miss Chen. Miss Chen, I'll call Brother Nan right now. The Chen family is a well-deserved godfather-level family in the Grey Circle of Hangzhou. As the only daughter of Chen Guanrong, it is not an exaggeration to describe Chen Shooting as a gangster princess in online novels. As soon as Chen Shooting and Yang Yushan appeared at the Queen Bar, they were recognized by the bar manager. Greeting me from afar. A flattering smile appeared on his face. No, I'm here to accompany my brother. This is my Chen Shooting's biological brother. He worked in your bar a while ago. Chen Shooting had red lips, long hair, and a windbreaker, and her every move and gesture showed that of a big sister. She patted Yang Yushan on the back and spoke in a very cool voice. Who is this? Yang Yushan works as a part-time waiter in our bar. Another bar manager recognized him and said. Right. I want to thank you for taking care of me on behalf of my brother. He said you all treated him very well. Chen Shooting raised her red lips, looking very excited. Chen Shooting and Yang Yushan were surrounded by people and walked into the bar. At this time, the waiters, bartenders, and atmosphere girls in the Queen Bar looked at Yang Yushan from afar, their eyes intertwined, their expressions envious and jealous, wondering how this boy could hook up with the young lady. Soon a group of people sat at the most central booth, and brandy, whiskey, and Remy Martin, a small selection of the most expensive foreign liquors, were all served. The trainee bartender that Yang Yushan was familiar with at the Queen Bar, as well as two relatively friendly waiters, were also called over. Wow! Wow! So this is the bar? This is my first time here. At the same time, Liu Yuan and Nai Xiaohu, two best friends, and their boyfriends also entered the bar. Nai Xiaohu was a little nervous and excited. As soon as she entered the bar, she held Liu Yuan's arm tightly, but her eyes kept looking left and right, chattering. Manager Liu. Do you come here often? Nai Xiaohu asked. Not really. I think it's noisy here. Liu Yuan shrugged. He swept his eyes across the hall, and when he looked in a certain direction, a smile appeared on his face. Yang Yushan was being surrounded and was the focus of attention, enjoying the flattery of his colleagues and female bar managers. He felt that this was a feeling he had never had before as an orphan. Wonderful feeling. He had a wonderful feeling of floating in the air emanating from the solace of his feet. He loves the feeling of being held in the palm of his hand. Yang Yushan held a glass of wine and took a sip. He glanced casually at the door and his expression suddenly paused. Chapter 34. Late at night, 10:35 p.m. Hangzhou. Queen's Bar. The red spotlight flashed, and in Liu Yuan's eyes, in the most central booth in the distance, next to Chen Shooting and Yang Yushan, a woman wearing a beige sweater, jeans, and an apron suddenly appeared. The woman looked pale, and when she raised her head, there was a bright red handprint on her white neck. There was viciousness in her eyes as she looked at everything in front of her. Tisk. Liu Yuan withdrew his gaze. We feel fear when we encounter the unknown, but when we actually see it, we feel calm instead. What's wrong? In front of the booth, Chen Shooting, who was surrounded by people, noticed Yang Yushan's reaction. She drank the rest of the cocktail in her hand, put her red lips close to Yang Yushan's ear, and spoke in a sexy and mature voice. Acquaintance. Chen Shooting followed Yang Yushan's gaze and happened to see Liu Yuan and his group who had just sat down, so she asked. Ah. Uh-huh. Chen Shooting's words awakened Yang Yushan, who had become at a loss after seeing Liu Yuan. He trembled and responded repeatedly. After actually using this mysterious Pandora, Yang Yushan became more and more in awe of Liu Yuan that day. In private, he also kept speculating about his identity. He is one of my benefactors. He helped me financially when I was in college. When Yang Yushan saw Chen Shooting's gaze, he swallowed, tried to calm himself down, and quickly made up an excuse. Walk. The next second, a fragrant breeze blew by, and Yang Yushan's left hand was pulled up. Chen Shooting was about to push away the girls around her. Since I have helped you before, I must go and thank you in person. That's right. Bring a bottle of wine. Chen Shooting picked up an unopened bottle of brandy. In front of the sofa, the ghost Li Wenwen followed behind him, her figure moving among the swaying men and women. No one could see her, except for the occasional sensitive person whose hair stood up inexplicably when she passed by. Li Wenwen seemed to be jealous of everything in the world. She gently pushed a waiter from behind, and the waiter with the wine tray fell to the ground. The cocktails on the tray, which reflected the light of the glass, shattered to the ground. She approached a young girl with a gloomy face and blew a stream of cool air into her ear. Not long after, Chen Shooting pulled Yang Yushan to the booth where Lu Yuan and others were sitting, and the female ghost with a malicious look on her face also followed. Manager Lu. Do you feel as if you've suddenly become cold? Nai Xiao shuddered for no apparent reason. She touched her arm, and goosebumps suddenly appeared on her fair skin. It will be ready soon. Lu Yuan pushed up his black-framed glasses and said gently. He casually glanced at the approaching female ghost Li Wenwen, and the quaint ring on his index finger lit up with a mysterious light. Ah! In Yang Yushan's eyes, the female ghost Li Wenwen seemed to be approaching an untouchable taboo existence. She hugged her head with both hands in an instant, and her entire face was distorted. A shrill and painful scream came out of his mouth. Even. Her figure began to become ethereal. When the female ghost was about to reach her limit, the pain that enveloped her disappeared in an instant, and she moved away from the man who was like a god in her eyes in fear. The other side. In the darkness of night, several black cars were speeding on the highway leading to Linshui. The target is located at Linshui Detention Center. Here's his picture. There are a total of 5 people on duty at the detention center tonight. Here are their photos. Before the plan begins, we will temporarily prevent Wu Shengli, the highest disciplinary officer of the detention center's night shift, from arriving. Mr. Lu, you will enter the detention center as this one and dispose of the consumables. One of them. The old housekeeper Shen Shan handed the documents to Lu Yang beside him. At this time, Lu Yang's appearance was still not what he looked like. He was a middle-aged man of medium height, an office worker he had accidentally seen on the road. Mr. Lu. You don't have much time left. What you need to do is try to kill with one strike. This position, are both fatal points. After Shen Nanshi's entrustment and Lu Yang's agreement, Shen Shan and others gave Lu Yang a short training, including intensive teaching and implementation of the plan. Report. We will arrive at Linshui Detention Center in 10 minutes. No. Shen Shan responded in a hoarse voice. Call. 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 Lu Yang sat in the front seat of the car, breathing heavily and rapidly, feeling fearful, nervous, and a little excited. His palms were sweating, and his eyes kept scanning the pages of plans. At this critical moment, he felt a little regretful, but he knew he had to do it, so he had to bite the bullet. What's going on? The street lights are broken. In the night, Wu Shengli drove a black Passat to the detention center. The street lights on the relatively remote road were all dark, and only the car lights illuminated the road conditions. Crunch! Just as Wu Shengli frowned and whispered, the next second, the car shook heavily. Then, the alarm of a flat tire sounded. He got out of the car to take a look, and saw that the entire front wheel was pierced, so he slapped the hood hard. I reached out to take out my cell phone, and saw that there was no signal at all. What's going on? Wu Shengli inexplicably felt that something was wrong. At the same time, another Wu Shengli appeared in the detention center in a black Passat. When passing through the gate, the security guard at the gate only saluted Lu Yang and opened the door. I'm Wu Shengli. I'm Wu Shengli. As the deputy director of Linshui Detention Center and also the head of the discipline department, I have a very high level of authority and responsibility tonight. Liu Yang sat in the driver's seat and did not get out of the car directly. He swallowed and could feel his heart beating very fast. In the dim light, he kept reminding himself. In the carriage. The number representing time was ticking by the second. The longer he delayed, the more dangerous it would be. Liu Yang took a deep breath and opened the door. The cold night wind made him shudder. Raise your head, hold your head high, stride into the detention center building. Director Wu. As soon as I walked in, the young man with a crew cut shouted. Liu Yang's heart skipped a beat, but then he recognized the young man in front of him, Gao Fei, a policeman from the discipline department, and who was in charge of the area where Wang Jinbo was. He responded calmly and was about to leave, but after taking 2 steps he stopped and pretended to have just remembered something, and said to the young man, "That's right. Gao Fei, bring Wang Jinbo to the first interrogation room." Yes. Gao Fei was a little surprised, but he didn't ask any more questions and just responded in a deep voice. "Cavalry. Found it. You're right. Wang Jinbo is right below us, in the detention center next to the water." At the Hangzhou Police Department, Captain Liu Weigang of the Criminal Police Brigade ran towards Ma Anbang happily after receiving a phone call and said loudly. A look of joy appeared on his face, and he kept saying, "I never expected that. It really makes us dark under the light. Contact Lin Shui first and ask them to protect Wang Jinbo. We will send someone over immediately to bring Wang Jinbo back." Ma Anbang's expression remained unchanged, he just gave orders in a slightly faster tone. Yes. Liu Weigang turned and left. Chapter 35. Hangzhou, Woolen Square, Queen Bar. Chen Shooting is an extremely eye-catching person, both in terms of appearance and the heroic aura of the Godfather princess. Long hair. Red lips. A wine-red thin sweater, a black leather skirt, and a black windbreaker. Her long, straight legs were tightly wrapped in black stockings with letters. Chen Shooting walked towards Liu Yuan and others with the foreign wine in her hand, and was noticed by Nai Xiaowu and her group before she got close. "Manager Liu." Nai Xiaowu whispered with some fear. "This one seems to be Chen Shooting. Do you know him?" "The eldest daughter of Yunding Palace, her father is Chen Guanrong." "Damn, it seems like this eldest daughter is coming for us." "Chen Guanrong? Isn't that the underground godfather of Hangzhou?" The male companions brought by Nai Xiao's 2 best friends started talking in a low voice. After confirming that it was Chen Shooting, the 2 male companions who had been secretly behaving a second ago suddenly became a little panicked. Cai Menki and the other girl also subconsciously felt uneasy and at a loss. "Mr. Liu, right? I'm Yang Yushan's sister. I noticed that you were also at the Queen Bar, so I had to come and thank you." Chen Shooting walked to the booth, and under the gaze of everyone, her red lips raised with a charming look. She first glanced at the other 5 people, and finally looked at Liu Yuan. She was secretly surprised by the indescribable demeanor of the latter. She put down the wine in her hand, stretched out her right hand, and said with a smile. "Thank me." Liu Yuan said with a gentle expression. "Yes. My brother Yang Yushan said that it was you, Mr. Liu, who funded some of his college expenses." Chen Shooting looked at Yang Yushan beside her, hugged him, and continued. "So that's how it is." Liu Yuan glanced at Yang Yushan, pushed up his glasses, and chuckled in response. He added meaningfully, "I haven't heard Yushan say he has a sister." "Mr. Liu, you misunderstood. Yushan and I have only just met for a short time." Seeing that Liu Yuan had no intention of reaching out his hand, Chen Shooting didn't care, so she withdrew her hand and explained what happened in the morning with a smile. Her words made the eyes of Nai Xiaowu, Cai Menki, and others shine. She was worthy of being Manager Liu. She was silently sponsoring college students. Moreover, this college student was so helpful. Not only did he work part-time, but he also decisively took action to save the child. Mr. Lu, Mr. Lu. At this time, Yang Yushan also came back to his senses. He could feel his heart beating in his chest. Looking into Lu Yuan's eyes, he saw fear and awe. He swallowed, suppressed his emotions, lowered his head and said respectfully. Chen Shooting naturally saw at a glance the genuine respect that Yang Yushan showed to Mr. Lu, and she also felt even more fond of her adopted brother, who was a man who knew how to repay a favor. Lu Yuan nodded gently. Good. After a pause, he uttered two more words. Just these two words made Yang Yushan breathe a sigh of relief, and the anxiety in his heart dissipated a lot. After a brief greeting, Chen Shooting and Yang Yushan also sat in this booth. Various foreign liquors were served and games were played. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere was just right. Mr. Lu. Chen Shooting also drank a lot, and her fair skin was stained with a layer of wine red. She suddenly looked at Lu Yuan, called out first, and then said. I can see that Yushan respects you very much, but this respect is too heavy and it will make him feel suffocated. As a sister, I want to repay you on his behalf so that he can relax a little. Oh. Lu Yuan met Chen Shooting's gaze and raised the corner of his mouth. Please name a price. Chen Shooting asked seriously, 1 million. 2 million. Mr. Lu, just tell me. Her words made everyone in front of the drinking party stop their actions. When they heard 1 million and 2 million, Nai Xiao was fine, but Cai Menqi's 2 best friends and their boyfriends changed their expressions, and their faces showed uncontrollable envy. It's just that how much can the university funding give? This is 100 times 1,000 times the return. Yang Yushan's eyelids twitched subconsciously. Dice. Lu Yuan said. Give me that dice as a token of my gratitude. When everyone was puzzled, Lu Yuan pointed to her neck. At this time, everyone noticed that there was a dice between Chen Mengting's delicate collarbones. There was a hole in the middle of the dice, and a thin black rope passed through it. Chen Shooting used it as a decoration. Chen Shooting looked serious. After confirming that Mr. Lu was not joking, she reached out and carefully took off the dice. She looked at it reluctantly, then put it on the table and pushed it over. This dice was given to me by my father. It was once his lucky charm. I hope Mr. Lu can keep it well. Thanks. I love so much. Lu Yuan picked up the dice, played with it between his fingertips, and then said gently. As early as the first time he saw Chen Shooting, his first attention fell on this dice, which was also emitting a red light. Call. This should be my office, right? Lin Shui, Detention Center. While Gao Fei was interrogating Wang Jinbo, Lu Yang carefully pushed open the door of an office, glanced around, and whispered in his heart. He subconsciously lightened his footsteps, and the sound of his leather shoes hitting the floor could be heard in the quiet office. In these sounds, a deep smile began to appear on Lu Yang's face, and his cheeks turned red due to the excitement caused by the increase of adrenaline. He walked towards his desk, and with every step he took, memories emerged in his mind. It was the honest self I was when I was in school. When you are in love, you feel humble and insignificant. When I was delivering takeout, shuttling between buildings, I was so ordinary at that time that I couldn't even make a sound in this vast world. Now. Tisk. Lu Yang stood in front of the table and picked up a family photo. He looked at the man in the photo who looked exactly like himself now. He stretched out his hands and closed his eyes, as if he was enjoying a wonderful taste. Ding-a-ling. The phone on the desk suddenly rang. The sudden noise quickly interrupted Lu Yang's immersion, making his heart skip a beat. He quickly opened his eyes, held his breath and looked at the still ringing phone. He stretched out his hand, hesitated for a moment and answered the call. Hello. Old Wu, why can't I get through to your phone? Never mind. This is not important. I just received a call from Hangzhou, asking us to protect Wang Jinbo in the detention center as soon as possible. Go over there and bring Wang Jinbo out, then keep an eye on him. Also, I'll be there right away, wait for me. The man on the other end of the phone, who should be the director of the detention center, spoke nervously. I see. Liu Yang's pupils contracted, but then he responded and hung up the phone. Chapter 36. Call. 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 In the office of Lin Shui Detention Center, Liu Yang, wearing a middle-aged man's coat, stood in front of the desk, breathing heavily. The higher UPS have noticed this. Run. I still have time to run now. Liu Yang was panicking and frightened. His heart was pounding and his entire mind was occupied by the phone call. He was shaking and was about to walk out of the office. No. You can't blame me. When they came to me, they didn't tell me that the plan would be discovered so soon. You can't blame me. That's the power of the state apparatus. I'm just a delivery man. With his head dazed, he hurried to the door, but when he grabbed the door handle, he paused and kept swallowing. Wang Jinbo. Come out for a while. On the other side, Gao Fei, a police officer in the detention center, opened the iron door of a cell and swept his eyes among the 16 people in the cell. Finally, he looked at a young man in the corner and said, Master, we are all getting ready for bed, why are you asking me to go out? The young man was very tall, like a stick, and he had earrings. He was not panicked when his name was called, and answered nonchalantly. Hurry up. Gao Fei glared and said in a deep voice. After the iron door was closed, Wang Jinbo's hands were handcuffed, and Gao Fei followed behind him. The two walked in the corridor one after the other and entered the interrogation room. Gao Fei handcuffed the latter's two arms and patted the latter's head, wait obediently. He stood up and walked out the door. Director Wu. Wang Jinbo has been taken to the first interrogation room. Gao Fei walked into Wu Shengli's office and reported in a deep voice. Liu Yang responded and tried to stand up, but when he stood in the corridor at the door, his footsteps stopped as if they had taken root. He coughed heavily and looked at Gao Fei beside him. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Gao Fei was stunned for a moment, but then he reacted and took the lead. Behind him. Liu Yang stared at Gao Fei intently and breathed a sigh of relief. He had too little time to memorize the map of the detention center in the car, or perhaps because of his current emotions, his brain went blank and he couldn't remember where the so-called first interrogation room was. I walked through 2 corridors and entered the interrogation area, stopping outside a room. That's right. Gao Fei, go to my office and get a file for me. It's next to the phone. Yes. Gao Fei felt strange, and his eyes swept across Wu Shengli's face, but Wang Jinbo in the room was just an ordinary gangster, and Director Wu was also an old man, with a good reputation in the detention center. Without thinking any more, he responded and turned to leave. Liu Yang pushed the door open and walked into the room, meeting the nonchalant gaze of the young man sitting at the interrogation table. Hey! He's an official. What do you want from me so late at night? Wang Jinbo's thighs shook casually, and he looked at the middle-aged man and said nonchalantly. He was an old hand, and going to the detention center was like going home, and he didn't think there was anything to worry about. In his eyes, the middle-aged man just glanced at him without saying a word, turned around, closed the door, and walked towards him. Buzz. As the young policeman walked into the office, his cell phone vibrated. Hello. Director Zhang. Gao Fei looked at the number curiously and quickly answered the call. Where's old Wu? Deputy Director Wu just went to meet with a detainee. Is it Wang Jinbo? Director Zhang followed up. After hanging up the phone, he was still worried and made another call. After hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought that old Wu was still reliable. Yes. That's good, that's good. Also, you should follow them now and stay outside the interrogation room. Don't let anyone get close to me. I'm on my way now. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Gao Fei looked at his phone and said to himself, what's going on? He pushed open the office door first, took the documents next to the phone, and then prepared to return to the interrogation room. This moment. In the night. Vehicles from Hangzhou National Security were driving at high speed on the road. At the same time, the special police team closest to Lin Shui was also dispatched, fully armed and sitting in special vehicles. Wang Jinbo! Lu Yang shouted. What? Wang Jinbo shook his legs. Lu Yang's heart was beating nervously. He could clearly feel the hot blood flowing crazily through his limbs and his palms were sweating. He was just an ordinary person. Even if he got Pandora, he was not ready to kill anyone. But the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Heart. Just one stab. It is important to note that do not stab the wrong way, as there is a xiphoid bone at the lower front end of the chest wall in the heart area. Throat. With just one cut, the death would only take a dozen seconds. But the problem was that the scene was too bloody, and Lu Yang was a little scared when he thought about it. I quickly went through Shen Shan's words during the intensive tutoring in my mind. Lu Yang swallowed again. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? The gangster Wang Jinbo seemed to have sensed something was wrong, his tone became a little panicked, and when he was about to shout, the next second, his entire mouth was covered from back to front. Lu Yang took out a small black knife, and the raised blade reflected a cold light under the light. Boom! 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 There was a sound of collision in the silent interrogation room, and Wang Jinbo was BG the tables and chairs with his legs frantically. Lu Yang gritted his teeth and stabbed the knife in his hand into his heart. His left hand was still tightly covering Wang Jinbo's mouth. He could feel the struggling body in his arms gradually weakening. His face turned pale, and when he saw the dead thug, he felt his stomach churning, and a nausea surged up his throat. He dropped the knife and tried to cover his mouth, but one hand was the left hand that had just covered Wang Jinbo, and the other hand was the right hand stained with blood. He clenched his teeth tightly, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Walk. We have to leave now. Lu Yang stumbled and turned around. He pushed open the door, and there was no one else in the corridor. He stumbled away and stopped when he passed a corner. Seeing Gao Fei's figure not far away, he quickly rushed to the other side and broke into the empty bathroom at the end of the corridor. Call. The sanitation workers' clothes were hung in the utility room on one side of the toilet. Lu Yang quickly picked up the clothes and ran into the toilet cubicle. His facial features were changing and his tall stature was getting shorter. On his way to the detention center, he memorized many faces, including this old man who was cleaning the place. When Gao Fei walked outside the interrogation room, he was somewhat puzzled by the unusual silence. Boom boom boom. Director Wu. Gao Fei knocked on the door and spoke. After a long while of no response, he stretched out his hand and pushed the door open. With his eyes wide open, he saw a young thug with his head tilted and a knife stuck in his heart. Chapter 37. Call. Zhang, Director Zhang. Something happened. Gao Fei approached the young man and carefully placed his fingertips in front of the latter's breath. He flicked his hand away and took 2 steps back. My heart is pounding. He reacted, turned around and rushed out of the interrogation room, trying to find Director Wu while taking out his cell phone to call Director Zhang. Not long. After answering the message, the result was announced very quickly. Boom. Gao Fei was still running trying to find Wu Shengli. He was sure that the latter would not run far. However, just as he reached the corner of the corridor, a sanitation worker pushing a cleaning cart rushed out from the side. He bumped into him without reservation and fell to the ground. Uncle Zhang, are you okay? Gao Fei's sharp eyes swept over the fallen figure at the first moment. After confirming the old man's appearance, he quickly got up and helped Uncle Zhang up, saying, No. I'm fine. Uncle Zhang, why are you still here at this hour? Something happened at the station. You should get off work quickly. Gao Fei made sure that Uncle Zhang was fine, gave him a few instructions, and then continued to talk on the phone while running. When he left, without noticing, the grey-haired sanitation worker behind him slowly raised his head with an excited smile on his face. The next second, he hurriedly picked up the overturned car and left quietly. At the same moment, in front of a traffic light by the water, Director Zhang, who was a little overweight, sat in the driver's seat. He opened his eyes wide, his face turned pale, and he quickly issued an order. Hang up the phone with Gao Fei. How is that possible? How is that possible? Old Wu, are you going to die? Director Zhang kept repeating this. He didn't have time to think about it, so he just called the leader of the National Security Bureau with trembling hands. Late at night. 23:45. In Hangzhou, at the Municipal Police Department, Ma Anbang was sitting at a desk with his eyes closed. All matters concerning the Pandora Special Investigation Team had just been finalized, and today's events were urgent, so he decided to stay in the Municipal Bureau for the time being. He hadn't slept for more than 36 hours. At this moment, he seemed to be asleep. At this moment, the shrill phone sounded suddenly. The moment the phone rang, Ma Anbang opened his clear and bright eyes. I see. Close the detention center and gather all the staff there. Don't trust anyone. Ma Anbang spoke quickly and calmly. Hang up the phone. He stood up, put on his clothes and was about to go out, his eyes flashed with confusion at some point. If he was really the new host of Marquardt's Mask, then how could he be connected with another Pandora host so quickly? Or rather, is there really something wrong with Wu Shengli? Is he controlled by the host? Or is he even an undercover agent of the host? In short, various speculations kept appearing in Ma Anbang's mind. Cough. Cough. The plainly dressed sanitation worker had just walked out of the detention center. On the dimly lit roadside, he turned around and looked at the place where the red alarm was issued and the gate was closed. He turned around and continued walking, his pace quickened, crossing the road and entering an old residential area. When he came out again, he saw a rider in blue riding an electric bike. The rider disappeared into the night and just happened to pass by the special vehicle honking its horn. Manager Lu. Xiao is in your hands. Ah. It's already this late, Menki, I have to leave quickly, or else my mom will scold me to death. Manager Lu, we are leaving too. Xiao will be left to you. Queen's Bar, Hangtown. Yuan held the drunk Nai Xiao with a gentle expression. The two best friends waved their hands, then pulled their boyfriends away excitedly. Xiao! Xiao! Yuan pushed Nai Xiao in his arms. This little girl really couldn't drink much, and her two best friends kept pouring her wine. Manager Lu. Nai Xiao's eyes were blurred with drunkenness, and her fair cheeks were flushed as if she heard a call. She immediately wrapped her arms around Yuan's neck and mumbled something with her pink lips. You are totally unconscious. I can only take you home first. Yuan chuckled. There were taxis parked outside the bar, so he got in the nearest one and told the address. When they arrived at the apartment, Yuan carried Nai Xiao in his arms and placed her in front of the sofa. As soon as he was put down, the little girl opened her eyes, hugged Manager Lu's neck again, exhaled hot air from her mouth, and then desperately moved her pink lips towards Yuan. The hands are no longer honest. Yuan paused, and looked at the young face with gentle eyes behind his black-framed glasses, watching the latter's clumsy response, then picked him up again and went into the bedroom. It turns out this is the first time. Afterwards, Yuan glanced at the plum blossoms on the flyer and seemed to be expressing his feelings, but his tone was still extremely calm. Nai Xiao had long since sobered up from her drunkenness, biting her lips lightly and hiding shyly in the quilt. After taking a shower and changing the bed sheets, Nai Xiaoyu, who had indeed drunk too much and was exhausted from her first sexual intercourse, quickly fell into a deep sleep. Old White. Good. When Liu Yuan walked out of the bedroom, he saw a fat black cat squatting in front of the door. It tilted its head and glanced curiously at the woman on the bed with its bright eyes. He squatted down and scratched Lao Bai's chin. Entered the study. Sit at the table. He stretched lazily first, then opened the panel and reviewed what Shen Nanshi and Lu Yang had done in the evening through 2 Pandora items. Tisk. No wonder the desire points keep popping up. This one night is enough to match everything Huang Wenbin provided. Liu Yuan smiled. Lu Yang's qualities were beyond his expectations. He was exceptionally good at adaptability and stress resistance. Moreover, it seems that he is not too affected by Marquardt's mask when changing his face. Perhaps, he can be recruited into the Pandora Management Committee. Whispered. He ignored the 2 men and took out the dice he got from Chen shooting in the bar. This was not an ordinary 6-sided dice, but an ivory 12-sided dice with numbers 1 to 12. Dice. What abilities will it have? There was curiosity in Liu Yuan's eyes. Without further hesitation, he spent 10,000 desire points and the inferior soul provided by Huang Wenbin to exchange for a 3rd-level seed. As Old White meowed, he threw the seed into the 12-sided ivory dice. Brilliant and great changes took place in the tiny study. This is a miracle like that of the Creator. Bite. You have received Pandora No 3-004. Please name Pandora No 3-004. 3-004. Its former owner once considered it a symbol of luck. One day, after rolling 12 6 times in a row, he decided to give it a try, and he succeeded. After throwing different numbers, the user will get different levels of luck. Chapter 38. Dice that can change your fortune. Tisk. Interesting. Late at night, in the study, Liu Yuan looked at the dice in front of him. After integrating the 3rd-order seed, the entire texture of this 12-sided ivory dice underwent a transformation, and it had an ancient mysterious aura. The tiny hole in the middle of the dice was still there, and he squinted his eyes to peek into the hole, as if he was staring into the abyss. He played with the dice between his fingertips, and even used his thumb to press the dice to eject it. The 12-sided dice immediately rotated in front of his eyes, and different numbers jumped quickly in Liu Yuan's eyes. Fall. Then it popped out again, and finally he held it in his backhand, spread out his palm, and the number facing upwards was the Arabic numeral 12. This newly born dice seems to be carefully trying to please the great creator of Pandora. Haha. Then I'll call you the dice of the Fate Gamer. Bite. Naming successful. Pandora No 3-004, Dice of the Fate Gamer. This is a mysterious dice. If you throw 1 to 3 points, the host will face different degrees of bad luck in the next 24 hours. If you throw 4 to 6 points, the host will have just the right amount of good luck. If you throw 7 to 9 points, the host will have an ecstatic good luck. If you throw 10 to 12 points, the host will have the opportunity to change their fate. Notice. Notice. As good luck accumulates, the bad luck brought by points 1 to 3 will also gradually accumulate. Liu Yuan played with the dice for a while and then put it away. His personal destiny had already changed and could not be affected by a newly born dice of destiny. He stood up, walked to the living room to pour himself a glass of warm water, and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window looking at the city at night. Behind the hacker's glasses, the smile on his face gradually grew brighter. Timely. The second hand ticked for the last time, at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Ding-a-ling. In the single-family villa in Zixi, Hangzhou, the satellite phone on the table suddenly rang. The old man who had been sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes and picked up the phone immediately. He paused for a moment and then pressed the answer button. "Hello. It's me, Shen Nanshi," the old man said in a deep voice. "Good. I see." The tense expression on Shen Nanshi's face eased a little. After a pause, he continued, "It's not time to relax yet. Evacuate in an orderly manner according to the plan." Without saying anything more, he hung up the satellite phone. At this moment, Shen Nanshi was sitting alone in the living room of a luxurious villa. All the servants and security guards were driven out. He stood up, holding his crutches in his hand. Paced back and forth under the 6-meter-high sparkling crystal chandelier. The danger of tonight is far beyond what words can describe. If he is not careful, Shen Nanshi will fall into the abyss, and the entire Shen family will be dragged down with him. And the success tonight was not due to their careful planning, but largely due to the power of Pandora and the wonder brought by Marquardt's mask. It was unexpected, and anyone who grew up in a materialistic worldview would react according to inertia at the first moment. Da-da-da. At the Linshui detention center, the sound of helicopter propellers gradually came closer and closer. 2 searchlights pierced through the night and shone onto the square in front of the building. The hatch opened. The gangway is lowered. Ma Anbang stood in front of the door. In the darkness of the night, he held the cabin door with one hand and looked down at the detention center, which was illuminated by various lights and was as bright as day. There are special service vehicles and armed personnel with real guns stationed in every direction of the square detention compound. An airtight and tense atmosphere spread throughout the compound. When the helicopter hovered at a sufficient height, Ma Anbang quickly climbed down the ladder and jumped to the ground. Criminal Police Captain Lu Weigang followed closely behind him. This gentleman. My last name is Ma. Captain Ma, I'm Zhang Lunjun, the person in charge here. All of us present tonight are gathered in the hall. Please feel free to tell me if you have any instructions." The middle-aged man, who was a little fat, kept wiping his sweat. He followed the comrades from the National Security Special Department. When Ma Anbang and others got off the helicopter, he hurried over to greet them. This middle-aged man in his 50s was somewhat frightened by the scene before him tonight. He couldn't even figure out what kind of situation could cause such a commotion. Not to mention that the entire detention center was closed, there were also people checking every road at different highway intersections near the water. After hearing the middle-aged man's introduction, Ma Anbang's reaction was also strange. He did not agree directly, but stared at the ladder with a straight look. "Examine it carefully from top to bottom." As if confirming something, he responded nonchalantly. When Ma Anbang's gaze shifted away, Zhang Lunjun finally felt relieved. In just this short moment, his hair stood on end. Cavalry. Just at this moment, in the darkness of the night, a man in a black suit walked quickly towards her and called out. Ma Anbang looked in the direction of the sound. The same scrutinizing gaze. Then nodded. The man in black then approached and whispered something in Ma Anbang's ear. "Wu Shengli has been found, unconscious in a car at the intersection. His life is not in danger." Are you awake? Woke up? Bring him here." Ma Anbang responded in a deep voice. After that, he strode towards the building behind him, and said to another black-clad officer from the National Security Bureau, "The main focus of our investigation this time is not the perpetrator of the incident, but the supporting team behind him." In such a short period of time, who can so quickly confirm the personnel structure and working conditions of the detention center, who can ambush Wu Shengli on the road he passes, and leave easily? This direction is where we will focus our investigation. Ma Anbang immediately confirmed that this was another case of Marquardt's mask use, and quickly established the direction of the investigation. He knows it very well. If the host of Marquardt's mask had already escaped from the compound and entered the city at night, then during the time he was dormant, it would be almost impossible to find him in the crowd. No one could catch a being that could constantly change into anyone's appearance in the crowd of people in the city. However, there must be traces of the team that assisted it. Ma Anbang walked into the hall and quickly scanned the people lined up with eagle-like eyes. "Who is Gao Fei?" he said in a deep voice. "Report." The young policeman responded loudly. "Tell me what happened in detail." "Yes." Ma Anbang continued to examine everyone while listening. Until he could rule out a possible candidate, he remained suspicious of everyone present. Anyone could be a Pandora host in another person's skin. "Give me the surveillance footage from the detention center in the past week. I want at least 3 videos that record every person present." He looked at Zhang Lunjun, who was wiping his sweat beside him. Chapter 39. Home. "Yushan, find a room for yourself. When you come to my house, just treat it as your own home." 12:15 in the morning. Hangzhou, north bank of the river, Qiantang Mansion. 500 square meters riverview flat. Yang Yushan, a sophomore student, put one arm around Chen Shooting's slender waist and the other hand on his shoulder, carefully helping her out of the elevator. When they arrived at the door, Yang Yushan pushed the woman in his arms. Chen Shooting sobered up a little. Her fair and delicate face was flushed, and her well-maintained skin was filled with a blush like agate after drinking. Chen Shooting propped herself up, her feet swaying slightly. She put her face close to the electronic lock and pushed the ends of her hair that fell in front of her face back. With a ding, the door opened. Chen Shooting staggered and took off her high heels. Her bare feet wrapped in black stockings stepped on the tiles. It was not cold. Although it was March, the floor heating in the house was turned on to ensure a comfortable constant temperature. She suddenly turned around, looked at Yang Yushan in front of the door, and waved drunkenly. "Call. Is this the top luxury house?" Yang Yushan was still standing in front of the door. He looked behind the door. He didn't know when, his heart began to beat strongly and rapidly, and the hot blood was flowing wildly through his limbs. "He stands here. I felt like I had glimpsed a corner of heaven." He felt ashamed of himself and didn't even dare to step in. He stepped on the carpet and walked into the house, his eyes sweeping across the mansion. He stood in front of the wide hall with an unreserved view of the river. In front of him, the dazzling city skyline fiercely hit his vision. The golden light shone in and hit him in the face. "What are you thinking about?" In front of the sofa, Chen Shooting tilted her head and looked at Yang Yushan's back. "Nothing, it feels like a dream." Yang Yushan came back to his senses and whispered. "I don't fit in here." He turned around, looked at Chen Shooting and said. Chen Shooting met the eyes of the young man not far away. She suddenly sobered up. When she looked over again, she saw that Yang Yushan had revealed a clean smile again. He rolled up his sleeves and said, "Sister, do you have any ingredients here? I'll make you a hangover soup." "No, no need. Miss. You're back." Just as Chen Shooting was about to say something, the door of the master bedroom was pushed open, and a plain middle-aged woman came out. She first glanced at Yang Yushan, then looked at Chen Shooting and bowed. "Miss, would you like some hangover soup? There are some ingredients in the refrigerator." "Mother Wang. Is Kaiokyu asleep?" Chen Shooting bent her legs and lay comfortably on the sofa. Because of the amplitude of her movements, her loose thin sweater revealed most of her shoulders. Said lazily. "The young master has already fallen asleep. Did you look for your mother before going to bed?" The young master is very well behaved. He knows that his mother is outside, so he plays with his toys and reads a book by himself. Then he takes a bath and goes to bed at a certain time. "You are worthy of being my son." Chen Shooting raised her red lips, and her eyes and eyebrows revealed a natural charm. "Oh. That's right." Chen Shooting clapped her hands and looked at Yang Yushan with a smile. "Auntie Wang, this is Yang Yushan. If it weren't for him this morning, our ball would have died. From now on, he is my, Chen Shooting's biological brother. Young Master Yang. Aunt Wang looked at Yang Yushan with great insight and bowed to him, you can ask me to do anything you want. Mother Wang, no, no. When Yang Yushan saw a woman of this age bending over to him, he hurriedly helped her up and spoke repeatedly. Next, Aunt Wang went to make a hangover soup. Chen Shooting put down her bowl and chopsticks first, stretched lazily, smiled and patted Yang Yushan, then walked lazily towards the master bedroom. Yang Yushan was also arranged into another room. After taking a shower, he lay on the comfortable big bed, staring at the ceiling, recalling the scenes since he entered this luxury house. He sat up suddenly, opened his small bag, and carefully took out the ancient copper bell. This copper bell would not make any sound due to any external force unless it was actively shaken. Li Wenwen! Li Wenwen! Yang Yushan whispered. After seeing Mr. Liu in the bar, the ghost Li Wenwen never came out again. He called out with some uneasiness. Fortunately, not long after, the translucent figure reappeared in front of him, and she looked at Yang Yushan pitifully with tears in her eyes. Are you okay? When Yang Yushan saw her look like that, he felt pity for her without even realizing it, and asked. However, as soon as the words came out of his mouth, he instantly woke up and put this feeling of pity behind him. Woo woo woo! Almost lost my soul. The female ghost Li Wenwen sobbed. What happened just now? Yang Yushan continued to ask. He wanted to know as much information as possible about Mr. Liu. I don't know either. The ghost girl Li Wenwen bit her thin lips and shook her head. She said pitifully, I just got close to that person, and it felt like I was bumping into the sun that I couldn't look directly at, and I was burned and melted by the heat he couldn't help but emit. Yang Yushan held his breath and listened carefully. After hearing this, he became even more afraid of Mr. Liu and regarded him as a taboo existence walking in the world. So that's how it is. Yang Yushan nodded. He did not bring up the topic with Mr. Liu, fearing that he would be noticed just by mentioning him. He thought for a moment, then stared at Li Wenwen intently. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and even his breathing became more rapid. Li Wenwen! Is there any way you can make Chen Shooting fall in love with me? The female ghost Li Wenwen stopped sobbing and looked at Yang Yushan with tearful eyes. Suddenly, a charming smile appeared on her pale face. Comfortable. Next door, the master bedroom. After taking a bath, Chen Shooting, wearing a beige ice silk nightgown, stretched comfortably. She first came to her son's side and kissed his chubby face. Fine. Fortunately nothing happened. Chen Shooting recalled the scene during the day and said with some lingering fear. She lay on her side, ready to play with her phone for a while. The light of the phone illuminated her delicate cheeks. At this moment, she suddenly shuddered. A layer of goosebumps inexplicably appeared on my fair skin. This moment. It's like a person walking on a street at night, and suddenly, a feeling of panic looms over his heart, as if he is being stared at by some unknown existence. Sleep. Sleep. Chen Shooting buried her head in the quilt, but did not forget to hold her son Kyokyu in her arms. Chapter 40. The next day. The bright sunshine shines through the gaps in the curtains in the house, leaving streaks of sunshine in the bedroom. Motes of dust floated in the morning air. On the big bed, Nai Xiao's long eyelashes trembled, and then opened in an instant, her bright eyes staring at the unfamiliar ceiling in a daze. After a while, the memories of last night began to return to her mind one after another, and her fair skin turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, reddening her collarbone and her delicate earlobes, and her pure and clean face was like a ripe apple. Under the quilt, the delicate little feet were tense, the whole body became stiff, and the heart was beating rapidly. Nai Xiao held her breath, ignored the sound beside her, and reached towards the side inch by inch with her small hand. Make sure there is no one around. Call. She breathed a sigh of relief. Nai Xiaohu's movements became bigger. She quickly lifted the quilt and looked inside, only to see her own white stripes in front of her. Ah! Why did I become like this last night? Nai Xiaohu's face turned even redder, and she buried herself in the mattress. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the bedroom, and the little girl shrank back, not daring to move. Are you awake already? Lu Yuan walked in, looked at Quail on the bed with a gentle gaze, and said with a smile. After that, he put the bag in his hand beside the bed. I bought you a set of clothes, you can try it on when you get up later. Besides, the bathroom is on the left, and your toothbrush and toothpaste are ready. Come out and eat after you wash up. I made breakfast. Seeing that the little girl was still motionless, Lu Yuan just chuckled and continued. He didn't stay any longer and walked out. I sat comfortably on the recliner in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, picked up a book and read it carefully. As expected of Manager Lu, the size is just right. Nai Xiaohu picked up a black bra out of curiosity. After putting it on, she exclaimed at first, but then her cheeks, which had eased a little, turned red again as if she had realized it belatedly. Does Manager Lu like this? Bit her lip. She put on a black lace hollowed-out pantyhose. The ones she had bought before were all childish, such as cotton ones with teddy bear patterns. After changing clothes and washing up, Nai Xiaohu limped out and ate with Manager Lu awkwardly. The two of them were ready to go to work. Uncle Lu. Good morning. At the same time, the door of the next room opened. The little carrot head, carrying a small school bag and wearing a yellow round hat, was the first to rush out. When she saw Lu Yuan, her eyes lit up and she ran up to him happily. She first shouted, and then impatiently raised her little head to look for Xiaobai. She didn't see Xiaobai, but saw a sister. Sister, are you disabled? Yuan blinked her eyes and noticed Nai Xiaohu's abnormal movement. A look of distress suddenly appeared on her little face. She rushed over with her school bag on her back and tried to help Nai Xiaohu up. Nai Xiaohu looked at the little girl and felt so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole. Yuan. Don't disturb Uncle Lu. A gentle and elegant female voice was heard, followed by the sound of high heels hitting tiles. Nai Xiaohu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a beautiful mature woman wearing a black shirt, burgundy skirt, with long hair and red lips. When Shen Hongru saw Nai Xiaohu, she was also stunned. She could naturally tell at a glance that Nai Xiaohu was experiencing her first time. Her heart sank at first, but then she returned to normal. This is my neighbor, Ms. Shen. This cute little girl is called Yuan. Lu Yuan introduced gently. This is Nai Xiaohu. He met the gaze of single mother Shen Hongru, not caring about the pitiful emotion in the latter's eyes, and said calmly. The two women nodded to each other, and then walked towards the elevator hall together. The little girl Yuan insisted on supporting Nai Xiaohu and refused to let go no matter who tried to persuade her. The apartment that Lu Yuan rented was not far from Skyworth. On weekdays, he walked to work, but today it was a bit inconvenient, so he called an online taxi. In the elevator, the two people separated. Bite. 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 Lu Yuan was dressed like an ordinary office worker, wearing black framed glasses and carrying a briefcase in his left hand. As he walked in the corridor outside the office, he took out a dice from his pocket. The thumb pressed against the dice, and they kept popping out. Turn your hand over and hold it. Spread out. Another 12. Send it out. Lu Yuan whispered. He stood in front of the window of the corridor on the 15th floor of the building and stretched out his hand holding the mysterious dice. When the breeze blew, the dice turned in the air and disappeared from his sight. He raised his eyes, stared at the blue sky and white clouds for a while, then returned to his office. At the same time, the other side, Nai Xiaohu, who also walked out of the elevator, bit her lip lightly before entering the Human Resources office, lowered her head and prepared to reduce her presence as much as possible. Who knew that as soon as she stood in front of the door, Cai Menki and another best friend stared at her with eyes that seemed to be glowing. Nai Xiao froze and stood there in a daze. It was rush hour at the moment, and colleagues were constantly coming in and out. She couldn't just block the door, but her two best friends were staring at her not far away, and everything would be exposed if she took a step forward. Gritted his teeth. I gritted my teeth and tried my best to walk to my workstation normally. However, the pain from the tearing made her subconsciously feel a little shy. This one action instantly made her two best friends excited. What the hell? What happened to Xiaoyu? Really? The two looked at each other first, and then thought of the answer at the same time. Our Xiaoyu is still a chick. Manager Lu is awesome. Ah! I always feel that Director Lu's rank is too high. Will he let our Xiaoyu down? They were leaning against each other, whispering constantly. At this time, Nai Xiaoyu was already sitting at her desk, not looking at her two unreliable colleagues. However, although she didn't look, she still carefully tilted her ear to eavesdrop, and when she found no sound, she secretly turned her head, but who knew that when she turned her head, she saw two heads and eyes staring at her. What are you doing? Nai Xiao's heart skipped a beat and she reached out to pat her two best friends. You and Manager Lu did it last night, right? Cai Menki spoke concisely and with a firm tone. Nai Xiao blushed and nodded. We asked you to speed up and get to the top as soon as possible, but we didn't ask you to give it to us so quickly. Another best friend also said this. Is Director Lu strong? Cai Menki said directly. Nai Xiao's head seemed to be smoking after being asked this question. After a long while, he asked in a low voice, what is considered strong? I really couldn't stand it last night. Chapter 41. Big. 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 Wait a minute, what are you rushing for? Grass. Hangzhou, Jiangxing Qiao Old Farmers Market. At a fishmonger's stall, a middle-aged man wearing a black waterproof apron sat on a stool, holding a stained cigarette in his left hand and a mobile phone in his right hand. At this moment, he stared at the screen without blinking, and kept muttering, and he responded impatiently when an auntie who came to buy vegetables wanted to pick fish. After a while, he punched in anger. The lady in front of the stall had already left, but the middle-aged man didn't care. He squinted his eyes and smoked the half-remaining cigarette in his hand in one breath. He crushed the cigarette butt hard at his feet and threw it aside. He looked up at the market and saw that most of the people buying vegetables at the morning market had already dispersed. What a damn bad luck! Cursed! He stood up, closed the stall, and prepared to eat something and go home for a nap. When passing the warehouse alley, Hu Dongui stopped and looked at a corner not far away. He shook his head and left, but turned back after a while. I'm crazy. There is gold here, so I want to come and see it. He walked and cursed, and as soon as he got closer, a mysterious 12-sided ivory white dice on the ground caught his eyes and he could no longer look away. He frowned, bent down and picked up the dice, and the relevant information appeared in his mind out of thin air. Hu Donggui's pupils contracted in an instant. Is this true or false? His tone was full of doubt. He just squatted on the ground and threw the dice. The 12-sided dice rolled on the concrete floor and soon stopped on the Arabic number 4. 1 to 3, there will be bad luck. I'm 4. Hu Dongui smacked his lips. He had no intention of leaving, so he took out his mobile phone and transferred the 100 yuan from his WeChat and Alipay accounts into the platform. Without any hesitation. Place a bet. Soon, win. Hu Dongui took a look at the dice and threw it again. This time it was the Arabic number 5. Not only was it just the right amount of good luck, it could even last for a while. Win. Win. FK, we win again. At the warehouse entrance of the old Jiangxing Qiao Farmers Market, 43-year-old fishmonger Hu Donggui's face turned red, his breathing became more and more rapid, and he stared at his mobile phone excitedly. In just a short period of time, he went from 100 yuan to 44,444 yuan. The good luck time was over, and Hu Donggui threw the dice again. He came up with a good idea, which was to throw the dice again while taking advantage of the good luck. The wealth is still expanding, as if the god of gamblers is possessed. When the balance in the account reached 444,444, his lucky time ended and he rolled the dice for the last time. The 12-sided dice turned under the unblinking gaze. Soon. He paused, and Arabic numerals appeared before his eyes. No more playing. No more playing. I've made enough money. Hu Donggui seemed to wake up all of a sudden and withdrew the balance in the platform. He put his mobile phone in his pocket and picked up the dice and carefully put them in his arms like a treasure. Just as he was about to take a step, his left foot tripped over his right foot, and he fell headfirst to the ground, with his mouth hitting the steps in the corner, and bright red blood spurted out. Hu Donggui lay on the ground for a while. He felt pain, but a big smile appeared on his face. He felt that if it were just this, he would have made a fortune. I'm going to get rich. Hu Donggui spat a mouthful of bloody saliva. However, he had just walked a short distance when he stepped on a block of ice and staggered forward. After a series of dodgements and extreme coincidence, there was a loud thud and Hu Donggui fell face up among the green plants beside him. The broken beer bottle pierced the back of his head. Open your eyes wide. There was no breath anymore. Desire score plus 100. Desire score plus 100. Desire score plus 100. White soul plus 1. Skyworth Building, 15th floor. Yuan sat in his office, watching the scene through Pandora with some astonishment. To be honest, he didn't expect that this dice, which only tried to please him cautiously, could harvest a soul so quickly. It shouldn't be that way. He's really smart. How did he think of rolling the dice again when he had a good time? Yuan recalled the scene just now and felt a little emotional. No one can stop oneself from committing suicide. I opened the black leather notebook and recorded the first host on the user page of the Fate Gamers dice. It was just a few numbers, and that was it. In this case, souls that are not deeply infected can also be considered white souls. This is a system loophole. It will be successful if the host who has established a connection with Pandora dies. If you want a higher level soul, it must be infected deeply enough. Yuan looked at the panel and pondered. He also recorded this, and then, through recent observations, further deduced the future impact of Pandora on the original world order. Tonight, we will formally establish the Pandora Management Committee. I should meet with Shen Nanqi and Lu Yang. He tapped the table with his fingers. At the same time, Zixi Villa under the blue sky. The black sedan drove into the garage. Shen Nanqi had been waiting in front of the door and opened it himself. Mr. Lu. Thanks a lot. Shen Nanqi looked at the young man in the car who had returned to his original appearance and thanked him. Nothing happened. The old butler Shen Shan, dressed in black, got out of the car from the other side. Shen Nanqi glanced at him and said in a deep voice. It went relatively smoothly. The higher UPS responded quickly. They did not conduct a large-scale tracking of Mr. Lu. Instead, they tried to find out the traces we left behind. We made preparations in advance and cut off all the necessary ties. Shen Shan said. Shen Nanqi listened, but his expression was not relaxed at all. His old face was still very solemn. He leaned on his crutches, shook his head and said, leaving no trace is the biggest trace. We were able to investigate the personnel information of Lin Shui Detention Center in such a short time, and mobilized forces to stop Wu Shengli on the road. There are only a handful of families capable of doing these things. We may all have been marked. Never mind. It's the only way. Shen Nanshi said with emotion. After that, he looked at Liu Yang and made an invitation, Mr. Liu, I'm sorry for the delay. Please come in and have a cup of tea. Liu Yang followed Shen Nanshi into this villa where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. He carefully looked at the luxurious scene before him. The impact of these scenes on his heart was not much different from that on Yang Yushan. He was led to sit in front of the sofa. At this time, Shen Nanshi looked at Liu Yang. Mr. Liu. I have 2 ways to deliver the 100 million yuan reward I promised you. When Liu Yang heard this, his eyes suddenly fixed. Before he could speak, Shen Nanshi said again, Mr. Liu, don't worry, Shen will never give you less. It's just that the current situation is special. If a large amount of money appears in your account, it will definitely be monitored immediately. What I am thinking is, first, I will set up a company in the name of Mr. Liu. The advantage of this method is that the money is clean and Mr. Liu can use it at will under his original identity. But the disadvantage is that it will take a long time. Second, I will help Mr. Liu to set up an overseas bank black card and transfer the money to your overseas account through overseas transfer. Chapter 42. Mr. Liu, what do you think? Villa. In the living room, Liu Yang's eyes were unconsciously attracted by the crystal chandelier hanging like a waterfall, with golden light refracting between the glass. This kind of house is something he couldn't even see in short videos. Mr. Shen, I choose the second method. Liu Yang came back to his senses and said in a deep voice. It was tempting to become a rich man, to make his farmer parents proud of him, and to shine among his former classmates and friends. But all these would inevitably bring more attention and more trouble, and he didn't want to be the focus. Good. Shen Nanshi looked at Liu Yang and was slightly stunned, then nodded. He raised his hand, and a middle-aged man in a black suit who was standing not far away came closer. The middle-aged man was carrying a black briefcase, and when he opened it, there was a laptop and some other documents. He asked Liu Yang in a low voice from time to time, and then his fingertips tapped on the keyboard and data flashed across the screen. Liu Yang didn't know what he was doing, but he was sure that he seemed to have established an identity on some overseas island and opened an account at JP Morgan Chase with that identity. Master. The middle-aged man turned the computer to the old man. Shen Nanshi took a look and entered a password. Soon, the transfer amount of $15 million arrived. Mr. Liu. I transferred $15 million to your account. The extra money is compensation for the accident. In 2 days, when Morgan's black card arrives in Daxia, I will have someone hand the card to you. Shen Nanshi said. After hearing this, Liu Yang's first reaction was to do a simple multiplication in his mind. After confirming that there was an increase of about 9 million, he kept telling himself to stay calm, but he still couldn't help getting excited and his emotions became difficult to control. Elegant and luxurious villa. Living room. Shen Nanshi had already waved his hands to let his men leave. He looked calm, watching every reaction of Liu Yang. In front of such an old fox, Liu Yang, who was born in an ordinary family, was like a man without clothes, unable to hide any secrets. Of course, because of Mr. Liu, he never thought of murdering the latter, but he was still trying to figure out Mr. Liu's attitude and use Liu Yang, who possessed the Pandora item, for his own use. Call. Thank you, Mr. Shen. Liu Yang took a deep breath, met the latter's gaze and said. Mr. Liu, have some tea. Asking the old housekeeper to bring the brewed tea and tea sets, Shen Nanshi personally poured tea for Liu Yang, making a gesture of invitation. He also picked up the tea, blew on it, took a sip, and said casually. Mr. Liu shouldn't have owned Pandora for long, right? Liu Yang paused, and responded without hiding anything. I think so. A friend of mine from the municipal police department told me that they caught someone a few days ago. Shen Nanshi put down the cup and looked at Liu Yang. His hoarse voice sounded again, the person who was arrested is suspected to be able to take on the appearance of other people. These words rang out. The teacup in Liu Yang's hand trembled suddenly, and the warm tea soaked the back of his hand. This Pandora is amazing. But there is a weakness. Shen Nanshi said in a deep voice. Please give me some advice, Master Shen. Liu Yang's skills were still too shallow. After just a few words, his mind was already confused. He put down the teacup in a hurry and asked. People may look the same, but everyone has their own habits, such as how they walk, sit, lie down, and talk. In other words, people of different ages also have different habits. Mr. Liu can quickly put on an old man's coat, but his gestures are still those of a young man. This is a flaw. In the eyes of those old detectives with sharp eyes, it is as clear as seeing through fire. Every word Shen Nanshi said sounded like thunder to Liu Yang, which made Liu Yang tremble and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The secret joy and pride that came from the success of obtaining the Marquardt mask quickly disappeared. I can help Mr. Liu. Shen Nanshi paid attention to Liu Yang's reaction, his expression unchanged, and said at the right time. Mr. Shen, please speak. I will send someone to give Mr. Liu lessons so that you can change your habits. Thank you, Mr. Shen. Thank you, Mr. Shen. Liu Yang understood that the latter would definitely ask something of him, but he couldn't refuse. After a short pause, he spoke repeatedly. No problem. Shen Nanshi was calm and composed, naturally keeping everything in his control. He picked up the teacup and smiled in response. At this moment, the old butler Shen Shan, who was standing on the side, suddenly approached hurriedly with a changed expression. He whispered something in the latter's ear, but Shen Nanshi, who had been calm and composed a second ago, was startled. He stood up subconsciously, took the phone from Shen Shan, and walked to the side with a slightly bent waist. In front of the sofa. Liu Yang saw this scene clearly. He blinked and thought of the gentleman that Shen Nanshi mentioned when he first met him. He didn't even dare to mention the other person's identity. His heart was beating hard and he sat up straighter. I see. Please rest assured, Mr. Liu. Shen Nanshi waited respectfully for the call to end. He breathed a sigh of relief, raised his head, walked towards Liu Yang, and said in a deep voice, Mr. Liu wants to see you and me tonight. Mr. Liu? Liu Yang asked back. Shen Nanshi did not respond, but just nodded slowly. It was getting close to evening. Afternoon. It was a little after 5:30 when I walked out of the company building, and the comfortable spring breeze brushed my cheeks. In the distance, the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the sky red. Manager Liu. What are we going to eat tonight? After a day, Nai Xiao felt as if she had recovered. She no longer felt pain when walking and was happily jumping around with a small bag on her back. She ran 2 steps, turned around and looked at Liu Yuan happily. A little rain. I have some things to take care of tonight. Liu Yuan pushed up his glasses and met the girl's eyes with a gentle gaze. The latter happened to have her back to the setting sun, forming a very beautiful picture of youth. Anyone who sees this scene will be touched and will not want to destroy the smile on the face of the beautiful girl in front of them. Only. Liu Yuan still showed no emotion, and the gentle apology on his face was only intentional, he said. Ah! The smile on Nai Xiao's face was so dire that it was visible to the naked eye. But soon, she cheered up again, then Manager Liu, go get busy first. Xiao is so good. Liu Yuan patted the girl's head and said gently, I will make it up to you tomorrow. Just being patted on the head so intimately seemed to satisfy the little girl. The last trace of grievance in her heart was wiped away, and she nodded happily. At the intersection, Nai Xiao looked back every few steps and trotted into the crowd of people leaving get off work when the traffic light turned green. Liu Yuan looked away, his expression slightly indifferent. Chapter 43. Hangzhou. During the rush hour after get-off work, the 6 lanes were crowded with cars, and a black Rolls-Royce was moving smoothly among them. Liu Yuan sat in the back row with his legs crossed, his chin propped up by his left hand, and casually glanced out the window. On his right, Shen Nanqi, whose real age was 90 but whose biological age was reversed to 86, sat upright and leaned forward slightly. When the car was about to pass a highway intersection, a car coming towards him in the distance caught Liu Yuan's attention. "Ma Dui, do you want to take a nap?" Lu Weigang drove the black car while glancing at Ma Anbang, who was sitting in the passenger seat. "Fine." Ma Anbang rested his arm on the car frame, and the warm spring evening breeze brushed his face, relaxing his tense nerves. At this moment, the car brushed past the Rolls-Royce in the next lane. He glanced at it casually and frowned subconsciously. He felt as if there was a pair of eyes looking at him from behind the car window. Tisk. Liu Yuan chuckled. The Rolls-Royce drove into the villa area and stopped in front of the door. Shen Nanqi got out of the car first, showing a flexibility that was not typical of an old man of his age. "Mr. Liu." Shen Nanqi opened the car door and bent down. He made a gesture of invitation and walked in front of him. Liu Yuan looked gentle and looked around. For him at this moment, the prosperity of the secular level could no longer arouse his emotions. Inside the villa, Lu Yang, sitting on the sofa, looked toward the door from time to time, feeling somewhat uneasy. This was a manifestation of his fear and anxiety in the face of the unknown. A week ago, he was just an inconspicuous person at the bottom of the prosperous city. The appearance of Pandora brought him a new life. To him, he didn't care about the abyss or madness. He only knew, if I hear the truth in the morning, I can die in the evening. "Mr. Liu. Please." The door was opened and Shen Nanqi's voice rang out. Lu Yang stood up and hurried over to greet him. He didn't even dare to look directly at the person who walked in. He just bent down straight and said, "Mr. Liu." Liu Yuan walked in, stopped, and looked at the young man for the first time with a calm gaze. After a moment, he nodded casually. Look for a reception room." "Mr. Liu, the reception room is over here." Liu Yuan said again. Shen Nanqi immediately stretched out his hand to lead the way. When they were not far away, Liu Yuan stopped and glanced at Lu Yang, who was still standing there with his back bent. "You come too." In the small but luxuriously decorated reception room, Liu Yuan sat in front of the main sofa, while the old man and the young man just stood there respectfully. "I met you this time mainly for one thing." Liu Yuan leaned against the sofa and looked at the two people in front of him. He didn't mean to beat around the bush and started the whole thing right away, regarding the formal establishment of the Pandora Management Committee. It was just a plain sentence, but it made the pupils of Lu Yang and Shen Nanqi shrink instantly. The former was fine, as his status was not high enough in the past, so he could only vaguely feel the importance of this committee, but for Shen Nanqi, he quickly realized the weight of these words. Pandora's emergence has not really reached its peak yet. In the future, there will be more new Pandoras, and even items with powers like gods and demons will be born. Liu Yuan continued. Every word he said caused great uproar in the hearts of the two people present. The purpose of the Pandora Management Committee. When saying this, Liu Yuan's posture finally changed slightly. He just leaned forward slightly, and his black and white pupils behind the black-framed glasses condensed. His words paused. When Lu Yang and Shen Nanqi were both trembling, Mr. Liu said again. It is to observe the collision between Pandora and the old world order. And guide. A new world order is born. Both of you. Would you like to become one of the first members of Pandora's Management Committee? Liu Yuan said in a deep voice. Shen Nanqi swallowed his saliva, lowered his head immediately, and said in a hoarse voice, Shen Nanqi is willing to follow Mr. Liu. Lu Yang is willing too. Lu Yang came back to his senses and, fearing that he was a second late, he quickly spoke loudly. At the same time, Hangzhou, the top private hospital. Sister shooting. Call. Is Kaihokyu okay? Yang Yushin got out of the taxi and rushed into the hospital, panting a little and said, I rushed here as soon as I received your call. Come and try to coax Kaihokyu. Chen Shooting said anxiously. He was fine in the morning, but after Yang Yushin went back to school at noon, Kaihokyu started to feel distressed and couldn't be comforted no matter what he did. Later, he even had some convulsions. Chen Shooting was so scared that she took him to the hospital, but he didn't get better. Kaihokyu has been crying since you left, and now he has a low-grade fever. Chen Shooting looked at her depressed son distressfully and said, I was just thinking that maybe he got scared yesterday. Maybe it would be better if I ask you to come. Let me try. Yang Yushin responded. The moment he turned his head, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He walked towards the crib and reached out to hold the chubby little boy in his arms. The boy, who was about to open his eyes a second ago, actually stopped and even finally stopped crying. The boy shrank his head into Yang Yushin's arms with some attachment. Is it really effective? It seems like he was really frightened yesterday. Only you, Yushin, can give Kaihokyu a sense of security. Seeing this, Chen Shooting breathed a sigh of relief and said repeatedly. But then, she was a little confused, but why was nothing wrong last night? What she didn't know was that from another perspective, when Yang Yushin approached Kaihokyu, the woman in a beige sweater and apron squatted beside the boy, stretched her neck from behind to in front of her face, and blew a breath at the crying boy. The female ghost Li Wenwen stood up, raised her head and looked at Chen Shooting with a vicious look. Yo! Miss! Just then, a head popped in from behind the door. A middle-aged man with a white shirt, an unbuttoned striped suit and his hands in his pockets walked in. Why are you here? Chen Shooting snorted and said. Are you still angry with Master Wrong? The middle-aged man smiled, then turned his gaze to look at Yang Yushin who was standing beside the bed, and his extremely oppressive eyes suddenly focused. Su Yuejun. Chen Shooting noticed that the voice had become louder. Feel sorry. Feel sorry. Mr. Wrong heard that Kaihokyu was admitted to the hospital. He was a little worried and asked me to come over to check. Is everything okay? Su Yuejun said repeatedly. He took a step closer to Yang Yushin, and started to play with the ball in Yang Yushin's arms. Yang Yushin had been observing this person since he walked in, and keenly noticed that although Chen Shooting was impolite to the latter, her attitude was not rejection-oriented, and there was even a hint of intimacy. Thanks a lot. Su Yuejun didn't stay for too long. He just confirmed that the ball was fine and prepared to leave. He reached out and patted Yang Yushin on the shoulder without any hesitation, and said with a smile, Brother Yang. After saying that, he waved to Chen Shooting and left the hospital with one hand in his pocket. Yang Yushin watched the latter's back as he left. Sister Shooting, who is that? Fine. Don't worry about him. He has no bad intentions towards us mother and son. He is my dad's right-hand man. My dad likes him very much. He even wants to bring him and me together. No, why am I telling you this? Chapter 44. Master Wrong. I've seen the eldest lady. Kaihokyu must just be frightened. Out of the hospital. Su Yuejun leaned against a black car, lit a cigarette and took a puff, then dialed Chen Guanrong's number. That's right. I also checked on Yang Yushin. It's not someone's arrangement that he has no parents. Master Wrong, the eldest lady has her own ideas, so please don't interfere. After hanging up the phone, Su Yuejun opened the car door, stepped hard on the accelerator and drove into the night. Blockhead. Hangzhou, a top-notch office building, an office on the 58th floor. The square-faced, intimidating middle-aged man shook his head and cursed. He threw his cell phone on the table, walked to the window, and looked down at the city below. He has only one daughter, Chen Shooting. If he wants to preserve the foundation he has built in the future, he has to start looking for a successor now. Su Yuejun was in his prime, daring to fight and fight. He was also the one who promoted him. If he could marry Chen Shooting, he was still young, and the remaining time was enough to push Su Yuejun to the top. Desire score plus 100. Desire score plus 100. The night is getting dark. The black car passed through the city, and Lu Yuan was still thinking about what happened in the back seat. At this moment, his eyes were attracted by a message that suddenly popped up. Oh! Lu Yuan chuckled and looked at Yang Yushan through Pandora's connection. That is Qiantang Mansion, the top-notch luxury flat in Hangzhou. Sister Shooting. Kaihokia fell asleep. The elevator door opens. Chen Shooting pushed open the door first. Yang Yushan walked into the house holding the chubby boy in his arms and said, Kaihokia has been crying for the whole day, and only now that you are here does she feel better. Chen Shooting touched her son's face with heartache. Put the ball on the bed in the bedroom first. Yang Yushan walked into Chen Shooting's room and smelled a faint fragrance. He didn't look at her for long and put Kaihokia on the bed. But as soon as he put her down, he noticed that Kaihokia's little hand was tightly holding the corner of Yang Yushan's clothes. Chen Shooting bent down and tried to loosen her son's fingers, but as soon as she let go, the boy's face wrinkled and he started crying again. Okay, okay. Mommy, don't move. Mommy, don't move. Chen Shooting said quickly. She looked at Yang Yushan embarrassedly and said, Yushan, how about, you stay in this room and sleep with Kaihokia for one night? I'll sleep next door tonight. Good. That's it, then. Yang Yushan nodded and sat down next to Kaihokia. Then, Chen Shooting waited for Kaihokia to fall asleep again, then she lightened her steps and prepared to leave. In an instant. From her invisible perspective, the female ghost Li Wenwen floated out from Yang Yushan's backpack like a wisp of smoke. As soon as she approached the boy on the bed, the next second, the boy woke up from his sleep with a pursed mouth. Chen Shooting stopped as she walked to the door and hurried back to the bed to coax her baby. This happened several times in a row. No matter who leaves, Chen Shooting or Yang Yushan, Kaihokia will cry and even look like she is about to have a convulsion. Sister Shooting. Kaihokia may not want his mother to leave either. Yang Yushan met Chen Shooting's eyes and said hesitantly. Chen Shooting paused. Then, she raised her red lips and said teasingly, Yushan, then we may have to squeeze in. You won't despise me, a 35-year-old woman, right? Call. Yang Yushan's eyelids twitched, and he controlled the expression on his face, scratched his head, and said, Sister Shooting is not old. That's for the ball. Chen Shooting said. In the night. In the brightly lit and luxuriously decorated master bedroom, Chen Shooting casually hung her windbreaker aside, revealing the thin black sweater underneath. The thin sweater outlined Chen Shooting's beautiful body, and her huge cleavage made Yang Yushan, who was just an ordinary college student, stare at her. Next, Chen Shooting reached for the side zipper of her black skirt and pretended to pull it down. She turned her head and looked at Yang Yushan on the other side. Does it look good? Ah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yang Yushan's cheeks suddenly turned red and he turned around in a hurry. Ha ha ha. Brother, you are so cute. Chen Shooting burst out laughing. She unzipped her pants, took off her skirt, and put on a more comfortable silk nightgown. With a mature and charming scent, she lay down on the other side of the ball. You took off your coat, too. Chen Shooting turned off the lights and said. In the dim light, Yang Yushan hunched over, took off his coat, and lay down in a t-shirt and jeans. Chen Shooting turned to him and gently patted the ball. In the dim light, Yang Yushan could see that mature and graceful body was just a few feet away from him. The silk nightgown slipped off during the movement, revealing a pair of white and slender legs. Yes. You are a sophomore this year. Are you 19 or 20? Chen Shooting's lazy and magnetic voice sounded. 19. But I'll be 20 in 2 months. So, I am a full 15 years older than you. Time really makes people grow old. Chen Shooting continued. Gradually, she became silent and fell into a deep sleep. Yang Yushan felt the fragrance around him and kept swallowing his saliva. He looked at the woman beside him with greedy eyes in the dim light, sweeping her inch by inch. The female ghost Li Wenwen covered her mouth and chuckled. Her body floated up and floated above Chen Shooting. Her long black hair touched the latter's skin. Chen Shooting seemed to be a little cold, and subconsciously squeezed towards Yang Yushan, pressing her cold beautiful legs against Yang Yushan's legs. Call. The female ghost Li Wenwen breathed out a breath of negative energy towards Chen Shooting. Meow. Meow. The other side. As soon as Lu Yuan pushed open the door of the apartment, a fat cat with pure black fur squatted on the carpet, tilting its round head and meowing. Old White, you must be hungry. Lu Yuan squatted down and touched the cat's head. He got up and fed the black cat, which seemed to have been hungry for a long time, some cat food and water. After giving it a bath, he walked into the study. This Yang Yushan. Want to swallow up the underground Chen family in Hangzhou through Chen Shooting. Lu Yuan watched Yang Yushan operate the wizard soul bell, recalled the information of the Chen family, and then said with a smile, then, the next person he needs to get rid of is Chen Yuejun. In this way, even if Chen Guanrong doesn't accept him as his son-in-law, he has to accept him. If it works, recruit him to the committee. Without paying any more attention, Lu Yuan opened his black leather notebook and sorted out the events of the night. In the future setting, this committee will have 12 leaders. Today, Shen Nanqi and Lu Yang are just handling miscellaneous matters for the committee. Chapter 45. Manager Lu. Manager Lu. You seem to particularly enjoy visiting flea markets and second-hand markets like this. Time flies and it's 3 days later. After work, Lu Yuan walked in front of the temporary stalls in the Wanda Mall with a gentle expression. This was a flea market event organized by the mall property. It lasted for about a week. By paying 50 yuan a day, one could set up a small stall in a specific area and sell some second-hand and interesting small items. Nai Xiao followed beside him and looked at manager Lu curiously. Seeing that the latter seemed to be appreciating some work of art, she couldn't help but speak out. It is not the objects that have life, but the years that have stayed on them. How much their owners loved them, how much affection they poured into them, and what they did with them. Lu Yuan walked up to a stall. He picked up a black, extremely finely crafted straight whistle, spread it out in his palm, and examined it carefully. At the end of the whistle, he saw a simple sketch of a clown. Hearing Nai Xiao's words, Lu Yuan responded gently, and then he looked at the young girl in front of the stall. I want this one. $20. Yes. I'll pass it on to you. After returning to the apartment, Lu Yuan walked straight into the study and opened the system panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Number of souls, 1, white soul. Desire points, 9,300 points. Pandora has been made. 3-001 Marquardt's mask. 3-002 Lilith's blood needle. 3-003 Wizard soul bell. 3-004 dice of the fate gamer. 0-001 taboo ring. Pandora seed, 0. Lu Yuan looked at the desire points. He was still 700 points away from exchanging for another third-tier seed. He was not impatient, but just picked up a book and read it for a while. Open the panel again, desire points, 10,000 points. The more Pandoras you make, the faster you gain points. It's a snowball model. No hesitation. Exchange for a seed and carefully place it into the straight whistle. The former owner was the best clown in the circus. He was famous for his excellent animal training skills. The animals he trained were not tigers or lions, but the most ordinary animals in the city. She enjoyed countless cheers and applause, but later, because of a report, the star who was sought after by the whole city was driven out of the city by animal protectors. The stray animals that were taken in also returned to wandering in the city again. Have the ability to control stray animals in the city. Yuan read the message carefully. After a little thought, he named it, then I'll call you Clown Whistle. Byte. Naming successful. 3-005 Pandora, Clown Whistle. This is a whistle that can control stray animals in the city. Never mind. I'd rather not blow it. Yuan played with the whistle. Just as he was about to blow it, he paused, looked at the mouth of the straight whistle with some disgust, and put it down. Although the entire material of the whistle has completely transformed after receiving the seeds, it still seems a bit disgusting when I think about it. Forget it. As soon as he put away the whistle, Yuan noticed that Huakongle's desire points began to rise abnormally. All I saw was the night. Qiantang Mansion. On the big bed in the master bedroom, Chen Shooting was lying on the left side wearing a burgundy ice silk nightgown. Next to her was her son who was sleeping soundly, and next to her was Yang Yushan. 3 days later, Kaihokiu was much better during the day, but he still couldn't leave Chen Shooting and Yang Yushan at night. In this way, the two have slept in the same bed for 3 nights. Call. 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 Unable to sleep, Chen Shooting opened her eyes. She didn't know what was wrong with her. There was obviously something wrong with her body, and she felt a burning sensation. Her heart was beating fast and her long, strong legs were pressed tightly together. Sister Shooting. Yang Yushan also opened his eyes, listened to the subtle movement by his ear, and asked at the right time, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing." After hearing Yang Yushan's words, Chen Shooting felt even more uncomfortable. She sat up, responded, and put on her slippers, "I'm going to the toilet." "What's going on?" "I am." Chen Shooting stood in front of the huge mirror in the bathroom. She rested her hands on the marble sink and looked at herself in the mirror. Her fair skin was filled with an agate-like blush, as if she was a little drunk. She raised her hand and gently stroked the skin on her neck with her fingertips. "It's so sensitive as if I got an electric shock at the slightest touch. I am 35, and Yushan is only 19. Chen Shooting shook her head and turned on the faucet. She cupped her hands and the cold water splashed onto her cheeks. When she closed her eyes. Bathroom. In the mirror. Behind her, another woman's figure suddenly appeared. When she opened her eyes, the woman's figure disappeared again. Chen Shooting walked back to the bedroom. As soon as she met Yang Yushan's gaze, the fire in her heart burned uncontrollably. She kissed him crazily with her red lips. The next day. It was already bright outside the window, but it was still pitch dark inside the house. "Mother! Mother!" Kaihokiu woke up. He sat up, scratched his head, looked around, and found that he seemed to have slept at the edge last night. He ran to his mother, stretched out his chubby hands and pushed her arm, speaking in a baby voice. "Vol." Chen Shooting's long eyelashes trembled, and she was a little confused at first, then her beautiful eyes opened in an instant, and she looked at herself and then at Yang Yushan beside her. "Sister Shooting." Yang Yushan also woke up. He recalled what happened yesterday. He felt greedy and satisfied in his heart, but his face showed embarrassment and apology. "Be good, Kaihokiu. Let's go find Aunt Wang to make breakfast for you first, okay?" "Good." Kaihokiu nodded obediently, ran to the door, leaned over and said, "Mom, you should get up soon, the sun is shining on your butt." "Yes. Yesterday." "Sister Shooting, I'm sorry. I've fallen in love with Sister Shooting." Yang Yushan interrupted Chen Shooting's words first. This sentence made Chen Shooting pause, and then she said with a complicated expression, "We are 16 years apart in age." "I don't care." Yang Yushan's tone became tough. He suddenly turned over and pressed Chen Shooting under him, staring at her. "Sister Shooting, you are mine." The female ghost Li Wenwen appeared and sat beside the bed. Chen Shooting's expression froze and she couldn't say a word of refusal. The void in her heart was filled in an instant. The eyes gradually changed. "Yes. I like you, too." Chen Shooting muttered to herself. Chapter 46. The weather is getting more comfortable day by day. It's a little after 8 in the morning. Yuan walked to the square in front of Skyworth building carrying a briefcase. He looked around and saw office workers quickening their pace to walk into different office buildings. Looking upwards, the sky framed by the office buildings was pure blue, with an occasional white cloud floating by. Manager Lu. As I approached the building, the little girl who was looking out the door came up to me, still as youthful and lively as ever. "Give KFC breakfast." Nai Xiao stuffed the paper bag into Yuan's arms, and the two walked in side by side. While walking towards the elevator hall, colleagues coming and going greeted Yuan from time to time. Yuan glanced at them gently and casually, and his expression paused when he looked towards the rest area. "Xiao, go upstairs first." "I saw a friend and went over to talk to him," Yuan said with a smile. "Ah. All right." Nai Xiao uttered a puzzled sound, then followed Manager Lu's gaze and saw a sloppy middle-aged man, so she breathed a sigh of relief and said obediently. "Tisk. You're really popular." Ma Anbang has been sitting in the rest area of Skyworth building since early morning. In recent times, he would sit here for a while when he had free time. This building was where Pandora was first discovered. He always felt that there might be something special here. In short, even if there was nothing special, he was used to sitting here and thinking. He played with the metal lighter in his right hand, and pushed the brim of his hat up with his thumb again and again, while his casual eyes swept towards the door. He noticed that when one of the men walked in, the office workers passing by the hall all looked at him with kind smiles on their faces and greeted him. Ma Anbang said in surprise, and when he met the man's gaze, he recognized him. "Why is Captain Ma here? Is there no one here?" "Sit." The moment Ma Anbang called out his name, his eyes fixed on the man sitting down, and he asked casually, "How do you know me?" "I saw you in the anti-terrorism drill that day, and later I saw a short video of a Jiangsu and Zhejiang detective on TikTok and recognized Captain Ma," Yuan said with a smile. "Captain Ma." Yuan had a gentle smile on his face. He shouted and continued, "No matter how busy you are at work, you must take time to spend time with your family, and children." When these words rang out, Ma Anbang's muscles instantly tensed up, and his black and white eyes shot out a sharp light. His eyes met Yuan's eyes. "Give me a good reason." "Captain Ma." Yuan pushed up his black-framed glasses and pointed at his clothes. "You wore this grey leather jacket last Friday. You look tired, so you must be very busy. Besides, your children must love you very much." His eyes finally fell on the lighter that Ma Anbang was clenching tightly. In front of the brim of the lighter, there was a cartoon skull carved that was not scary at all, and the traces were very childish. Ma Anbang followed Yuan's gaze and saw the skull. His tense body relaxed a little and his eyes suddenly became dazed. "Dad. Our teacher said smoking is harmful to health, so please stop smoking." "Dad. Dad. From now on, whenever you see this skeleton, you will be too scared to smoke. Smoking is bad for your health. Old Ma. I beg you, please transfer to an administrative position. I'll talk to your leader. Think about it, how many days can you spend with us every year? Yu is going to be a big girl." "Ah! Dad, save me. Lao Ma." Let's get a divorce. I've had enough of this life of fear and anxiety. You almost died this time. Almost died. I will take you away from Hangzhou and never contact her again. Dad. My thoughts came to an abrupt halt. Ma Anbang shook his head vigorously. He had indeed been planning to change his job, and the incident with Huang Wenbin should have been his last move. But who knows? Pandora appears. Don't know what to call you. Lu Yuan. Ma Anbang looked at Lu Yuan and spoke in a hoarse voice. Nice to meet you. Ma Anbang extended his hand, and Lu Yuan smiled and shook it. The two did not talk anymore. Ma Anbang glanced at his watch and stood up. When he left, he patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder and left a low voice as he passed by him. I smell the same scent on you. After saying this, Ma Anbang walked out of the hall. Lu Yuan smiled, got up and went upstairs. After becoming the deputy head of the Hangzhou Pandora Special Investigation Team, Ma Anbang's status and power grew by leaps and bounds. He got into a black car and disappeared into the city. In the city. After the Lin Shui incident, the Hangzhou Pandora Special Investigation Team accelerated its establishment. It now has an independent compound with separate office and training areas. Team leader Ma. Arrive. The black car stopped, and the young driver looked at the man who was resting with his eyes closed in the back seat and said, Ma Anbang responded and pushed the door open. He took 2 steps and turned back to say to the young man, by the way, help me investigate a man named Lu Yuan from Skyworth Technology. Yes. Ma Anbang hurried into the building and entered a highly confidential meeting room with a serious expression. 5 days after the Lin Shui incident, he needed to report to his superiors. In the Lin Shui incident, the delay in the response mechanism between the Pandora investigation team and the Police and Security Bureau was an important reason for the Pandora host to escape. Pandora Special Investigation Team establishes a national reporting hotline, 10909. Across the country, all brother units are requested to report any special incidents or behaviors. In addition, I suggest that a new investigation process be added to the nationwide criminal case investigation process to further rule out any strong connection with Pandora, and to identify Pandora's appearance and distribution areas at the source. I think so. It is very likely that there is some kind of connection between Pandora users. What is uncertain is whether this connection is related to the Code S. Ma Anbang continued to report on his work, discoveries, and future plans. On the lit screen at the front of the conference room, the bigwigs who would only appear in national news were listening carefully and recording the relevant content. A long time passed. The meeting is over. Ma Anbang was still sitting alone in the conference room. He leaned back in his chair with his head raised. He subconsciously wanted to reach his hand into his arms but found nothing. Only then did I remember that the lighter was placed outside the door before entering the meeting room. Unable to sit still any longer, he hurriedly got up and left. Chapter 47. So cautious. Skyworth Building. 15th floor. Lu Yuan sat in the office, and through Pandora's connection, he looked at the host who had just obtained the dice of the Fate Gamer. After observing for a moment, he couldn't help but be silent. No. How could such a cautious person be attracted to Pandora? Lu Yuan thought for a moment, then ignored her and had no intention of interfering with her fate. Under the blue sky, in the girls' dormitory of Hangzhou Normal University, a girl with a ponytail was sitting at the desk. God bless you. It would be best if I could get 4 or 5. Anything bigger is fine. I've read too many novels like this. The better your luck, the more bad luck you'll encounter later. The best thing would be to get 4, then I'll go buy a scratch ticket. Don't let me win too much, $200 is enough for a meal at Heidai Lao, any more and my small body can't handle it. Ma Qing from the School of Economics and Management held the magic dice he found yesterday and muttered to himself, if I roll 3, or even 1, I will never leave the dormitory. Call. He took a deep breath and threw the dice onto the table. Tumbling room. The dice stopped rolling. 4. It really is 4. Ma Qing waved excitedly. She didn't hesitate any longer, put away the dice and ran out of the dormitory. She bought a 20 yuan scratch-off ticket. After scratching it, her rosy and clean face became complicated. After a while, she hesitated and pushed the scratch-off ticket over. Boss. $500. So many. The fat boss looked at the girl in front of him suspiciously and said, "You really won, little girl. I said you won the prize, why do you look like that?" Ma Qing took the transfer and walked back nervously. When passing the school playground, she clenched her fist and said, "Start training. Also, receive disaster escape training. I'll go get the card now." At the same time, another office building. Su Yuejun put one hand in his pocket and showed a carefree smile on his face. He walked in the lobby on the first floor, and the office workers who passed by bowed their heads and greeted him when they saw him. I walked into the elevator and went up to the 58th floor. "Master Rong. You're looking for me." As soon as Su Yuejun entered the office, he saw the middle-aged man in front of the desk and said with a smile. "Snort." Seeing his unserious look, Chen Guanrong snorted coldly, stood up, and walked to the coffee table on the side. "How many times have I told you? Please stop being such a rascal. Mr. Rong, I've already collected it. Look at my suit, it's from Armani, the sales manager even praised me for being handsome." Su Yuejun also sat down. After hearing what Mr. Rong said, he reached out and poured a cup of tea for the middle-aged man while responding. "How can I hand over Ting Ting and the company to you in the future if you do this?" Chen Guanrong said again. He said a few words, and when Su Yuejun didn't respond, he snorted again, reached out and picked up the teacup handed to him by the latter, took a sip and said, "Don't always think about doing dirty work for others." "Never mind." Chen Guanrong said something more and shook his head. He put down the teacup and his face darkened. See this scene. Most of Su Yuejun's ruffian spirit disappeared in an instant. He sat up straight and looked closely at Chen Guanrong. "There's something wrong with that kid." Chen Guanrong watched Su Yuejun's reaction and nodded in his heart. This was what he was most satisfied with about him. The ruffian nature was only one side of the ladder. The real Su Yuejun was bold, careful, and daring to fight. He collected his thoughts and said, "Yang Yushan." Su Yuejun frowned and quickly reacted. The only thing that could make Master Rong show such an attitude was related to his only daughter, Chen Shooting. That young man is very resourceful. He managed to trick Ting Ting into a loop in such a short time. Go and take care of this matter, and make sure that guy never appears in front of Ting Ting again. Chen Guanrong said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Master Rong. Su Yuejun nodded and responded. Seeing Master Rong pick up the teacup and wave his hand, he also stood up and strode out of the office. Yes. Ah. Freshly washed blueberries. In Qiantang Mansion, Yang Yushan, a sophomore student, leaned against a comfortable sofa. A strange smile appeared on his face. He spread his arms and tried to act like a host, his eyes slowly sweeping across the 500 square meter Riverview mansion. Just see. The afterglow of the setting sun outside the window is pouring into the house through the endless wide hall. The chubby little boy was playing with a toy car on the sofa with his butt sticking up. At this moment, the rhythmic footsteps of high heels were heard behind him. Yang Yushan turned his head and saw a woman with long wavy hair, red lips, and a silk suspender skirt approaching. She was holding a fruit plate and leaned against Yang Yushan's body seductively and passionately. Picked up a blueberry, said. Yang Yushan opened his mouth and swallowed not only the blueberries, but also his slender and round index finger. Yes. Chen Shooting's skin was ruddy and she twisted her body. She was about to say something when the doorbell rang, interrupting the atmosphere between the two. The little boy who was playing with toys beside the sofa raised his head first, ran to the door with his short legs, and opened the door on tiptoe. "Uncle Yujun, why are you here?" Kaihokyu said in a crisp voice. "How? Uncle can't come." Su Yuejun hugged the boy in his arms and walked into the house familiarly. He glanced casually at the sofa and his eyes suddenly froze. Chen Shooting, wearing a suspender skirt, pressed her body against Yang Yushin, her heavy luggage being squeezed by the latter's arm. Under the hem of her skirt, her plump, white legs pressed nonchalantly against Yang Yushin's legs. Mr. Rong's judgment was correct. "Why are you here?" Chen Shooting asked nonchalantly. "Master Rong asked me to come and see if Kaihokyu is okay." Su Yuejun's mind was racing, but his face showed no emotion. He was still smiling as if he didn't see what was happening, and walked to the other side of the sofa and sat down with the ball in his arms. "Oh." Chen Shooting responded nonchalantly, and then focused all her attention on Yang Yushin. After a while, she said with some impatience, "You have already seen it, can you leave now?" "Indeed." Su Yuejun paused for a moment, then responded. He put the ball down, teased the boy, pretended to stand up, looked at Yang Yushin and said with a smile, "That's right. Mr. Rong brought you some things, and I can't carry them all by myself. Can you let Brother Yang accompany me to the garage to help?" "Brother Yang? You won't refuse, will you?" Su Yuejun kept smiling, but his heart gradually grew colder, his black and white eyes staring straight at Yang Yushin. "It's just fine." Just as Chen Shooting was about to speak, Yang Yushin grabbed her wrist, like a male college student without any ulterior motives, with a hint of shyness in his eyes. "Sister Shooting, this is something your father brought you." Chapter 48. Hangzhou, Qiantang Mansion. "Brother Yang, do you smoke?" Entering the elevator, Su Yuejun stood in front of the no smoking sign, reached into his arms, took a cigarette with his mouth, and then glanced at Yang Yushin who was standing on the other side. "Spoken out?" "No, thank you." Yang Yushin responded. When he raised his head, he accidentally noticed the latter's eyes, his heart beat heavily, and the whole person began to be enveloped by a sense of tension. He was just a college student, but the man next to him had blood on his hands and was a man mixed in with grey. Bite. Su Yuejun lit a cigarette and exhaled a puff of white smoke nonchalantly. Not long. The elevator reached the basement level and the door opened. Yang Yushin followed Su Yuejun and walked into the garage. His eyes inadvertently swept across the parked cars. They were all luxury cars, BMW 7 Series, Maybach, Ferrari, Lamborghini. This garage was like a luxury car exhibition. However, when Yang Yushin followed Su Yuejun past a pillar of the underground garage. Boom! Su Yuejun held a cigarette in his mouth, one hand in his pocket, and his right hand was like an iron hoop around Yang Yushin's neck. Before the latter could react, a huge force pressed him against the pillar. His head hit backwards hard. Pain. Yang Yushin's brain went blank for a brief moment. After 3 or 4 seconds, he gradually came back to his senses. He subconsciously reached out to grab the big hand that was strangling his neck. He raised his head and met Su Yuejun's gaze. The latter's eyes were so cold that they seemed to be without a trace of emotion. He looked at him as if he was looking at a dead man. Regardless of Yang Yushin's resistance, Su Yuejun's men exerted force, grabbed his neck, pressed him against the pillar, and lifted his feet off the ground. A feeling of suffocation enveloped Yang Yushin in an instant. Hey! 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 Yang Yushin kicked hard with his feet. The remaining air in his lungs was being consumed quickly, and the fear of impending death was swallowing him up. Time passed second by second, and Su Yuejun pinched the latter's neck coldly, and the sparks from the cigarette in his mouth burned into a long cigarette butt. Yang Yushin's struggle gradually weakened, and his left and right eyes rolled upwards unconsciously. Quiet garage. The female ghost Li Wenwen flashed by in the reversing mirror and just watched the scene excitedly. Thump. When Yang Yushan was only one step away from death, Su Yuejun released his hand, and Yang Yushan's body fell to the ground like a pile of mud. He covered his neck with his hands and kept making retching sounds. After a while, he gasped for breath, as if to make up for the lost oxygen. I've seen a lot of people like you. Put away your little thoughts. Su Yuejun squatted in front of Yang Yushan, took a puff of cigarette, reached out and grabbed the latter's hair, looked straight into the latter's eyes, and said calmly, "Leave the young lady, and never appear in front of the young lady again in this life. Next time, I won't give you this chance again. Go up and finish it gracefully. Then, get lost." Su Yuejun watched Yang Yushan walk towards the elevator. When he took 2 steps, he said again, "Come back. Pick these things up." He opened a nearby car and motioned for Yang Yushan to take the things with him. Cough. 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 Yang Yushan stood in the elevator, still coughing. As the elevator slowly ascended, he still recalled his near-death experience with lingering fear. "I'll help you kill him." The female ghost Li Wenwen appeared beside him and said. Yang Yushan did not respond, nor did he ask why he did not take action just now. When he reached the floor and just approached the door, Chen Shooting pushed the door open first and threw herself into his arms with a gust of fragrance. "Sister Shooting. My roommate called me and said there was something going on at school that he had to go back to deal with." Yang Yushan smiled and said in a deep voice. After a brief conversation, without mentioning what had just happened, Yang Yushan left Jiantang Mansion and walked into the bustling city. "I hailed a taxi and got in." Quite decisive. On the side of the road, in a black car, Su Yuejun chuckled and said. "That's all." He stepped on the accelerator and started the engine. When the car was traveling at high speed on the expressway, something unexpected happened. In Su Yuejun's sight, a woman's shadow suddenly appeared out of thin air in the middle of the road in the distance. The woman looked up. The vicious eyes were staring at him. Next second, she rushed straight towards Su Yuejun who was driving. Crunch! The sharp sound of brakes sounded on the expressway, and the 2 tire tracks on the asphalt road formed an S-shaped curve. Bang! The car crashed into the guardrail on the right. At the last moment, Su Yuejun reacted quickly and the 2 of them dodged the cart behind them. Call! 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 Su Yuejun was sitting in the driver's seat, the airbag had already popped out, and he was breathing heavily. He raised his head in doubt. There was nothing on the road behind me, as if all this was just an illusion. Grass! He cursed, opened the car door, shook his head and walked out. Did the car just lose control? He's not dead yet. The driver's reaction at the end was quite fast. He was able to avoid 2 trucks in a row even though the car was out of control. Oncoming lane! The online taxi driver who happened to see the scene exclaimed. Yes. That driver is really lucky. In the passenger seat, the young college student looked at the rear-view mirror. He saw Su Yuejun pushing open the car door and walking out, and whispered. Desire score plus 100. Desire score plus 100. On the other side, Yuan, who was on his way home from get off work, noticed the messages that kept popping up, followed Pandora's contact, and looked into the distance. He witnessed with his own eyes the scene of Yang Yushan being lifted up and on the verge of death. At that moment of suffocation, Yang Yushan's desire points increased the fastest. In other words, when he was really facing death, what appeared in Yang Yushan's heart was not fear, but anger. It was hatred. And just now, the second moment when his desire points soared was when he saw Su Yuejun's car was about to have an accident. The real test begins. Yuan whispered. Manager Lu. What are you thinking about? Nai Xiaohu, who was walking in front, turned around and saw that Manager Lu was a little distracted, so she ran back and asked on tiptoe. Nothing. I just think the sunset at this moment is really beautiful. Lu looked far into the distance, the afterglow of the setting sun filled the sky above the entire city. Yes. Yes. Nai Xiao followed Manager Lu's gaze. The setting sun seemed to shine on her clean face, making it look red. She nodded and exclaimed. Chapter 49. Grass. What the hell? Su Yuejun lives in a high-end apartment in the city. After dealing with the accident, he took a taxi back. As I walked into the elevator, I was still thinking about what had just happened. He frowned and cursed. At this time, the light flashed in the quiet elevator. Su Yuejun didn't take it seriously. He reached out and pressed the button for the 21st floor, then waited. What he didn't know was that from the perspective of another dimension, from the moment he walked into the elevator, a woman was following closely behind him. The woman stood on tiptoe, with a strange smile on her face, and covered Su Yuejun's eyes with both hands. The apartment's surveillance camera. Su Yuejun reached out and pressed the button for the top floor on the 39th floor. Bite. The elevator has arrived. In Su Yuejun's eyes, he was walking towards home, but in reality, he walked through the corridor and pushed open the door of the fire stairwell in the middle. After going upstairs, the door to the rooftop opened naturally. Home. You're almost home. The ghost girl Li Wenwen stretched her neck and exhaled a breath of yin qi into his ear, her tone gradually becoming fierce. Her hand that was shielding Su Yuejun's eyes remained motionless. Just see. Su Yuejun walked step by step to the edge of the floor and climbed up the parapet. The cool breeze from hundreds of meters above blew his slightly curly hair. His movements suddenly paused. His eyelids kept trembling, as if he wanted to open them, and the female ghost Li Wenwen behind him showed anxiety on her face. Call. 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 In front of the rooftop of the building, Su Yuejun suddenly opened his eyes, gasped heavily, and looked at the place where he was standing in disbelief. At this moment, the sound of jogging footsteps suddenly came from behind him. Su Yuejun subconsciously turned his head to look in the direction of the sound, but just as he saw the other person's figure clearly, the man ran behind him. Without any hesitation, he stretched out his hand and made a pushing motion. Lean back. The air kept passing through my ears. Su Yuejun was in free fall, and before he could show fear on his face, his eyes were filled with astonishment and confusion. In his last sight, he saw a young man who had just met him, looking out from the top of the building. Bang! Blooming like a blood flower. Yang Yushan swallowed his saliva, looked at his hands, and a very complicated expression appeared on his face, but then he turned around and left in a hurry. What's going on? Why did the growth rate of the wizard soul bell increase so much all of a sudden? Hangzhou. Not far from the West Lake, there is an ancient market town. Lu Yuan, who was strolling around with Nai Xiao, focused his eyes and noticed that on the panel, the transparent stars behind the wizard's soul bell suddenly solidified by more than half of the progress. Apart from this soul bell, among the rest of Pandora, only Marquardt's mask has the fastest progress, and the first star is almost filled. This means that when putting on the mask and becoming another person, the host's physical fitness will undergo a significant transformation, but at the same time, he will also face higher temptation. Manager Lu. In front of a stall selling simple hairpins in the distance, Nai Xiao took one and put it in her hair. She looked at Lu Yuan with bright eyes and smiled. Does it look good? Nice. Lu Yuan closed the panel and walked closer without answering directly. Instead, he looked at her carefully and then praised her. It suits your temperament very well. Boss. How much is this hairpin? We want it. Lu Yuan looked at the middle-aged boss and said with a smile. Nai Xiao's eyes curved into crescents when she saw this, and she was completely delighted by this hairpin which cost only 50 or 60 yuan. I continued walking around for a while. The two prepared to leave. On the way to the subway station, Nai Xiao seemed to want to speak but stopped herself several times, as if she wanted to say something, but she just bit her lip and looked back from time to time while standing on the escalator. "A little rain." Yuan called out gently. As soon as he spoke, the girl on the escalator turned her head. However, the next second, she saw Manager Lu waving his hand. "Send me a message when you get home." "Oh." Nai Xiao responded. After the latter's figure completely disappeared, Yuan smiled and turned to leave. He naturally understood the meaning behind the little girl's words, but he just didn't want to think about it tonight. As soon as he walked out of the subway station, Yuan did not take a taxi home directly, but strolled along the roadside casually. Not long after, when a high school boy in school uniform turned past him for the second time, Yuan raised his eyes. "Elder brother." When the 16-year-old high school student saw that he had been discovered, he stepped on his bicycle to stop and shouted hesitantly. "What's the matter?" Yuan said gently. "Nothing. I just came from there. How should I put it?" The high school student scratched his head with a strange look on his face. After a moment, he said in a childish tone, "That's it, brother. It seems like something in you is calling me." As soon as he finished speaking, his young face was immediately flushed. He felt that he was a little too ashamed, so he quickly got on his bike again. Brother, I'm sorry to bother you, I was just joking." After saying that, "Just right away." However, he did not notice that when he said this, Yuan's face showed a strange expression. Seeing the latter leave, he said at the right time, "Wait a moment. Elder brother. I don't know your name." "Chen Yuhang." Yuan nodded, a gentle smile appeared on his face, and he took out a small black box from somewhere. "I'll give this to you." Seeing that all the latter's attention was attracted by the box, Yuan got into a taxi and disappeared into the night. "Master Wrong! Master Wrong!" In the darkness of night, a black sedan stopped outside the Hangzhou funeral home. As Chen Guanrong, the underground godfather of Hangzhou City, stepped out of the car, men in black suits on both sides greeted him at the same time. "Where is Yu Jun?" Chen Guanrong said in a deep voice. "Master Wrong. I'll take you there." Another middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead and said earnestly. Chen Guanrong led a group of people into the hall where Su Yuejun's body was placed. Chen Guanrong raised his hand, and his men stayed where they were, only he stepped forward. "Reach out and lift up a corner of the white cloth." "What's going on?" He spoke with a blank expression. "Master Wrong. I immediately checked the surveillance footage of the underground garage, elevator, and corridor, and saw. A person behind Chen Guanrong stepped forward and said with his head down, "I saw Yu Jun press the elevator button on the rooftop himself, and then walk to the rooftop." He just uttered these words. Chen Guanrong was like a ferocious beast that was ready to eat its prey. He stared at the man without blinking and asked word by word, "Are you saying that Yu Jun jumped off the building?" "Please rest assured, Master Wrong, I will investigate it thoroughly." The man lowered his head even lower. Just at this moment, 3 uniformed policemen walked in outside the funeral home hall, and their footsteps caught Chen Guanrong's attention. Chapter 50. Mr. Chen. At the funeral home, the middle-aged policeman in charge first walked up to Chen Guanrong, glanced at the figure covered with white cloth behind him, then looked at the godfather in front of him and saluted. A smile flashed across his face, and he said, "We received a call from the public saying that someone jumped from a building, so we are here for a routine check. Please." Chen Guanrong looked at the middle-aged policeman with burning eyes, and the policeman in front of him did not avoid his gaze and looked straight at him. The atmosphere in the reception hall of the entire funeral home became tense. The men in black suits all around him had cold faces, and the two young policemen behind the middle-aged policeman named Cao had their hair standing on end. Fortunately, after a while, Chen Guanrong retracted his gaze, stepped aside, and said, "Team leader Cao. Tisk tisk tisk. It's really our Jun brother, Su Yuejun. I didn't expect that the famous Jun brother would end up like this." Team leader Cao took a look at the corpse, his black and white eyes narrowed slightly, but then he glanced at Chen Guanrong beside him, a bright smile appeared on his face, and he said deliberately. As soon as he finished speaking, the subordinate in black standing not far away rushed towards the three policemen in anger. Behind team leader Cao, two young policemen took out two pistols in an instant and pointed the black muzzles of the guns at the crowd. Lu Feng. Chen Guanrong had a cold face and suddenly raised his voice. "Master Rong." The middle-aged man closest to Chen Guanrong bowed. He was Chen Guanrong's personal assistant for 20 years and also the director of the company's president's office. "What do you do for a living when your subordinates are so unruly?" Chen Guanrong looked straight at team leader Cao, but spoke in a deep voice. "Put it away. Put it away. What are you doing?" Team leader Cao also smiled and held down the arms of the two young policemen. "I have said it many times, the police and the people are one family. How can you just pull out your gun casually, and point the gun outward?" "Mr. Chen, I forgot to say, I'm sorry. If it weren't for team leader Cao's concern, I wouldn't have thought that Zhaijun would have such a heavy psychological pressure." Chen Guanrong's expression remained unchanged as he spoke in a deep voice. Team leader Cao paused, but then calmed down and asked some questions as if it was a routine matter. Finally, he was about to leave when he paused again. "That's right. My people said that the surveillance video of the building was taken away by you. Please give us a copy. It's a routine investigation, and we have to go through the procedures." Chen Guanrong did not speak. Lu Feng behind him said first, "Team leader Cao, I will go with you to make the copy." However, after taking just 2 steps, the memory card fell out of his pocket and was crushed into pieces by the raised leather shoes. "I'm sorry, team leader Cao, I was so careless." "Fine. Fine. Let's investigate further. In that case, I'll take my leave." Team leader Cao walked out of the funeral home with 2 young policemen. Lu Feng walked back to Mr. Rong's side. Chen Guanrong's black and white eyes were still looking at the direction where the 3 policemen left. He said in a deep voice. "Yu Jun couldn't possibly commit suicide. Check it for me." "Clear." This team leader Cao, a tough guy in the municipal bureau, had been keeping an eye on Chen Guanrong for 10 years, and later tried to find a way out through Su Yuejun. This time, he couldn't let the other party make a breakthrough, as Su Yuejun had too many problems for him, so, officially, Su Yuejun had to commit suicide, and they couldn't cooperate. A clown whistle. Hangzhou. In the night. The moment high school student Chen Yuhang opened the box and reached out to touch the mysterious straight barrel whistle, relevant information suddenly appeared in his mind. He opened his eyes wide and hurriedly looked for the man he had just seen, but all he saw was traffic and tall buildings with lights on. Call. Is this true or false? Chen Yuhang swallowed. At his age, he is full of middle school fantasies. This sudden mysterious prop is exactly in line with the boy's imagination. He put the whistle back into the box and put it in his arms, stood up and pedaled hard. Stop at a small park near home. Found the base. Chen Yuhang usually likes small animals very much, and he seems to have a physique that attracts stray animals very much, and he can easily build a good relationship with any animal. He looked at a squirrel jumping down from a tree not far away and took out the clown whistle. Bring it to your lips. Beep. A mysterious whistle sounded. The squirrel next to the street lamp not far away was suddenly stunned, then turned its head left and right in confusion, and when it looked at Chen Yuhang, it jumped over happily. What's this? A spiritual connection? Chen Yuhang muttered to himself in disbelief. While blowing the whistle, he focused his attention on the squirrel, and then a mysterious connection seemed to be established between him and the squirrel. Come over. As soon as he stretched out his hand, the squirrel naturally jumped onto his arm. Give me the fruit from the top of the tree. Chen Yuhang found that he could even see the squirrel's perspective and still give it commands from such a long distance. According to the information in the clown's whistle, he could also strengthen the animals he controlled, but it seemed that he couldn't do that now, probably because he lacked energy or something. He excitedly conducted the test, disconnected the squirrel, and another black bat flew into the air. A moment later, stray dogs were running at high speed in the city. A rat in the sewer, rustling and exploring. A long time passed. Ah! It's over, it's already so late. Chen Yuhang came back to his senses, his face panicked, he glanced at his phone and noticed a dozen missed calls. Put away the whistle. Ran home in a hurry. His home was on the 5th floor. Chen Yuhang did not take the elevator but climbed up the stairs in one breath. The young man could not suppress his youthful excitement. As soon as I ran to the door of my house, the elevator door opened and a middle-aged man walked out under the light. Dad! Why are you so late? Chen Yuhang was a little surprised at first, but then he became excited. This meant that someone was sharing his mother's firepower with him. Mom doesn't want you to work so hard anymore. Children should stay out of adult matters. Team leader CAO patted his son's shoulder cheerfully. Because of his profession, in order to reduce some people's attention, his son took his mother's last name. Hey! You came back just in time. Chen Yuhang said excitedly. You kid. Team leader CAO took out the key and opened the door. When he casually glanced at his son, his eyes fixed and he asked casually, What's the matter? Why are you so excited? Nothing. Chen Yuhang's body tensed up, but he quickly said, It's not that I want to do anything, but it's purely subconscious. In the novels, TV series, and movies I've read, it seems that they all have to hide their superpowers. Team leader CAO had a sharp eye. After one look, he realized that his son was hiding something. But before he could ask further questions, the middle-aged woman behind the door had a sullen face and her eyes seemed to be able to spit fire. You two still remember to come back? Just one. You two are still like this. Do you still remember this home? Team leader CAO hid his son's little secret in the back of his mind and greeted him with a humble look. Chen Yuhang did the same, temporarily putting aside his Superman identity and carefully massaging his mother's shoulders. Chapter 51 3-005. This is another Pandora with great potential. It's late at night. Riverside, single apartment. Yuan was sitting at the table in the study with a fat black cat in his arms. He reached out and scratched the black cat's chin. At this time, through Pandora's connection, he glimpsed the moment when Chen Yuhang blew the clown's whistle. When he saw various animals in the city moving under his command, he couldn't help but feel emotional. So far, the Pandora he created would only attract some people after he released it actively. However, this 16-year-old boy received the induction early. A police family. Yuan whispered, but then chuckled. Desire score plus 100. Desire score plus 100. In the quiet study, relevant reminders keep refreshing, and this frequency has continued for a long time. Yuan turned off the clown whistle and looked amazed. He was right. The suppressed desire in Yang Yushan's heart was like a volcano. Click to contact. He leaned back into a more comfortable position, as if he was watching an interesting movie. Successful. Successful. This is my home. The black Bentley drove towards Zixi Villa Park and stopped in front of another villa not far from Shen Nanshi's house. Chen Shooting jumped out of the car first. She couldn't wait to hug Yang Yushin's arm excitedly. Mother! The chubby little boy Kaihokyu jumped out of the car by himself, pouted and looked at his mother, tears welling up in his eyes. But his shouting did not attract Chen Shooting's attention. After a while, he could only wipe his eyes and walk to the side, holding the corner of his mother's clothes with his little hands. Yang Yushin looked at the house under the lights not far away, then he looked at his arms which were tightly held by Chen Shooting, and his generous cleavage was squeezed into a ball. The boy's aggrieved voice sounded in his ears, but Yang Yushin just lowered his head and ignored it. A smile appeared on his face, and a blush appeared on his skin. Miss. Hey. My dad isn't home. After entering the villa, the servant came to greet them. Chen Shooting just glanced at him casually and then asked. The master hasn't come back yet. Chen Shooting nodded and pulled Yang Yushin towards the villa. Time passes by every second. Early morning. 2 points. The black car stopped in front of the villa, and Chen Guanrong got out of the car. The middle-aged maid was waiting in front of the door early. She took the clothes handed over by the master and whispered. Master! The young lady is back, and. As she spoke, she paused for a moment and continued, there is another young man who seems to have an unusual relationship with the young lady. Chen Guanrong's eyes narrowed and he nodded. Go and call them down. Took 2 steps. Said in a deep voice. After saying that, Chen Guanrong walked towards the sofa in the living room and sat down like a horse with a sword drawn. About 20 minutes later, Chen Shooting and another young man appeared in front of him. He just took a glance and his eyebrows immediately frowned tightly. Of course he knew his daughter. From the moment the latter appeared in front of her, Chen Shooting's eyes were full of this young man, and the infatuation in her eyes was not concealed. Only Chen Guanrong didn't understand. According to the information, Yang Yushin and his daughter had only known each other for no more than a week. How could it have reached this level? Call. When facing such a person who is walking on the edge of a knife, the enormous pressure is overwhelming. It's like facing a wild beast. Yang Yushin's palms were sweating and his heart was pounding in his chest. He was nervous and in awe, but also had a lot of excitement hidden inside. Dad! This is my man! Chen Shooting spoke up. Very good. Chen Guanrong looked at Yang Yushin and actually laughed out loud, you are very good. Thank you, uncle. Yang Yushin's heart beat heavily for a few more times. He lowered his head slightly, an abnormal smile appeared on his face, and said, I'm fine. Uncle. Yang Yushin followed up word by word, Mr. Su said you are very satisfied with me. This sentence sounded. Chen Guanrong's eyelids twitched, and his burning gaze shot straight at Yang Yushin, as if he wanted to see through the young man. Real. Dad. I thought you were going to stop us. If that happens, I'll never come back. Chen Shooting seemed not to notice the change in atmosphere, and just spoke excitedly. However, her words did not attract the attention of the 2 men beside her. Uncle, we are coming back to live here this time, and we hope you will allow us to do so. Yang Yushin said again. He has only one goal, which is to stay in this villa. As long as he is given enough time, the female ghost Li Wenwen will be able to influence the latter little by little. By then, Chen Guanrong will be just like Chen Shooting. Can. Chen Guanrong looked at Yang Yushin and said. The night grew darker. A translucent female figure walked in the corridor of the villa, she covered her mouth and chuckled, then walked through the wooden door of the master bedroom. The figure is floating. The female ghost Li Wenwen appeared above the big bed, with her long hair hanging down. She breathed out a cold breath towards the middle-aged man on the bed. In his sleep, Chen Guanrong just frowned, but then relaxed. Time goes by day. In just a blink of an eye. 3 days later, early morning. Chen Guanrong stood in front of the sink. The moment he closed his eyes, a woman's figure appeared out of nowhere behind him in the mirror. The woman stood on tiptoe and shielded her hands from the eyes of the godfather of Hangzhou's underworld. Yes. I still have to thank you very much, otherwise I don't know when Shu Ting will forgive me and come back to live with me. Dining room. At the round table, Chen Guanrong's attitude towards Yang Yushan completely changed, as if he really regarded him as his own son-in-law. He looked at the latter and expressed his gratitude. It should be. Yang Yushan responded with a slight smile on his face. After a while, he watched Chen Guanrong leave. Almost. Standing in front of the living room window, watching Chen Guanrong's car completely disappear, Yang Yushan's eyes flashed with excitement and he muttered to himself. That night, Chen Guanrong returned home again. In the study, Yang Yushan knocked on the door. It's a success. What is it? Chen Guanrong smiled and looked at Yang Yushan and asked. Uncle. Yang Yushan sat at the table with a sincere expression on his face. After a pause, he looked at Chen Guanrong and said slowly, I also want to help my uncle share some of the pressure. As the words were spoken, at the same time, the figure of the female ghost Li Wenwen appeared behind Chen Guanrong. The female ghost stretched out her hands again, and was about to block Chen Guanrong's sight with her hands. Yang Yushan stared at Chen Guanrong closely, his breathing became rapid, and excitement flashed on his face. The warm smile on Chen Guanrong's face remained unchanged, but the next second, he took out a black metal pistol from somewhere, and pointed the black muzzle straight at Yang Yushan's brow. His expression turned cold. Tell me about it. What on earth is going on here? Chapter 52. Turn the time forward. 3 days ago. On the first day that Yang Yushan appeared in the villa, in the morning, Chen Guanrong opened his eyes on the big bed, and his pair of clear black and white eyes stared at the ceiling without blinking. In a short period of time, various things appeared in his mind one by one. This has become a habit of his over the years. The first thing he does when he wakes up every morning is to sort things out. Sit up. Wash up. Chen Guanrong looked at himself in the mirror, his eyes suddenly fixed. On one side of the mirror was the handwriting he had written with his index finger last night. Because of the passage of time, most of the handwriting had disappeared. Chen Guanrong frowned tightly. Took a step forward. Call. When he got close to the mirror, he exhaled a breath of hot air, and the words and patterns immediately appeared. The first word was Yang, and the second was a cross symbol. This means that in his heart, Yang Yushan has become a dead man. Chen Guanrong stared at the simple symbol in doubt. What's going on? Although I still hate Yang Yushan now, I don't have any intention of killing him anymore. His face hardened and he whispered. For decades, the old godfather, who had been living in another world and bleeding on the edge of a knife, although already in his twilight years, still aroused a sense of danger like a wild beast in a very short time. The next day. Same time. Chen Guanrong suddenly opened his eyes, still sorting out the events. He rushed into the bathroom and for a moment, his eyes were fixed on the 2 lines of records on the mirror. First row, Yang, then fork. Second row, Yang, then cross. Wrong. Wrong. The 60-year-old, grey-haired old godfather leaned on the basin with both hands, breathing heavily. There were 2 crosses after the second line of text, a level that was rarely seen in his decades of life. But this was not the main problem. The problem was that at this moment, he actually began to feel close to his daughter's young boyfriend. That's not right. Chen Guanrong reminded himself, his eyes became fierce, and he completely changed the idea in his mind. Day 3. Morning. Chen Guanrong looked at the 3 consecutive crosses behind the word Yang in the mirror, without showing any expression on his face. He reached out, wiped the mirror clean again, and walked out of the bedroom. In the restaurant, in front of the round table, Chen Guanrong looked at Yang Yushan with a kind expression and thanked him. Yes. I still have to thank you very much, otherwise I don't know when Shu Ting will forgive me and come back to live with me. The night is falling. At night, 21. Hangzhou, Zixi Villa. Study. Chen Guanrong held the gun in his hand, pointing it at the young man in front of him, and his thoughts of the past 3 days flashed through his mind quickly. Call. When he saw the gun pointed at him, the hairs on Yang Yushan's body stood up instantly. He met the latter's gaze. He was sure that this old godfather would dare to shoot. No matter what, Yang Yushan is still essentially that 19-year-old male college student. Even though he obtained the wizard soul bell and released his ambitions, he did not complete the transformation so quickly. Fear. This is the fear of facing death. As expected of the godfather of Hangzhou. Under extreme pressure, Yang Yushan calmed down instead. He glanced at the gun pointed at him, then looked back at Chen Guanrong and chuckled. Please wait a minute before deciding whether to shoot. Yang Yushan leaned back in his chair and said with a smile. As soon as he said this, the female ghost Li Wenwen, who had just appeared behind Chen Guanrong, turned around again and disappeared into the study. At the same time, Chen Shuting, who was watching TV in the bedroom, suddenly had a flicker in her eyes. Then, she stood up blankly and walked towards the study room like a puppet. On the other side, beside the bed, the little boy with his butt sticking out did the same. He climbed up and was led by his mother to walk out. Miss. Young master. The servant who was cleaning looked at the mother and son with a strange expression and shouted. Chen Shuting just paused, took a look, and then continued to lead her son to the study. After going down the stairs, they soon arrived in front of the study on the first floor. Boom boom boom. Knock on the door. Enter. Yang Yushan said with a smile. As soon as he spoke, the door was pushed open. Chen Guanrong looked behind the door, his eyes widened. In his sight, there was another woman's figure clinging to his daughter's back, just like a ghost in a movie. When this thought came to his mind, even the old godfather Chen Guanrong, who had seen many ups and downs in his life, couldn't help but feel terrified. Uncle. I just saw that you were working hard, and I wanted to share some of your burden. Yang Yushan continued. He reached out and tapped her lightly. The scene in front of Chen Shuting suddenly changed. No one knew what she saw. Anger emerged on her mature and beautiful face. She suddenly lifted up her little son beside her and tightly grasped his neck with her left hand. This scene frightened Chen Guanrong so much that he stood up instantly, and the pistol in his hand fell to the ground. Stop! Stop it now! Chen Guanrong said repeatedly. The older a person gets, the softer their heart becomes, especially when facing their only daughter and grandson. Even the once ruthless old godfather is no exception. Good. Yang Yushan responded. In the study, the female ghost Li Wenwen loosened her hands that were blocking Chen Shuting. Chen Shuting put down the child. The light in her eyes dimmed again, and she took her son and left the study. Yu Jun, this is how he died, right? Chen Guanrong sat down. The once powerful old godfather seemed to have aged a lot. He looked at Yang Yushan and said in a deep voice. It serves him right. Yang Yushan said angrily. It was me who harmed Yu Jun. Chen Guanrong shook his head, a trace of sadness flashed across his face, and he continued, what do you want? Company. Even if I am willing to give you everything, the old people in the company will not agree. Chen Guanrong responded. They will. Yang Yushan had a bright smile on his face. Tisk. Wonderful. I didn't expect there would be such a reversal. He is worthy of being the old godfather of Hangzhou. It's just a pity. Who could have thought that there would be another power beyond nature in this world? A mid to high-end single apartment on the riverside at night. Yuan watched the entire scene, and a hint of emotion emerged on his face. He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. Tonight, the moon was like a jade plate, and the bright moonlight fell on Lu Yuan. Wizard Soul Bell. In the first stage, the summoned ghost cannot directly interfere with reality, but has the ability to confuse people's minds. The longer it contacts the same person, the more it can confuse them. Li Wenwen is much more capable now than she was at the beginning. But Yang Yushan is still too hasty. Chapter 53. The next day. Rain. Lu Yuan, it's raining heavily, can I give you a ride? Lu Yuan just walked out of the apartment holding a black umbrella, and a white BMW 3 Series stopped at the intersection. Shen Hongru, the single mother next door, poked her head out and said, "Good." Lu Yuan did not refuse and said with a smile, "Uncle Lu, good morning." The little girl Wan was sitting in the back row, with her hands on the front row chair. She looked at Lu Yuan with a pair of bright eyes and said happily. After a pause, a trace of regret appeared on her little face, "Is Xiaobai not here?" Wan. How many times have I told you not to ask if Xiaobai is here every time you see Uncle Lu? Shen Hongru started the engine and glanced at her daughter in the rearview mirror while driving. "Are you going to the company?" Lu Yuan responded, and Shen Hongru didn't ask for the address, but changed direction directly. It was rush hour, and it was raining, so the traffic was quite congested, and white BMWs kept passing through the roads. While driving, Shen Hongru took advantage of Lu Yuan's gaze out the window to secretly observe the latter, and she wanted to say something but stopped herself several times. Once, Lu Yuan suddenly turned his head and looked at Shen Hongru with a gentle look. "Is there anything you want to say?" "Nothing, nothing." Shen Hongru was a little nervous. But after a moment, she looked at the man in the rearview mirror and mustered up the courage to say, "Big shots like you should enjoy pretending to be ordinary people and looking down on the hard work of ordinary people in their daily lives, right?" As soon as Shen Hongru asked this question, she regretted it. Lu Yuan looked at the nervous woman in front of the driver's seat and did not respond directly. He just looked her up and down, and said gently, "Come to my house tonight." Shen Hongru paused when she heard this, then responded. It seems that there is no response to the previous question, but the next invitation that cannot be refused seems to explain everything. Morning. After Lu Yuan finished the work at hand, he leaned back in his chair, turned the chair, and looked lazily at the city under the rain behind him. He clicked on the panel and peeked into a corner of the city through Pandora. This is a bad taste he has developed recently. Call. Finally, it's not a lucky number anymore, it's just 3 points of bad luck. Hangzhou Normal University. Girls' Dormitory. Ma Qing sat cross-legged on the bed, holding her breath, and nervously threw the 12-sided ivory dice. When she saw that it was an unlucky number, she showed a look of relief. These days, she has already figured out the rules of this dice. From a probability perspective, the probability of rolling 9 lucky numbers is much higher than the 3 unlucky numbers. This may seem like a good thing, but it is not, because there is a setting in the dice of the fate gamer, that is, the more good luck accumulates, the more severe the events you encounter when bad luck is thrown. Get out! Ma Qing put away the dice and ran off the bed. Kingzi, you still want to go out in such heavy rain? Ma Qing gang took action. The roommate popped his head out from the other bed and asked with a nervous tone. Fitness. Ma Qing patted the sports bag behind her and said. As soon as she finished speaking, her roommate breathed a sigh of relief, but then took a closer look and saw that it was indeed a sports bag. Her roommate comfortably shrunk back into the quilt and said, Go early and come back early. Remember to bring me some takeout at noon. I won't get out of bed in the morning. It's good to go to the gym, I thought I was going to the library. Just after leaving the dormitory, an electric bike hit Ma Qing from the front, but fortunately, Ma Qing had been alert early in the morning and had been working out hard recently. She reacted quickly, and when the moment came she jumped to the side, and the electric bike crashed into the flower bed on the side. Escaped. Continue. Ma Qing waved her fist. She opened her umbrella and continued walking towards the gym, avoiding several minor accidents along the way. Then, after a long time, nothing happened. It seems that this time the bad luck is over. In the gym, after changing her clothes, Ma Qing smiled confidently, her high ponytail swaying behind her head. Next time I get some money, I'll go to that super expensive Black Pearl restaurant. Hee hee, slurp. Office. Yuan watched this scene in silence, his eyelids trembling slightly. What kind of second-dimensional inspirational middle school girl character is this? Now that you have obtained the dice with such terrifying powers, why don't you go to Gambling City, to Las Vegas? So, as long as you roll the dice with good luck, you can scratch the lottery tickets and spend all the money on food and fitness and self-help training? The style of painting has changed. Yuan laughed out loud. As if his mood was affected by the girl's age, Yuan smiled and clicked on the next Pandora, 3-005. This is a high school classroom. Huxia class. Just right, I can use it to try out the abilities of the clown whistle. Chen Yuhang sat in the second-to-last row by the window. He first glanced at the bald old man spitting in front of the podium, and then moved his eyes inch by inch. There were many students, but few of them listened to the class seriously. Some were writing about other subjects, some were secretly looking at their phones, or some were resting their heads with their hands. What a pity! My dear classmates! We are destined not to be people of the same world anymore. The corners of Chen Yuhang's mouth rose uncontrollably. Whenever he thought of his clown whistle, he felt like a Superman. He looked around the classroom with a middle school mentality, then lowered his head slightly and fixed his eyes. Next second, he put his perspective into another perspective. It was a grey pigeon with red eyes. The pigeon was standing by the window of the teaching building. It suddenly spread its wings and flew into the rain. Looking down from the sky, the whole city seems to be within sight. Desire score plus 100. Desire score plus 100. Yuan looked at the reminders that kept popping up on the panel. He was sure that when the 16-year-old boy Chen Yuhang felt the ultimate experience brought by his extraordinary abilities, he was definitely not tempted into greedy desires. So, is this a secondary desire to be a hero, or even a savior? Based on the simple idea that with great power comes great responsibility. Yes, how can this not be a kind of desire? However, for most adults, after gaining extraordinary abilities, the first thing that is aroused is negative desire. Yuan's eyes flickered and he understood. But as long as it is desire, once it is magnified to a certain extent, it will definitely be guided by Pandora to produce destructive effects. That's interesting. Yuan knocked on the table, opened the black leather notebook, and took notes. Chapter 54. It rained for a week in Hangzhou. Municipal Police Department. Team leader CAO was sitting among a pile of files. The whiteboard next to him was covered with names of dead bodies. In the past week, their city's criminal police team named this incident the transfer of underground power in Hangzhou. The interest group centered around Chen Guanrong suddenly underwent a large-scale purge, with bigwigs dying accidentally one after another. Su Yuejun has always been trained by Chen Guanrong as his successor. His death must have been the trigger for this incident. Team leader CAO pondered. It was at this moment. There were hurried footsteps in the corridor, and the door was pushed open heavily. The young policeman took a breath, looked at team leader CAO, and said hurriedly. Team leader CAO. 10 minutes ago, Bao Huihun also died. What? Team leader CAO stood up suddenly, his eyes wide open. This Bao Huihun was the second most important person in Chen Guanrong's interest group. Walk. Go and have a look. The sudden news frightened team leader CAO so much that his arms were shaking. He made a move to go out, but just as he stepped out of the door, he came back, put on his coat, and picked up the mobile phone on the table. Soon, 2 black cars broke through the rain curtain in the night. In the darkness of night, time goes forward. 30 minutes ago. Chen Group Office Building, 58th floor, Chen Guanrong's office. Brother Rong. My brothers have fought with you for their entire lives, and in the end, this is what they ended up with. Is this how you treat them? The fat middle-aged man smoked one cigarette after another. He looked at Chen Guanrong and questioned. Just for your daughter, we should all be cleaned up by you. Bao Huihun pointed at Chen Shooting and Yang Yushan next to him. They had all read Yang Yushan's information and did not take this college student seriously. They just thought that after Su Yuejun's death, Chen Guanrong had gone crazy and wanted to promote Chen Shooting to the top. Old Bao. Chen Guanrong sat on the sofa in the main seat, with a cigarette between his fingertips. The curling smoke obscured the complex expression in his eyes. He met Bao Huihun's gaze and said in a more serious tone, "We are old. Besides, your health has not been very good in the past 2 years. It's time to retire." Retire? You want me to retire? Bao Huihun opened his eyes, stood up, and sneered, "What? If I don't agree, I will die too." Brother Rong. Look carefully, I am blocking the muzzle of the gun here for you, and I am also taking the knife here for you. For 20 years, every time it rains, my wound hurts. Bao Huihun took off his coat, unbuttoned it, revealing the knife marks on his body, and spoke repeatedly. Chen Guanrong. Bao Huihun pointed at Chen Guanrong, "Unless I die." After saying this, he turned around angrily and walked out of the office with his 5 subordinates in black suits. His left leg had a slight limp when he walked, which was the sequelae of that incident. What he didn't notice was that when he left the office, the old godfather Chen Guanrong looked at the latter's back and closed his eyes in pain. "Uncle! Wait until the door is shut heavily." Yang Yushan stood up with a bright smile. At this moment, he was wearing a set of Armani ready-to-wear clothes and a watch worth millions. He called out, then walked to the huge French window and looked down at the city in the rain. In the pouring rain, he seemed to vaguely see 3 cars driving out of the garage. He continued. It's hard to persuade a damned ghost with good words. In the rain. The black Mercedes was driving at high speed. In the middle car, Bao Huihun was on the phone. He looked out the window into the car. When he inadvertently glanced at the rear-view mirror, his eyes paused, his hair stood on end for a moment, he turned his head to look at the seat next to him, and then quickly looked at the rear-view mirror. In the mirror, there was a woman sitting next to him, but when he looked over there was nothing. The woman stretched her body inch by inch, and put her hands in front of the driver's eyes. The next second, Bao Huihun could clearly feel the roar of the car's engine. The car is accelerating. Bang! With a loud bang, the black Mercedes crashed into the low wall in the middle of the asphalt road, and the car rolled over at a very high speed. The entire car was upside down, but the wheels were still turning. In the passenger seat, the man in black's eyes flickered, he took out a pistol, 3 shots rang out in succession, and Bao Huihun fell in a pool of blood. At the same time as the car accident occurred on the highway, another car broke through the rain and drove into the Zixi Villa Park. Park the car outside the detached villa. Regardless of the heavy rain, Lu Feng hurried to the door and opened it. The middle-aged maid said expressionlessly. Secretary Lu. Nothing. Master Rong asked me to come and get a document. Wait for the maid to move aside. He pretended to walk into the house, however, after taking 2 steps, he turned around abruptly and struck the middle-aged maid in the carotid sinus area with a precise knife before she could react. Seeing that she fainted, he quickly found a rope and tied up her hands and feet. Call! 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 Lu Feng panted heavily, and while running upstairs, he recalled his experiences in the past week. He had followed Master Rong for 20 years, and the two had already developed a tacit understanding. He discovered that Master Rong was controlled at the first time, and then, under Master Rong's secret instructions, he made a series of investigation preparations. For example, carefully testing whether Yang Yu will react to what happens at home when he is at the company, or Lu Feng, in the past week, following Chen Guanrong's instructions, transferred a moderate amount of wealth as a way out for Chen Shooting and her son. Early on I saw supernatural forces appear. Chen Guanrong made the decision. He didn't care how many people died, and he didn't even care about his own life. He had only one goal, which was to get rid of his daughter and grandson. Ball. Lu Feng saw the boy playing with toys in the bedroom on the second floor, and heaved a sigh of relief, and hurriedly said. When he saw that the boy's eyes were also dull, he gritted his teeth and knocked the ball out as well. He held him in his arms and plunged into the rainy night. The black sedan traveled at high speed through the rain at night in Hangzhou. The neon lights of the city were reflected in front of Lu Feng's eyes. Today. This is the last chance. Lu Feng thought of Master Rong's eyes, and used Bao Huihun to distract the female ghost's attention, so as to minimize the possibility of accidents when he took the young master away. Besides, there was a surveillance camera hidden in the office that only he and Master Rong knew about. When he saw the images in the memory card for the first time, God knows how shocked Lu Feng was. Mr. Lu. Zixi Villa. Living room. Shen Nanshi saw Mr. Lu looking out the window and shouted in confusion. That villa belongs to the Chen family, right? Yes. Lu Yuan smiled and looked away. He had just seen Lu Feng carry the child into the car and drive out of the rain. Chapter 55. Mr. Lu. 7 o'clock in the evening, Zixi Villa. Shen Nanshi bowed again as if he had thought of something and said. Since you last asked me about the Chen family, I've been keeping an eye on it. Shen Nanshi paused and continued, recently, the Chen family seems to have encountered some problems. I don't know. He stopped talking here and just lowered his waist even lower. Lu Yuan glanced at him and said with a smile without any intention of hiding anything. You guessed right. It is indeed related to Pandora. Lu Yuan turned around and walked to the sofa. He reached out and picked up the red wine glass in front of him. He shook the dark red liquid in the glass, took a sip, crossed his legs and said lazily. This wine is good. Before he gained the ability, Lu Yuan liked to taste different kinds of wine, including red wine and white wine. He could really tell the difference between good and bad wines. As long as you like it, sir. This bottle is a red wine produced by Chateau Cheval Blanc in 1947. It is known as the most perfect red wine of this century. Shen Nanshi bowed and introduced. The market price of this bottle of red wine alone is more than $200,000, and he usually keeps it in the wine cabinet as a collection. That's right. After a while, Shen Nanshi lowered his head again. Sir, Lu Yang suddenly changed yesterday. I ran some tests on him and found that his physical fitness suddenly improved comprehensively, and his comprehensive physical ability even reached the level of a master athlete. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan put down his wine glass and looked at Shen Nanshi with a smile. Notice this gaze. Shen Nanshi immediately became terrified. He did have selfish motives and wanted to learn more about Pandora's abilities indirectly. Please forgive me, sir. He suddenly knelt at Lu Yuan's feet. It won't happen again. Lu Yuan retracted his gaze, then chuckled and said, be more sober next time. I can tell you, but you can't ask. Each Pandora has 3 levels of growth. Marquardt's mask successfully advanced yesterday. Lu Yuan didn't mind revealing some information. Thank you, sir. Get up. After a voice, Shen Nanshi stood up respectfully and stood behind Lu Yuan. At the same time, in the night, the rain was getting heavier. After sending the young master to a safe place, Lu Feng paused and drove back to the company. His body was still soaked, so he just randomly wiped it with 2 pieces of tissue and threw the tissue aside. While driving, he reached out and dialed a number. Lu Feng's hands were covered in rain. He tapped the car screen several times but there was no response. He wiped them on his body again and finally got through. "Hello. Who?" A middle-aged man speaking with caution. "Team leader CAO." Lu Feng's voice was a little hoarse. In front of the car, on a rainy night, the lights of passing cars penetrated the rain, reflecting crystal clear light between the drops of water. On the front windshield, 2 wipers were moving non-stop. "Lu Feng." There was only a brief pause on the other end of the phone, and then he called out my name. "You actually called me? Why? Are you afraid of being liquidated by Chen Guanrong, and want to ask me to save your life?" Lu Feng forced a smile on his face. It seems that Master Rong was right. He told me that although team leader CAO had been watching him for 10 years, he didn't hate you at all. He said that you were the person he trusted the most and if there was a chance, he would most like to have a drink with you. Look. Mr. Rong is absolutely right. Team leader CAO must also be fascinated by Mr. Rong. As soon as I opened my mouth, team leader CAO recognized my voice. On the other side, at the already blocked accident scene, in the heavy rain, team leader CAO answered the phone. "What do you want to say?" "Company. Mr. Rong said that he is waiting for you at the company and will tell you everything. All the account books and evidence from these years will be given to you. However, you don't have much time left." Lu Feng said in a deep voice, and without waiting for team leader CAO's reply, he hung up the phone. I pressed the accelerator a little harder. The roar of the engine exploded. Team leader CAO. CAO Zhuang frowned and looked at his phone in uncertainty. Rain kept dripping from his hair. At this moment, he heard the young policeman's voice behind him. "Walk. Let's go find Chen Guanrong." "Looking for Chen Guanrong? At this point?" "No, where is he now?" "Company." 2 black Volkswagen Passats broke through the rain and rushed to the office building of Chen Group. At night, 7:45. Lu Feng drove into the office building first, grabbed a file bag and ran to the elevator. Call. 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 Lu Feng kept pressing the button and breathing heavily. This moment, his heart was beating very fast in his chest. He had been with Master Rong for 20 years, and he was already 40 years old. This kind of running around had almost pushed his physical strength to its limit. The elevator arrived. Recalling what he saw on the surveillance camera, Lu Feng swallowed and stepped into the elevator. He followed Master Rong when he was 20 years old. Without Master Rong, he would still be a gangster. It was Master Rong who brought him to this level and let him see a more wonderful life. Even if it was a female ghost or something else, he would not run away. Bite. The elevator reached the 58th floor. Lu Feng stood up straight and straightened his clothes that were soaked by the rain. Coincidentally, downstairs in the office building, team leader CAO also rushed into the lobby with his men. "CAO Zhuang. Why is he here at this time?" In a medium-sized command room, there is a screen occupying the entire wall in front of the room. In the middle of the screen is the meeting room of the Chen Group, and next to the main screen are small screens one after another. These small screens are distributed in different locations of the Chen Group's office building. The main seat in the command room. Ma Anbang's eyes narrowed. "Turn up the surveillance camera in the hall." "Yes." The picture is moved to the main perspective, and the picture is so clear that even a hair on Cao Zhuang's face can be seen. Report. Cao Zhuang should be investigating Bao Huihun's car accident. Ma Anbang stared at the surveillance camera, constantly playing with the metal lighter in his hand. Of course, he knew Cao Zhuang, and he even had a good relationship with the latter. Forget it, just come. He has been pursuing Chen Guanrong for 10 years, and he must be given an answer in the end. Help me connect with him. Ma Anbang shook his head. After a series of deaths occurred in the interest groups under Chen Guanrong, the additional monitoring procedures for criminal cases he proposed were initiated. The reason why they didn't capture it directly was to be able to observe it further and keep accidents to a minimum. As for those people who were interested in Chen Guanrong and died during the observation process, Ma Anbang didn't care, they were just some scum, so if they died, they died. Chapter 56. Evening, 8 o'clock. Hangzhou. The phone call was unavailable. He said he would come back early, but he disappeared again. In an old residential complex, in a small but warmly decorated two-bedroom apartment, a middle-aged woman in an apron was cursing on a cell phone. Xiao. Xiao. Let's not wait for your dad, let's eat together. The middle-aged woman shouted into the small room. Oh. Here it comes. First there was a response, then Chen Yuhang opened the door and ran out. There was a large table of carefully prepared dishes on the dining table, and a box of beautifully packaged cake was placed on top of the microwave oven next to it, with 50th birthday candles scattered on the side. When I'm busy, I work day and night, and I still act like I'm still a 20-year-old young man. The fat and out-of-shape middle-aged woman muttered as she served herself a bowl of rice. She placed the bowl heavily in front of Chen Yuhang. Eat. Eat more. Don't worry about your dad. From now on, just pretend that you are not my father, and we will live on our own. Chen Yuhang was holding the bowl and was about to use his chopsticks, but he was interrupted before he could pick up any food. He saw his mother still complaining, but she brought an empty bowl and kept the clean dishes, all of which were the best parts. Mom, don't you care about my dad? Chen Yuhang said with a smile. After finishing his meal, he ran back to his room, sat at his desk, picked up the clown whistle, and the next second, a grey dove with flashing wings flew into the rain. He suddenly had an idea and wanted to see what his father was busy with. Desire score plus 100. Desire score plus 100. On the other side, in the night, Yuan also left Zixi Villa in a black car. At this time, the rain was getting heavier, and the raindrops hit the car windows with a crackling sound like firecrackers. Yuan sat in the back row, looking out the window. He felt as if he was in a small boat speeding across the river in a violent storm, which was quite a unique artistic conception. Messages kept popping up on the panel, and he noticed that the growth rate of the wizard soul bell would also reach 1 star. No. How did you all get together? Yuan clicked the clown whistle again and saw the grey dove flying through the rain. He raised his eyelids slightly and asked, "Is this the first collision of Pandora's host? What a lively evening!" The smile became even brighter. It's a feeling of impending storm. Tonight, the focus of all events is the Chen Group office building. The entire 58-story Grade A office building is brightly lit, and it is particularly eye-catching in the stormy night, like a large, shining crystal. In the elevator, Cao Chuang hung up the phone. Even an old criminal investigator like him who had worked in the field for a lifetime and had experienced countless major cases was stunned by Ma Anbang's words. I even felt like I wasn't awake yet. Team leader Cao. The young policeman looked towards the elevator floor and asked. Team leader Cao raised his hand but did not respond. Instead, under the gaze of his two subordinates, he pinched his nose and tried to breathe through his nose until his face turned red. He smiled bitterly, "It seems I'm not dreaming. Since I'm not dreaming anymore. So no matter how incredible what Lao Ma said is, it is still accurate in reality." Team leader Cao met the two young policemen's strange looks, his face showing an unprecedented solemnity, and said, "The situation is rather complicated. I only ask two things of you. First, try to stay calm no matter what you see, even if you see something that is not scientific. Second, protect your own safety first." For the rest, we'll just have to see what happens. As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator reached the 58th floor. Team leader CAO touched the gun at his waist and walked into the office building. At the same time, not far from the elevator hall, a board meeting was being held in the Chen Group's high-level conference room. At the long conference table, Chen Guanrong was giving a speech, and Chen Shooting, dressed in a white women's suit, stood beside him with a dashing look. Call! 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 Yang Yushan sat at the corner of the long table. His eyes swept across the faces of the directors and senior executives of the Chen Group, his expression intertwined with strong excitement. There is only one step left. He did not push himself to the forefront, but let Chen Shooting take the position successfully. This was the fastest way for him to swallow up this group with a market value of tens of billions. All right. Now, please raise your hands and vote. Chen Guanrong raised his head and said in a deep voice. He looked at the senior board members at the conference table. Everyone who met his gaze subconsciously lowered their heads, and no one dared to express any objections. Those who dared to express dissatisfaction had encountered various unexpected encounters in the past week. If you agree, please raise your hands. Before Chen Guanrong finished speaking, there was a sudden noise outside the meeting room door, and then the door was pushed open. Everyone looked over. Team leader CAO rushed in first and quickly scanned the entire conference room. When he looked at Chen Guanrong sitting in the main seat, he clearly caught a glimpse of relief. Relieved? Why are you all looking at me? Team leader CAO said with a half-smile. Why? Am I here at the wrong time? Team leader CAO. Lu Feng, who was sitting by the door, stood up immediately and made a blocking gesture. We are in an important meeting. If you have anything to say, wait until the meeting is over. It won't delay you long. Cao Zhuang glanced at Lu Feng and said in a deep voice. Cao Zhuang's eyes swept across the faces of Chen Shooting and Chen Guanrong, father and daughter. Finally, his eyes met the eyes of the old godfather Chen Guanrong. There was only a pause. Then, he looked at Chen Shooting again without comment, and said with an unchanged expression. Ms. Chen. I'll take some of your time. There's something I want to know from you. After that, he made a gesture of invitation and said again, just 2 words, just in the corridor outside the door. This sentence sounded. Chen Guanrong retracted his gaze and did not express his attitude. Chen Shooting subconsciously looked at Yang Yushan who was sitting at the corner of the long conference table. Damn it! Yang Yushan cursed. He clenched his hands tightly into fists under the table. He was just 1 step away from success. Then someone showed up to make trouble. When he saw that team leader CAO was about to follow Chen Shooting's gaze towards him, he could only nod imperceptibly. At this moment, behind him, the figure of the female ghost Li Wenwen emerged. She seemed to have smelled something and was longing and excited. Team leader CAO. Please. Chen Shooting said with a cool and beautiful makeup and red lips. After that, she stepped on her high heels and walked out of the meeting room first. Cao Zhuang followed him and left. Another person, Chen Guanrong's secretary Lu Feng, also walked out. His eyes followed the young lady in the corridor and his pace quickened. Young lady, I'm sorry. Before he finished speaking, he hit Chen Shooting's carotid artery hard with his hand knife. The 2 young policemen in the corridor opened their eyes wide and were about to step forward, but were stopped by team leader CAO as soon as they made their move. He walked back to the meeting room. At the same time, sitting at the main seat at the long conference table, Chen Guanrong, who had been silent for a whole week, suddenly changed his eyes after hearing the noise in the corridor, and sat up straighter inch by inch. His eyes swept across the audience. This moment, the former godfather, the old lion seemed to have regained his former power. Chapter 57. At night. At night, 8:20. Team leader CAO. Thank you very much. The old godfather Chen Guanrong looked at the middle-aged criminal policeman Cao Chuang, paused, and said in a deep voice, "I have hidden everything you want in the compartment of the office cabinet." After saying this, he turned his gaze and looked at the senior directors sitting at the chairman's table. There were many die-hard fans who had followed him all their lives, and this time, even though things were not right, they still chose to believe him. There were also some who remained silent because they were afraid. Everyone. Regarding Lao Bao and Lao Yang, it is me, Chen Guanrong, who is sorry for my old brothers. Master Rong. A middle-aged man at the long conference table frowned and spoke. Before he could finish his words, Chen Guanrong stretched out his hand and suppressed them. Chen Guanrong was just finishing the final work, trying to make the mess go smoothly. This was the last dignity of a godfather. At this moment, in the corner, Yang Yushan clenched his fists, his body was shaking slightly, and he also realized that the situation was out of control. Yang Yushan stared at Chen Guanrong, who was still making arrangements. When the latter glanced at him, the latter's inherent disregard angered him in an instant. That is the fact. If there were no soul bell, or in other words, if Chen Guanrong's daughter and grandson, whom he cherished like pearls, had not been controlled, Chen Guanrong would not have even glanced at Yang Yushan. On the other side, while Chen Guanrong was still speaking, the middle-aged criminal policeman Cao Chuang's eyes fixed, and he noticed a small movement of the latter's right hand. Next second, Chen Guanrong took out his pistol, raised it, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Cao Chuang opened his eyes wide. The senior directors in the conference room widened their eyes. The godfather of Hangzhou's underworld fell to the ground, with blood and grey brain tissue gushing out of the muzzle of the gun at his temple. At the last moment, in Chen Guanrong's eyes, he was the one who shot Yang Yushan, but in the eyes of others, it was Master Rong who raised the gun and turned it towards himself. Tisk! It's over. In the rain. Yuan looked at the black car speeding at high speed, chuckled and said with emotion, "From Yang Yushan's perspective, his action has a success rate. But Chen Guanrong has experienced ups and downs in his life, how could he be easily controlled by a young man like him? Not to mention, he needs to face more than just Chen Guanrong. In fact, Chen Guanrong is just the first hurdle." Yuan looked out the window. "Let's do it." Pandora Special Investigation Team, Ma Anbang looked at the giant screen in front of him, grabbed the lighter he was playing with his backhand, and said in a deep voice. As the voice rang out, armed special forces teams appeared in one small perspective after another outside the main perspective of the screen. The fully armed special forces blocked every entrance and exit. Outside the Chen Group building, snipers were on standby at every angle. On the 35th floor, the Special Forces team advanced towards the meeting room with guns in hand. Just as the conference room was in chaos, Yang Yushan's breathing became more and more rapid. When the female ghost Li Wenwen leaned close to his ear with her red lips, she chuckled and told him about the scene in the corridor. A huge despair instantly swallowed him. Bang! The 2 3-meter-high solid wooden doors on the left and right sides of the conference room opened without any wind and closed heavily. What's going on? The door won't open. The door can't be opened. Who is blocking it? Someone tried to pull the wooden door and even reached out to knock on it hard. Yang Yushan. Cao Chuang had already taken out his gun and rushed towards Yang Yushan. However, when he met the latter's gaze, his scalp instantly became numb and goosebumps appeared one after another. At this moment, a woman appeared out of thin air behind Yang Yushan, and the woman was also looking at him. In the conference room, the senior executives of Chen Group also looked over one after another, and they also saw the figure of the female ghost. Why? Why do you treat me like this? Why? I have been an orphan since I was young. I finally got into college. But why do those people live a carefree and enjoyable life that I can never achieve even if I try my best? You know. When I first stood in the Qiantang mansion, how shocked was I by the glimpse of the corner of the heavenly palace. Yang Yushan's face was hideous and distorted. He looked at Cao Chuang and said angrily, "I want to live. Let me go. I am willing to leave Zhao state as long as you let me live." Yang Yushan roared fiercely. As his words rang out, the lights in the conference room flickered, and in an instant, everyone's eyes were filled with horror. Broke in. This Yang Yushan wants to use everyone in the conference room as bargaining chips. In the Pandora command room, a woman next to Ma Anbang said in a tricky tone. The idea is very clear. The response was quick too. Ma Anbang looked at the surveillance footage without any unnecessary changes in his expression. In fact, the corners of his mouth even slightly raised. He whispered, "It seems that Yang Yushan is still quite rational now. Could it be that the reason Huang Wenbin went crazy last time was not related to Pandora? Also, is the ability of this Pandora higher than what has been observed? Will it evolve? How many people are in the conference room?" Report. 16 people. Among them, Cao Chuang and another policeman from the Municipal Bureau are also inside. Ma Anbang nodded. If so many people were to die in there, the pressure on all parties would be huge, which was really not appropriate. He was playing with the lighter in his hand, thinking carefully. "Call Yang Yushan. I spoke to him personally, and you are always ready to break the door," Ma Anbang said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, in the conference room, Yang Yushan, who was still sitting in the corner of the long conference table and whose emotions were reaching their limit, heard his cell phone ring. No one cared. But soon after, everyone's cell phones in the conference room began to ring. Cao Chuang took a deep breath and answered the call. "Looking for you." He turned on the speaker and Yang Yushan glanced at his phone. The incident in the conference room disappeared briefly, but everyone still didn't dare to move. They all looked at the figure of the female ghost in fear. Is Yang Yushan successful? I am the top leader of the Pandora investigation team. Excuse me, is there anything you want to tell me? Ma Anbang said in a calm tone. Let me go. Yang Yushan stared at his phone and said in a deep voice. Sure. Ma Anbang continued, and before Yang Yushan could feel hope, Ma Anbang's words rang out again on the other end of the phone. However, this requires you to talk to us about that gentleman. Here's the sir for your Pandora. He's a supreme being of male appearance, isn't he? Ma Anbang guided and said. These words unconsciously outlined the existence of Lu Yuan in Yang Yushan's mind. When his thoughts developed uncontrollably and he wanted to use the gentleman who spoke out as a life-saving straw, it was like he had touched a taboo. Ah! Yang Yushan's eyes were filled with bloodshot at some point, and he held his head tightly with both hands. Even the female ghost Li Wenwen showed fear. In an instant, the door to the conference room was broken open. Chapter 58. A black car speeding in the rain. Lu Yuan was silent at first when he saw this scene, but then he laughed out loud. Okay, you're using me as a gun, right? He is truly a talent. Discover the rules and use them. But is this Pandora investigation team the official response to supernatural props? Lu Yuan sat back in the car seat, thinking carefully. Outside the window, the neon lights passing by would occasionally fall on his face. At the same time, the other side. Hang Cheng, Pandora Special Investigation Team, Command Room. When the elites present from the Ministry of Public Security, the Ministry of State Security, and other relevant departments saw this scene, they were all shocked by Captain Ma. No, now it should be Team Leader Ma's response. After being selected into the group, they all read the files on the Huang Wenbin incident, but no matter what, they never thought that the rules could be exploited in this way. In fact, even they themselves did not realize that after reading the files, they subconsciously developed a fear of the forbidden existence code named S. Only Team Leader Ma had none of that. Discover the rules. Use the rules. Ma Anbang still looked unkempt, even wearing the same grey leather jacket. He stared at the screen that took up the entire wall and spoke calmly. Team leader Ma. Then can we all use this rule later? Uncertain. Ma Anbang shook his head and continued, my guess is that as long as there is no thought of offending that taboo, simply mentioning his name should not result in such a reaction. Yang Yushin was on the verge of a breakdown, and I had laid a trap in my previous sentence, suggesting that if he just talked about some information about that gentleman, I would let him go. In the face of this message, Yang Yushin was like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw. The desire to live was not even under his rational control. Ma Anbang said in a deep voice. He unraveled the mystery without hiding any details. He hoped that the members of this investigation team could adapt to Pandora's rhythm as soon as possible. This is not the answer I want to see. Pandora. Ma Anbang held the metal lighter in his right hand, and rubbed the cute skull carved on the brim with his thumb. He had played with it for too long, and the entire brim of the lighter was stained by him. He looked at the surveillance video and was not happy about the fact that his words had broken the deadlock. Instead, his expression became more serious, and various thoughts kept flashing in his eyes. Let him downstairs. At this time, something unexpected happened in the surveillance video. Yang Yushin came back to his senses in extreme pain. Veins bulged on his forehead and he forced himself to erase the thought of Mr. Lu from his mind. At the same time, the middle-aged criminal policeman Cao Zhuang who was closest to him was stunned, and like a puppet, he opened his arms and stood in front of Yang Yushin. Yang Yushin took the gun from Cao Zhuang's hand and put the black muzzle against the middle-aged man's heart. Let me go! Let me go! Yang Yushin was panting and shouting at the top of his lungs. After the order was given, the special agents in the corridor outside the meeting room were seen retreating one by one with their guns in hand, while Yang Yushin, holding the gun against the puppet-like middle-aged criminal policeman, stepped forward. Li Wenwen, the translucent female ghost, had a distorted face as she watched the scene with excitement. The viciousness in her eyes made everyone who saw her shiver subconsciously. Elevator lobby. The room was almost completely occupied by special agents, with only Yang Yushin's figure left in the middle. Guns from all directions were pointed at this young man who was only 19 years old. Call! Call! The elevator arrived and Yang Yushin stepped in. When he turned around, he raised his head to look at the scene outside the elevator door. The expression on his face kept changing, and finally he became excited and ferocious. The first floor of the building was also occupied by special agents. Yang Yushin pushed the puppet-like Cao Zhuang and walked out of the hall. It was raining heavily, the heaviest rainstorm in the past month. In the square in front of the building, special service vehicles had already blocked the front and rear intersections. All around. Similarly, snipers are already in position in the office buildings that are rising from the ground. Yang Yushin stood on the steps in front of the building and looked around. No one noticed that at this moment a grey pigeon, the most common color in the city, flew through the rain. Dad. An ordinary two-bedroom residence. Bedroom. Chen Yuhang saw this scene through the pigeon's perspective and became panicked instantly. He clenched his fists tightly and tried to calm himself down. A grey pigeon landed on a street lamp not far away. Drops of rain as big as beans fell in front of the pigeon's wings, rolling down one by one. No one would notice the pigeon. Then, the pigeon flapped its wings again and landed in front of the floor tiles, combing its feathers with its beak, and even flew to the shoulder of the middle-aged detective. Get lost! Yang Yushin hit with his other hand, and the grey pigeon dodged the blow. The next second, the female ghost Li Wenwen smiled charmingly, but then a trace of doubt appeared on the ghost's face. The pigeon's consciousness should be extremely weak, but there was an obstacle when she tried to influence this pigeon. Shot! Ma Anbang also caught the momentary pause, suppressed his doubts, and gave the order decisively. Bang! 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 In the darkness of the night, sniper rifles fired from all directions. 4 bullets were fired, 2 at Yang Yushan's head, 1 at his heart, and 1 at his right hand holding the pistol. Cao Chuang woke up in shock. He had no time to react and just rolled forward subconsciously. Master wrong. The 35th floor of the building. Lu Feng returned to the conference room and looked at Chen Guanrong's figure in a pool of blood. At this time, he raised his head and glanced at the quartz clock in front of the conference room. 8 o'clock. More than half. At this time, the last arrangement Chen Guanrong made before his death was released. It was the surveillance hidden in his study. In the past week, he deliberately guided Yang Yushan's words and clearly showed the existence of the female ghost Li Wenwen. Although the latter could not be captured by the surveillance, it was enough to prove the emergence of supernatural energy. This video was sent regularly to the private mailboxes of 4 families in Hangzhou and the 3 richest people in Hangzhou. Pandora's existence will definitely cause shock and panic among those standing at the top of the tower. Because their appearance marked the first time in human civilization that the wealth and lives of the powerful were no longer under their absolute control. Even a beggar on the street had the opportunity to hold the sword of Damocles, just as Chen Guanrong fell into the hands of a mere male college student. The reason why Chen Guanrong did this was to ask for one last favor for Chen Shooting and her son. Knowing the existence of Pandora in advance would give him an extra layer of defense, and even more plans. This was worth billions of gold at a certain moment. Chapter 59. Hangzhou. A famous county in the southeast, prosperous since ancient times. The 4 major families in Hangzhou, the Gao family of Shuangchen Lane, the Su family of Henghe Bridge, the Zheng family of Zhuangyuan Lane, and the Ding family of Tufa Lane, are the 4 most prestigious families in this land. With its profound heritage and intertwined roots, it has strong influence in the political, business and academic circles. Also, the 3 top billionaires are rising stars in the emerging fields of science and technology and the internet in the past 20 years, and each of them has a net worth of more than 100 billion. Although they are slightly lacking in foundation, they are not inferior to the 4 in some individual fields. In the night, the rain gradually subsided. Hangzhou. In the main urban area where every inch of land is valuable, there is a classical Jiangnan mansion. The house faces north and south, with residential buildings with white walls and black tiles in the east and garden halls and corridors in the west. In a pavilion facing the water and backed by mountains, Gao Chongwen, the current head of the Gao family in Hangzhou, who is 60 years old, likes to read in the pavilion on rainy days. The white noise created by the raindrops hitting the water, roof, and rocks makes him feel relaxed. At this time, the hurried footsteps in the distance caught Gao Kongwen's attention. He put down his book and looked in the direction of the sound. The old butler was hurriedly approaching with an umbrella. "Master!" The grey-haired old butler looked a little strange, with a look of panic that was difficult to hide on his face. Gao Chongwen frowned, feeling unhappy, and said in a deep voice, "The sky won't fall. Be still first, then speak." "That's what the master said," the old butler said hurriedly, standing in the pavilion, taking deep breaths one after another. The pavilion was enveloped in an orange-yellow light, a faint scent of sandalwood rose in the air, and the delicate stove was burning with just the right amount of flame. "Master! 10 minutes ago, Chen Guanrong sent a video to your private email," the old butler said in a deep voice. After saying that, he opened the computer bag in his hand, placed the notebook on the table in front of Gao Chongwen, and clicked on a video. "Master, you will understand after watching it." Gao Chongwen responded calmly. A person like Chen Guanrong was not even qualified to sit at the table in front of him. At best, he regarded him as a low-class thug. He looked at the surveillance camera. In the background of the picture was the latter's office. Chen Guanrong was sitting in front of the sofa. At the right time, a conversation started. Soon, the first supernatural sequence appears. In the pavilion, the patriarch of the Gao family in Hangzhou's eyelids twitched for a moment, and his body subconsciously sat up straight. Gao Chongwen raised his head and glanced at the old butler beside him. He suppressed his emotions and continued watching. The short video was quickly finished. From the conversation between Chen Guanrong and another young man in the surveillance video, it was not difficult to judge the relationship between the two. Chen Guanrong was obviously under control. Gao Kongwen's emotions fluctuated violently, and he could no longer remain calm as he had just now. It was not because his cultivation was not high enough, but because the scene before him was too shocking. Video. Gao Kongwen's voice suddenly rose, and he stopped talking halfway. He tensed his expression and asked, "Have you confirmed it?" Confirmed. The video data is original data without any traces of editing or shooting. The old housekeeper bowed and responded, "After I saw the video, I called Chen Guanrong immediately, but no one answered the phone. In addition, the Chen group has indeed had a series of accidents recently, and all the people mentioned in the video have died. I just received news that all the roads around the Chen group have been blocked for unknown reasons. Someone saw the shadows of special agents." The old butler continued. After watching the video, although he was shocked, he still carried out a series of verifications and investigations in an orderly manner before coming to report. "I see." Gao Chongwen fell silent for a while, perhaps briefly accepting this extremely shocking information, and said in a deep voice. The pavilion fell into silence once again. "Continue to send people to investigate. I want to know the complete course of events as much as possible. Also, you just said that the Chen group has been blocked. Does this mean that the official level has already known the news?" Gao Chongwen tapped the table with his fingers and calmed down. He thought, "I will call Mayor Ji and ask him indirectly. You go and get busy first." "Yes." The old butler responded and left in a hurry. At the same time, the same scene was happening in the old house of the Su family in Hangzhou. In the study, Su Shen, the nearly 90-year-old patriarch of the Su family, narrowed his pupils and his expression became more solemn than ever before. "First, I verified the information carefully." Su Shen was walking back and forth in the study room with a cane. At his age, he had seen everything. When he was young, his country was not peaceful, and later, the turmoil continued. Even when he was experiencing all these scenes, Su Shen was far from feeling uneasy and shocked at the moment. These were two completely different concepts, a change in worldview, and an event that could not be found in the past thousands of years of human civilization. If we can't find history, it means we can't find a reference, which means the future will be complicated and confusing. This is a moment that can affect the fate of the family. Su Shen stopped using his crutches. He looked at the butler behind him and said, "Mobilize all the resources that the family can mobilize to investigate Chen Guanrong's affairs. Also, pay attention to all supernatural events in the past and in the future." "Yes." The old butler bowed his head and replied. In addition, the Zheng family and the Ding family who received Chen Guanrong's email, as well as 3 top billionaires in Hangzhou with a net worth of over 100 billion, also watched the video one after another at this moment. These bigwigs who had great influence in all walks of life with their every move were all shocked and stunned, and then tried every possible way to investigate. Hangzhou, the global headquarters of the e-commerce group. Ma Tianyun, who once created the glory of Zhao State's e-commerce and built a giant with $1 trillion market value, leaned back in his chair. He turned around and faced out the floor-to-ceiling window. He didn't say anything, but his right hand, which was hanging in the palm rest, was shaking constantly. A simple female ghost may not be a big deal, but when looking at a problem, we must look at the essence. Will there be more similar situations in the future? Will there be another barefoot ordinary person who suddenly holds the sword of Damocles? For example, this person named Chen Guanrong. After 30 years in the underground world of Hangzhou, his life and death were controlled by a college student. In other words, if it were him, would he be able to escape? It's hard to say. Ma Tianyun whispered. Without preparation, he might die unclearly, unless the other party was after his wealth and was able to save his life. Thinking of this, Ma Tianyun's face became even uglier. After a long time, this unusual-looking controller of a trillion-dollar aircraft carrier calmed down a lot, and his black and white eyes flickered slightly. Everything has two sides. Destroy. It also comes with new life. Among these, there may be opportunities for me. Chapter 60. Mr. Lu. Arrive. Binjiang District, mid to high-end single apartment. The black car drove into the garage, and the old man Shen Nanchi, who acted like a butler, said respectfully. After saying that, he got out of the car first. His agile steps did not seem like those of an old man of his age. He walked to the other side, opened the door and made a gesture of invitation. Lu Yuan pushed up his black-framed glasses, as if he had thought of something, and said, "Help me select a group of top elites in the field of social sciences. Send me the personnel information tomorrow." Yes. Shen Nanchi quickly agreed, but kept his guess in his mind. He lowered his head and asked again, "Do you have any further requirements?" "Well, let's start with sociology and anthropology." Lu Yuan thought about it and said, "I see." Shen Nanchi replied. Sociology is a discipline that studies social structure, social relations, and social change, while anthropology is a discipline that studies human culture, social structure, and biological characteristics. Mr. Lu requested to screen these two types of talents. In a very short period of time, all kinds of thoughts and guesses flashed before my eyes. "All right. I'll go up first." Lu Yuan waved his hand, with some laziness in his gestures, walked casually past Shen Nanchi, entered the elevator and pressed the 16th floor button. During the whole journey, the faint smile on his face never disappeared. After obtaining Pandora, he was most interested in three aspects. First, what will be the fate of the hosts who obtain Pandora? Second, the reaction caused by Pandora's appearance in the eyes of rulers and those in power. This item can be further broken down. The official level has already started to act, but what about the noble families and wealthy businessmen at the non-official level? Third, the ultimate orientation of the massive Pandora to a new world order. There is no such thing as a wall that is impenetrable. After this night, those big shots should receive the news one after another. I really want to see their reactions. The elevator arrived. Lu Yuan chuckled and walked out the door. "Let's go." Garage. Shen Nanchi waited for Mr. Lu to disappear for a while before he stood up and said to Shen Shan on the other side. The car drove into the night, and the rain that had been falling for a week stopped completely. The dark clouds dispersed and the bright moon appeared. "Master." Shen Nanchi was sitting in the back seat with his eyes closed. At this moment, the voice of Shen Shan, the butler in the co-pilot seat, suddenly rang out. "I just noticed that the three main roads near Chen Guanrong's office building have all been blocked. The reason is road maintenance." Shen Nanchi's eyelids trembled when he heard this. He opened his eyes, took the tablet handed to him, and quickly browsed through the lines of information on the screen. "Wrong. It can't be a road maintenance," he said in a deep voice. After a pause, he continued, "Go over and take a look. Be careful to take a longer route and take this road." The black sedan drove towards the cordoned-off area of the Chen Group's office building. In the darkness of night, the three main roads were blocked into a long strip by the vehicles that were blocked due to the blockade. The traffic police kept directing cars to turn around. Shen Nanchi looked through the car window at the Chen Group office building in the distance, which was still lit up in the night, and slowly uttered 4 words, "The storm is coming." "Team leader CAO, I'm so glad you're okay." Don't worry, I'm fine. By the way, follow me into the building. Still going up. In front of a 58-story Grade A office building. After Cao Juang was rescued, the two young criminal policemen who came with him ran over. For them, this short period of time was more thrilling and exciting than the past 20 or 30 years of their lives combined. Are you going or not? Cao Juang glared. Walk. Walk. At this moment, the atmosphere around the square was still extremely serious, and the Pandora Special Investigation Team was finishing up. As long as the three police officers from the city bureau did not leave, no one would care about them. Cao Juang walked towards the building and looked at Yang Yushan being carried away by the staff from a distance, his expression flashing with complexity. He also recognized the female ghost, the heroine in the recent wife-killing case, who also disappeared after Yang Yushan's death, and he couldn't guess the relationship between the two. We took the elevator to the 58th floor. During the process, the three detectives and the members of the Pandora investigation team were in the same elevator. Call. Team leader CAO, which department are these people from? Why haven't I seen them before? I've read a novel called Dragon Group before. Could it be adapted from real events? After those people left, the two young criminal police officers were obviously relieved, and followed team leader CAO and spoke nervously but excitedly. Cao Juang was stopped before entering Chen Guanrong's office. Let him in. The man in the black uniform rang the command in his ear. He glanced at Cao Juang and moved away. Walking into Chen Guanrong's office, the bright moonlight outside the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 58th floor poured into the room without any obstruction, making this office seem a little abruptly quiet at this special moment. Cao Juang glanced over. He walked towards the bookcase that Chen Guanrong mentioned at the end, which occupied an entire wall. He raised his head and looked carefully, his eyes resting on one of the photo frames. Pick it up. In the photo, a woman with a personality as bright as fire is holding a chubby boy in her arms. Cao Juang looked at it deeply for a while and put it back where it was. When he broke into the meeting room just now, he saw the pleading of a father in Chen Guanrong's eyes. Although he and Chen Guanrong were incompatible, at this moment, at least from the perspective of a father, he couldn't say anything wrong. If Chen Guanrong was really cruel, how could Yang Yushan control him? Boom! 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 Team leader Cao reached out and knocked on the bookcase. After hearing a different sound, his eyes focused. He stood on tiptoe to take down the other things on the bookcase and opened the compartment. In the small compartment was a thick cowhide envelope. Cao Juang unfastened the buckle and glanced at it roughly, and his expression changed. Team leader Cao. The young detective also saw those few words and opened his eyes wide, his tone becoming tense. Don't be afraid. Cao Juang put away the folder, put it tightly in his arms, glanced at the subordinates around him, and first comforted them. Then, he gestured to the door and said again, there are still people outside watching, no one can interfere. Call. Yes. And them too. The young detective also breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed, but then he said, no wonder he always escaped after we've been watching him for so many years. So that's how it is. Stop talking nonsense. Cao Juang said in a deep voice, holding the cowhide envelope in his arms with one hand, and walked out. As soon as he walked out of the office, he saw Chen Guanrong's secretary Lu Feng and Chen Shooting who had woken up. In the corridor, Cao Juang and Lu Feng, the slightly embarrassed director of the Chen Group's president's office and the close assistant of the old godfather Chen Guanrong, looked at each other from a distance. Chapter 61. Dad. Dad. Chen Group, office building. 35 floors. At this moment, the staff lifted up Chen Guanrong's body, covered it with a white cloth and walked out. In the corridor outside the meeting room, Chen Shooting looked pale and dazed. Until this moment, she seemed to realize something, and tears rolled down her beautiful face. She broke free from Lu Feng's hand and rushed to the body covered with a white cloth. During the time she was awake, Lu Feng told her everything cruelly without hiding anything. Because he didn't have time. Whether Chen Shooting was willing or not, she had to accept it. Woo woo woo. Dad. Chen Shooting was trembling, and her emotions were on the verge of collapse. She woke up from a dream, and realized that all of this was caused by her, and her father was thinking about how to protect her and her son even at the last moment. The other side. Cao Chuang also came over. Lu Feng withdrew his gaze from the young lady and said calmly, "Team leader Cao. Thank you very much." Cao Chuang patted the leather briefcase in his hand. "It should be." Lu Feng shrugged. Hearing this, Cao Chuang turned around and for the first time in more than a decade, he looked at this unremarkable man who always followed Chen Guanrong like a shadow so seriously. "You don't hate him." This file bag contains evidence of many crimes committed by Chen Guanrong over the past 20 years, and Lu Feng was an extremely important participant in each of these incidents. Kill. Bribe. Adding up all these charges, it would be a luxury to even try to get a life sentence. What are you complaining about? Lu Feng pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and his refined temperament disappeared the moment he smiled. I have already given my life to Master Rong. Without Master Rong, I would not even be a stray dog. It's worth it to have enjoyed such a glorious life for so many years. Cao Chuang didn't say anything else. His eyes turned to Chen Shooting. This girl was really well protected by Chen Guanrong. As the daughter of the underground godfather of Hangzhou, she was surprisingly clean to the extreme. Report. We looked around Yang Yushan's office building, Qiantang Mansion, Zixi Villa, even Yang Yushan's university dormitory, but we didn't find the special item you mentioned. Hangzhou Pandora Investigation Team. Command Room. The young subordinate walked quickly to Ma Anbang, saluted, and reported in a deep voice. Bite. 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 Ma Anbang did not respond, but just stared at the huge screen in front of him. The brim of the lighter in his hand was pushed open again and again. After a while, he looked at the subordinate beside him and responded casually, "Yet." In his mind, he was still reviewing the last scene. After Yang Yushan's death, the female ghost seemed to have lost the medium through which she appeared in the world, and she also disappeared. The grey pigeon flew back to the sky in fear. This medium should be Pandora. Only. Send someone to investigate Cao Chuang, the criminal policeman who appeared at the scene of the incident. Ma Anbang held the lighter in his backhand and said in a deep voice, "By the way, let's start with Cao Chuang's relatives. He has a son and a wife. His father has passed away, and he has a mother." Yes. Although the young subordinate was puzzled, he did not ask any more questions. He just stood up straight and answered loudly. After that, he turned around and left in a hurry. That pigeon's behavior was clearly emotional. Eliminate the unreasonable. Then, it means that a second Pandora has appeared in this incident. Ma Anbang's eyes narrowed. The person who is so eager to save Cao Chuang is most likely someone close to him. Call. An ordinary residential area in Hangzhou at night. Bedroom. The 16-year-old high school student's eyes suddenly widened, his body leaned back heavily, and then he began to breathe heavily. What happened just now? Chen Yuhang said to himself. He only knew that when one of his consciousness attached itself to the grey pigeon and controlled the pigeon to land on his father's shoulder, while he was still thinking about how to save his father, suddenly an evil thought hit him. But fortunately, Dad should be saved. Chen Yuhang's back was soaked with sweat without him knowing when. He vaguely remembered that the pigeon's last view was his father rolling forward. Thinking of this, Chen Yuhang finally breathed a sigh of relief. But his mood continued to fluctuate. In his mind, he was thinking about all sorts of random things. At one moment he was excited, complacent that he was like a superpowered hero in a movie, and at another moment he was a little worried and afraid. You won't come after me, will you? Chen Yuhang's heart skipped a beat. Probably not. Probably not. Who the hell can touch me through a pigeon? Is it so magical? Thinking of this, the 16-year-old high school student's tense body relaxed a little again. Boom. 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 There was a sudden knock on the door. Chen Yuhang's body froze instantly, his heart began to beat rapidly, and he sat in front of the desk without daring to move. In the room, he only heard his mother's voice, "Who is it?" and then the sound of footsteps walking towards the hallway. He was frightened, nervous and uneasy, but at the same time, he felt that he was overthinking and that maybe it was just his mother's little sister. "Who are you looking for?" Lu Lan, a middle-aged woman with a plump figure, looked at the two men in black clothes in front of the door strangely, as if she had seen something and said, "Are you looking for my Lao Cao? Lao Cao is not here and the phone call is unavailable." "Hello, Ms. Lu. We are from the National Security Agency," the leading man said in a deep voice, and handed over a certificate. The Pandora Special Investigation Team now has 2 certificates when it comes to the outside world, one of which is the National Security Bureau, which also makes it easier for ordinary people to cooperate. National Security. Our Lao Cao would never do anything wrong. Oh. We certainly wouldn't do that, we are just ordinary people. Lu Lan confirmed the certificate and suddenly panicked, saying repeatedly. The 2 men from the investigation team looked at each other and said, "We are just doing a simple investigation. May I ask if it is convenient for us to come in?" "Please come in. Please come in." Lu Lan was just an ordinary housewife. She seemed a little at a loss at this moment, and quickly stepped aside to invite the 2 men in. After the 2 of them sat on the sofa, she hurriedly went to look for tea leaves. "I'll pour you a cup of tea." "No need to bother." "Excuse me, is your son home?" "My son? My son is still young, you 2 can just ask me if you have anything." Lu Lan subconsciously wanted to protect her son. When she saw the 2 men repeatedly assure her that they would not do anything, she hesitantly walked to her son's room. Not long after, Chen Yuhang followed his mother into the living room. When the latter appeared in the living room, the 2 men in black looked at her intently. Just one glance. They sat up straight and looked serious. Both of them were from special departments of the country and had received professional training. Not to mention high school students of this age, even professionally trained veterans could not escape their eyes. As soon as Chen Yuhang walked out, his face clearly showed nervousness and uneasiness, which meant he was hiding something. Chapter 62. The next day. The weather was fine and the bright sunshine was shining over the city. "Pete. We have to leave now." In Shangcheng District, a mid-range residential area on the International Talent Street, a middle-aged white couple is preparing to return home after working in Zhao State for 5 years. 35-year-old Pete had just walked out of the residential building with a backpack on his back when he suddenly stopped and subconsciously looked behind him. He inexplicably felt like something was calling him. The wife, who had walked a long way, noticed that her husband was still there and spoke up. "Oh! Here it comes!" Peter responded. He turned around and jogged towards his wife, but soon he ran back. "Wait a minute, I forgot to take something." Pete turned back, walked straight into the elevator, pressed the button for the basement floor, and noticed an ancient bronze clock lying quietly in the corner of the garage. "What's this? It seems to be alive." Greed appeared in Pete's eyes, and he reached out to touch the ancient clock in the corner. In an instant, mysterious ripples appeared in his mind, and Pandora's message emerged out of thin air. "Wizard Soul Bell." He obviously couldn't speak Huxia, but he still pronounced these 4 words in a somewhat awkward way. On the other side, in the Binjiang district, there are mid to high-end apartments. It's still early to go to work. Lu Yuan was lying lazily on the recliner in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, while the fat black cat Lao Bai was lying comfortably in his owner's arms. The moment the wizard's soul bell was touched, Lu Yuan received the message and followed Pandora's gaze to the distance. When he saw that the new host was a fat middle-aged white man, his eyelids slightly raised. After a moment, he smiled noncommittally. "You're going abroad." He reached out and continued to caress Lao Bai. His eyes showed thought. It was an inevitable process for Pandora to spread overseas, and at this moment, it was just a little earlier than he expected. And unlike at home, the official grassroots control in foreign countries is far inferior to that of the major Eastern countries. At the same time, ordinary people are more easily misled. Tisk. Perhaps there will be no shortage of souls soon. Lu Yuan chuckled and closed the panel. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Lu Yuan patted Lao Bai's butt, and the fat cat shook its tail and pretended to be dead. It was not until he was patted on the butt again that Lao Bai reluctantly jumped onto the floor. Sister Hungru. Lu Yuan looked at Shen Hungru. This single mother was dressed very simply today, wearing a white round neck sweater and a pair of high-waisted jeans. The combination is not very special, but it shows a different charm on Shen Hungru. Her chest is heavy with clothes, and her buttocks are tightly outlined behind her. "Come in and talk." Shen Hungru seemed to want to say something but was hesitant. Before she could speak, she was dragged into the house. When she met Lu Yuan's gaze, she pursed her red lips. "Call." In front of the sofa, Lu Yuan Chong exhaled a long breath, put on his black-framed glasses again, and his expression became gentle, like two completely different people just now. "Tell me about it." He lifted the chin of the woman who was still leaning in front of him, and stroked her lips with his fingertips. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing, I just want you to pick up Yuan from kindergarten." Shen Hungru said in a low voice with a blush still on her cheeks. "Kindergarten? Yuan came back a few days ago and seemed very unhappy. The burden hanging from the corner of her mouth was very high. I asked her several times before the little girl told me. She said that some of her friends in kindergarten said that she didn't have a father. So that's how it is." Lu Yuan nodded casually. "Send me the time and address of Yuan's school, I will go when I have time." After a while, it was getting late, so Shen Hungru packed up and went home, put on some simple makeup, and prepared to send her daughter to school. As soon as the door opened, the door next door also opened. "Uncle Lu." Yuan ran over quickly. "Raise your little head." She stared at Lu Yuan expectantly with her big eyes, and said in a baby voice, "Uncle Lu, Mom said you were coming to pick me up from school, is that true?" "It's true." Lu Yuan patted the little girl's head gently, paused, and raised the corner of his mouth. "When the time comes, you can't call me Uncle Lu anymore." "We." The little girl was very smart and reacted immediately. She opened her little hands and hugged Lu Yuan's thighs, saying crisply, "Dad Lu." Single mother Shen Hungru's eyelids twitched when she heard this, but she did not stop her daughter's behavior. Instead, she quietly paid attention to Lu Yuan's reaction. When she saw that there was no extraneous change on the latter's face, Shen Hungru felt gloomy. No matter what her thoughts were, she wanted her daughter to be closer to Lu Yuan, a man with a mysterious background. Morning, 9 o'clock. Lu Yuan sat in the office, still dealing with the company's business first. Simple tasks don't take long. Is this the Pandora Special Investigation Team? Lu Yuan sat back in his chair, peeking at the clown whistle through Pandora's connection, and a playful smile appeared on his gentle and elegant face. "Captain Ma, can you tell that someone is spying on him?" In the building with extremely high confidentiality and strict security, Ma Anbang walked in front, followed by team leader CAO of the criminal police team of the Municipal Police Bureau. His eyes flickered and his face looked extremely solemn. He had just been informed of his son's situation, and to be honest, he just hoped that his son would be safe and sound and stay away from the police in the future. Who knew that he would be drawn into Pandora's vortex without knowing it? Arrive. Lao Cao, go talk to your son first. Don't worry, it'll be fine. In front of a conversation room, the two guards at the door saluted Ma Anbang. Ma Anbang just nodded, looked at Cao Chuang and comforted him. Not long after, Cao Chuang walked out of the conversation room, his eyes fixed on Ma Anbang. The latter's words did not give him enough sense of security. Cao Chuang used to be good friends with Ma Anbang and knew what kind of person he was. He was a madman who followed absolute rationality. If he could gain greater benefits by sacrificing his son, Cao Chuang was sure that Ma Anbang would do so. In fact, if necessary, even if he sacrificed himself, Ma Anbang would not hesitate. The door to the conversation room was pushed open. Indoor. 16-year-old Chen Yuhang looked nervously at the middle-aged man who walked in. Chen Yuhang. Don't be nervous. Your dad should have just said that he and I are old friends. Ma Anbang looked at Chen Yuhang, and his always tense face forced a smile. He pulled out a chair, sat down and spoke. I know you. Uncle Ma. Chen Yuhang said that he was not so nervous anymore. The boy's shadow was reflected in Ma Anbang's black and white eyes, and every detail of the latter's every move could not escape his eyes. Just as Cao Chuang knew that he was essentially an absolutely rational madman, that was the fact, and the purpose of his two opening sentences was only to comfort the young man, not for the so-called warmth. A question suddenly occurred to me. Aerospace. You said, will the conversation we are about to have be watched? Ma Anbang looked at the young man and suddenly said. In the office, Yuan pushed his glasses on his nose and his smile became brighter. Chapter 63. I've had 2 tests. Test. Right. Hangzhou City, Pandora Special Investigation Team. Confidential Conversation Room. Ma Anbang looked directly into Chen Yuhang's eyes and continued, I asked the same question to 2 different Pandora users, both of them involving a mysterious existence. A mysterious existence. Chen Yuhang subconsciously thought of the mysterious man who handed him the clown whistle that night. What kind of person do you think he is? Ma Anbang looked at Chen Yuhang and suddenly asked. Chen Yuhang was caught off guard and wanted to say something. The next second, he hugged his head tightly with both hands and cried out in pain, Ah! This is an extreme pain that is difficult to describe, a fear that comes from the soul level. The 16-year-old boy's body is shaking constantly. Don't be afraid. Ma Anbang looked at Chen Yuhang calmly, and just stretched out his hand to press the latter's shoulder, raising his voice, try to empty your mind and don't think about anything. Call. 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 Chen Yuhang half knelt on the ground, one hand on the table and the other hand covering his neck. He was panting heavily, his mouth open and saliva gushing out. After a while, Chen Yuhang seemed to have recovered. Ma Anbang handed him a glass of warm water. Are you feeling better? Thank you. Much better. Chen Yuhang drank the water in big gulps and nodded nervously. In just a moment, his entire back was soaked in sweat, as if he had been soaked in water. That's why I said, when we started talking, whether it was possible to be watched by a certain being. Ma Anbang shrugged and continued the topic he had just started. Don't think about him. Ma Anbang followed closely. Oh. Chen Yuhang swallowed and responded with his head down. In the conversation room, Ma Anbang did not speak again, but gave the young man in front of him some time to accept it. After a while, just when he wanted to speak again, Chen Yuhang raised his head and took the initiative to meet Ma Anbang's eyes. Uncle Ma. A trace of fear flashed across Chen Yuhang's young face. After a pause, he asked seriously, could it be our enemy? Now. Outside this meeting room, the Pandora investigation team and several important confidential personnel were simultaneously watching the conversation through surveillance. This was the first time that the official had real contact with Pandora, and many people, even high-level officials as far away as Yanjing, were paying attention to it. When Chen Yuhang asked this question before monitoring, many people fell silent. Just like the fear that flashed across the boy's face, even the mention of its symbol can make one feel the terrifying existence. Can ordinary humans really fight against it? If he destroys our beautiful and stable life? Ma Anbang leaned forward slightly, looked directly into Chen Yuhang's eyes, and said firmly without leaving any room for negotiation, then he is our enemy. If the purpose of his existence is to make humans like wild beasts, uncontrolled by reason, then he is our enemy. If what he wants to see is chaos and sin, then he is our enemy. Ma Anbang's words became louder and louder, and each word seemed to contain a lot of power. 16-year-old Chen Yuhang opened his eyes wide, and the courage and passion in his heart seemed to be guided out again. The senior officials in front of the surveillance camera also smiled one after another, and a general from the military department said loudly, "Good. Well said." At the same time, Skyworth office building under the blue sky. 15th floor. Tisk. Lu Yuan turned off the panel, leaned back, and smiled, "Are you saying this on purpose for me to hear?" He thought about it. Although his ultimate goal was not the chaos that Ma Anbang mentioned, the consequences of spreading Pandora one after another were quite consistent with what he said. So, will I become the ultimate villain in front of the Pandora investigation team? As Lu Yuan was thinking, the cell phone on the table vibrated. After answering the call, he casually said a few words. After sitting for a while, he stood up and walked out of the office. What a nice day. Lu Yuan walked out of the building, looked at the skyline from afar, and said with a satisfied look. He glanced around, then walked slowly towards the building next door. This building stands side by side with the Skyworth building, and is even taller than the other building, with a view facing the Qiantang River. Mr. Lu Yuan just walked in. Shen Shan, who was waiting at the door of the building, came over. The two of them walked into the independent elevator one after the other and pressed the button for the highest floor, the 59th floor. Mr. Lu. Shen Nanshi was waiting outside the elevator on the top floor and had already bent down before the elevator door opened. Lu Yuan responded casually. He followed Shen Nanshi and strolled on the top floor of this top-notch office building, taking in the unreserved and superb river view. After, Mr. Lu can come over anytime. I have already arranged everything. The 3 floors above and below are all his. Shen Nanshi introduced as he walked. He led Lu Yuan to the area in the middle of the office building. This area was designed by a master. There were sofas for meetings, an area for leisure and entertainment, a drink bar, a reading area with books in different fields. There was even a place for exercise and fitness. Good. I love so much. Lu Yuan stood in front of the window, looking down at his feet and said with a smile. Later, he would use this place as a temporary base for the Pandora Management Committee. Speaking of which, the most suitable place for the Management Committee's base should be the mysterious club or round table hall described in many games or novels that can only be reached by special means. What a pity. The conditions do not allow it for now. A place like this requires at least a first level, or even a supreme level Pandora. When Lu Yuan thought of such a scene, he couldn't help but reveal anticipation on his face, but then he whispered with some regret. However, even if it is impossible to do it from a distance, it is still possible to cast a veil of mystery over the building from close up, at least to prevent it from being easily exposed to the sight of others. Mr. Lu. This is some information from social scientists. Please take a look. Shen Nanshi took out a folder and said respectfully. Liu Yuan leaned on the sofa and read carefully. Soon, one of the social science professors from Jiangsu and Zhejiang University caught his attention. Han Zhanbing, 52 years old, a member of the Zhao Academy of Social Sciences. He once wrote a survey of European countries during his undergraduate studies, and European countries have confirmed his judgment in the past 30 years. Sharp. Liu Yuan glanced through the paper and exclaimed in admiration. He wanted to know the chemical reactions caused when more and more Pandora were put into various parts of the world, so as to guide its development. In this process, he needs more top elites to serve as his think tanks and staff. Chapter 64. 4:30 in the afternoon. There were already crowds of parents waiting outside the kindergarten affiliated to Suejun Primary School. Liu Yuan. Here. Liu Yuan got off the car at the intersection with a gentle smile on her face. Just after she took 2 steps, Shen Hongru, a single mother who had put on makeup specially, saw her in the distance. Waved and shouted. Liu Yuan, thank you so much for leaving get off work early to come here. Shen Hongru changed into a new outfit, a short-sleeved white shirt and a black high-waisted skirt. She painted her lips red, and the large earrings under her earlobes swayed with her movements. Her black sunglasses covered half of her face. Even among the many young mothers outside the kindergarten, Shen Hongru was an extremely dazzling one. She trotted up to Liu Yuan and said repeatedly. Nothing. Very interesting experience. Liu Yuan shook his head. He looked at Shen Hongru, then looked at the kindergarten behind him and said gently, it feels good to experience the life of picking up children in advance. What Liu Yuan enjoys nowadays is to try out different experiences briefly. Shen Hongru responded. She lowered her head slightly and followed behind Liu Yuan, like a well-behaved little woman, which was completely different from her outfit and the aura in her gestures just now. Yuan hasn't finished school yet. It should be soon. Shen Hongru said quickly. Just as she finished her words, a cheerful bell rang from the kindergarten not far away, followed by a noisy sound of children. At this moment, Shen Hongru's eyelashes trembled slightly. She took a step forward and hooked Liu Yuan's right hand with her slightly cool fingertips. Yuan said that other people's parents would be like this. Shen Hongru whispered. Liu Yuan nodded without comment, then took the latter's hand in his palm. Soon, groups of little kids came out of the kindergarten. Not long after, an unusually clear and proud girl's voice was heard. Liu, Dad. Look. That's my dad. Isn't he handsome? I told you guys a long time ago that I have a dad, but you guys didn't believe it. Humph. He's my dad. How could he be holding hands with my mom if he wasn't my dad? Liu Yuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw Yuan's little face flushed with excitement like a butterfly. As soon as the teacher let go of her hand, she ran towards them. The chubby little girl skipped away holding Liu Yuan in one hand and Shen Hongru in the other. It was getting dark. Neon lights come on. Liu Yuan was strolling in a commercial street near the military museum. Shen Hongru followed behind him holding her daughter's hand. The little girl looked very happy as she was holding a candied horse in her hand. Liu Yuan. Thank you. Didn't you already treat me to dinner? Liu Yuan said casually, his eyes sweeping over the merchandise around him. Because of the military museum next door, the second-hand goods here tend to be wartime items. As the number of Pandoras gradually increased, although Liu Yuan could not make specific edits to Pandora's abilities, he roughly understood that each Pandora was related to its previous use. For example, Marquardt's mask was once the most perfect artificial face shape in plastic surgery hospitals. After being transformed into Pandora, it became a prop that can transform a person into another person. For example, the wizard's soul bell was once used by wizards for sacrifices. Master, how much is this? This is good stuff. Radio, you know that, right? Agent, you know that, right? The radio station that the agents used to send signals during World War II. The ruddy and wealthy old man's eyes lit up, and his loud voice rang out, spitting everywhere, and he kept praising the value of this radio station that had long been unusable. $2,000, I'll give you some meat. The old man said with reluctance on his face. Yuan squatted in front of the stall, and met the old man's eyes with his gentle eyes. Just one glance, the old man subconsciously panicked and opened his mouth to change the price. Wrap it up for me. Yuan responded. At the end of this commercial street, or more precisely, outside the commercial street, on a newspaper casually spread on the ground, he saw a pair of worn and torn black half-finger gloves. What good luck! Back to the apartment building. Yuan rejected Shen Hengru's invitation to go to her house for tea and walked into his study. Call. 2 items that meet the requirements. Yuan looked at the items on the table. One of them was a worn-out radio about 30 centimeters long, and the other was the leather glove he had encountered last. Click on the panel. Name, Yuan. Number of souls, 1, white soul. Desire points, 2,0400 points. You can only redeem 1 seed first. Yuan whispered. He did not hesitate, and soon, the Pandora seed emitting a mysterious light appeared in front of him. Meow. Just as he was about to drop the seeds into the radio, the black cat Lao Bai walked into the room, wagging his tail. He raised his round eyes and just glanced at the seeds, no longer as excited as he was at the beginning. It jumped into its owner's arms, raising its round head. You kid! It can be regarded as witnessing the birth of every Pandora. Yuan patted the cat's head and said something funny. Every time he made Pandora, this fat cat would come over. Without further hesitation, the seeds were placed into the radio station. Byte. You have received Pandora No 3-006. Please name Pandora No 3-006. 3-006. It was active during that special period. Its owner was an unknown hero who stayed until the last moment and was still doing the final secret work even on the eve of his death. Yuan read the message carefully. That old man wasn't bragging. It really is a military radio used during the war. Yuan showed surprise on his face. This Pandora is just right for the temporary base of the management committee. After thinking for a while, he said in a deep voice. Then I'll call you, the everlasting radio waves. Byte. Naming successful. 3-006 Pandora, the eternal wave. 3-006, a radio station that can send out the most secret signals. In the endless darkness, only those who can receive its signals can get the correct guidance. On the way to the secret base, it can block all prying eyes under its status. Yuan looked at the transformed prop with satisfaction and was about to make some attempts when his eyes fixed and his eyelids slightly raised. I just saw that just a second ago, the column representing the soul suddenly increased by 1 digit again. So soon? Calculating the time, we just arrived at the other side of the ocean, right? Yuan sighed. However, the soul of this foreigner arrived at the right time, and there was no need to wait for the next time. He exchanged the second seed cleanly and neatly and put it into the tattered glove. Chapter 65. It was late at night, around 11 p.m. Study. Yuan picked up the reshaped black gloves. The material looked like leather, but it felt soft and warm like a girl's skin. It's very tough. Ordinary blades and even bullets can't cut through it. Let's call you the King of Thieves' gloves. Byte. Naming successful. 3-007 Pandora, King of Thieves' gloves. In the 1990s, there was a sensational thief king in the 3 provinces of northeast Daxia. This was his favorite glove. When you put on 3-007, you will have the most flexible hands, the most agile eyes, the most exquisite steps. You will learn without a teacher and master the most terrifying Thief King's skills. From then on, you will become more and more eager, obsessed, and crazy about money. In terms of ability, this is also a Pandora with great potential. Yuan scanned the corresponding ability introduction and thought. Using this Pandora is equivalent to directly transforming into a top Thief King of the generation, and when its growth rate increases, it will go even further. Yuan looked at the gloves and had a urge to try them out. After all, even he had dreamed of becoming a dashing thief like Chu Liuxiang when he was a teenager. His fingertips slightly bent and his eyes flashed. Forget it. He still didn't want to touch gloves that had been used by others. After recording the 2 props in the black leather notebook and putting away the things, Yuan prepared to take a rest. The next day. The weather is fine. Uncle Lu. As soon as Yuan opened the door, the little carrot-head Yuan ran out from next door. She stood in front of Yuan carrying a small school bag. She tried to raise her head, her eyes sparkling, and asked expectantly, "Can you pick me up from school today?" Yuan. How many times have I told you that Uncle Lu still has to go to work? Shen Hongru hurried out, looked at Yuan with an apologetic look on her face, then bent down and gently slapped the little girl's butt. Yuan pursed her lips and just looked at Uncle Lu stubbornly. The little girl's look made people feel very distressed. "I'm sorry, Yuan." Yuan half knelt down with a gentle expression, looked at the little girl, and said, "Uncle still has to go to work, so he can't go to pick up Yuan." The little girl couldn't stop her tears from rolling down. Not long after, when Shen Hongru took her daughter away, Yuan also walked out of the apartment, looked up at the sky, and then walked towards the Skyworth building at a moderate pace. Manager Lu. As soon as I entered the office building, in the lobby, Nai Xiao, who was carrying breakfast, waved from afar, then ran over happily. "Give breakfast." Nai Xiao stretched out her hand and said lively. "Thank you, Xiao." Yuan pushed his glasses and smiled gently. After that, the two walked side by side to the elevator as usual. Nai Xiao looked a little tangled, as if she wanted to say something. She mustered up the courage to speak several times, but before she could say anything, she was interrupted by a colleague who took the initiative to greet Manager Lu in the hall. Nai Xiao secretly blamed herself for not saying anything until she got into the elevator. "What's wrong? You seem to have something you want to tell me." Suddenly, she heard Manager Lu's words. Nai Xiao raised her head and met Yuan's eyes. Her heart beat heavily several times. She felt that no matter how many times she looked into Manager Lu's eyes, it would make her heart beat. Manager Lu's eyes were gentle and calm, like the sea that embraced everything. "Manager Lu, I've been learning to cook recently, and I was wondering if Manager Lu would like the food I cook." Nai Xiao took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to say, "My cooking skills are not very good yet, so I want to start with breakfast every day. Will Director Lu want to eat?" Certainly." Yuan lowered his head and looked at the young girl in front of him. His eyes were calm without a trace of ripples, but his tone was still gentle as he said, "The dishes cooked by Xiao must be delicious." "Real? We?" Nai Xiao's cheeks suddenly turned red, and she said happily, "Manager Lu, I will bring you breakfast that I made myself tomorrow." At this time, the elevator arrived at the Human Resources Department. The girl waved her hand and ran out. Soon, the 15th floor. Yuan walked out and sat at the desk in his independent office. He picked up a book at random, leaned back in his chair and began to read carefully. At the same time, under the blue sky, Hangzhou Normal University. Preparation. Run. On the playground, the coach stood beside the track, his eyes sweeping over a row of girls in front of the starting line. He raised his voice and gave an order, and all the girls ran out. Soon, this group of women finished the 800-meter race. The girls majoring in Hyuxia language and literature gathered around a girl with a ponytail and exclaimed, "Wow! Ma Qing, you are amazing! You got full marks! I remember that you not only failed last semester, but you also vomited after running." Not only did Kingza get full marks in running, long jump, and pull UPS, but her reaction time is also very fast. Kingza is going to pursue a sports career. Ma Qing showed a proud look on her face and said a few perfunctory words. She felt that after getting the dice of the Fate Gamer, her life became more comfortable. First of all, when it comes to money, scratch tickets are her ATM. Her affluent living expenses allow her to eat whatever is expensive, and after eating, she can exercise without worrying about gaining weight. Don't panic when you see negative numbers, it just means it's time to show the results of your training. That's right. I also need to sign up for an urban parkour class. There are many moves in parkour that should be very useful. Ma Qing walked out of the playground and thought. She returned to her dorm, took a shower, and then sat at her desk, solemnly throwing the dice in front of a pile of good luck charms. He stared at the spinning 12-sided ivory dice without blinking. Soon, her rosy cheeks suddenly turned pale. I saw that on the ivory dice, the Arabic number 1 was quietly staying at the top. Broken. Broken. How can it be 1? How can it be 1? Ma Qing said in panic that this was the worst one among the unlucky ones. It was her first time to vote. The last time she voted was 2. Because she was too restrained, it could barely be considered dangerous. There was only one accident that could affect her life. I'm not going out. Even if I die, I want to die in the dormitory. Ma Qing said this subconsciously, but she soon realized that hiding in the dormitory was useless. She had tried it before, and if she had been hiding in the safe house, then when she left, her bad luck would even double. Without staying in the dormitory for too long, Ma Qing changed into a set of sportswear that did not affect his movement, put on wrist guards and a helmet, and walked out of the dormitory carefully. Chapter 66. That's weird. It's been 2 hours, and nothing has happened. There are no out-of-control electric bikes or cars, and no sudden falling objects from high altitudes. Banana peels don't appear on the ground for no reason. Hangzhou. Under the blue sky and white clouds, Ma Qing walked around the school carefully again and again. She kept her eyes and ears open, and was ready to dodge whenever a person riding an electric scooter appeared in her field of vision. Just like that, after 2 hours, the weather was still calm, and she began to walk out of the campus. First, we walked to the snack street behind the dormitory building. Boom! Suddenly there was a sound not far away. Ma Qing trembled and jumped to the side reflexively. Then she looked back and saw a stray dog that had knocked over a trash can standing frozen in place, with its head tilted and looking at the stupid human in front of it with a silly look in its eyes. Call! Ma Qing Chong breathed a sigh of relief. Wow! I say, girl, what kind of look is this? Ma Qing walked to the end of the snack street. The owner of the sports lottery shop looked at her while smoking and spoke. Nothing, nothing. Ha ha. Ma Qing subconsciously wanted to scratch his head, but he scratched his helmet instead. He put his hand down awkwardly. No more talking, I'm leaving now. The middle-aged boss, who was about 40 years old, took a puff of his cigarette, looked at the girl in the distance who looked like a frightened bird, and suddenly half-closed his eyes while puffing out white smoke. He squatted in front of the store and continued to play with his phone. At this time, someone sent a message in the group of lottery shop owners. Let me tell you something fun. Our store has really encountered a lucky fish recently. 2 times in a row, I won the prize when I bought a scratch ticket. The first time was 5,000, and the second time was 3,000. Male or female? A female. Probably a female college student. The middle-aged boss eyelids twitched. He didn't know why, but details that he would not notice on a normal day kept appearing in his mind. He held a cigarette between his lips and kept sending messages on WeChat, even chatting privately with the nearby lottery shop owners one by one. After a while, he crushed the cigarette butt hard on the ground, patted his butt and walked back into the house. He sat in front of the cash register and checked the surveillance footage of the past half-month. In the dim room, the 40-year-old middle-aged boss found Ma Qing's 2 consecutive scratch-off tickets in their store and stroked his stubble-covered chin. That's not right. What a weird reaction. It's like he feels he deserves to win the prize in advance. The middle-aged boss stood up, closed the shop door, and rode an electric scooter to the security department of Hangzhou Normal University. One of his good brothers was a small leader in the security department. At this moment, it was not even the middle-aged boss who took the initiative to collect evidence, but various coincidences about Ma Qing appeared in front of him one by one. Call. What is going on? Ma Qing mustered up her courage and walked to the shopping mall near the school. She sat on a bench beside the square. She blinked her eyes and looked into the distance at the blue sky with tall buildings. Give me a quick death. Desire score plus 100. Desire score plus 100. Desire score plus 100. The other side. In the office, when Yuan, who was issuing tasks to his subordinates, saw that the source of desire was the older girl, a hint of surprise flashed in his gentle eyes. You know, this greedy girl provides Pandora with the least desire points among all the hosts. When you occasionally peek at her, she is either eating a big meal or doing various trainings like she is escaping from the apocalypse. All right. That's all I have to say. Yuan looked at his subordinates and said with a faint smile. After that, he returned to his office, clicked on Pandora's contact, and soon understood. A1. Normally, this point represents a narrow chance of death. As for the greedy girl, she only dares to use the scratch-off lottery when she is lucky, so her luck is not much stacked. The probability of death may be a little smaller. Yuan thought about it and stopped paying attention to her. He finished his work and soon after, he picked up a suitcase and walked out of the office. The building next door. The 59th floor. Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu. Shen Nanqi waited in front of the elevator and bent down as the elevator door opened. Beside him, Lu Yang, an ordinary young man who had returned to his original appearance, also spoke respectfully. Yuan smiled and nodded casually. Then, he handed the box in his hand to Shen Nanqi. Put this in the rest area first. Lu Yang. How are you feeling lately? Looking at the young man on the other side, he asked. After the last meeting, Lu Yang was receiving training arranged by Shen Nanqi. Regarding Yuan's positioning of the latter, he was temporarily a field staff. Thanks to you, sir, everything went well. Lu Yang lowered his head. That's good. Wait a minute. I need you to run an errand for me. Yuan continued. After saying this, he walked to the central area of the entire floor. Next to the floor-to-ceiling glass that was more than 50 meters long, Yuan sat comfortably on the sofa and opened the box he brought. The old radio is 50 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide. Next to the radio are 15 pens, one by one. These pens and the stationery next to them were all bought to match the radio. The fountain pen has no brand and its shape is similar to the old Hero 329. Take these 2 pens first. Yuan took out 2 of the pens and handed them over. Yes. Shen Nanqi and Lu Yang took it with both hands and carefully observed the pen. At this time, Yuan pressed the buttons on the radio several times. Mysterious invisible ripples quietly spread in all directions. The 2 raised their heads, looked at each other, and then looked out the windows. Then, they noticed something was wrong. The city was still visible outside the window, but the original scenery that could locate the building had disappeared. In the lobby, the decoration layout had not changed, but the details that could be inferred from the furniture and items were gone. This Pandora is called the Eternal Wave. From now on, you can only enter the third-floor office building if you bring that pen with you. Yuan said gently. Theoretically, the Pandora on Shen Nanshi and Lu Yang has a higher growth rate than this one, but with the influence of the ring on Yuan, the never-fading radio waves, and the indirect status, even in the future when Pandora develops to its peak, it can still block 99% of the prying eyes. Without paying attention to what the two were thinking, Yuan took out the letter paper from the box, picked up another pen, and slowly wrote in a calm and upright handwriting. It was enclosed in a letter. This is an invitation. Lu Yang. Please send it to Professor Han Zhanbing of Jiangsu and Zhejiang University for me. Yuan handed the envelope to Lu Yang and said with a smile. The ability of this Pandora radio station is equivalent to using this 3-story office building as a base for agents. Only those who carry a special token, that is, a pen, are assumed to be insiders and can enter directly without an invitation. Otherwise, only those who have the corresponding contact code can be verified and receive the mysterious radio waves sent by the radio station. This invitation letter is equivalent to a secret code. Yes. Lu Yang's eyes fixed and he said in a deep voice. Chapter 67. The day passed in a flash and it was completely dark. Evening, 7 o'clock. Old Zhang. Why haven't you left yet? In Hangzhou, at the Jinggang campus of Jiangsu and Zhejiang University, Professor Han Zhanbing was thinking about something when the sudden knock on the door and the sound of voices startled him. Following the voice, I saw another old professor from the sociology department. Call. No. Nothing. I still have some materials to read. Han Zhanbing held down an envelope on his left hand and spoke calmly. Okay, I'll be leaving first then. The old professor waved his hand and walked leisurely into the school in the night. Who is that person? Professor Han Zhanbing, 52, whispered, recalling the scene that appeared in front of him not long ago. At first, she walked in as his wife, saying that a gentleman had sent him an invitation and asked him to come. He chatted with his wife for a few more words and soon noticed something wrong. It was at this moment that the wife laughed out loud, and the next second, she turned into another person in front of her. The latter once again emphasized the invitation letter and then left the office. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone suddenly rang. Han Zhanbing took a look and saw that it was his wife calling. He paused slightly, but still answered the call. Han Zhanbing tested it 3 times without leaving any trace on the phone, then heaved a sigh of relief and spoke in a gentler tone. I'll be back a little later. I have things to do at school. Don't wait for me. Okay, you should rest early. After a while, hang up the phone. Han Zhanbing stood up, put on his coat, picked up his briefcase, put the envelope in his arms, and hurried out of the office. It's an invitation. You asked me to come, but you told me the address. Han Zhanbing was sitting in the car. He held the steering wheel with both hands, his eyes flickering. After hesitating for several times, he took the envelope again, took out the letter, carefully scanned the short text, and muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, something incredible happened. The letter in his hand cracked inch by inch in his eyes, and then disappeared in the car. Zi. The car's radio was turned on spontaneously. Professor Han Zhanbing's breathing suddenly became rapid. He turned his head left and right in the car to look for something, and then looked at the car radio that had been turned on inexplicably. Reach out and twist. Unknown frequency, unknown band. Password connection successful. Hello. This is the Pandora Management Committee. I will lead you from now on. A female voice with a somewhat stiff tone sounded. Professor Han Zhanbing opened his eyes wide, his scalp suddenly tingled, and his always gentle and elegant expression disappeared. Before he could think about it, the cold voice of the broadcast sounded, and he gripped the steering wheel with both hands and stepped on the accelerator. When he followed the instructions and drove out of the school and turned to another intersection, he looked strange. He should be familiar with the buildings and urban planning around the road network outside the school, but at this moment, when he looked outside, although this was still Hangzhou, it was obviously another neighborhood far away from Jiangsu and Zhejiang University. Han Zhanbing continued driving, and the street scene in front of him jumped to another intersection in his memory. He drove into a building garage. Call. Where the hell is this? Han Zhanbing took a deep breath, closed the car door, and looked around, trying to see as much as possible. In his eyes, this was clearly an ordinary building garage, but when his eyes specifically scanned the license plate and the car, the answer he judged from this information was obviously contrary to logic. Walk into the elevator. Press the 35th floor. Bite. The elevator door slowly opened. Professor Han. Outside the door, the ordinary-looking young man looked at Han Zhanbing and said with a smile, "We meet again. The sir is waiting for you." Liu Yang said again. Han Zhanbing glanced at the young man. He was sure that he had never seen this young man before, but the other party said that they met again. He recalled the existence of the invitation letter handed to him, but this face was probably not his original appearance. "Please." Liu Yang made a gesture of invitation, and then he walked ahead. After Shen Nanqi's teaching, his gestures became more and more elegant. Han Zhanbing followed Liu Yang and walked inside. After a while, a man who was reading quietly by the floor-to-ceiling window in the distance appeared in his sight. When that man appeared, Professor Han Zhanbing keenly noticed that the young man in front of him subconsciously slowed down his footsteps, and many details of his movements showed awe. "Gentlemen." Liu Yang bent down and said respectfully. Liu Yuan put down the book, glanced at Liu Yang casually, and waved his hand to let him leave. Then, he looked at Professor Han Zhanbing with a smile. "Professor Han. I have heard of you for a long time. Please take a seat." Professor Han Zhanbing, a 52-year-old, gentle professor, noticed that the book Mr. Liu had just read was one he had published. It was a further extension of his undergraduate thesis when he was a lecturer at Jiangsu and Zhejiang University, and it was an in-depth analysis of social issues in European countries. He withdrew his gaze and sat on the sofa next to the man. "I like Professor Han's book very much," Liu Yuan said with a smile. At this time, another old man walked in, greeted Sir, and poured a cup of tea for each of Liu Yuan and Professor Han Zhanbing. Professor Han seems to have a lot of questions. Liu Yuan looked at Han Zhanbing and continued. "What's your name, sir?" Han Zhanbing was a smart man. He knew that in a situation like this where his fate was completely under his control, there was no need to beat around the bush, so he asked first. "My last name is Liu. You can call me Mr. Liu." Liu Yuan took a sip of tea, leaned against the sofa, crossed his legs naturally, and responded with a smile. Han Zhanbing's eyes narrowed. Everything he saw tonight was constantly breaking the worldview he had built up over the past 50 years. He continued to ask, "What on earth is going on? What is the Pandora Management Committee? I will tell you all about it," Liu Yuan said gently. In the spacious and bright room on the 59th floor of the building, Liu Yuan raised a finger and said, "The first question is, what is going on here?" Not long ago, items with incredible abilities began to appear one after another in this world. We call it Pandora. Pandora. Han Zhanbing whispered. He quickly guessed that the existence that could constantly change into another person might be through a Pandora. Second question. This has something to do with my rash invitation to Professor Han. Liu Yuan stood up and walked to the French window. Facing the night sky and the moon outside the window, he admired them for a while, then turned to look at Han Zhanbing with a bright smile. "I want to discuss a new topic with Professor Han. When a large number of Pandoras appear in this world, where will the future world, order, and civilization go? Chapter 68. It's a huge subject. It's just that it's difficult to make an accurate judgment with the current information. In the night, the 59th floor of the building will be the base of the Pandora Management Committee for some time to come. Professor Han Zhanbing frowned and said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell silent. This was digging a hole for himself. The more information he knew in such a situation, the further he would be dragged into the abyss. What else does Professor Han want to know? Yuan said with a smile. He was not afraid of the news leaking, or rather, it was not that easy to tell it. Do I have the right to refuse? Certainly. What I respect most is people like Professor Han who are knowledgeable and learned. But, Professor Han, a top elite who studies human sociology, isn't he curious about the greatest social change that is about to happen in the world since the beginning of civilization? Yuan walked up to Han Zhanbing and said in a heavier tone. This last sentence accurately revealed and hit the mark of Han Zhanbing's desire. His eyelids twitched, and his mind was truly aroused. For any top expert in the sociology department, being able to personally observe and study this grand social change that Yuan mentioned would cause a shudder from the depths of the soul. Professor Han. Welcome to Pandora's Governing Council. Yuan met Professor Han Zhanbing's gaze and understood the answer hidden in the latter's heart. The smile on his face became brighter. He opened his arms and said with a smile. The Pandora Management Committee was established to guide Pandora into all aspects of the world. It will be divided into 2 circles. The first circle will be centered around elite Pandora users, from which 12 Supreme Masters will be selected. The second circle will be centered around non-Pandora users, who will be the top elites in various fields and high IQ geniuses in the world. Among them, this second circle will directly serve Yuan, which is equivalent to being a member of Yuan's staff. The night is getting darker. The other side. In the chairman's office at the headquarters of a trillion-dollar giant in Hangzhou, Ma Tianyun carefully looked at the message handed to him. With his status and position, he has long been able to not show his joy or anger on his face. Even if it is a large project that can affect the cash flow of hundreds of billions or trillions of dollars, he will at most pay more attention to it. But this time, there was a hint of excitement on Ma Tianyun's face. Are you sure? I have asked someone to verify it carefully based on the report. At the desk, the man in a black suit said in a deep voice. Has the owner of the lottery station been brought under control? Ma Tianyun put away his emotions and continued to ask. Please rest assured, Mr. Ma. Ma Tianyun's eyes flickered, and he tapped the table with his fingers. After carefully reviewing everything, he said in a deep voice, before this is over, stabilize him first. As for when it's over. Ma Tianyun only said half of his words when the man in front of him bowed slightly to show that he understood. Things must be done cleanly. Such a greedy person would always be a disaster if left outside. Bring this Ma Qing to me. He emphasized, I will wait for you here tonight. Clear. The middle-aged man bowed his head and responded respectfully. After that, he stood up and walked out of the office quickly. Ma Tianyun, who looks different from ordinary people and has personally created a business empire, stared at the closed door. After a while, he leaned back, and the black leather chair under him turned, and he looked at the night behind him. After receiving Chen Guanrong's email, Ma Tianyun conducted an investigation. He found that there was a lot of water involved, and it was certain that the authorities had already noticed the mysterious existence. This did not stop Ma Tianyun from pursuing that mysterious power. Time passes by every second. Night. 22:30. Call. Maybe it's all right now. Is it possible that revealing the number 1 won't actually cause any danger? Ma Qing was sitting on a bench in the school. Not far in front of him was the school's famous Lover's Hill. Although it was already this late, there were still many young couples cuddling in every corner of the Lover's Hill. Ma Qing held her chin with both hands, and her heartstrings, which had been tense all day, relaxed a little. She whispered hopefully. "Let's go. The dormitory door is about to be locked." "Stand up." Patted the butt. Ma Qing was still wearing a helmet on his head and wrist guards on his elbows and knees, which attracted some people's attention whenever he walked along the way. "Bedroom. How about just forget it? What if Qing Qing and the others get involved again?" Ma Qing walked to the front of the dormitory building, paused, and a scene of a fire emerged in his mind. After hesitating for a moment, he turned and walked towards the Garbage Street. There is a fairly good chain hotel near Garbage Street. Just deal with it for one night. I have money anyway. In the darkness of night, Ma Qing Gang walked into Garbage Street when a figure in the distance behind him reported something. At the same time, cars scattered in different areas of the school started to move. Black sedans, white vans, and bid-online ride-hailing cars. Ma Qing was walking on the road of Garbage Street. This point, Garbage Street is already very deserted, most of the shops are preparing to close, and there are only 2 small kebab and squid stalls on the roadside. Some students were rushing to buy some last-minute snacks before lights went out. The 2 cars blocked the students' sight. At the same time, the white van stopped next to Ma Qing. In the other direction, the man in black who had been following behind him ran up and covered Ma Qing's mouth neatly. The car door opened. He dragged the girl into the car. This series of actions was as smooth as flowing water, without a single pause. In less than a minute, the car drove away smoothly. Garbage Street still maintained its original silence. "Big head. Let's go." "What are you looking at?" "Nothing, nothing. I must have seen it wrong." In front of the stall, the boy who was holding 3 strings of squid tentacles looked towards the road not far away. His expression was shaky. He vaguely remembered that a pretty but strange girl seemed to have walked by. How could she disappear in the blink of an eye? Inside the white van, Ma Qing's mouth was sealed immediately and her arms were tied behind her back. She made a whimpering sound and looked at the man in the car with wide eyes in horror. At this moment, she understood that this must be the disaster brought about by the number 1, and if nothing unexpected happened, she would most likely lose her life. Ding-ling-ling. "Hello. I understand. Send her to the safe house. I'll be there soon." In the office, Ma Tianyun answered the phone immediately. After hearing the news, a look of joy appeared on his face and he quickly said, "Besides, after the handover is completed, all personnel involved in the operation will leave Zhao State via the Qiantang River. The boat has been arranged." He immediately reminded again. In such matters, no matter how cautious you are, it is never too much. Chapter 69. Desire score plus 100. Desire score plus 100. Building, 59 floors. After Han Zhanbing accepted the invitation, Liu Yuan did not hesitate to tell the latter about the experiences of Huang Wenbin, Yang Yushan, and others. Everyone's reaction is very representative. Anger, greedy, lust. Each of these emotions will burst out after gaining power. Han Zhanbing's black and white eyes flashed with excitement, and he said slowly. After obtaining further information, he began to deduce different possibilities for Liu Yuan from various aspects such as politics, economy, military, society, etc. Liu Yuan also listened very carefully. At this time, his eyes suddenly focused, noticing the crazy pop-up messages in front of him, and followed Pandora's connection to look into the distance. When he saw the female college student Ma Qing being stuffed into a white van, a faint smile appeared on his face. "Professor Han." Han Zhanbing naturally stopped talking when he noticed that Mr. Liu seemed to be thinking about something. Liu Yuan met the latter's gaze and said gently, "What do you think will be the reaction of the original upper class of this society when they discover Pandora?" Upper class. Han Zhanbing thought for a moment and said, in your message just now, there has been an official response. So, the upper class you mentioned this time, I think you are referring to the aristocratic families, wealthy businessmen, and wealthy families outside the official circles, these original rentiers. That's right. Yuan smiled and nodded, looking at the latter with a testing gaze. The emergence of Pandora first impacted these original rentiers. They occupied the top layer of resources and were also noticed by more people. So, when the wealthy merchants learned of Pandora's existence, fear was their first reaction, followed by greed. They would soon regard Pandora as a new means of production, or even as the embodiment of power. Possessing a powerful Pandora meant possessing higher power. They will start to frantically obtain all the information about Pandora and snatch it at all costs. Han Zhanbing said in a deep voice. In the night, the group led by Ma Qing changed to another car and drove out of the main urban area and entered a 3-story self-built house near the river in the suburbs. The 3 men got out of the car first. One of them dragged Ma Qing into the house and took the elevator out from the 3rd underground floor. The man with a scar on his little finger at the corner of his eye had a cold look in his eyes, without a trace of sympathy for the woman. He roughly tied Ma Qing's hands and feet to a chair. He opened his 5 fingers and suddenly grabbed Ma Qing's hair, lifting up the hair roots and scalp at once. I'll rip the tape off your mouth in a minute. Let me remind you first, don't cry or shout. I hate noise the most. The middle-aged man's voice was low and hoarse. He stared straight into Ma Qing's frightened eyes and said. Ma Qing's body was shaking. After hearing this, he kept nodding his head, and there was a pain in his cheek as the tape was torn off. Ma Qing pursed his lips tightly and dared not make a sound, only 2 lines of tears kept flowing down. Even now, she didn't know why these criminals were looking for her. Along the way, her mind was full of random thoughts. At first, she thought that she would be RD, but later, she thought that if it was just a simple R, there shouldn't be such a scene. After thinking about it, she felt that the other party's purpose was most likely the dice of the fate gamer. Someone will come to question you in a moment. The middle-aged man said again, and then he walked out of the room and locked the door again. Brother Feng! Brother Feng! As soon as the middle-aged man walked upstairs, 2 subordinates came up to him and shouted one after another. Shitu and the others have already left by boat. Let's wait until this is over and then take the boat tomorrow morning. The man called Brother Feng said in a deep voice. Brother Feng! She's just a woman, is there a need for such a big fuss? The younger man didn't want to run away, let alone run to Southeast Asia. He said quickly, besides, we didn't leave any trace along the way. Bang! Before he finished speaking, the middle-aged man slapped him hard with a cold face. The next second, he took out a pistol from somewhere and put it against the young man's forehead. He loaded the gun in front of him and said, don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. If you hear me say it again, don't blame me for being cruel. Although he didn't know much about this incident, he clearly smelled something different. The owner behind it was in a state of panic and didn't dare to leave any trace of surprise. Brother Feng, Dazi is ignorant. I apologize to you on his behalf. Didn't this kid just find a girlfriend? I guess he is a little reluctant to let her go. Another man quickly came over to stop them. Time passes by every second. 20 minutes later. In the darkness of night, a black car hurriedly drove into a self-built house next door, and Ma Tianyun, the well-known helmsman of a trillion-dollar aircraft carrier in Hangzhou's business circle, walked into the building. He sat on the sofa in the safe house and looked at the screen in the room. In the center of the screen was the young female college student Ma Qing. What is the reason? Ma Tianyun whispered with a look of desire on his face. To this day, given his status and position, there are not many things in this world that can make him desire so much. Let's get started, he said in a deep voice. The bodyguard beside him responded and stepped aside. Ma Tianyun pressed the button in front of him, paused for a moment, and said, "Ma Qing." In the room on the third underground floor, the voice after the change was heard, and Ma Qing raised his head suddenly. "Can you tell me? What happened to you? What happened to you one day half a month ago?" Ma Tianyun continued. He tried hard to control his tone, which was about to tremble with excitement. At his side was the information obtained from the investigation, about every scratch-off lottery ticket that Ma Qingzhong had played, about the series of training that the latter had done, and the unfortunate events that Ma Qingzhong had encountered as witnessed by relevant personnel. Call. 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 Ma Qing was extremely frightened and uneasy. Her body was shaking like a sieve and she was breathing rapidly. I got something." Ma Qing swallowed and said. "Thing." Ma Tianyun raised his voice and stood up from the sofa. In fact, he didn't know the existence of Pandora. What he could be sure of was the emergence of a supernatural power. And this answer at this moment obviously made him even more ecstatic. The thing was good, which meant that the supernatural power could be controlled by him. Right. Ma Qing nodded. She paused, raised her head, looked forward, pursed her lips and said again, "I can give you the things, but I want to live." "Certainly. I will even give you a huge fortune so that you can enjoy a life of luxury for the rest of your life." Ma Tianyun said immediately. Then, he couldn't wait to ask again, "What is it?" "Leave it to me." Chapter 70. Sir, what you mean is that right now, somewhere, rentiers are plundering Pandora. Building, 59 floors. Outside the window. The bright moonlight poured down on the two people sitting in front of the sofa like flowing water. Professor Han Zhanbing paused, looked at Lu Yuan and asked. Lu Yuan picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said with a smile, "That is a Pandora that can affect a person's fortune. The one who has his eyes on it is a business tycoon. Has he succeeded yet?" Han Zhanbing asked immediately. From the partial information he got tonight, he could guess that Pandora might have been born in Hangzhou. Under this premise, the business giants Mr. Lu mentioned could be counted on one hand. If there are no accidents, it should be successful. Lu Yuan responded. Accident. Professor Han Zhanbing noticed this word keenly. He thought of the Pandora that the professor mentioned. The word fortune itself represents uncertainty. In the darkness of night, in two self-built houses in the suburbs of Hangzhou, Ma Tianyun stared at the surveillance screen. He controlled his breathing and kept using words to soothe Ma Qing's mind. There is a huge disparity in status between the two. Ma Tianyun is an old fox, and even though Ma Qing has obtained Pandora, she has not been there for long and is not very worldly wise. In essence, she is still a naive female college student. Every emotion that she thought she had hidden was observed by Ma Tianyun. After a while, Ma Qing's eyelashes trembled slightly and she said. I'll give it to you. But you have to let go of my hand first. Ma Tianyun paused slightly, then agreed. In the surveillance video, a middle-aged man with a thumb-sized scar on the corner of his eye pushed the door open and walked in. He reached out to his leg and grabbed a military dagger with his backhand. With a wave of his hand, the rope that bound the girl's hands broke, and the man walked out without saying a word. Where's the stuff? Ma Tianyun leaned forward and spoke more emphatically. Call. Ma Qing took a deep breath, looked at the red marks on her fair wrist, pursed her lips, and reached her hand to her neck. When she raised her head, she revealed a mysterious dice worn around her neck. Ma Tianyun stared at it without blinking. Take the dice off. The pain from her wrist made Ma Qing's right hand tremble, and her fair palm loosened. Ma Qing noticed the dice falling to the ground, and her pupil shrank, as if she thought of something. The dice fall freely in the air and flip over. It rolls on the ground. Soon. Band on the ground. Ma Qing looked at the dice, his expression paused, and a hint of surprise flashed across his pitiful face, but soon this look disappeared. Gentlemen. Did anything unexpected happen? Building, 59th floor, Yuan looked into the distance, his expression paused, a slight smile appeared on his gentle face. Professor Han Zhanbing, whose eyes were always on the former, asked. This is where things get interesting. Yuan said with a smile. When the 12-sided ivory dice came to a standstill. In the night. A patrol boat on the Qiantang River suddenly turned on a huge searchlight, and the bright and dazzling beam of light illuminated an area of the river as bright as day. 57,700, stop the ship for inspection. 57,700, stop the ship for inspection. Routine inspection. On the river, in the cabin of the transport ship, an alarm sounded. Damn it! Why is there a patrol boat at this point? Brother Jun, what should we do? In the cabin, the faces of 5 men of different ages suddenly turned ugly. They glanced at the patrol boat outside the window through the glass and said anxiously. There was no way these 5 people should be on this ship. They wanted to pretend to be crew members, but there was a problem with the number of people. The old policeman would be alerted if they just took a glance at them. Don't be impatient. Brother Jun took a puff of his cigarette and said calmly. He stood by the window, watching the water police patrol boat slowly approaching the cargo ship. When the 2 ships got close, 5 or 6 water police officers jumped onto the boat with 2 police dogs. Depend on. We even encountered a FG horse dog. This is not the standard equipment of the water police. Another man in the crowd cursed. The captain of the cargo ship had a kind smile on his face. He first offered a cigarette, but when no one accepted it, he asked a few questions. Noticing that the marine police had to check the cargo, his eyes flickered. When the captain walked to the side, he approached and stuffed a stack of money inconspicuously. As soon as he made this move, the middle-aged policeman's face changed instantly. In the cabin, Jun Ji saw this scene, his expression remained unchanged, he just continued smoking. In the dim light, sparks were ignited little by little. He glanced at the 4 brothers beside him. Brother Jun. They're coming. Brother Jun threw the cigarette butt on the ground, stepped on it with his foot, and at the same time, he reached into his arms. His eyes were calm without a trace of emotion. Raise the gun. Puff. 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 The silenced pistol fired 4 times in succession. Before they could react, the men with disbelief in their eyes fell to the ground one after another, and their blood stained the ground red. Brother Jun glanced at the 4 people, turned around and ran to the back of the cabin, and dived into the river in the corner. Timely. 2 Malinois ran towards the cabin, barking wildly. The flashlight in the hands of the marine police shone far away, followed by a series of footsteps. Soon, 4 bodies appeared in front of everyone. Quick! Quick! There is still 1 survivor here. On the other side, in a self-built house in the suburbs of Hangzhou, Ma Tianyun's eyes were trembling when he looked at the 12-sided dice in front of him. This moment, the expression on his face was extremely complicated, madness, greed, and excitement. In his eyes, this dice was emitting a mysterious and brilliant light. Gentlemen. There were hurried footsteps outside the door. The man in the black suit walked up to Ma Tianyun, bent over and said, something happened. Ma Tianyun's expression changed, and he held the dice tightly. He stood up and walked out without any hesitation, and at the same time, he spoke indifferently. Get it clean. Yes. The black sedan drove into the night quietly. In another house, a man called Brother Feng received the order. His black and white eyes flickered slightly. He raised his gun and dealt with the subordinates who followed him one after another. Then, walked into the safe house on the 3rd underground floor. What are you going to do? Say that you'll let me live. You promised to let me live. Ma Qing opened her eyes wide and looked at the man who was approaching her with fear. Tears kept rolling down her face and she shouted in despair. Her body was still tied to the chair and she could only struggle and twist wildly. The man with a pinky finger long scar on the corner of his eye stopped. He raised his gun. The black muzzle of the gun was pointed directly at Ma Qing's forehead. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The air seemed to pause at this moment. But after a few seconds, nothing happened. The man continued to shoot. The second time. The third time. The fourth time. 9 times in a row, the pistol jammed after the trigger was pulled. The indifferent middle-aged man's expression finally changed, and astonishment appeared in his eyes. Chapter 71. Mr. Lu. Did Pandora get taken away just like that? Building. Yuan described the scene happening in the distance slowly and with a smile. At this time, Professor Han Zhanbing asked. Of course it's not that simple. Yuan shook his head. Pandora has a mechanism for recognizing its owner. It can only recognize a new owner after the previous owner dies. And if the previous owner is still alive, the successor who rashly seizes Pandora will gradually be affected by its negative effects. Killed. Can you take Pandora? Han Zhanbing asked immediately. There is a screening here as well. Yuan pushed up his glasses, looked at the professor in front of him, and said gently, if the successor who took this Pandora meets the selection when the previous owner died, he can become its new owner. Otherwise, Pandora will disappear at the spot and then appear around the owner who may meet the requirements. So that's how it is. Han Zhanbing nodded. He raised his head and looked at the mysterious man in front of him. His thoughts kept turning. He was sure that the information he had easily obtained from him tonight must have required official investigators and bigwigs at the top of the pyramid to invest a lot of resources, or even spend a huge price to explore. Why does the other party know all this so well? Just thinking about it carefully, Han Zhanbing felt a thrill as if he was looking up at the starry sky and the universe. All right. Let's stop here today. Thank you for your hard work, Professor Han. Yuan said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened a box in front of him, took out a pen numbered 4 and handed it to the latter, saying, by the way, Professor Han, this pen is for you. From now on, you can come here anytime, whether to rest or study. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Han Zhanbing took the pen with both hands and said seriously, he already knew that without guidance, he wouldn't even know the direction of this building. He naturally realized that Mr. Lu wanted to see him off, so he didn't stay any longer. He stood up, bowed, said something, and turned to leave. Not far outside the hall, an ordinary-looking young man was standing. When he approached, he bent down from a distance and made a gesture of invitation. Not long. Han Zhanbing drove his black Lexus and disappeared into the night. Call. It's out. Hangzhou, the main road near Woolen Square. At the traffic light. Professor Han Zhanbing held the steering wheel tightly with both hands. He opened his eyes wide and looked carefully at the tall buildings in front of him. After confirming that several streets were connected, he breathed a sigh of relief. He seemed to remember something, and quickly found his phone, opened the car's location software, and slid his fingertips across the screen. After a moment, he sighed, sure enough. There's not even a flaw. It all seems like a dream. The software showed that he had been circling the same area for the past few hours. This world. Such a magical thing actually appeared. Han Zhanbing looked at the night outside the windshield and whispered. Just at this moment. The screen of the phone he was still holding lit up. In a chat group within the school, a well-informed old employee sent a message. Oh my goodness, a friend of mine from the Marine Police Department told me that tonight, we encountered a cargo ship while patrolling the Qiantang River. On the ship, a criminal shot and killed 4 of his companions and then jumped into the water to escape. Han Zhanbing didn't care much at first, but after a moment, his eyes suddenly focused, and he remembered the scene where Mr. Lu spoke with a smile and a gentle tone. "Is this the top rich man's robbing of Pandora's host?" he whispered. "Such an incident must not leave any trace. How could a wealthy man who can reach that position be a soft-hearted person?" Han Zhanbing noticed the shadow of a police car in the rearview mirror. He calmed himself down and stepped on the accelerator. It's late at night. 23:45. Self-built house in the suburbs of Hangzhou. The man with a scar on his little finger at the corner of his eye still kept the gun in hand. He was silent for a moment and then brought the gun back in front of him. With a clap of his hands, he removed the magazine and other parts of the pistol. After confirming that there was no problem with the pistol, the man stood in front of Ma Qing. "Since there is no problem with the gun, so what on earth would cause the system to get stuck 9 times in a row?" The man didn't know about Pandora's existence, so everything in front of him was extremely shocking to him who had faith. He looked at Ma Qing without saying a word, and ignored the latter's wailing and despair. After a moment, he put the gun back at his waist, turned around, walked out of the room, and walked in again, holding a large oil barrel in his hand, poured oil around Ma Qing, and then poured it all the way out of the room. The man stood in front of the self-built house, lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and saw the flickering spark in front of the cigarette butt light up in the night. "Call." He bulged his eyes and flicked the cigarette away, and while the cigarette was still tumbling in the air, the man turned and walked into the night. Boom! A raging flame exploded in an instant. "Boss Ma! You're back!" Hangzhou, luxurious villa. Ma Tianyun's car drove smoothly into the garage. The middle-aged butler was waiting there and bowed. Ma Tianyun nodded. He pretended to walk into the house, but after taking 2 steps, he turned around and said, "Go and rest first, don't worry about me." "Yes." The butler responded. Ma Tianyun walked straight through the living room and went towards the huge spiral staircase in the house. Just as he raised his foot to step onto the stairs, he suddenly stepped on empty air. His whole body leaned forward, and with a thud, he fell heavily on the stairs. His nose hit the step hard, and blood flowed out uncontrollably. Hiss! The sudden pain made the giant who controlled $1 trillion group gasp. "Mr. Ma, are you okay?" The butler who was about to leave came over in a hurry. He helped Ma Tianyun up and was about to help him towards the sofa. Unexpectedly, as soon as Ma took a step, his left foot tripped over his right foot, and he fell again, even dragging the butler with him. Both of them fell heavily to the ground. The back of Ma Tianyun's head hit the handrail heavily. "I felt dizzy for a while." "Mr. Ma, are you okay?" The middle-aged housekeeper stood up, his face full of panic. He looked at Ma Tianyun and said, "I have to take you to see a doctor." Just this one sentence. "Need not." Ma Tianyun's eyes fixed, and he said in a deep voice, "I'm fine." "Then let me give you some medicine first," the middle-aged butler said hurriedly. Chapter 72. The room was a mess, with notes stuck everywhere on the walls, cabinets, and refrigerator panels. On the note, there are lines of text. Huang Wenbin, March 10, Pandora who can transform into someone else. Skyworth Building, staff. March 11, the victim's blood was drained. Yang Yushan, Pandora's appearance is unknown, and she can summon the souls of the dead. College student, part-time job at a cinema or bar. Clown whistle, can control stray animals, can enter the perspective of stray animals. Bite. 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 It's late at night. In the dimly lit room, Ma Anbang was lying on the sofa. He didn't take off his clothes or shoes, and he just stood there with one foot crossed with the other. Head resting on right hand. His left hand, hanging by his side, was playing with a metal lighter from time to time. "He can't sleep. I simply didn't sleep," and my mind was replaying the details of what happened to Huang Wenbin frame by frame, like a movie. Ma Anbang opened his hands toward the ceiling. I'll definitely catch you. After Yang Yushan's death, all the follow-up matters have not been dealt with to this day. The chain reaction on the official level in Hangzhou has nothing to do with him. Ma Anbang's main focus is on the investigation surrounding Yang Yushan. Regarding the questioning of Chen shooting. Regarding the interrogation of Yang Yushan's classmates and colleagues. University campuses, workplaces, as long as they still exist, all video surveillance has been extracted and stored by the Pandora investigation team. Regardless of the cost, a large number of people use the most stupid methods to advance. The person codenamed S is in this city. Ma Anbang said to himself. He closed his eyes, and a mysterious shadow appeared in the darkness before his eyes. He tried to outline the other person's appearance with his current consciousness. Arrogant. This is the first keyword that Ma Anbang extracted. In the hand-in-hand investigation, every time they touched upon each other's traces, what awaited them was a blank. The surveillance before and after was blank, and the corresponding personnel's memory was blank. This shows that the forbidden existence has never actively hidden the traces of its existence. But even so, people like us cannot touch him. Blank. Ma Anbang did not feel frustrated at all. Instead, he was even more eager to try. That's a clue too. Boom boom boom. At this time, there was a sudden knock on the door. Ma Anbang stood up and quickly opened the door. Team leader Ma. Something happened. The young subordinate said in a deep voice. Team leader Ma. 25 minutes ago, a murder occurred on a cargo ship in the Qiantang River. 3 people died on the spot and 1 is still being rescued. 15 minutes ago, 2 self-built buildings in the suburbs of Hangzhou exploded, and firefighters saw this scene when they arrived at one of the self-built houses. Pandora Special Investigation Team, Command Room. After Ma Anbang walked in quickly, his assistant Zhao Zioxiu stood next to the huge screen and reported in a deep voice. She reached out and pressed the remote. Just see. The blazing flames illuminated the dark night with a bright red glow. In the flames that even the firefighters did not dare to enter, suddenly a girl walked out surrounded by flames like a goddess. The terrifying flames accompanied her but did not hurt her at all. The red flames outlined her young face. In the video, every firefighter present was shocked. Another Pandora. Ma Anbang stared at the screen and said in a deep voice. Team leader Ma. This girl's name is Ma Qing. She is on her way here. She is from Sichuan. She is 20 years old and is a student majoring in Huxia language and literature at Hangzhou Normal University. Assistant Zhao Zioxiu reported the information she had learned in a concise manner. Has he been kidnapped? Ma Anbang raised his eyelids slightly, and his eyes changed in an instant. He looked at his subordinates on the other side and ordered in a deep voice, the investigation is proceeding normally. But at the same time, have someone keep a close eye on the 4 major families and the people on the list. I don't care how much power they have. I'll take the pressure. Ma Anbang stood straight, like a sharp spear, a warrior who was not afraid of anything. He raised his voice and it echoed throughout the command room. His insight was still sharp and incisive. He skipped the most time-consuming procedural investigation and focused his attention on the powerful, accurate, and point directly to the vital point. Yes. The subordinate responded and hurried to the side. Time passes by every second. The next day. Saturday, rest. Manager Lu, there are so many people. Luckily I bought the ticket early, otherwise I would definitely not have been able to see it. In Hangzhou, a long line formed outside the art museum of Zhao Academy of Fine Arts. Nai Xiao was wearing a clean white dress and had 2 long pigtails that hung cutely in front of her. She was wearing white socks and round-toed black leather shoes. She stood on tiptoe and looked forward. She said happily to Lu Yuan behind her, Manager Lu likes old things so much. He must like this exhibition too. I saw on the official website that it was an exhibition held in France by one of the top private collectors. Nai Xiao introduced. Thank you, Xiao. Yuan said gently. His simple words made the little girl's eyes bend into crescents with joy. Not long. The two followed the crowd into the exhibition hall. This exhibition hall is divided into two categories, one of which is many ancient collections of the Zhao state, which were spread out during the war. As for why they ended up in the hands of this collector, Yuan glanced at the introduction in his hand, and the latter also had a French noble title. In addition to the Zhao state collections, the other part is objects from medieval Europe. Manager Lu. Do you like this? In a square display case, a mysterious red gemstone ring shone in the perfect light. Yuan stood aside, watching with a gentle gaze. Nai Xiao took a look and asked. Yuan nodded. The mermaid siren ring is a symbol of mystery and temptation. It comes from the Middle Ages in Europe and was a gift from a count to his wife. Nai Xiao looked at the introduction and read it aloud. She blinked and said, Mermaid siren. Siren comes from ancient Greek mythology. It is a monster with a human head and a bird body. Legend has it that it often flies over the sea and sees passing sailors. She would seduce them with her heavenly voice, causing the ship to hit the reef and sink, and the crew members who fell into the water would become the siren's meal. Yuan withdrew his gaze and introduced Nai Xiao in a gentle tone. Oh. So that's how it is, then this is truly an evil monster. Nai Xiao nodded and spoke with a clear distinction between love and hate. Let's go. Yuan said with a smile. In his eyes, the gem ring in the display cabinet was emitting a red light from another dimension. Chapter 73. Master. In the morning, Hangzhou, Zixi Villa. The old butler Shen Shan walked to Shen Nanxi's side in the study on the second floor and whispered something. Shen Nanxi put down the Buddhist scripture in his hand, his expression still calm, and asked, when did it appear? I see. Shen Nanxi said again. After a while, the old housekeeper pushed Shen Nanxi, who was sitting in a wheelchair, to the semicircular balcony, and the warm sunlight sprinkled on the old man without reservation. Shen Nanxi had a thin blanket covering his legs, and a layer of makeup on his face, making him look pale as if he was dying. His cloudy eyes swept outside the building without leaving a trace. In some inconspicuous place in the distance, two men who looked like security guards walked by the villa park. The subordinates just found out that these two men had just joined the company today. Let Lu Yang come over, the master has a mission. Shen Nanxi said calmly. Yes. Shen Shan responded. Shen Nanxi was about to go back, when he caught a glimpse of a villa diagonally opposite. In the garden under the sun, the woman who was once as hot as a flame looked like a withered flower. Only when she occasionally looked at the little boy fluttering butterflies did some vitality reappear in her eyes. Mother! Mother! In the garden, the chubby little boy was chasing a butterfly when his attention was attracted by a small yellow flower in the gap between the floor tiles. He stuck out his butt and carefully picked the little yellow flower, held it high above his head, and shouted happily. Who would have thought that he would fall flat on his face after just running 2 steps? However, the little boy still insisted on holding the flower in his right hand when he fell. He lay down with a pursed mouth, tears welling up in his eyes. But soon, the boy wiped his face with his sleeve, ran back to his mother, and handed her the flower with hope in his eyes. Mom, this is for you. Happy, Kyoukyu hopes mommy is happy. He said in a baby voice. The woman came to her senses and saw her son's appearance. She took the flowers and hugged the boy in her arms. The day passed in a flash. Evening, 7 o'clock. In Hangzhou, at the old campus of Zhao Academy of Fine Arts located on the bank of West Lake, 2 men in security uniforms walked side by side patrolling the art gallery. Team leader. When we passed by the corridor, some young security guards suddenly said, "I feel like smoking, would you like to have a cigarette?" "Not here." The middle-aged security guard shook his head and glanced at the bathroom. "Go to the toilet." The information shows that he is also a heavy smoker. "Good. Captain, have mine. I can't usually get this cigarette." The young security guard smiled and said. The two walked towards the bathroom one after the other. When they entered the men's room, the young security guard walking behind raised his head slightly, and his eyes changed in an instant. "What kind of cigarette? I must try it." The middle-aged security guard was about to turn around, but the next second, his eyes widened and a huge force hit the back of his head. He had no time to react, and he fainted on the ground with a muffled groan. In the quiet bathroom, the young man looked down at the middle-aged security guard. His facial features began to distort, and even his originally taller body became shorter inch by inch. Under the incandescent light, only the mirror in front of the sink witnessed this horrifying scene. "Team leader! Why are you here?" The middle-aged security guard walked towards Hall 2. Two security guards nearby laughed and said, one of them looked behind him and said, "Where's Chen Yang? Is he slacking off again?" "I went to the bathroom. My stomach hurts." "This brat." "Okay, I'll check this side, you guys go to the next hall." "Okay." The two security guards had no doubts at all, waved their hands and walked to the next corridor. After a short while, the middle-aged security captain was the only one left in the exhibition hall. Liu Yang glanced around and walked to one of the display cases with familiarity. He had already been there during the day and stood in front of the ruby ring. He reached into his arms and took out the round instrument that Shen Nanshi had given him. He simply placed it on the display cabinet, and it stuck firmly to the special anti-theft glass like a magnet. The red light flashes quickly. Bang! The glass that was said to be able to block even bullets began to crack and quickly spread to the entire transparent cabinet. At this time, the alarm in the exhibition hall began to sound. Liu Yang glanced at the red light, reached into the broken glass, put the jewel ring into his arms, then turned and rushed in the other direction. He ran very fast and his strength was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Between the light and shadow as he ran, Liu Yang's body changed again. "Mr. Liu. We start from the perspective of Pandora's host to deduce and explore the possible future." "Oh. Professor Han, please speak." On the 59th floor of the building, under the cold moonlight, Liu Yuan and Professor Han Zhanbing sat opposite each other. First. The first level, ordinary people who obtain Pandora. What are his needs at this time? Professor Han Zhanbing pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and his gestures revealed a natural and strategic temperament. He said, he needs to use Pandora to fulfill his most direct needs, such as his desire for women, especially women who were once out of reach. For example, hatred for someone who had bullied him. These direct needs are simple needs that are easily fulfilled through Pandora, and we call it low-level beast-level drives. Liu Yuan smiled and nodded. This is not difficult to conclude. Huang Wenbin, Liu Yang, and even Shen Nanshi had the same first-level driving force after obtaining Pandora. The second floor. I named it the intermediate ambition-level driving force. After the direct desire is satisfied, ambition begins to emerge in the heart, wanting to have more wealth and higher power. Han Zhanbing analyzed it carefully. After a long time, he focused his eyes, raised his head, met Mr. Liu's smiling eyes, and continued. Finally, there is the third layer, the driving force of violence. Violence. Liu Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He just responded gently, and his smile became even brighter. Professor Han, what you mean is that when ambition reaches its peak, will Pandora's hosts return to the original beast level? Violence is the most primitive and elementary behavior since the birth of human civilization. It is the initial stage of human civilization development. In other words, it can also be called violence born out of extreme ambition. If, as Mr. Lu said, the Pandora of the future possesses immeasurable power, then the top Pandora host at that time will definitely return to violence and bring war to the world. Is that so? Yuan picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and said without comment. Chapter 74. White Soul +1. It's late at night. 10 o'clock. Yuan had just returned to the apartment and was still changing his shoes when a message popped up in front of him. So soon. It's truly a free country. Yuan chuckled. Through Pandora's connection, he looked across the ocean. He found that the ghost girl Li Wenwen seemed to regard the wizard soul bell as her own property, and prohibited the new user from condensing a new soul. If not, she would bewitch it little by little within the rules and drag it into the abyss. You came just in time. I walked into the study and just as I exchanged a new seed, the black cat Lao Bai appeared outside the door on time. It first jumped onto its owner's lap and then jumped onto the desk. Yuan glanced at Lao Bai, and without pausing, he slowly put it into the ruby ring in his hand. The emerald green seed melted into the ring like a drop of water. Bite. You have received Pandora No 3-008. Please name Pandora No 3-008. 3-008. Its former owner was the wife of a count in the Middle Ages in Europe. The count's wife had a voice like the sound of nature. At every gathering of nobles, she would be the focus of the crowd when she sang. However, this attracted vicious jealousy. The woman's blood dyed the ring red. After wearing 3-008, the user will have the most perfect singing voice. Your voice is God's masterpiece. Yuan spread the ring on his palm, and it changed into a completely different look. The pure red pigeon egg gemstone was dotted on the mysterious ring setting. The entire ring setting was based on mermaid scales as the background, and the ripples of water as the main body. Although the scales and water ripples intertwined, the mermaid figure could not be seen, but it seemed that the mermaid under the water was revealed everywhere. Let me call you the Siren Ring. Yuan whispered. After being named, its corresponding abilities were refreshed again. In addition to the perfect voice, the wearer's singing will have a mysterious magic. Through singing, bewitched, control, attaches a beneficial or negative effect to the listener. Even when the growth level is high enough and the wearer can perfectly tell a complete story through singing, he or she can completely drag the listener into another world. Phantom. Can you really use your singing to weave a real world where spiritual beings exist? And the negative effect is that you will become more and more narcissistic and fall in love with yourself uncontrollably. Yuan thought carefully about the last part of its ability. After a moment, he smiled and felt that he was thinking too much. After all, this was only a third-level Pandora. The night is getting dark. He put this ring into a box as well. Including the King of Thieves' gloves, he already had 2 Pandoras in his hands that he had not given away. The next day. Weekday. The weather was sunny and the temperature was gradually getting warmer. Yuan went out at 10 o'clock in the morning. Behind his black-framed glasses, his eyes casually swept across the city. He didn't have any specific destination, but planned to pick out 2 suitable Pandora hosts from the vast sea of people. Strolling in Hangzhou in spring. On the streets and alleys, delivery guys wearing blue and yellow uniforms would pass by him from time to time. On the zebra crossing, the young couple was running and the boy's arm bumped into Yuan. After apologizing repeatedly, they still chased and played as they left. FK. The art gallery of Zhao State Academy of Fine Arts was robbed, and a ruby ring worth 95 million was lost. No way. Where is the person? Has he been caught? On Metro Line 1, Yuan had just walked into the carriage when a young man who was leaning against the door and playing with his mobile phone nudged his companion with his arm and exclaimed. Yuan heard it clearly, but his expression did not change at all. He just raised his head and looked towards the corner of the long carriage. Good. I understand. Thank you for your help. In the subway, Zhong Lunjun, a 24-year-old who had just graduated from college a year ago, hung up the phone. He held his cell phone in his hand, his eyes flickered with confusion, and he leaned back, resting his head on the carriage. When he was still studying, he was full of longing for life in society, and always felt that he could make a career. He is the only son in the family. His parents treat him very well. His family is not rich, but well off. Before he graduated from college, his parents gave him a down payment for a house in Hangzhou. At that time, he also found a pretty good job. Who would have thought? In just 1 year, housing prices fell by 30% from their high level, the original working environment changed drastically, and many departments were laid off. Call. Life isn't supposed to be like this. Zhong Lunjun looked at his hands and clenched them tightly. When he was in college, he loved sports, sweating, and passion, but now he hasn't sweated for a long time. He even felt that from the moment he graduated from college, although he was still alive, his life was dead. You seem to be in a bad mood. Yuan walked over with a faint smile on his face and sat next to the ladder. Let me guess. Yuan looked at the ladder and said gently, it seems that you are unemployed. Zhong Lunjun's eyelids jumped and he met Yuan's gaze. He only took one look and suddenly a sense of awe arose in his heart. Life. There are always a lot of surprises. Yuan said with a smile. At this time, the subway arrived at the next platform. Yuan stood up and patted the ladder on the shoulder. At the same time, a mysterious glove emitting a faint light was handed to Zhong Lunjun, for you. Let's start a new life. Or well. Or bad. When his fingertips touched the gloves, the information hidden in the gloves quickly appeared in the young man's mind. Yuan's voice finally rang in his ears. He raised his head suddenly, then staggered to his feet and ran to another car like crazy. He pressed his face against the glass and only saw the back of the person leaving. Ling. I see you've changed your shift early. What are you going to do later? Are you going on a date with your boyfriend? A Starbucks somewhere in Hangzhou. The girl wearing framed glasses and an apron, who was mopping the floor in the bathroom, was suddenly hugged by the shoulders by a pretty and innocent-looking colleague. Ah! The symphony orchestra of the Hangzhou Grand Theatre? Ling, you are awesome. Come on. Come on. When you are selected, I can go out and brag that you are my friend. Hehe, you go ahead and do your work first. Xiao Lingling's cheeks were rosy, and she pursed her lips. After her colleagues left, she lowered her head and continued to work. After a while, she was about to walk back to the front desk with a mop in her hand. He paused. Did you know that Lingling will have an interview with the Hangzhou Symphony Orchestra soon? Puff. I am dying of laughter. A country girl like her is going to audition for a symphony orchestra. Ha ha ha. Xiao Lingling's eyes turned red and she froze in her place. Noticing that a colleague was coming over, she hurriedly stepped back and hid her whole body in the bathroom. At the same time, the glass door of the cafe was pushed open, and a gentle man walked in. Chapter 75. Hello. I want a cappuccino. Yuan paid the bill, waited for a while, then walked to the window seat with the coffee. When you raise your head, I could just see the girl across the street holding a mop tightly. I don't know what he saw, but a faint smile appeared on his gentle face. When he saw the girl carrying a bucket to the second floor of the cafe, Yuan also stood up. Call. It's all your own fault. You have to keep talking about it. Xiao Lingling went up to the second floor. There were no colleagues there and only 2 guests. The girl wiped her eyes and whispered. But she was so happy about the news. She was actually going to attend the second round of interviews with the Hangzhou Symphony Orchestra in the afternoon. She still remembered that when she was very young, she happened to see the brilliance of the soprano singing of the symphony orchestra on TV, and she had this dream. Come to think of it, it is indeed ridiculous for a little girl born in the countryside to want to join a symphony orchestra. Xiaolingling said self-deprecatingly. At this moment, a pair of black leather shoes appeared in her sight as she lowered her head. Xiaolingling was startled, and when she raised her head, she was met with a pair of gentle eyes. Sorry. Sorry. Xiaolingling quickly lowered her head again and apologized repeatedly. She stepped aside and did not dare to look at the man in front of her. You are your own queen. Yuan stared at Xiaolingling. At the same time, he felt the throbbing from the siren ring. A smile appeared on his face, and he suddenly said something quite childish, there is infinite potential hidden in your body. Before the latter could react, the box containing the siren ring was handed to him. Xiaolingling just took it subconsciously. She looked up with wide eyes. Then she saw the man walking down the stairs slowly and out of the cafe. She lowered her head again, the mysterious light of the ruby reflected in her eyes, and in an instant, the information of the siren ring kept pouring out. What a nice day. Yuan stood at the crossroads, half-closed his eyes, looked at the bright sun in the distance, and took a deep breath of comfort. After delivering 2 Pandoras in succession, today's mission was completed. He hailed a taxi and arrived in front of the square of the building. Took the elevator and went up to the 59th floor. Mr. Lu. Lu Yang came forward immediately and said respectfully. You did a good job yesterday. Yuan looked at the man in front of him and said gently. After that, he walked to the hall, first stood in front of the rows of bookshelves, scanned the pages of books, and finally took down the 6th volume of the world history, sat in front of the sofa in the sun, and read it carefully. After obtaining the system, Yuan became more and more fond of reading history, not only the 5,000-year history of Daxia, but also the history of countries around the world. He looked into the long river of history, observing the ups and downs and trends of civilizations over the long years. Everything in this world should have been able to find a similar epitome in history. Until Pandora appeared. At the same time. The other side. The King of Thieves' gloves. Is this true or false? 24-year-old Zhong Lunjun was originally going to a company for an interview, but after lines of information inexplicably appeared in his mind, he hurried back home. He locked the door and sat on the sofa. He had jogged all the way home. At this moment his heart was beating very fast and his back was wet with fine beads of sweat. Call. He took a deep breath and took out the pair of black gloves. He put it on without any hesitation. Next second, his whole body felt as if it had been electrified, and a trace of pain appeared on Zhong Lunjun's face, but fortunately, the pain lasted for less than half a minute. Is this my hand? Zhong Lunjun opened his eyes wide and spread his hands in front of him. His gaze focused and his 10 fingers turned into shadows and performed a series of extremely complicated movements. This hand speed. This reaction. Professional players are just little brothers in front of me. He stood up, and after taking 2 steps, he seemed to notice something, turned around, and stared blankly behind him. The force of his steps seemed to have changed, and they were light and agile, without leaving a trace of sound. Pushed open the door. He just casually scanned the area as usual, and took note of countless details. Even the different thicknesses of dust on an area of the floor tiles were memorized. Zhong Lunjun walked towards his neighbor's house, looked around and picked up a hair on the ground. The slender hair was reshaped in his flexible palm and inserted into the lock core. Without any movement on his part, the door was opened. Nothing was moved. He just strolled around the house leisurely, to the master bedroom, the second bedroom, the study. Finally, standing in the middle of the living room, Zhong Lunjun closed his eyes. He opened his arms as if embracing a new world. Several seconds passed. He opened his eyes, a smile on his face, and walked out of his neighbor's house. However, before leaving, he opened the refrigerator and took out a can of iced Coke. A thief never leaves empty-handed, and the old rules cannot be abandoned. Zhong Lunjun chuckled. The neighbor was a poor fellow like himself, so what was there to steal? Zhong Lunjun himself would laugh out loud when he got such a great thing as Pandora and reached into ordinary people's homes. Time passes by every second. Soon, it was dark. Night. 4:45. Desire score plus 100. Desire score plus 100. Oh. Building, Yuan put down the book, and gazed into the distance through Pandora's connection. The girl's dream is so passionate. Just see. Hangzhou Grand Theatre, main venue. Due to some messy reasons, Xiaolingling's interview, which was originally scheduled for 4 o'clock, was delayed until now, so she put on her makeup early. She put on a burgundy dress that she had spent half a month's salary to rent. Now, she finally stood in the middle of the stage, with the spotlight shining on her. She first glanced at the siren ring on her right middle finger, and then looked towards the stage. The interviewers were all a little tired. When they saw the girl come on stage and glanced at the resume in their hands, they looked even more indifferent, as if they just wanted to get through the process and leave work early. Xiaolingling, right. Let's get started. You'll have 30 seconds to show your voice. The female judge said in a deep voice. Xiaolingling nodded, the ruby on the siren's ring flickering with light. She raised her head slightly and opened her mouth. A soprano voice that was so wonderful and perfect that it gave all the interviewers and staff present goosebumps filled the entire auditorium. Ah! In the auditorium, the interviewers raised their heads at the same time, opened their eyes wide, and looked at the girl in the spotlight in disbelief. Chapter 76. The next day. Monday, April 7th. Boss. In the office, a young employee was reporting to Yuan. After he finished speaking, he saw that manager Lu seemed to be distracted. After waiting for a moment, he spoke. Yuan pushed up his glasses, a warm smile on his gentle face, met the latter's gaze and handed the document back. Not bad, keep moving forward. Hehe, thanks to the boss's advice. Ma Sushan scratched his head and responded with a silly smile. When facing manager Lu, not only him, but everyone in the entire department would show their closeness in some details. After talking about work, Yuan did not intend to let them leave directly. Instead, he leaned back slightly, looked at his subordinates with interest, and continued. I heard you went on a blind date with a little girl on Saturday. How is it? Is there any play? Ah. It's okay. I quite like her, but that girl doesn't seem to like me very much. Ma Sushan responded. He was not at all opposed to sharing his private matters with manager Lu. Instead, he listened carefully to the boss's opinions and walked out of the manager's office after chatting for a few words. Yuan's gaze moved away from the closed door. I really want to thank the cavalry. I did what I always wanted to do. Yuan chuckled. He clicked on the panel and looked through Pandora's connection to a corner of Hangzhou, the Hangzhou Pandora Special Investigation Team. In a special building, Ma Anbang clasped his arms and stared at the surveillance camera in front of him. A psychology specialist's office in soft colors. 16-year-old high school student Chen Yuhang was sitting on a comfortable sofa. Next to him was a woman in her 30s with a very gentle temperament. The two were constantly talking about something. All right. I don't have any problems here. The psychologist made notes in the notebook from time to time. Not long after, the woman closed the notebook and looked at Chen Yuhang and said with a smile. Dr. Li. Is there anything wrong with me mentally? Chen Yuhang said nervously. Don't worry. He is surprisingly healthy. Little Yuhang will definitely be a very righteous hero in the future. Dr. Li said with a smile. After she saw the young man in front of her let out a long sigh of relief, she waved her fist vigorously and said gently, there is no problem on my side. Xiao Yuhang can go to the next practice of saving the world. Good. Chen Yuhang said loudly. He stood up energetically, took 2 steps, thought about something, and quickly turned back to stand in front of Dr. Li, bowed 90 degrees, "Thank you, Dr. Li." Team Leader Ma. Dr. Li's psychological evaluation is out. There are also corresponding brainwave reactions, and all the indicators of the body have improved. The young assistant Zhao Zioxiu quickly walked to Ma Anbang and handed him the documents. Comprehensive assessment. Chen Yuhang's physical parameters remain the same, but his emotions are slowly changing. After investigation, we found that 2 weeks ago, Chen Yuhang was more introverted and had less desire to express himself. During this period, his emotions have become more intense, and he often shows an attitude of wanting to be a hero when facing issues of justice and evil. While Ma Anbang was flipping through the documents, Zhao Zioxiu was quickly reporting the contents. Let's move on to the next one. Ma Anbang closed the document. Stride out of the room. Next, we will test the ability boundary of Pandora's clown whistle, which includes the following items. First, distance test. Taking Chen Yuhang as the starting point, what is the maximum distance a stray animal can run under his control without losing control? Second, quantity test. How many stray animals can Chen Yuhang control at the same time, and what is the level of control accuracy? Will a larger number cause mental stress to the host and have a negative impact? Third, strength and speed test. Regarding this item, the Pandora Special Investigation Team will test the most common stray animals in the city one by one, and the specific values will be accurate to force per Newton and speed per meter per second. If Chen Yuhang is able to strengthen stray animals, then further test the numerical changes after strengthening. Tisk. As expected of an official. Under the blue sky. Hangzhou. Skyworth Building, 15th floor, Liu Yuan looked at the scenes, with emotion on his face. In terms of resource allocation and gathering so many professionals in such a short time, the Zhao government is undoubtedly the best among all forces on Blue Star. Liu Yuan opened He Pai's notebook and wrote the official survey results into the clown whistle section. The original world order. It is determined by the embodiment of violence, that is, the army and caliber. And in the future, a new item will also be added: Pandora. Liu Yuan read it carefully, then stood up and walked to the French window, looking at the city under the blue sky and white clouds in the distance, with a faint smile on his gentle face. As I have observed these days, when the 3rd level Pandora reaches the 3rd star, its user is roughly equivalent to the freest individual. It's easy to decide a person's life or death. When faced with a dragnet capture by ordinary armed police, he was able to escape, but when faced with a more advanced military system, he had no chance at all. When it reaches the 2nd stage, with 3 stars of growth, the host of Pandora will be able to fight against a single unit team and leave at any time. Pandora of the First Order. Liu Yuan's eyes narrowed. He recalled some of the information he received when he first got the system. Pandora of the 1st stage, starting from the 2nd star's growth, the host will begin to become an angel. As for the final 0-level Pandora is itself equivalent to a rule and order. While the Pandora Special Investigation Team was testing the capabilities of the clown whistle, Liu Yuan was pondering the boundaries of Pandora. The other side. Hangzhou Wanyi Group's global headquarters. What is going on? Ma Tianyun frowned, and his expression became even uglier as he recalled his experiences over the past 2 days. He sat at his desk and carefully took out the mysterious dice. According to what the woman said, as long as you throw a number above 3, good things will happen. Try it. He whispered. What happened in the past 2 days has prevented him from really trying it. Today, everything seems to be a little better, and this idea came up again. Call. At this moment, Ma Tianyun, who was usually calm when making decisions on projects worth billions or even tens of billions of dollars, suddenly became nervous. His heart was beating heavily and sweat broke out on his palms. He held his breath and threw the dice, and the 12-sided ivory dice turned in front of the desk. Soon, the dice stopped. Ma Tianyun looked at the number, his brows furrowed, but he remained calm. It's just the number 3. Chapter 77. Boom boom boom. At this time, there was a sudden knock on the office door. Come in. Ma Tianyun did not put the dice away directly, but covered it with a folder and said in a deep voice. A man in a black suit walked in quickly. Boss Ma. The man looked serious, and said as he stood in front of the table, Ma Qing is not dead. What? Ma Tianyun raised his head, his eyes became sharp in an instant, and the intimidating aura in his not-so-tall body pressed down on the man in black. I just found out about this, too. The man in black lowered his head and continued, after that night, the entire area around the self-built house was under martial law, and our people didn't dare to get too close. Through inquiries from a family member who was away from home, someone said that a woman walked out of a raging fire that night, with the scorching flames surrounding her body, but she was not hurt at all. After I got the news, I immediately contacted Zhao Feng. He said that he fired 9 shots in a row but they all jammed. Then he tied him to the chair again, poured fuel on him, and set him on fire. He thought Ma Qingbai was dead, so he didn't report it. Ma Tianyun's eyelids twitched when he heard this. I see. Ma Tianyun tapped the table with his fingers for a while, then said in a deep voice, first, control Zhao Feng. As for the punishment, I'll think about it. By the way, is there any problem with Wang Jun? No. Be more cautious. Once we leave Jiangsu and Zhejiang province, wait for him to hand over his belongings and then deal with him. If an accident still occurs, his death is the first priority. Clear. The man in black said respectfully. This Wang Jun was the man who was called Brother Jun on the cargo ship that night and who killed his 4 companions with his own hands. After the latter left the room, the giant who controlled $1 trillion group leaned back and frowned. His keen sense of smell made him aware of the coming of danger. Ma Tianyun reached out, opened the folder, and stared at the dice in clear black and white. As if remembering something. The pupils contracted in an instant and goosebumps appeared on the body. He raised his head and looked at the empty ceiling, then quickly turned around and looked at the sky behind him. There were a few white clouds under the blue sky. First. Why did I roll the dice just now? Was this really my intention? Ma Tianyun began to ponder. When a company has reached this point today, it must have faced choices on the edge of the cliff again and again. It is precisely because it is cautious enough that it can overcome all obstacles. The answer is, I do have the idea. But I will definitely make sure to give it enough try, for example, through other people's hands. Ma Tianyun whispered. Second. Why was I able to discover this extraordinary item? And why was Ma Qing able to escape from this almost certain death situation? Whether it was firing 9 shots in a row or walking out of the explosive fire. When all kinds of thoughts appear. This big shot, whose stamp of his foot could shake the entire Hangzhou business circle, began to breathe rapidly. When he looked at the dice on the table again, deep fear and dread emerged in his eyes. It's playing with my fate with that girl. Ma Tianyun quickly realized the answer. This might be why, at that moment, Zhao Feng put down his gun and chose to set fire to the man instead of using a knife or strangling him to death. That invisible thing was leading to a result. Sharp. At the same time, in the Skyworth building, after watching Liu Yuanwei's instructions to President Ma through Pandora, they applauded him from a distance. It should be said that he is worthy of being President Ma. The response was very quick. Liu Yuan exclaimed in admiration. He also looked at the black ivory dice lying quietly on the table. The invisible luck even unknowingly influenced a big man at the top of the Zhao state's rich list. This dice, which was so obedient in his hand that it only dared to throw out 12 each time, was perhaps the most neglected prop among all the Pandoras of the third tier. Tisk. It's getting more interesting. Yuan looked at the number 3 that was stopped, smiled, and said softly. In Ma Qing's hands, the dice of the Fate Gamer would indeed throw out different numbers according to luck, but in the hands of someone other than the owner, it would only be 3, 2, or 1. Junior. Have a meal. Hangzhou, a county town below, and a village in the city. A shabby rental house. An ordinary-looking middle-aged man walked in carrying 2 bags of lunch boxes. He glanced at the inner room with a smile and said. After a brief silence of a few seconds, Jun Ji, who was leaning against the door of the inner room, came out. He stared at the man with his desperate eyes without blinking. Give. An ordinary-looking middle-aged man handed over a box lunch. He stretched out his hand, but Jun Ji didn't show any intention of taking it for a long time. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and laughed. Why, are you afraid that I will poison you? Have to. Is it okay to give you this one? The middle-aged man said as he was about to hand over another one. Wang Jun said nothing, but snatched both lunch boxes at once, opened the boxes, mixed the 2 portions of dishes and rice together, then separated them and handed them back. Puff. As expected of you, you are so cautious. No wonder you are the only one who survived while others died. The ordinary-looking middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. He took the lunch box, opened the disposable chopsticks, and began to eat. Wang Jun was also very hungry, and he also wolfed down his food. Not until the evening. We'll take you away in a moment. The middle-aged man holding the lunch box suddenly said. After that night, the dragnet investigation has never stopped, but fortunately, they met up with Wang Jun in advance and prepared to send him away today after making all the arrangements. The water route is blocked, so we can only take provincial and rural roads. Wang Jun responded. Not long after, the 2 men got into a grey van. The middle-aged man drove in the front and Wang Jun sat in the back. His right hand was always in a position where he could pull out the gun at the first moment. The van drove towards the provincial road, and several cars under Ma Tianyun were also driving silently in front and behind. Jiangsu and Zhejiang are mountainous. When the car drove towards a winding mountain road according to the route, the middle-aged man's cell phone lit up. He glanced at the message and his face darkened. At this time, on the road in the distance, the police were stopping people for inspection. Boss Ma. Something happened. The door of Ma Tianyun's office was pushed open again, and the man in black reported hurriedly. Wang Jun shot and killed 2 of us. Run into the mountains. Ma Tianyun sat up straight. His eyes flickered, and soon he realized that this might be the result of the dice. However, the number 3 could cause such a difficult situation. As long as Wang Jun's matter was touched, even if he handled it cleanly, it would easily lead to fatal problems. Prepare the car. Please help me contact Gao Chongguan from the Gao family and tell them that I want to see him. Ma Tianyun reacted quickly and said in a deep voice. Yes. The man in black said quickly. Chapter 78. Good. I see. Move the time forward slightly. A grey van drove on the winding mountain road. A middle-aged man with an ordinary face responded and then hung up the headset. There was a little accident. The middle-aged man looked up and noticed through the rear-view mirror that Wang Jun's body was pressed down, and he looked like a cheetah ready to pounce at any time. He smiled and said, Don't worry. It's not a big problem. But we have to turn around. After that, he turned the steering wheel sharply, and the van turned around on the 2-lane winding mountain road. Behind the van, a black SUV following far behind was driving normally. Along the way, the car in front plays the role of exploration. For example, at this moment, it discovers the roadblock check in advance, sends a message and starts to find ways to delay it. The last car is for finishing and providing support at any time. Captain Lu. It seems like a car over there suddenly turned around. A police car with flashing lights stopped in the emergency lane. 6 policemen in uniform were checking passing vehicles. At this time, a young policeman suddenly ran down from the car and said in a deep voice, "I see. You two drive and follow me over to take a look, while the rest of you continue checking." The middle-aged policeman called Captain Lu glanced into the distance, put away his things, got on the motorcycle next to him, and stepped on the accelerator. At the same time, the other 2 policemen who were called also hurriedly got on the motorcycle. As they were about to chase after them, the oncoming SUV seemed to suddenly lose control, the accelerator suddenly sounded, and the police car crashed into the guardrail of the winding mountain road. The other side. The white van stepped on the accelerator frantically, speeding dangerously along the winding mountain road and driving into the nearest country road. "Do you smoke?" The van stopped beside a village. The ordinary-looking middle-aged man took out a pack of cigarettes, glanced at Wang Jun, and said. The latter did not respond. He smoked a cigarette, blew out a smoke ring comfortably, and said with half-closed eyes, "We have to get off the bus." Wang Jun responded. When the middle-aged man turned around and pushed open the car door, he had a fierce look in his eyes, and without hesitation, he raised the gun in his hand and pulled the trigger. There was a slight sound after the sound was silenced, and blood splattered. The middle-aged man only had time to turn his head, and finally looked at Wang Jun with an incredible look, and then fell to the ground. He received the order, but felt that he had not revealed any flaws. Wang Jun got out of the car, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he hid on the other side of the body. Sure enough, not long after, another black car drove up on the country road. Puff! With a blank expression on his face, he fired again, then walked over, bent down, took out the gun from the man's waist, took out the bullet and put it in his pocket. Hangzhou. Ma Tianyun changed his car in the garage of a building and drove into the bright sunshine again. He closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. "Boss Ma. We're here. About 20 minutes. The man in the black suit in the passenger seat turned his head and whispered. Ma Tianyun opened his eyes, and the traditional Jiangnan mansion in the main city appeared in the distance. The car drove to the inner road, and the 2 metal doors on the left and right were opened early. "Mr. Ma." The Gao family, the grey-haired old butler greeted. "Butler Lu, I haven't seen you for a long time. I wonder if you are doing well. Mr. Rama is concerned. The master is waiting for you." Ma Tianyun got out of the car without showing any sign of urgency. He smiled and looked at the butler. The latter just bowed slightly, said something, and made a gesture of invitation. After a while, the 2 of them walked through the classical corridor one after the other and entered an antique tea room. Gao Chongwen, the current patriarch of the Gao family, was sitting at an octagonal table in the room. The old butler did not stay for long and respectfully left the room. "Mr. Ma. I wonder what you want from me." Gao Chongwen invited Ma Tianyun to sit in front of him. He poured tea for him with a smile on his face. "Come, try my new tea, freshly picked leaves." "Mr. Gao." Ma Tianyun picked up the tea, took a sip, and said calmly, "I wonder if you have heard anything recently." "Oh. In what respect?" Gao Kongwen's smile remained unchanged. "About." Ma Tianyun's eyes narrowed, and he spoke in a long voice. After a short pause, he said word by word, "Supernatural power." Gao Chongwen put down the teacup, his expression changed, and he looked at Ma Tianyun again. In an instant, the air in the entire tea room seemed to freeze. This power comes from a prop. When Ma Tianyun saw Gao Kongwen's reaction, he understood that the latter must also be investigating that kind of supernatural power, but he didn't know how much information the latter had. He continued to probe. When this sentence sounded, the head of the Gao family, one of the 4 major families in Hangzhou, looked more serious. Gao Chongwen said in a deep voice, props. Right. According to my deduction, there should be more than one such prop. Chen Guanggrong's incident was one of them. Ma Tianyun saw this and immediately realized that the latter's understanding of the extraordinary was still at the initial stage. This was his advantage and bargaining chip, but he did not intend to hold on to this information, and planned to share the information directly. As long as you master the props, even ordinary people can have incredible power. No wonder. Gao Chongwen suddenly realized and said to himself. With the power of the Gao family, it is not difficult to find out the existence of Yang Yushan. I got one of these not long ago. Ma Tianyun said again in a deep voice. The sudden news was like a thunderclap, causing Gao Kongwen's eyes to shrink. At the same moment, when he looked at the man in front of him, a sense of vigilance flashed in his eyes. Faced with something that was beyond all previous scope and only appeared in fantasy novels, who would not be afraid? It had nothing to do with one's status. The higher one's status, the more afraid one would be of such uncontrollable accidents. Ma Tianyun reached into his arms. After a moment, spread your hands. The mysterious 12-sided dice rested quietly in his palm. It's called the fortune teller's dice. Ma Tianyun smiled bitterly. Then, he did not hide anything and told the whole story about this dice. After hearing this, Mr. Gao's desire for this dice disappeared a lot. After you got it, your experience in fortune was completely different from that little girl's. Gao Chongwen made his debut. Yes. Ma Tianyun nodded, and then continued, so, I suspect that this has something to do with it not recognizing me yet, or it may still recognize that girl. In just a few words, the two of them deduced an invisible mechanism for Pandora to recognize its master. Gao Kongwen's eyes were still fixed on the dice. After a long silence, he looked at Ma Tianyun and said in a deep voice, go ahead. What is your purpose in coming to see me? Mr. Gao. The world has changed. Ma Tianyun's eyes brightened, and he leaned forward with great power. He looked straight at Gao Chongwen and raised his voice. We should form an alliance. Find more of these tools first. For self-protection, and also for... Chapter 79. It was getting darker. Night. 9 o'clock. On the 59th floor of the building, Yuan had not yet returned home, and was leaning lazily on the sofa, holding the pen associated with No 3-006 in his hand. He recorded the alliance between Ma Tianyun and Gao Chongwen in a black leather notebook. This scene is destined to leave a significant mark in the history of future human civilization. Maybe the alliance between Ma Tianyun and Gao Chongwen fired the first shot in humanity's resistance against Pandora. Or maybe the rentier class of the old world wanted to keep their wealth and power forever, and began to hunt down the early users of Pandora. Yuan thought of some such scenes, pushed his glasses and chuckled. Certainly. How it will be described specifically will depend on the direction of future order. He recorded every Pandora in this book. He also recorded his observations of the reactions of different classes from low to high, and the official response when magical props appeared in the ordinary world. As he wrote down each word, the mysterious light shone brighter and brighter over the black leather notebook. At the beginning, the book was completely unqualified to carry seeds, but now, it even has the potential to carry second-level seeds. I even have a name for you in mind. Yuan put away his pen. He closed the book and brushed the black cover, the Book of Order. Ding-a-ling. Just at this moment, the screen of the mobile phone placed aside lit up and then rang. Do not be afraid. I'm here. Yuan's expression remained unchanged, but his words were extremely gentle. He continued, you take a rest first, I'll be right over. Without saying anything more, he hung up the phone. Yuan stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. He looked at the criss-crossing road network lit by street lamps under his feet, and overlooked the thousands of lights on the tall buildings. He reached out and took off his glasses. An extremely charming and stunning face was revealed, hidden by an ordinary black frame. After wiping his glasses, Yuan left the building. Call. Manager Lu, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. In the night, Yuan took an online taxi and first went to Nai Xiao's rental house. After picking her up, he rushed to a nearby hospital. Nai Xiao had a high fever and her cheeks were red. She put her arms around Yuan's neck and was carried out of the car like a princess. She pressed her cheek against Yuan's chest and whispered dazedly. No need to apologize. Isn't this what I'm supposed to do? Yuan carried Nai Xiao towards the emergency room and said gently. Nai Xiao pursed her lips. Although her head was a little confused due to the burn, she was secretly happy in her heart and felt that it was worth it this time. After a moment, she whispered again, Manager Lu, am I very heavy? I've been eating a lot lately and I've gained weight. Our Xiao has a very standard figure. Yuan lowered his head, met the girl's gaze, and spoke gently. Even before he got the system, Yuan had a good figure, broad shoulders, a slim waist, and considerable strength. After getting the system and wearing the forbidden ring, he became closer to perfection without realizing it. The nurse gave Nai Xiao an 4 drip. When a hospital logistics staff member passed by, Yuan's eyes were suddenly attracted by him. He glanced at the cart pushed by the ladder and then said to Nai Xiao, I'm going to the toilet. Manager Lu, I won't be in the way. Nai Xiao said obediently. 10 minutes later, in the corridor at the back door of the hospital building, Yuan, wearing a pair of rubber gloves, was playing with the scalpel in his hand, with curiosity in his eyes. What kind of power will this scalpel have after it transforms into Pandora? He opened the panel. In terms of desire points, he was still halfway short, mainly due to the white-grade souls. He wondered if the wizard soul bell could help. This gentleman. Next to him, a man in his 50s rubbed his hands and shouted in fear. Someone will give you the money in a moment. Yuan put the scalpel into a transparent bag and stuffed it into his bag. He looked at the man and said gently. Okay. Okay. The man nodded repeatedly. He didn't know why he didn't even have the courage to raise his head and look at the man in front of him, let alone reject him. At the same time, between Hangzhou and Liandu, 5 helicopters were hovering over the hillside. The huge searchlight illuminates the mountain forest at night as bright as day. At the bottom of the hill, every intersection was blocked. The Pandora Special Investigation Team was far from having enough manpower. After reporting directly to his superiors, Ma Anbang dispatched a large number of police forces from the surrounding areas to close off and search the mountain overnight. Call. 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 Wang Jun lay in a bush, breathing heavily. He carefully raised his head and looked into the distance of the forest. People searching the mountain were scattered everywhere with flashlights, like fireflies in the night. From time to time, he could hear the barking of dogs, one of which was even not far away. His heart was beating violently. He swallowed hard, still crawling, but moved his body back inch by inch, trying to escape in a different direction where there was no light. Crash! He was not paying attention when a piece of soil suddenly broke under his feet and rolled down. In this silent mountain, such movement seemed unusually clear. Wang! Wang! The roar of the police dog was startling. Then a policeman ran over with a gun in hand, and shone his flashlight towards where Wang Jun was. Call! Wang Jun's body stiffened, and when he raised his head, he saw the black muzzle of a gun. He raised his hands. Puff! Puff! Suddenly, silenced gunshots rang out from behind him. Wang Jun's Adam's apple throbbed and he opened his eyes wide, only to see the policeman and police dog who were walking towards him fall to the ground at the same time. He slowly looked behind him and saw only the figure of another policeman, Here! Get out of here! The policeman stood in the shadows and his face could not be seen clearly. He just threw a satellite phone over from a distance and spoke in a deep voice. Without saying a word, the policeman turned and walked into the night. Wang Jun glanced at the satellite phone, took a deep breath, picked it up and ran madly deeper into the mountains. He could only feel that his lungs were about to reach their limit. I don't know how long I ran, the sounds of searching the mountain became less and less frequent. At just the right moment, the satellite phone in my hand suddenly vibrated. Wang Jun looked at the phone in silence. He answered slowly. He didn't speak. Hello? Wang Jun. A hoarse voice sounded in the depths of the silent mountains. Wang Jun huddled behind a huge rock, his eyes trembling, but he still did not agree. Listen. The man said again. The next second, all I could hear was a series of sobbing sounds and a clear child's voice, Dad! Dad, save me! Dad, save me! Under the cold moonlight, Wang Jun's pupils contracted and he opened his eyes wide. Chapter 80. It's late at night, 12 o'clock. In the silent mountains. The cold moonlight was blocked by the dim treetops. Wang Jun sat leaning against a boulder, holding the satellite phone tightly in his hand. When the daughter's sobbing voice came through the phone. In a dim room. This man, who could kill someone without even blinking an eyelid, hugged his head with his hands, ran his fingers through his messy hair, and curled up his body tightly. The face buried in his body became hideous and terrifying, and his body was shaking. Call! 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 The veins on Wang Jun's forehead kept popping up and he was gasping for breath. Just as his tense body began to relax inch by inch and he raised his head as if he was going to accept his fate, something unexpected happened on the other side of the satellite phone. First, he heard his wife's wailing, and then a gunshot. And the wife's hysterical words. Nanan! Wang Jun's eyes were red, he grabbed his phone and roared, What did you do? What did you do? Ah! Ah! Deep in the mountains, the middle-aged man was like an angry, desperate trapped beast. At the same time, Hangzhou. In the quaint house and tea house, Ma Tianyun and Gao Chongwen sat opposite each other, listening to the conversation with calm expressions. When the accident happened, Ma Tianyun's eyelids twitched. After listening for a while, Gao Chongwen reached out and hung up the phone. At this time, an assistant dressed in black walked into the tea room. Boss Ma! Mr. Gao! The assistant met the two gazes, stopped, and said respectfully. Then he looked up at Ma Tianyun. There are no outsiders here. Just say it. Ma Tianyun picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and said in a deep voice, What's going on? The man in the black suit hesitated for a moment, then said, They said it was a misunderstanding. When our people saw that Wang Jun didn't respond for a long time, they wanted to continue to put pressure on him, so they hit Wang Jun's wife on the head with the butt of the gun. Then, during this process, the gun suddenly went off, and the bullet hit the child. Dead on the spot. As he spoke, Ma Tianyun, who was holding the teacup, shook his hand, and the warm tea soaked the back of his hand. Gao Chongwen, the head of the Gao family, also fell silent for a rare moment. The tea room fell into silence. You go down first. A long time passed. Ma Tianyun said in a deep voice. Yes. The black-clad assistant bowed his head, responded, and left respectfully, closing the door carefully. In the night, the orange-yellow light illuminates the tea room, and in front of the tea table, fragrant tea is still brewing. This Wang Jun has completely lost control. Let's make a complete cut. Gao Chongwen said in a deep voice. The corner of Ma Tianyun's eyes twitched slightly. He had spent a lot of effort on Wang Jun's entire system, and he felt extremely distressed by the losses caused by giving up everything. What's more, many of the problems could not be solved by money. Is this also what your dice brought? When Gao Chongwen thought back to what had just happened, a strange look first appeared on his face, and then a trace of fear and awe. No matter how much Ma Tianyun said before, it was not as shocking as seeing this invisible power with his own eyes. It should be. Ma Tianyun said with a wry smile. Just the number 3. Ma Tianyun nodded. He wasn't even sure whether the negative effects of the number 3 would end. That's all. Let's stop here for today. I'm tired. Gao Chongwen picked up the tea, stirred the tea soup with the cup lid, and saw the guest off. Ma Tianyun did not stay any longer. He said goodbye and walked out of the tea room. Not long after, the black car drove out of the Gao family residence in a low-key manner. Today. Fortunately, he went to Gao's house in time, otherwise the situation would have become even more out of control. The next day. Work. When Liu Yuan pushed open the door, his neighbor also opened the door. The little girl with 2 pigtails ran up to Liu Yuan and called him Uncle Liu in a crisp voice. Then, without saying anything more, she pouted her little mouth and blinked her big eyes, looking at Liu Yuan pitifully. Wan. Single mother Shen Hongru hurriedly approached and took her daughter's hand. She said to Liu Yuan with an apologetic look on her face, I'm sorry, Liu Yuan, I always tell her not to talk too much, it will annoy her. Who knows, she really won't say anything. Fine. Wan is very cute. Liu Yuan responded gently. He walked side by side with Shen Hongru, separated on the first floor of the elevator, and walked into the morning sunshine at a leisurely pace. When I arrived at the company, I didn't see Nai Xiao as usual. The little girl had a high fever of 40 degrees last night. After receiving an 4 drip, she asked for leave today. After get off work in the evening. Liu Yuan, who had just returned home, paused, and then his expression became strange. He looked across the ocean through Pandora's connection. On average, 1 soul is found every 2 or 3 days. Li Wenwen must be going crazy. Wizard Soul Bell. When one is completely immersed in the abyss of desire and loses the anchor of reason, one will be killed by ghosts, the vitality of his flesh and blood will be transformed into the power of the ghosts, and his soul will be taken by the Great Being. Just right. I have enough desire points. Liu Yuan pushed his glasses and chuckled. No hesitation. In the study, under the watchful eyes of a man and a cat, the emerald green Pandora seed was put into the scalpel. Let me call you the blade of the creator. Liu Yuan held the transformed scalpel. The original detachable blade was directly fixed, and the entire blade surface turned black. When it was raised, the light from the study flowed across the blade. After thinking about it, he smiled and said, Bite. Naming successful. 3-009 Pandora, Blade of the Creator. This was once the favorite scalpel of a top surgeon. When holding this scalpel and standing under the shadowless lamp, the doctor has the power to turn decay into magic. When the user holds No 3-009, he will automatically have a microscopic vision. The body tissue you cut will maintain its original biological activity for a short period of time, the growth of No 3-009 will increase, and the user will have the initial ability to graft biological tissues, but it cannot completely solve the cell rejection reaction. Liu Yuan scanned the lines of text carefully. Same. It is a Pandora with great potential. In some aspects, it is even similar to the surgery fruit in that island country comic, and can be regarded as a weakened version of the surgery fruit. It's already the 3rd rank, 9th Pandora. Liu Yuan put down the knife. He stroked the black cat in his arms and clicked on the increasingly rich interface. Name, Liu Yuan. Number of souls, 0, white soul. Desire points, 300 points. Pandora has been made. 3-001 Marquardt's mask, 3-002 Lilith's blood needle. 3-003 Wizard's soul bell, 3-004 Fate Gamers Dice. 3-005 Pandora, Clown Whistle, 3-006 Pandora, Eternal Radio Waves. 3-007 Pandora, Thief King Gloves, 3-008 Pandora, Siren Ring. 3-009 Pandora, Blade of the Creator. 0-001 Taboo Ring. Pandora Seed, 0. Chapter 81. Wednesday. Hangzhou Pandora Special Investigation Team, Command Room. Ma Anbang sat in the main seat. He leaned back in his chair, his black and white eyes staring unblinkingly at the screen that occupied the entire wall in front of him. The screen was not one perspective, but many split screens. After searching the mountain the night before, in the early morning, several police stations in the Liandu city received a phone call. The person on the other end of the phone not only said that he did not kill the policeman, but also that there was an undercover agent in the police station, and also revealed a lot of upstream and downstream information. Now, these split screens show the special police, investigators, and even the Discipline Inspection Commission from various units in action. Tisk. Ma Anbang was still playing with the lighter in his hand. He suddenly sneered and whispered, "The speed of the heroes cutting off his arm is really decisive. Most of the people here don't know who is behind the scenes. The people behind the scenes take good care of themselves and put on layer after layer of white gloves for fear of getting their hands dirty." Team Leader Ma. Seeing this, Zhao Zioxiu, Ma Anbang's assistant, said hesitantly, "You said that not many people can do this, so why not let Chen Yu hang? It's not important to know who it is." Ma Anbang retracted his gaze, looked at Zhao Zioxiu, shook his head and said, "The most important thing for us in the Pandora investigation team is to find a command and coordination mode with different local police forces and personnel that is most efficient." His voice rang out. Assistant Zhao Zioxiu first thought about it carefully, and then understood the intention behind Team Leader Ma. The Pandora Special Investigation Team had just been established, and their internal operations, their cooperation model with different brother departments. These interactive processes all require constant adjustment, and problems need to be discovered and solved. In addition, just this one incident. Ma Anbang looked at the screen again. One of the video frames was showing the police officers in the Liandu city's jurisdiction conducting a one-by-one investigation. The death of a policeman on the night of the mountain search was a huge matter, not to mention that someone had revealed that it was done by corrupt internal police. "Help me contact the Liandu City Police Department." Ma Anbang didn't know what he had discovered. He stopped talking and stared at the police officer who was being questioned without blinking. "Tell them. Focus on investigating this one." "Ah. I'll go right away." Assistant Zhao Zioxiu was stunned, but she reacted quickly contacted the other party through the internal number, and relayed Team Leader Ma's words. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Team Leader Ma in doubt. "Team Leader Ma, you?" Ma Anbang shook his head without explaining to her, but continued with the words he had not finished saying before, and said in a deep voice. "This time, it is very likely that this was not driven by any one company alone. They formed an alliance. The other side. Blue sky and white clouds, under the azure sky. Mr. Lu. Arrive." In the black car, Shen Nanshi looked respectfully at Lu Yuan who was reading a book beside him and spoke. Lu Yuan nodded, looked up at the hospital outside the window, and instead of leaving, he asked with a smile, "I heard that some people have been watching you recently." "No problem." Shen Nanshi's expression remained unchanged as he replied respectfully, "It's just a little more troublesome than usual." Lu Yuan did not explain the special effects of the pen when it was equipped with the everlasting radio wave. He didn't care whether he would be noticed by anyone. When someone was spying on him, he would naturally feel it. Or, even if he was exposed, nothing would actually happen. He opened the car door and walked into the hospital, his eyes scanning the faces. He wanted to choose a suitable master for the creator's blade. This is the third hospital. With a gentle expression and a lazy and comfortable look that did not quite match the atmosphere of a hospital, Yuan looked more like he was taking a walk. He walked through the hospital to the Science and Education building. Go up to the library on the third floor. Oh! When Yuan looked into the distance, his eyebrows raised slightly and a playful smile appeared on his gentle face. There! By the window, in the warm sunshine, was sitting a young man of about 24 or 25. He was handsome and gentle, wearing a white shirt. He sat straight, concentrating on reading a thick tome. When the sunlight shines on the young man, it seems to outline a golden outline for him. People of the same kind will sympathize with each other. Yuan saw himself in the young man before he obtained the system. The young man also raised his head and met the gaze in the distance. His expression paused, then he nodded slightly to Yuan and continued reading. His full name is Li Qinbei. He graduated from Yanqing Union Medical College with a bachelor's, master's and doctoral degree. He is the youngest attending physician at the second affiliated hospital of Jiangsu and Zhejiang province. He has begun to make his mark in the field of neurosurgery in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Don't know what to call you. Li Qinbei. A figure sat down in front of the long table. Li Qinbei paused, and when he saw that it was the man from before, his expression did not change, and he only responded in a restrained manner. The world is not as boring as we think. Yuan said with a smile. Li Qinbei's eyes flashed, he raised his head, and his black and white eyes stared at the man in front of him. Nice to meet you. This is a gift from me to you, I hope you like it. Yuan took out a box from his arms, pressed it under his fingertips, and pushed it in front of the young man. At the same time, Li Qinbei's pupils suddenly contracted and the hairs on his body stood up. In his eyes, the man in front of him seemed to have transformed into a god who would grant him a new life. Call. When Li Qinbei came to his senses, the man had already disappeared, and only the box was quietly placed in front of him. His heart was beating fast. After taking a deep breath, he opened the box. Scalpel. Whispered. He reached out and touched the hilt of the knife. Invisible ripples arose in an instant. He murmured in a low voice, suppressing a strong excitement. The blade of the Creator. Blade of the Creator. The night gradually deepened. Li Qinbei was driving a white Audi on the road. When the car drove towards a remote, lowest-level road, a figure suddenly jumped out from the alley. There was no time to brake and the black figure was hit and rolled over. Li Qinbei stepped on the brake and walked quickly to the man. The man was covered in blood. Li Qinbei frowned, these were obviously not injuries from a collision. He quickly checked the man, and when he looked at his abdomen, his pupils shrank for a moment. Gunshot wound. Are you okay? I'll take you to the hospital right now. Li Qinbei regained his composure and spoke. This sentence has just been spoken. The middle-aged man grabbed Li Qinbei with his bloody palm, opened his eyes, and opened his mouth. I'm fine. He was badly injured, but he still struggled to get up. In the night, Li Qinbei's black and white eyes stared at the staggering man under the headlights. He didn't know what he was thinking of, and suddenly said, "Wait a minute. I'm a doctor. Maybe I can help you without going to the hospital." The middle-aged man paused and slowly turned his head. The light shone on his face, revealing the face of the desperado who had escaped, Wang Jun. Chapter 82. A car is coming. In the night. Entrance of the alley. In the distance, car lights were shining. Li Qinbei looked at the man covered in blood and spoke again. You sit in the back seat. Li Qinbei opened the car door. After a while, he stepped on the accelerator and the car rushed out. Call. 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 Wang Jun leaned back in the back seat, covering his lower abdomen with his left hand, but blood continued to flow out along with his heavy breathing. His face was pale, and his forehead and neck were covered with fine beads of sweat. Ahem! Wang Jun suddenly coughed violently, and a blood clot in his lungs was coughed out. He raised his head and met the young man's gaze as he looked at him through the rear-view mirror. Feel sorry. It's dirty on your car. Nothing. Li Chenbei retracted his gaze and did not ask any more questions. He just said, I am going to the old house in the countryside now. I hope you can hold on for a while. Thanks. Wang Jun responded and then closed his eyes. Only his weak breathing proved that he was not dead yet. Driving towards the main road in the countryside, Li Chenbei propped up his chin with one hand and placed his other hand on the steering wheel. He noticed the police checking for drunk driving in the distance with a calm gaze, raised his eyelids, and turned the car into the village along the road. On the one-way village road, the landscape trees are dimly visible and are constantly receding, going around in a circle. But it didn't take long to drive the car into the old house, which was a 3-story building built in the countryside. When his parents were away, they bought an RV and went traveling last month. Still alive. Li Chenbei opened the car door, reached out and opened the middle-aged man's eyes, and noticed that the man's pupils began to delay their light reflection, but it's almost there. Instead of moving immediately, he turned around and ran into the house, cleared out a small room on the first floor, and being careful not to aggravate the man's injuries, he picked him up and laid him flat on the single bed. Li Chenbei changed into a new set of clothes. Wear a mask. After a simple disinfection, he held the 3-009 Creator's Blade. The conditions are rudimentary. Whether you can survive or not depends on it. Li Chenbei whispered. That's all. Without any hesitation, he swung the Creator's Blade towards Wang Jun's skin. Li Chenbei's pupils contracted, and his breathing quickened in an instant. A blush appeared on his always calm face. In his eyes, a colorful light lingered in front of the black blade. When the blade cut down, the skin and flesh of the middle-aged man were like melting ice and snow, and they separated to the sides very smoothly. At the same time, the scene in front of him began to change. Under the tip of the knife, every mystery of the human body is presented before his eyes. Call. Amazing! Amazing! Li Chenbei kept cutting open Wang Jun's body, and under the blade, the body tissue continued to function in an anti-cognitive logic. The light of the incandescent lamp shone on Li Chenbei's increasingly ruddy face, and he looked at an aorta near the heart in Wang Jun's chest. The blade passed by. The blood flow was briefly interrupted. Continue. Li Chenbei removed a section of the aorta and reconnected the remaining cut part, and the blood began to flow again. Li Chenbei gently pinched the severed blood vessel with tweezers and lifted it up to face the light of the incandescent lamp. An irrepressible smile appeared on his handsome face. Desire score plus 100. Desire score plus 1000. Desire score plus 100. Building. The 59th floor. Yuan was leaning against the sofa with a thick book on his legs. When the messages kept popping up, he glanced at them first, and then surprise appeared on his gentle face for the first time. Can you add another 1000? Yuan paused and laughed out loud. He looked into the distance through Pandora's connection, and happened to see Li Chenbei holding up his blood vessels. The quality of Li Chenbei's suppressed desire is obviously higher. But Yuan looked at the man on the bed, pushed up his glasses, and whispered, these two people bumped into each other. Is it really just a coincidence? Who cares? He shook his head and was about to shut down the system when another desire points reminder diverted Yuan's attention. His smile became more intense and he once again peeked at another scene. Hangzhou, top bar at Quetta Plaza. After obtaining the Thief King's gloves, the 24-year-old Zhong Lunjun put one hand in his pocket, chewing gum, with a wanton smile on his young face. In the bar's lobby, red and blue spotlights flashed wildly, and the intense DJ seemed to pierce the eardrums. The young and hot figure is twisting and swaying her body. Zhong Lunjun walked through the booth. Wow! Master Yu is so awesome! In the core area of the bar hall, after a young man with dyed blonde hair and earrings opened the dice clock, a group of young ladies gathered around him immediately clapped their hands and spoke words of admiration one after another. Quick! Pour the wine! Pour the wine! The school beauty from the School of Communication said with a smile, she has fair skin and long legs. The waitress standing by was holding a bottle of wine and was about to pour wine into the glasses. The second-generation rich man, who was sitting on the sofa and hugging women on both sides, glanced at the waitress and pulled out a hand to touch the waitress's buttocks. Who would have thought that the young waitress trembled and dodged, and the wine in her hand spilled out of the glass. FKU. The rich second generation didn't hesitate at all and was about to slap him in the face the next second. The waitress was frightened, and the girls around her were also frightened. When the slap was about to fall, the rich second generation's wrist was grabbed by a hand that suddenly stretched out. Call. The second generation rich man looked at Zhong Lunjun, who was smiling. At this time, the manager of the bar and the girls finally reacted and hurriedly tried to smooth things over. The waitress was sent to another booth by the manager. Zhong Lunjun smiled, and when he looked at the manager, he saw a hint of gratitude in the latter's eyes, and a quiet wave of his hand. Still with one hand in his pocket, walked out of the bar hall. When he stretched out his hand, a Lamborghini key was thrown high into the air from his fingertips and then caught. Wow! Late at night, 24 o'clock. The sound of a supercar's engine rang out on the road. Zhong Lunjun had a wanton smile on his face and kept stepping on the accelerator. The extremely luxurious fiery red Lamborghini, which cost more than 10 million yuan, was galloping like a wild beast. The car's maximum speed even exceeded 300 yards. The Lamborghini slowly slowed down and drove into a villa area. Zhong Lunjun threw his cap to the passenger seat, and stopped the car with a smile on his face. Yu Kuo Yui. Number 140 on the Jiangsu and Zhejiang rich list, with a net worth of over 6 billion, his company mainly manufactures cars. Yu Yubo is his son, a second-generation rich man who is spoiled to death. You deserve me to come to your house. Zhong Lunjun slammed the car door shut, thinking about the rich second generation and the information from the investigation. He glanced around casually, and his steps were like a night elf, skillfully avoiding every area covered by surveillance. In fact, if someone checked the surveillance during Zhong Lunjun's racing, they would find that only a small section of the brim of his duckbill hat could be seen at each surveillance location.